I have spent an entire year, well, almost, researching Grand Theft Auto 6, creating content on Grand Theft Auto 6, just going down the rabbit hole, and I've gotten better and better and better as the videos have gone on. I have done my homework. So to celebrate this past year of Grand Theft Auto 6 videos and all of that, I have put together this 14-hour mega video. And guys, I am so excited to share this with you. This is the longest Grand Theft Auto 6 video on the internet, at least that I know of. And not only is it long, but it is jam-packed. Sorry, but it is jam-packed with so much information. Guys, this is a year of thousands of hours of research. So if you want any Grand Theft Auto 6 video to watch to learn anything about the game, this has literally every possible thing you could think of covered about the game. I'm going to start off going over the craziest features people want in this game. It's a good one. Then we get into the sound design, then the gangs in the game, features Rockstar hasn't told us about, how the character switching system will work in this game, every confirmed real-life location. We talk about the cars, like every car that's confirmed, transportation systems, customization, every weapon in Grand Theft Auto 6. Hell, even how the weapon systems work and how they're going to be different than previous games. Ecosystems, interiors, and how there's supposed to be like 700 plus shops, like crazy stuff like that. We talk about the water physics. This game has brand new water physics never seen in a game before. Well, at least not like this. Then we even talk about the economy in the game, the weather, activities, the AI that's gonna blow pretty much every other game out of the water, NPC interactions, the physics systems, hell, even how the game loads, like the loading system that's going on behind the scenes. We look at 20 features Grand Theft Auto 6 will refine from previous titles, 10 new insane features coming in Grand Theft Auto 6, and where exactly this supposed $2 billion budget is going into the game. We look at the unofficial mapping community and see how accurate it is. And spoiler alert, I say it's 95% accurate. It's really like closer to 80, but there's still a ton of useful information in that one. We also look at Grand Theft Auto 6's online. We talk about the whole like woke dilemma thing. We look at if Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to launch in a broken state like Cyberpunk 2077. We're going to even talk about the ending of Grand Theft Auto 6. And should it be slow like Red Dead Redemption 2? Should the game be more difficult? And how a studio like Bethesda compares to Rockstar, and how this might even be Rockstar's last game. And screw it, let's just compare Grand Theft Auto 6 from everything we know. Let's compare it to every open world game. Then let's talk about the destruction physics. Let's talk about who's writing the game. Then I'm going to answer 131 of your questions about Grand Theft Auto 6. And finally, I am going to end this massive video with a really cool conversation with Sav. If you're not familiar with him, he's an amazing Grand Theft Auto 6 content creator, and we're going to talk about his website and speculate on the game and the northern region of the map. And there's a whole conspiracy there. That's a great episode to end this mega video on. And now Sav, he's got his big website, okay? He's got a big website where he's put everything together for Grand Theft Auto 6 for the community. It's a community website, and it's going to kind of serve as a great base for everyone moving forward when the game actually launches to like link up and do stuff and online, all that kind of cool stuff. Well, while he has his website, I have my mega videos, and I kind of view these mega videos as the ultimate resource for you to look at when it comes to all things Grand Theft Auto 6 news, hype, features, potential stuff like that. All recorded before Trailer 3. So if Trailer 3 is out by the time you watch this, there's still a metric ton of useful information in here, so give it a watch. I highly recommend you put this video on in the background while doing something, or you could sit down with some snacks, watch the whole thing. Well, you're not going to be able to watch the whole thing. It's 14 hours. Put it on when you go to sleep. If you've been a subscriber and you've seen all of my videos, well, you've seen all of these videos. If you're a new subscriber, you haven't. If you've never seen me before, whew, you are in for a freaking treat, guys. I mean, I can't state it enough. I am so proud of this video. Ever since I started this channel, I wanted a 14-hour mega video. Now, I don't remember what I said in the 3-hour video or the 8-hour video about like if I'm going to reuse this stuff or not. I don't care. I'm going to use it for this 14-hour video, and this is the last time I will reuse this content. I will also say that I have curated this 14-hour video and removed silly stuff like the space video or the beer video, you know, goofy stuff like that. This video is really supposed to keep it as grounded as possible. I've trimmed off the edges and stuff like that to make it flow as seamlessly as possible. So this should really just feel like a 14-hour super video. Okay, with all of that rambling out of the way, I want to dedicate this video to someone who is really cool, really special, and I'm just so happy to have you here on the channel. I want to wish a very special happy birthday to Ollie. Now, Ollie's birthday landed on May 26th, and we all know that Grand Theft Auto 6 was originally supposed to come out on May 26th. That would have been a really cool birthday, huh? And it got delayed, so he's kind of bummed. So his father reached out to me, Oscar, and hey, Ollie, I just want to wish you a very, very special happy birthday on May 26th. This video should be out before that. So early happy birthday. I hope you're doing okay. Really, guys, each and every one of you, like, I view this platform as just a way to interact and talk with you guys. It's like we're all in the same room together, and it's just a ton of fun. So Ollie, happy birthday, man. And guys, buckle up. This video is going to be long. And I've seen a couple of people asking about, hey, how can I support you other than the memberships? Because I don't want to give you money and stuff like that. I get it. I totally get it. Just put this video on in the background, leave it a like, just let the whole thing roll. It would really help this channel tremendously. But that's enough yapping from me, guys. I'm super excited to get into this. Let's roll this massive Grand Theft Auto 6 video. Have fun. Every few years, a game comes along that rewrites the rules. And right now, the one game doing that before it even ships is Grand Theft Auto 6.
Lucia, do you know why you're here?
Bad luck, I guess.
Trust?
Trust. I mean, the hype around this thing is unlike anything the industry has ever produced. When this thing comes out, it's going to be bigger than Elvis. You guys already know what I'm talking about. Like, it is the biggest media entertainment thing of all time. It is crazy. But beneath all of this noise and hype and all that, there are real features people are desperate to see, some of which Rockstar appears to actually be building. So let's look at some of the craziest features people want in Grand Theft Auto 6. What's actually backed up by evidence? Are any of these things actually coming? And what's just going to end up on the wish list even when the game launches? So let's start with one of the biggest community demands going back years. People want a living, breathing world, and a major part of it is enterable buildings. So in Grand Theft Auto 5, the open world was massive, right? And I love to talk crap about Grand Theft Auto 5, but there's no denying, no disputing, the open world was massive. Most of those doors in the game are just like decoration. You can't really open up or go into them. There was a few interiors I was actually surprised to see that you couldn't go into that you could in Grand Theft Auto 4, and it felt like there was less interiors in that game than Grand Theft Auto 4, even if there were technically more. I'm not even sure if there were off the top of my head, but it just felt kind of hollow. Also, there was a lack of vegetation and stuff everywhere, and it made the map just kind of feel like the moon after you left the city. You know what I'm talking about? Even people who love Grand Theft Auto 5, I think, share that sentiment. So you couldn't walk into like a diner or explore a mall like you could in Vice City, or duck into a random apartment during a police chase. You couldn't do stuff like that. In Grand Theft Auto 4, you could. You can go up into the towers and stuff, but the community has been very vocal about this for a long time. Even back to when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, I remember everybody as kids was like, you know, one day you're going to be able to go into all the buildings, you know, in like 2008, you know, way off in the future. And here we are way past 2008 and we still can't do that. And really, do you even want to? What's the point? I don't think that's what people really want, but we do want to go into a lot of the buildings. Again, the community has been very vocal about that, and there is a reason to believe Rockstar has heard them. And I've covered this in my video covering Grand Theft Auto 6's interiors and everything going on behind that. Now, a lot of that is speculation and a lot of that is hype, but there is a lot of truth in there as well. So according to the report from Tweaktown, leaks suggest that around 40% of large buildings in Grand Theft Auto 6 could be enterable, including hotels, skyscrapers, banks, and malls. And smaller buildings like shops, gas stations, and pawn shops all are reportedly enterable and spread throughout the map. Now again, take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. I'm in this with you guys, okay? I'm discovering things as we go along, okay? And I'm just reporting on what I can find. Now, there is a claim circulating in the community that pushes that number closer to that 70% figure, okay? So let's talk about that. Based on alleged messages from someone said to be a former Rockstar employee, it should apparently be 70%. But that specific number is unverified, okay? Salt. Lots and lots of salt, right? Because that's ridiculous, okay? And that number is unverified. It should be taken as nothing more than speculation. What we can say with confidence at this point in time is that between the leaks and the sheer ambition Rockstar has described, this is a feature the community wants badly. And there are credible hints that something big is happening on this front. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but man, I am super pumped to see what buildings I can go into. That might be the first thing I do now. It changes every day. One day I think I'm just going to start driving into a crowd and testing those physics. The next I think I'm going to just go and mess with the guns, but no, now I think the first thing I'm going to do is just see what buildings I can and cannot go into. But I mean, you look at Red Dead Redemption 2 and Saint Denis. Wow, I mean, it felt like you can go into a lot of those buildings. We'll see. We'll see. The next one is a feature people have been screaming about since San Andreas. I don't know about screaming, but people really want this. They want gyms, all right? Maybe you don't want to work out in real life, but you sure as hell want to work out in your video game. So the ability to work out, build muscle, change your body shape, and actually have that progress mean something in gameplay, that's awesome, and people want it. If I was doing some sort of fitness ad, that totally would have been a good time for an ad segue. But anyways, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had a full fitness system back in 2004. CJ could gain muscle at the gym, get fat from eating too much, lose weight on a treadmill. GTA 5 removed all of that. GTA 4 was supposed to have some of this, but didn't. And the community never really stopped asking for it back because it's freaking cool, especially with all the different fighting styles and stuff. Those light RPG mechanics in the Grand Theft Auto world really make it feel like you're living in it. Here's what we actually know about this. In the second Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer, there is a clear shot of Jason doing a bench press on the beach. He's not doing light reps either. I mean, he's going pretty hard. Now, Jason is pretty muscular in the shots we've seen, and he's pressing a good amount of weight. I mean, more than my chicken arms can bring up. Well, it's in the chest, right? But anyways, in a separate screenshot, Lucia is shown in what looks like a basement gym, wearing workout gloves and punching a heavy bag. And there's gym equipment visible in the background. And Grand Theft Auto Base, which tracks confirmed features from official materials, lists gym workouts and boxing among the confirmed mini-games and activities visible in the trailers. Now, does this guarantee a full body changing fitness system thing like San Andreas? No, of course not. That hasn't been officially confirmed. But the visual evidence that we have seen from official Rockstar materials, I think, is strong enough to say that this is far more likely than not, especially after coming out of Red Dead Redemption 2 and the weight mechanic coming back, the ability to gain fat and lose it. I don't know why they wouldn't include this in Grand Theft Auto 6. It'd be pretty funny too if one partner, since we're playing as Jason and Lucia, if, maybe Lucia puts on some weight and Jason says something or vice versa, she comes up to him and is like, I'm not making this for dinner again, or we're not eating there again, just stuff like that. I wonder what cute interactions could potentially come from something like this. Next up, now this is a huge one. People want a smarter police system, and this is one of my biggest videos. I've covered the police systems in Grand Theft Auto 6, and they are going to be insane. So the wanted system in Grand Theft Auto 5 was one of its weakest points. I mean, cops spawned out of thin air, they instantly knew where you were, and they pursued you with the accuracy of a guided freaking missile. And in Grand Theft Auto 4, I felt like they were a lot better. I could go and weave them and get lost and stuff, and they would hunt me down. It just felt better in 4. I don't know. But the community has been asking for years for something closer to what Red Dead Redemption 2 did, which is also great, where witnesses had to report crimes, law enforcement responded based on descriptions, and you could actually use disguises and strategy to evade the law. Well, really just a mask. But in this game, apparently there's going to be disguises. So based on everything we've seen so far, Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be moving hard in that direction. And by disguises, I just mean changing clothes, your hair, stuff like that. Grand Theft Auto Base lists improved police AI as a confirmed feature from the trailers and the leaked footage, including delayed response times, the option to surrender, and more realistic behavior during shootouts. That 6-star wanted level that everyone loves, the infamous 6 stars, it's also listed to be returning, and it's about damn time. And if the system borrows from Red Dead Redemption 2, which multiple credible breakdowns do suggest, then NPCs with smartphones could replace the old witnesses run to sheriffs mechanic. Now in Grand Theft Auto 5, we did see NPCs and stuff calling the police, but I think a lot of that was smoke and mirrors and the wanted system was already doing its thing in the background. Now you're going to actually have NPCs making crime reports instantly, and then the police are going to respond and come out to a location where they reported it and start looking for you. And that adds a layer of complexity. These, simple changes like this, even though they're not simple, of course, to create, what feels like just a simple change or whatever is going to dramatically change how you interact with the police in this game, how you evade them. And apparently this time they're going to be a much bigger threat, do a lot more damage, and just be heavy hitters. So you're going to be doing a lot more running from the police, which makes sense, I think, given the whole Bonnie and Clyde kind of thing going on with this game. So Take-Two has also filed patents related to NPC behavior and virtual navigation. And oh my God, if I have to say system and method for virtual navigation in a gaming environment one more time, yes, I memorized that. It is burned into my brain. I'm going to lose my mind. But anyways, with this system, NPCs are basically a lot smarter with their AI systems. They can dynamically respond to their environment, react to what's happening around them, and adjust their behavior based on the context and weather. So these are patents, so don't treat them as confirmed game features yet, but treat them as strong evidence of Rockstar's direction, just not a guarantee, because nothing is guaranteed until there is a controller in your hand. I love saying that. Here's one that connects to the DNA of the franchise. People want a real criminal empire system. And what do I mean by DNA? Well, look back to Vice City stories. Y'all remember that? Like the ability to actually build a drug empire? Look at Chinatown Wars. A lot of you haven't played that one. I've only played it a bit, but it's got the whole drug running kind of thing. It's got business elements to it. Even the original Vice City had properties you could buy. So buying properties, running businesses, laundering money. Vice City and Vice City Stories both had versions of this. In Vice City Stories, you could take over 30 different sites and develop them into businesses like drug smuggling, protection rackets, and loan sharking. Grand Theft Auto 5 single player had almost none of that. They had the stock market stuff, and that was pretty cool, but they didn't have that. And it sucks too, because you make so much freaking money in that game. It's like, well, what's the point? But the community has been very loud about wanting this back. So from the September 2022 leaks, there was a money laundering icon spotted on a car wash property. As multiple Grand Theft Auto 6 analysis channels documented, that icon showed a washing machine with a $sign in the center, and that could be a symbol for, well, money laundering. I mean, washing machine $sign. Or you could just buy a laundromat, who knows? According to Grand Theft Auto Base, the leaked footage suggests purchasable businesses that tie into laundering mechanics, which would mean properties across the map that players can acquire and use to clean dirty money. This hasn't been confirmed by Rockstar directly, but the leaked footage is from the same batch that correctly showed the dual protagonists, the Vice City setting, and many other details later confirmed by the official trailers. Now let's talk about the map itself. People don't just want this map to be big, okay? And there's a thing nowadays, right? A thing. There's a growing sentiment where people are saying, hey, I don't want a big map. I want a deep map. I want to be able to explore, but I want that exploration to be meaningful, right? So they want a map that changes as well, just like Red Dead Redemption 2. And this is one of the most talked about features in the entire Grand Theft Auto 6 conversation. And I've covered this, and it actually has serious sourcing behind it. So in 2020, Kotaku reported that Rockstar's plan for the next Grand Theft Auto was to start with a moderately sized release and then expand it with regular updates over time, partly to reduce crunch during development. In 2021, industry insider Tom Henderson claimed in a widely discussed report that the Grand Theft Auto 6 map would evolve over time, with new locations being added, similar to how Fortnite updates its map. I wouldn't know much about that. But anyways, love him or hate him, Bloomberg's Jason Schreier then backed up Henderson's claim, writing on Twitter that everything Henderson had said about the game matched what he had heard. In 2022, Schreier published a detailed report in Bloomberg stating that Rockstar indeed did have a plan to continually update the game over time, adding new missions and cities even on a regular basis. And cities, I mean, that's wild. So this isn't just some random, Reddit theory. I know I pull up stuff from Reddit sometimes. This is sourced from two of the most credible reporters covering Rockstar. Not that they can't be wrong, okay? So whether these post-launch updates include entirely new cities or just expanded areas of Leonida, we don't know yet. And maybe Rockstar doesn't even fully know yet because this is going to be off in the future and they're just trying to get the game out the door. Who knows what's going on in Willy Wonka's factory. But one of the wildest feature requests, and one that sits right in the crosshairs of Florida being the setting, is a full dynamic weather system, including hurricanes. And I've talked about this too. I've talked about this stuff, let's be honest. A Rockstar job listing spotted by fans and discussed widely on the Grand Theft Auto 6 subreddit sought a senior environmental systems programmer with expertise in dynamic simulation and real-time environmental systems. Red Dead Redemption 2 already featured impressive storms. I mean, they didn't last very long, unfortunately, at least without mods, but they look great. They had dynamic snow accumulation that was freaking incredible. I mean, being able to just walk through the snow was so awesome. And weather that affected the gameplay. Think about the mud in Red Dead Redemption 2. Given that Grand Theft Auto 6 is set in a fictional version of Florida where hurricanes are a defining part of life, the community badly wants to see extreme weather as a gameplay element. Flooding streets, changing driving conditions, disrupting missions. Now, a full Category 5 hurricane randomly spawning in free roam is almost certainly not going to happen. I mean, from a game design standpoint, that just sounds impossible. At least now. I mean, we'll see. But a scripted hurricane event in the story, that's much more likely. Very much like the original Grand Theft Auto Vice City, even though we didn't really get to see a lot of that hurricane. It was really just a big old tropical storm. Or, speaking of tropical storms, we could see those too that affect the open world in real time. And this is very much within the realm of possibility based on what Rockstar has already achieved in Red Dead Redemption 2. For now, though, this remains unconfirmed and speculative. And I hate to say that because I think this is going to be in the game. But, I got to say that, okay? I got to say that. I'm trying to get better, guys. I'm trying to get better. 95% accuracy. We're on the hype train, but we got to keep it real on the hype train, okay? So here's a feature that blends what the community wants with what Rockstar is almost certainly building, an in-game social media system. And yes, this is going to be in the game, okay? Both trailers are loaded with references to social media. I mean, the first trailer was basically just like a TikTok video reel thing. You know what I'm talking about? NPCs are filming on their phones all the time. There's live streaming, posting content, all that kind of stuff. The first trailer, like I said, really leaned into this with a satirical version of modern social media culture, especially with Miami, right? And from the 2022 leaks, a message messaging app called What Up, clearly a parody of WhatsApp, was spotted in the game's phone interface. And the community wants this to go deep. They want in-game platforms where NPCs post about your crimes, where your wanted level is affected by viral footage, where the phones become a real tool for interacting with the world rather than just a menu. None of the specifics have been confirmed, of course, by Rockstar. I mean, we don't even have trailer 3 yet, unless it came out before or just after this video. And if it did, must be nice. But the visual emphasis across 2 trailers combined with the leaked footage showing in-game social media apps and all that kind of stuff, it makes it very likely that social media will be woven into the gameplay in ways Grand Theft Auto 5 never attempted. And then there's the feature that could change Grand Theft Auto's entire future as a platform. Okay, this is big. The community wants official modding and roleplay support. Now, here's the real backstory on this. In August of 2023, I believe, Rockstar officially acquired CFX.RE, and that's the team behind 5M. In previous videos, you've heard me say they've acquired 5M. Well, really, they acquired the team that created 5M, okay? And that's the third party? Oh my God. It wasn't so long I was on the potty, so that's probably why I'm saying that. But the third-party mod framework, okay, powers nearly all of Grand Theft Auto 5's roleplay community. As reported by PC Gamer, this was a massive reversal with Rockstar kind of taking it away. Or at least they tried to. They had previously tried to shut down 5M, calling it an unauthorized service back in 2015. Since the acquisition, multiple reports have pointed to something called Project Rome, which allegedly stands for Rockstar Online Modding Engine. According to reporting from Rockstar Intel, former 5M staffers have described Rome as an internal Rockstar project that would replace 5M as the official modding and server platform for Grand Theft Auto 6. In September 2025, PC Gamer reported that NoPixel 5, the next version of the biggest Grand Theft Auto roleplay server, was announced in collaboration with Rockstar Games and would be hosted on the Rockstar Games launcher. Additionally, a Rockstar job listing from August of 2025, spotted by gaming insider Trevor Traylor, sought a senior product manager for their creator platform, explicitly mentioning 5M and Redm. The community wants this to mean full modding tools, custom servers on console, a creator economy similar to Fortnite Creative or Roblox. Whether Rome delivers all of that remains to be seen, and Rockstar has not officially confirmed the project even exists. But the acquisition, job postings, the NoPixel collaboration, and multiple credible reports all point in the same direction. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to figure out what's going to be available in the future. Now, remember, this is the biggest game of all time. They're going to want to have virtually any and everything that you could want to do in it. They want to keep it there as long as possible, and they want you to have a good time because Rockstar believes in creating good products, and I know that is like a dying breed these days, but anyways, I digress. Beyond all of that, there's a long list of features the community has talked about, and it does constantly kind of go off the rails into just an absolute wish list tornado. People want skateboarding and rollerblading, and that's something I've seen in Grand Theft Auto 6 subreddit threads. They want deeper car customization on the level of like Need for Speed. I think we are going to be getting that. They want the ability to put bodies in car trunks. I also think we're going to be getting that. They want cooperative story mode with a friend. I don't know about that. They want cross-play between PlayStation and Xbox. I do think we'll see that. Something Rockstar has never done though, with any of its titles, by the way. I mean, they've never done that, but I do think we'll see it with this game. People also want single-player DLC, real story expansions like the Ballad of Gay Tony for Grand Theft Auto 4.
I don't think that's such a good idea.
Yeah? They said catching that pass in my high school championship football game was a bad idea because I broke my leg in 13 places, but I scored a touchdown and won the game.
And this is something that Rockstar famously abandoned in Grand Theft Auto 5. I mean, there was going to be single-player DLC for it, but they abandoned it in favor of Grand Theft Auto Online content. And I think it's time to bring single-player DLC back to Grand Theft Auto. Whether Rockstar agrees is another story entirely, because their next iteration of Grand Theft Auto Online is going to be insane. So what makes all of this so fascinating is that some of the craziest requests, like the Enterable buildings, an evolving map, official roleplay tools, a returning gym system, actually, they have some real evidence behind it, like some real stuff behind it that does point to them, in fact, being legit. Yeah, there's a lot of wild speculation out there that just doesn't make any sense, but at the same time, a lot of it is wild, but Rockstar is big enough to meet those demands. I can't think of a studio more equipped to actually handle those demands. And Rockstar, through their trailers, their hiring, their acquisitions, really does start to point to Grand Theft Auto 6 being built to be something fundamentally different from any and everything we've ever seen before. Not just bigger than Grand Theft Auto 5 or deeper than Grand Theft Auto 4 or Red Dead Redemption 2, but more reactive, more alive than ever before. So whether every feature on this list makes it to the final game, launching in November of 2026, nobody outside of Rockstar can say for certain. And it feels like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, I swear to God. But the ambition is real, okay? I mean, they are going all in on this game. Strauss Zelnick, if you can remember that quote a while back, he was like, a good game ain't good enough, is riding on this puppy, so it's got to deliver. And that's why we've seen so many delays. Even if studios would have released it, I'm sure, in the state it was in when it was last delayed. So we'll see. There's a lot of strong signals here for something just absolutely incredible. And the community has been waiting for over a decade for this game, and they've never had more than ever a reason to believe that what they're asking for might actually be what they're getting. Most people watching the second GTA 6 trailer were focused on the graphics, the lighting, the reflections, the character models. And yeah, all of that stuff does look incredible. But there's something else going on in that trailer that almost nobody is talking about. And it might end up being one of the most important things Rockstar gets right with this game. It's not super sexy, but it's really cool. The sound. Now, hear me out. Sound is more important than picture. You can have a bad picture, but amazing audio, and people will typically buy into that bad picture. On the flip side, you could have terrible audio but amazing picture, and people are going to notice. And this is kind of the reason I have trouble watching older films and have to put on the subtitles and stuff. It's just because the sound is a little bit more tinnier. You know what I'm talking about. But anyways, I'm getting off track here, but I just wanted to say that to let you know how important sound is to any form of media. It is probably the most important part. Movie, video, you get it. So if you go back and watch trailer 2 carefully, there's something kind of weird. The audio keeps changing, and I'm not just talking about the music, but the texture of the sound itself. When Jason is working on a rooftop, there's a classic rock song playing faintly in the background.
What you doing up there? I'm just fixing some leaks.
When he's driving, a different track is coming through his truck. When he robs a convenience store, you can hear that same song playing through the store speakers, and it sounds, well, different. It sounds like it's coming from cheap ceiling speakers, because it is. Wang Chung's Everybody Having Fun Tonight shows up while he's working out on the beach, and it sounds like it's coming from a portable speaker nearby. So in just 3 minutes, the trailer cycles through a number of songs, each one tied to a specific end-world source. But it's not just the music. When Jason talks to a prison guard through the glass, his voice sounds normal, but the guard's voice is slightly garbled and tinny, like it's being piped through an intercom.
I'm here for Lucia Caminos. She's supposed to be getting out.
What's your name?
Jason Duval.
I've seen you here before.
An ammunition commercial on a TV in the background sounds a little blown out and overcompressed, like the TV speakers can't quite handle the volume. Planes whoosh past overhead as Jason drives. The ocean laps at the shore. A cash register dings. All of this diegetic sound, meaning the audio exists inside the world of the game, not just layered on top of it. And the level of detail here, even in just this small little trailer, is just ridiculous. Now, Rockstar hasn't gone on the record talking specifically about their sound design goals for Grand Theft Auto 6. Most game studios don't. They just throw the eye candy in front of you. They want to show you the graphics, right? Because that's what's most striking when you're looking at a game. But the sound does speak for itself and adds a layer of depth to the trailers, like I talked about previously, that subconsciously deliver to you a heightened sense of astonishment, for lack of a better term. I don't know what I'm talking about, but listen, they haven't released any technical kind of stuff about the audio is what I'm saying. But here's why it's reasonable to believe that the audio in this game will be groundbreaking. Everything Rockstar has built over the last decade points in that direction. First, let's just start with their engine. Rockstar uses a proprietary audio system called Rage Audio, which is of course a part of their larger Rockstar Advanced Game Engine. Back in 2014, Alistair McGregor, who was the lead programmer at Rockstar North at the time, gave a talk at GDC about the sound of Grand Theft Auto 5. What he described was already far more complex than most people realize. Now, I'm not a game designer, but there is some interesting stuff here that I believe other games don't do. In Grand Theft Auto 5, the audio engine supported just over 1,000 virtual sound sources at any given time, with roughly 100 of those being physically rendered. The system recalculated which 100 voices to render every 15 milliseconds, based entirely on perceived loudness at the listener's position. There wasn't like a manual priority system, so if an explosion was happening 3 miles away, it might be less important than the sound of something right next to you. And the system figured that out on its own. Now again, I'm not sure how much of that is completely normal with other games or whatever, but 1,000 sounds running simultaneously, that's insane. Like when I play on a computer game, do you guys remember the little audio option to, select how many active sounds you could have at a given time? McGregor also talked about how their radio system worked. In Grand Theft Auto 5, radio tracks weren't just a flat audio layer. They were positioned at multiple points in the game world, with different reverb and filtering based on the type of vehicle, whether the roof was open or closed, and where you were relative to the speakers. The engine supported real-time synthesis, granular audio for vehicle engines, and a dynamic mixing system that could independently mix the player's car, enemy vehicles, and ambient traffic in real time during a chase. And Grand Theft Auto 5 shipped with over 75,000 audio metadata objects, almost 90 hours of streaming audio content. So, if Grand Theft Auto 5's audio was already that sophisticated, what happened next with Red Dead Redemption 2?
I head down there, I'm dead in 5 minutes.
Well, it was a massive escalation. If you've played Red Dead Redemption 2, you know just how good the sound design is in the game. It's so immersive. There's so many little sounds going on around you, little critters, the crackling of the gunshots, the campfires, even the sound of the water when you're fishing. It's insane the amount of detail in the sound of Red Dead Redemption 2 because sound is a huge part of immersion, and Rockstar knows this. Red Dead Redemption 2 won Best Audio Design at the Game Awards in 2018. It also won Best Score and Music at the same ceremony, and took Best Audio at the Italian Video Game Awards as well. The Game Developers Choice Awards gave it Best Technology, and the numbers behind that are staggering. According to a profile published by Vulture and reported by GamesRadar, Red Dead Redemption 2 shipped with 500,000 lines of dialogue. So let me put that in perspective real quick. Grand Theft Auto 5 had just over 158,000, right? At least that's the number I found from the sources I've looked through. That is more than triple the dialogue of Grand Theft Auto 5. Rockstar hired 1,200 actors from SAG-AFTRA, and if you don't know what SAG-AFTRA is, it's the Screen Actors Guild. Okay, so with 700 of them recording dialogue and 500 performing motion capture over 2,200 days. And with that many voice actors and stuff, you start to see why they cheap out so much on paying them, but whatever. Dan Houser said Rockstar specifically focused on casting talented actors whose voices you wouldn't recognize, because familiar voices, well, that would break immersion. So you can see Rockstar, man, they are all about immersion. That's the thing, man, the immersion Kool-Aid. And I think that's why they've blown up to be what they are today, because since day one, I mean, you go all the way back, well, really Grand Theft Auto 3, but since then and on, it's always been, how can we make these games more immersive? How can we really put you in the shoes of the character we're trying to tell the story of? One of the more quietly impressive details about Red Dead Redemption 2, no pun intended, is that the dialogue recorded while characters are on horseback was captured in two separate versions. One version for when the other character is riding close to you, and one for when they're farther away, where the actor is actually projecting or yelling. Now, if you go back and play Red Dead Redemption 2, you're going to notice this and you're going to think it's pretty freaking cool. At least I think it's pretty freaking cool. And players did notice this back immediately after launch. The volume and tone of a conversation changes naturally depending on physical distance, not through any post-processing trick, but because the actors literally performed it both ways. And isn't it kind of immersion breaking when you're riding on horseback in a game and you're just talking at room volume, like the guy's sitting across from you, like you're having coffee or something together, and maybe they're like a football field away and it's still, you know what I'm talking about. The music system for this game was so ambitious too. Composer Woody Jackson created roughly 60 hours of music for the game, though players would typically only hear about a third of it in a single playthrough. According to Ivan Pavlovich, Rockstar's director of music and audio, the game has 192 interactive mission tracks, and the score is split into three distinct types: narrative music, heard during story missions, interactive music when roaming the open world, and environmental music that exists inside the game world itself, like someone playing guitar at a campfire. The way that music responds to gameplay is driven by a system Rockstar internally calls the gunfight conductor. It was originally introduced in Grand Theft Auto 5, but it was overhauled, of course, for Red Dead Redemption 2. Woody Jackson would record stem loops, around 11 at a time, each running 4 to 5 minutes, and the conductor system would layer, alter, and swap those stems in real time based on what was happening in the game. Now, some games do this, but not to this extent. And the result speaks for itself because you get a score that never plays the same thing twice. Well, you know what I mean. There's a lot of layers to it. Over 110 musicians contributed to the final product as well. So why does all of this matter for Grand Theft Auto 6? Well, because Rockstar has never gone backward. Every major title they release pushes the audio further than the last one. Grand Theft Auto 4 to Grand Theft Auto 5 was a leap. Well, that's debatable, but anyways, I'm sorry. I'm done hating on Grand Theft Auto 5, I promise. Grand Theft Auto 5 to Red Dead Redemption 2 was another massive leap, a really big leap. Okay, now I'm done. And now they're building their next next game on current generation hardware that is fundamentally more capable for audio than anything they've worked with before. So what am I talking about here? Well, the PlayStation 5, which is like the ultimate platform for Grand Theft Auto 6 apparently, has the Tempest 3D audio tech engine. And really what I meant by that is like basically it feels like the game is being based completely around the PlayStation 5. You know what I mean? Anyways, the Tempest 3D audio tech engine. It's a dedicated sound processing chip based on reworked GPU architecture, specifically designed to handle hundreds of individual sound sources with spatial positioning. When Mark Cerny unveiled the technology, he said the goal was for every sound in the game to have dimensionality, not just, selected ones. That means environmental sounds, footsteps, vehicle noise, dialogue, ambient sounds, the works. All of it can have full 3D spatial positioning without the developer having to pick and choose what gets that treatment. That's a huge deal for a game like Grand Theft Auto 6 because it's set in a dense urban environment. What Vice City's soundscape needs to be. There's going to be a bunch of traffic, there's going to be music spilling out of everywhere, conversations on the streets, sirens in the distance, waves hitting the beach, helicopters overhead, gunfire echoing between buildings, which is something they've been pretty damn good at since Grand Theft Auto 4 in my opinion. Rockstar's existing Rage audio system was already handling a version of that in Grand Theft Auto 5, but it was doing it on hardware with a fraction of the capability. The headroom they have now is enormous, and they're gonna take full advantage of that. And there's some stuff out there that kind of points to Rockstar investing a lot of stuff into their audio team and tools. Stuff like job listings posted by Rockstar North in recent years have included positions for audio programmers with a specific emphasis on innovative procedural audio, and tools programmers tasked with supporting and developing what Rockstar calls, quote, a world-class audio tool suite, end quote there. A separate listing for an associate audio engineer in New York described recording sessions at their voiceover and motion capture studios, working with hundreds of audio files tracked through Pro Tools and Perforce. Perforce, I think I'm saying that right. Anyways, Rockstar's audio pipeline, based on what these listings describe, is a large-scale industrial operation. They have spared no expense with every bit of this game. Now, of course, I should have said earlier, take all this with salt, none of this is guaranteed, yada, yada, yada. And that's because Rockstar hasn't officially detailed, of course, what Grand Theft Auto 6's sound design will look like. And it's always possible that certain features get scaled back during development. Their audio engine has been evolving since 2005. Their team is led by someone who has been there for over 2 decades. Red Dead 2 already set a benchmark that most studios haven't even matched. The hardware they're building for it is specifically designed to make spatial audio even better, and if Trailer 2 is any indication, they're already thinking about sound in a way that treats every speaker, every surface, and every room in Vice City as part of the audio experience. If Rockstar delivers on the direction that their previous work points to, Grand Theft Auto 6 won't just look like the most detailed open world ever built. It'll sound like one too. Grand Theft Auto 6 is all about exploring the criminal underworld. So today, or tonight, let's look at the criminal underworld of Grand Theft Auto 6 and look at the gangs of Leonida.
Say hello to my little friend!
Which is a very sexy title. But in this video, we're covering every gang, faction, and criminal organization that's been leaked, confirmed, or spotted in trailers for Grand Theft Auto 6. And real quick, thank you so much to Melissa Orrs 9602 for this video idea. Also, this video is brought to you by War Thunder. I'm just kidding. So this is going to be just kind of an overall look at the gangs of Leonida based purely on what's out there right now. I'm going to try not to speculate too much, of course, not make anything up. No 95% accurate numbers, nothing like that. So this is just supposed to be facts from leaks, trailers, and official information. Again, some of that stuff could be wrong or changed, and nothing is confirmed until you have a controller in your hand and you're playing the game, yada, yada, yada. You get it. But let's just get into this video, okay? A hacker named TpoTuber Hacker posted download links to over 90 stolen videos on GTA forums. Rockstar Games confirmed that this leak was genuine the following day. The GTA community compiled all the leaked information into a 60-page PDF document analyzing every detail from those 90 clips. This document explicitly states that known gangs include San4San, Guardia Brothers, and some sort of far-right militia. So let's start with the most prominent gang we know about based off of this Grand Theft Auto 6 leaked Bible, if you will. So the San4San Haitian gang. According to the Grand Theft Auto wiki page for San4San, this gang was first mentioned in the September 2022 GTA 6 leaks, with its name appearing multiple times in a debug menu that listed various world events. According to a Reddit post analyzing the leaked files, there are references to, quote, San, end quote, with locations including a thrift store, store, and the poster noted that, quote, San for San and Guardia are gangs from the game. As that part where Jason is hiding, we can see at the top S4S Import Garage on the text, end quote. So where do these guys operate? According to the Grand Theft Auto wiki page for La Perle, I think that's how you say it, it's P-E-R-L-E, the neighborhood first appeared in the leaks showing Jason trespassing at an auto repair shop in the area. The page states that a Haitian-themed mural can be seen on a derelict warehouse across the street, featuring the phrase S4S Life, suggesting a strong presence of the San for San gang in the neighborhood. The wiki explicitly notes that both the neighborhood's name and its real-world counterpart, Little Haiti, are mentioned in leaked footage appearing in debug menus. The La Perle neighborhood made its official debut in the first trailer. According to the GTA wiki, at 1 minute into the first trailer, there's a shot of dirt bikers riding through a residential street in La Perle. It appeared again in trailer 2, where Jason drives past the Haitian-themed mural on the warehouse that was featured in the leaked footage. What about visual evidence of gang members in the trailers? Well, according to IGN's article, 99 details from the GTA 6 trailer, published in December of 2023, detail number 31 states, quote, in this shot of two guys shaking hands, we could see the man in the foreground is wearing a dark blue bandana. This is worn in a similar style to the purple bandanas worn by the Haitians in the original Vice City, suggesting that those gangs may return, end quote. So we don't know exactly how hostile they'll be to the player at the start, but given their territorial control over La Perle and the evidence of their presence in the leaked footage, they'll clearly be a significant faction in that part of the map. But what about the Guardia brothers? And I think I'm saying that right. So next up, we have the Guardia brothers. According to the Sportskeeda article from September of 2023 covering the 60-page leak analysis document, the Guardia brothers are listed as one of the known gangs from the September 2022 leaks. According to a Reddit post from September 20th, 2022, man, there's so many dates in this freaking video, analyzing the leaked files, there's a reference to Guardia Guard Fast Hideout. So that poster suspects that these are one of the gangs with the Guardia brothers as leaders, similar to the Mendez brothers from Vice City stories. NM likely stands for North Miami. According to a Reddit post from October 4th, 2023, which conducted a detailed analysis of the leaks, there's a gang called Guardia. That's essentially everything we have from confirmed written sources. They're mentioned in leaked files, they have a hideout location reference, and they appear to be an organized crime operation. How they'll interact with Lucia and Jason, we don't know yet. Then we have the far-right militia. This is probably the most unusual faction. According to the Sportskeeda article from September—
God damn it, sentient text, stop. Jesus, you just gave them all the frickin' codes I've put out so far. I didn't catch this until I was editing, so sorry about that. Anyways, let's get back to it. We're talking about the far-right militia. That's all the codes up to this point so far. Whatever, I'm not going to hide any in this video, but there will be future codes, well, in the future, for you to potentially get a PS5 if you can crack the code. Damn it, this stupid f***ing text.
The far-right militia is explicitly listed as one of the known gangs that exist in the leaked material. We don't have extensive written documentation on this group beyond their mention in the leaked files. What we do know is that they're listed alongside the other gangs in the September 2022 leak analysis, suggesting they're a faction players will encounter. Though whether they're a territorial gang or more of an encounter-based group like random events remains unclear from the available written sources. And lastly, we have the Final Chapter Motorcycle Club. Now let's talk about these bikers. According to IGN's guide page for Ambrosia, published in May 6th of 2025, as noted by Rockstar's official site, Ambrosia is largely ruled by a biker gang seemingly called the Final Chapter MC. MC stands for, of course, Motorcycle Club, duh, so that doesn't necessarily mean it's connected to the Lost MC from Grand Theft Auto 4 and Grand Theft Auto 5, but it is possible. Either way, the Final Chapter is sure to play a major part in any missions taking place in Ambrosia. We don't know specifically how they'll treat the player initially, but given that they control Ambrosia according to Rockstar's official site description, they'll likely be a major faction you interact with in that region. What about some other gang-related elements and locations, though? There are a few other gang-related things worth mentioning that came up in sources. So according to IGN's article, 89 Details from Grand Theft Auto 6 Trailer 2, the article notes that Jason appears to be involved with local drug traffickers and mentions Brian's Boat Works and Marina, which may suggest that there's organized criminal operations in the Leonida Keys area. According to the Grand Theft Auto base character page for Raul Batista, Rockstar's official character description states, Raul's a seasoned bank robber, always on the hunt for talent, ready to take the risks that bring the biggest rewards. And this kind of backs up that there's criminal operations and possibly organized crime groups beyond just street gangs. So more high-end jewel thief kind of stuff. So regarding the Keys area, according to IGN's Trailer 2 breakdown, there are references to drug smuggling operations and criminal activity in Port Gellhorn and the Leonida Keys, though specific gang names for these areas haven't been confirmed in written sources. But what about classic gangs from the original Vice City? This is kind of important to address, I guess. Some people are wondering if classic gangs from the original Vice City will return, like the Cubans or the Colombian Cartel. Well, according to IGN's trailer breakdown from December 2023, Detail 61 states, quote, "The guy riding on this truck is wearing a red bandana tied around his neck," which could be a reference to the Cuban gang who wore similar bandanas in the original Vice City. However, it's definitely not a confirmation. The blue bandana observation I mentioned earlier also led IGN to say that Haitian gangs may return. But again, this is analysis of visual evidence in the trailer, not confirmed information. The San for San gang appears to be the modern equivalent or evolution of the Haitian gangs from the original Vice City, based on their control of La Pearl, which is the Little Haiti equivalent. As for Colombian or other cartels, there's no written confirmation in the leaked documents or official sources that I found. These remain fan speculation based on the Miami setting and previous GTA games, and maybe we'll get a peek at that kind of stuff in Trailer 3 if it ever comes out. So, what do we still not know? Well, frankly, a lot, but let me be very clear about what we don't have written confirmation on. We don't know how any of these gangs will initially react to the player. We don't know if there's a reputation system. We don't know if a gang warfare or territory control thing will be in the game. We don't know the full extent of which leaked gangs made it into the final game versus which are being cut during development, you know? So you might see these gangs and yeah, maybe you do a mission or two for them, but there's going to be a lot more things that you could do to interact with them. Maybe they're going to cut all that before. I doubt they're going to strip out gangs entirely that have been showcased in trailers, but maybe there's gangs that haven't been showcased in trailers that will be removed entirely. Who knows? Like more organized crime stuff that we could see in Trailer 3. So, according to multiple news sources from 2025, including reports about Rockstar employee firings related to leaks, some information from 2025 may be legitimate, but Rockstar hasn't officially confirmed most of these details beyond what they've shown in the trailers and official promotional materials. So, there you have it. That's everything I've got based on everything that I found. Leaked files, all that kind of crap. So, the San for San Haitian gang operates out of La Pearl, which is Little Haiti. This is confirmed through the September 2022 leaks, where their name appeared in the debug menus and all that crap. And also you can see visual signs of them around. The Guardia brothers are referenced in the September 2022 leak files as well, having a hideout, with community analysis pointing to them being an organized crime family similar to the past GTA crime families. The far-right militia is mentioned in a 60-page leak analysis document, the GTA 6 leak Bible basically, as one of the known gangs, though details are extremely limited. And then the final chapter MC is a biker gang that, according to Rockstar's official site description cited by IGN, largely rules Ambrosia. This is actually the most officially confirmed gang beyond what we see in the trailers. Beyond that, we have evidence of criminal operations in Port Gellhorn and the Leonida Keys related to drug smuggling, and characters like Raul Batista, who is officially described by Rockstar as a seasoned bank robber. There's visual evidence in the trailers of people wearing bandanas similar to the classic Vice City gangs, but whether those exact gangs return is speculation, not confirmation. So as we get closer to the game's release in November of 2026, please no more delays, knock on wood, and potentially get more official information from Rockstar, we'll learn more about how these factions actually work in the game. For now, this is everything we can really confirm from legitimate written sources, and even then, take it with a grain of salt. Rockstar has shown us 2 trailers, a handful of screenshots, and exactly 1 confirmed release window. That's really about it. Now, for a game that's been in development for over a decade, the amount of official information we have is comically small. But the thing is, there are entire systems, technologies, and features sitting in plain sight, patents filed by Take-Two, details buried in court documents, signals hiding in plain view in the trailers, just waiting to be discovered, and partnerships that tell us more than any press release ever could. So today, or tonight, we are going through the Grand Theft Auto 6 features Rockstar has not talked about yet. Let's start with something that leaked out of a courtroom. Let's get spicy here. A detail about Grand Theft Auto 6's multiplayer mode was accidentally revealed during a UK employment tribunal involving Rockstar and a group of fired employees. You may have heard of them. As reported by People Make Games, who were present at the hearing, one of the fired employees had sent a message in a Discord server stating that Rockstar didn't want more than 5 people taking time off at the same time because it made it harder to fill playtest sessions of the online mode with 32 players. According to Kotaku, Rockstar's legal spokesperson was visibly uncomfortable reading the detail aloud in court because it was considered extremely confidential. Now, 32 players is technically the same as what Grand Theft Auto Online currently supports, but Kotaku also noted that it remains unknown whether other modes, like a possible free-roam mode, might support even more or fewer players. The point here is that Rockstar has said virtually nothing about Grand Theft Auto 6's multiplayer. Like, there's 0 official details, nothing. And yet, internally, they are actively playtesting it with full lobbies. So that tells you that it is much further along than what their silence may suggest. And speaking of the silence around multiplayer, there's another piece of the puzzle. According to IGN, Rockstar posted on social media that it's excited to support the No Pixel team as they create the future of GTA RP, roleplay. No Pixel, for context, is the biggest roleplay server in Grand Theft Auto 5. The new version, No Pixel 5, is coming to the Rockstar Games launcher and other PC platforms. Rockstar did not say the future of Grand Theft Auto 5 roleplay. They said the future of Grand Theft Auto roleplay. Now, that's a deliberate choice of words right there from a company
company that measures every syllable it puts out publicly. And according to the same report, Rockstar had already acquired the team behind FiveM and RedM at CFX.re. T-Pain revealed after he started working on Grand Theft Auto 6 that Rockstar told him he could no longer participate in roleplay servers like NoPixel. So Rockstar has never officially confirmed roleplay features for Grand Theft Auto 6, but they are very clearly building the infrastructure for it. Now let's talk about my least favorite thing, patents. This is where things start to get a little bit more technical. But it matters because these are not rumors. These are actual legal filings made by Take-Two Interactive with specific engineering details. According to Lad Bible, an 88-page patent filed by Take-Two was approved. This new technology allows Rockstar's Rage engine to carry out animations for characters of all weights and builds, eliminating the need for actors who physically match every character's body type during motion capture. Previously, if Rockstar wanted like a large character to perform a specific motion,
Saying things make us laugh, make us cry.
they needed to find, well, a large actor. This system removes that limitation entirely. And according to them, the practical implication is that Grand Theft Auto 6 could feature far more options for character customization and animations, since the system no longer requires a physical match between the motion capture performer and the in-game character. A character of any size or build can now perform any animation naturally, without Rockstar needing to record separate sessions for each body type. Rockstar has said nothing about this system in any press release or public statement. But that's not the only patent, and you know I talk about them a lot. Take-Two filed a separate patent titled System and Method for Virtual... God, I hate this patent. System and Method for Virtual Navigation in a Gaming Environment. So, GameSpot did a breakdown of this, so let's talk about that. According to GameSpot's breakdown of the filing, the system is designed to increase the situational awareness of NPC vehicles. The patent describes NPCs that define their own characteristics for traversing road nodes, including acceleration, braking distances, top speeds, and cornering speeds. This means NPC drivers could reroute around traffic jams. I've talked about this in pretty much every video. Oh man, I feel like I'd always come back to this specific example for this, but you know what? This might be your first Dandy Indie video, so let's revisit it. This means NPC drivers could reroute around traffic jams, avoid slick roads during rain, recognize car crashes as obstructions, and dynamically slow down on residential streets. Again, Rockstar has never publicly addressed this. There's another patent worth mentioning. Take-Two also filed a patent for a system and method for virtual character locomotion. This is another one I've talked about a lot. The technology uses a library of small building blocks for character movement that can be combined in various ways to create a wide range of animations. Instead of creating entirely new animations for every scenario, the system puts together movements naturally so that a character's locomotion can match the weather, their energy level, and their injuries. That means walking in the rain, moving while fatigued, or reacting to getting hurt should all look distinct and fluid rather than relying on a single canned animation. Rockstar has been filing these patents quietly for years. None of them have ever been acknowledged publicly, but they're out there if you want to go look for them on Google. Now, let's talk about something else, and this is something that's been staring us in the face in both trailers, the in-game social media system. So both trailers are saturated with imagery of people filming on their phones, posting content, and live streaming. There are TikTok-style vertical video clips embedded directly into the trailer sequences. The game trailers have shown what appears to be a fully functional in-game social media platform, but Rockstar has never explained what this system actually does. So is it just set dressing? Is it tied to gameplay? My money's on gameplay, but the trailers are clearly emphasizing it. But there has been no official word on whether your in-game actions generate social media posts, whether NPCs can film your crimes and make them go viral, or whether your reputation in Vice City is affected by your digital footprint. So the emphasis in both trailers is unmistakable, but the mechanics behind it remain a complete mystery. Now here's another one. According to Jason Schreier's reporting at Bloomberg, early plans for Grand Theft Auto 6 included large swaths of North America and South America under the codename Project Americas. Y'all remember this, right? And according to Eurogamer, early development even featured 4 protagonists across 3 cities. Those plans were scaled way back to keep the scope manageable. But here's what Schreier also reported. The game was planned to launch with a Vice City setting, but with extra missions and cities to be added on a regular basis after release. Rockstar has never publicly confirmed a post-launch expansion plan or anything like that. They've not said whether new cities will be added. They've not said whether single-player DLC is on the table. I mean, they haven't said anything like that. But given that Grand Theft Auto 5 famously never received its promised story DLC because Grand Theft Auto Online became so profitable, this is one of the biggest unanswered questions hanging over the game. Then there's the PC version. So the Grand Theft Auto 6 release targets PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series consoles only. A PC release has not officially been announced. According to Games Radar, a former Rockstar developer has said the PC launch probably will not come for a very long time, and that Rockstar focuses on what sells, with PlayStation taking priority. And you've heard me say before, it feels like they're building this whole game for the PlayStation. Well, they are. According to Jason Schreier, PlayStation is the main platform for the game, and Sony is planning its entire lineup around it. The PC community is one of the largest in gaming, and Rockstar has still not said a single word about when they can play this game. Now, what about that soundtrack and radio system? Well, they've also been tight-lipped around this. According to Grand Theft Auto Base's radio station stuff, only one radio station has been confirmed by name so far, and that's V-Rock, which was spotted on a t-shirt worn by Jason in official materials. And according to B-Bomb's Grand Theft Auto 6 soundtrack report, a handful of songs have been confirmed from the trailers, including tracks by like Tom Petty, the Pointer Sisters, Jay Ferguson, Wang Chung, but the full radio station lineup, the DJ hosts, the talk shows, the overall musical identity of the game, all of this is completely unknown. Music producer Jermaine Dupri claimed that Grand Theft Auto 6 will feature artist-specific radio stations, with Drake cited as an example, good God, please no, and that these stations would serve as platforms for new music uploads. That claim remains unconfirmed by Rockstar. If true, though, it would be a big departure from how Grand Theft Auto normally handles music and pretty much every single entry before it. But Rockstar hasn't said anything. And finally, there is what might be the most important unspoken feature of them all, the wanted system. Although there's plenty to go off of, and you should check out my wanted system video because it goes into great detail about it based off the leaks. Anyways, according to Grand Theft Auto Base's confirmed features guide, the 6-star wanted level does return in Grand Theft Auto 6, and police AI will include delayed response times, options to surrender, and more realistic behavior during shootouts. The leaked development footage, which Rockstar confirmed was real in an official statement acknowledging the hack, showed on-screen indicators for things like no vehicle description and full vehicle descriptions. According to Lad Bible, reporting on details confirmed through Rockstar's legal disputes, the game will also include a witness system where bystanders can report crimes to police with details about your vehicle and appearance. And this system is very similar to what it was in Red Dead Redemption 2. But how this all actually connects, how the stars are going to actually escalate, all that kind of stuff, whether you can negotiate with police, tip them off, be like, hey man, cut me some slack, that kind of thing. Whether disguises or car changes actually do help you evade detection, none of that has been explained by Rockstar, of course. The wanted system is one of the defining mechanics of Grand Theft Auto, though, and Rockstar has not said a word about how it works in the new game. Hopefully we'll hear more soon. Or by the time this video comes out, hopefully trailer 3's come out or something. Y'all let me know. Send a time capsule back. Does it work like that? Anyways, when you take a step back and you just kind of look at all this crap, you realize something. We don't know anything. Yeah, don't you love that? This is a Grand Theft Auto 6 channel, and I'm just coming out and saying it, right? I mean, we got the leaks. There's things that we can make educated guesses on. We know what the game will look like. We know some of the characters. We know the setting, but the actual systems, the ones that determine what the game's really going to feel like moment to moment, those are still hidden. Now, if you go digging deep enough, you can probably find some things that show you what they'll be like. And those things may exist on the internet, mainly Vimeo, just saying. But the animation technology, the multiplayer structure, the post-launch roadmap, all that crap, the social media mechanics, the wanted system, the radio experience, the PC release even, all of it is sitting behind a wall of silence. And for a game this close to release, that silence, man, is becoming loud as f***. So when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out back in 2013, there was a big kind of headline feature that wasn't the map or the heists or anything like that. And the heists were a really big freaking deal back in the day. I mean, they were. That was a huge selling point of the game, or even the online mode that came a little bit later. But the big selling point of this game, like just something really new, revolutionary, something that Rockstar has never, or at the time had never done before, was being able to hold down on the D-pad and switch to another character. Watching the camera pull up into the clouds, into that like Google Maps look, it was really freaking cool. And then pivot around and then drop into, well, either Trevor, Franklin, or Mike. I almost said Michael. We need like a hodgepodge, weird, radioactive combination of all three of these characters, just all of them together. I wonder what that would look like. Perhaps more interesting than all of them, but I'm just kidding. Anyways, I know I beat up on Grand Theft Auto 5 all the time. So you had these three protagonists, and they were kind of switchable at will, but not really. I mean, you could when you're out re-roaming and stuff like that. It was cool. In a way, though, it was kind of gimmicky. But it was really neat because when you pulled out and you drop back in on another one, they would be doing something, and it made it feel like the world kept living, whether you were there to witness it or not. And to some, it was annoying because maybe you had a certain set of clothes on a character, had them doing something, and all of a sudden they're naked in an alley. But it was pretty cool. And it was a huge change to how Grand Theft Auto just worked and how it told its story. And no one had done something like that before. Now we're just months out from Grand Theft Auto 6, and a question worth asking: what happens when Rockstar cuts the cast from 3 to 2 people and ties them together in such a way, like, in a relationship? I mean, Michael, Trevor, and Franklin weren't all kissing on each other. At least I didn't see that.
But anyways, whoa, I'm sorry about that. I'm getting way off topic here. Let's just look at this because this is something that I've been very interested in, is how these two characters are going to play together. And it's going to be, from what I've seen, especially in the leaks, completely different than Grand Theft Auto 5. People keep asking about a third protagonist. It's not looking like it's that kind of system, guys. So let's go through the crap we actually know, what the leaks showed, and then I'll get into speculation and stuff like that. But first, let's look at the basics here with sources that are, you can go and check out yourself. So Grand Theft Auto 6 has two protagonists, right? Jason and Lucia. Duh, that's confirmed by Rockstar. So, I don't have to go through a list here and tell you guys this kind of stuff, right? But I've gotten in trouble in the past saying like the map was 95% accurate, the mock-up map. I'm just trying to keep it real here and trying to be a little bit safer here. But let's just start with the basics. Jason and Lucia are confirmed for Grand Theft Auto 6. And it's pretty cool too, because Lucia, that's going to be like our first female playable protagonist in a mainline Grand Theft Auto game. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they do it, especially because she's tied to our other protagonist, Jason, and they're in a relationship together. And that relationship is a really big thing when it comes to how these two are going to interact, how they're going to play together. Because if you remember in Grand Theft Auto 5, there was kind of like that uncertain footing that all three had. There was kind of that weird, uncertain relationship, and that led to, well, whichever ending you chose, but to where one of them could be killed, at least Trevor or Michael, or they could all get out together. It was up to you. But I'm just saying things were a little bit uneasier with them. Jason and Lucia, they're close, and real close. And Rockstar said that they've always had the deck stacked against them, so it seems like they're just going to be super codependent on each other, facing the rest of the world, basically. And we know that when an easy score goes wrong, they end up forced to rely on each other more than ever if they want to make it out alive. And Lucia's bio explicitly said that life with Jason could be her way out. So Jason's bio, it had said something like about meeting Lucia could be the best or worst thing to have ever happened to him. And so, it seems there's going to be a little bit of friction coming from Lucia here. But that's the general framework here with these two characters. We got two people romantically and criminally entangled, and that sounds super interesting and super sexy. And they're trying to work out the same problem together as a team, as a partnership. And, it's no secret that they're heavily inspired by Bonnie and Clyde. And Rockstar's marketing has definitely leaned into it, like with the shots of them getting away from the police in the cars and stuff like that. It's really cool. We see them like robbing the convenience stores together. We get it. They're doing robberies together. They're together. They, do stuff at home together. They get intimate. So I'm curious what it's going to be like on a day-to-day basis. If you remember in Grand Theft Auto 4, when you were, you'd make a buddy or something like that, you would get to some people an annoying phone call and you would end up going and doing something with them and stuff like that. Now, personally, I loved it. Hanging out with people was really cool in Grand Theft Auto 4. But now the person that you're going to be hanging out with the most is right there in your house. So that's going to be interesting. So expect there to be weird banter back and forth. Michael's family in Grand Theft Auto 5, that interesting banter and stuff like that, that was something really cool Grand Theft Auto 5 had. Or look at how the camping thing worked in Red Dead Redemption 2, where everyone had something to say. Now there's just two people living together. So I can only imagine how much crap they're going to have to say with each other. And I think maybe we might, as like a comic relief thing, eventually have Cal maybe kind of crash with them or something like that. That kind of situation, who could make funny commentary on your relationship, being like, hey, hook me up. I need a partner and stuff like that. Like he does in the trailer. He literally says that. So interesting. But imagine what it'll be like waking up as Jason or Lucia. They're going to be laying next to each other. That's something we're not used to doing in a Grand Theft Auto game. Even in Grand Theft Auto 5, where we play as a married man, Michael, his relationship's on the rocks and he wakes up alone. Now you're gonna be waking up side by side, taking showers and stuff, maybe together, stuff like that, just couple stuff, bickering and arguing over things. And I'm so curious to see how they do this. And there's been talk of a relationship meter. And perhaps, with these greet and antagonize systems, you can interact with each other in a little bit more of an advanced way and decide very important things like where to eat for dinner.
Oh shit, here we go again.
And if you haven't been in a relationship, you will soon find out that that is a loaded question filled with about an hour's worth of soul searching and conversations and trying to piece things together and figure it out. So there's going to be a bunch of really cool interactions just existing together, doing things together. It's kind of like if you played Cyberpunk 2077, when you have Johnny Silverhand with you, when you go places with him, he comments on it. So now expect you go places together, the other character you're not playing as is going to have something to say. They're going to be talking, existing. You're really going to be feeling like that this game is kind of a vehicle allowing you to explore Bonnie and Clyde's life, or this fictional version of a Bonnie and Clyde in a modern day setting, rather than being a total god that's taking complete control of these characters. At least I think so. And I think especially if you look at how the gameplay is going to go with the leaks, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. And also from a gameplay perspective, these two are going to be working together a lot more tactically than we saw in Grand Theft Auto 5. In Grand Theft Auto 5, it was more gimmicky. It was more kind of like you could switch over
over to the action. You know, what was the big Michael Bay set piece happening at a given time? You could switch over to that Michael Bay set piece and get the coolest part of the action. That was cool, and I think it served the game, and it was an interesting experiment. Now we're looking more at who's going to be able to do the most in a given situation to really help out and achieve a goal. For instance, having Lucia distract someone, maybe with her good looks, something like that, and then you have Jason flank them, sneak around them, stuff like that. And almost kind of like, you know, I've been playing a little bit of The Last of Us recently, so maybe a little bit more like that as far as like stealth and moving around characters and stuff like that. But now you have two people and you're able to kind of dish out commands loosely. You know, I'm not talking about a full-blown ready or not tactical kind of SWAT game kind of thing, but more to where instead of it feeling like you're playing as two separate characters, you feel like you're playing as a team. You feel like these two people are one character working together to accomplish a similar goal. And I always find it so funny when people say, oh, I'm going to play as Lucia more, or oh, I'm going to play as Jason more. You know, I'm sure there's going to be opportunities to play as one or the other more, but I think in a lot of situations, you're going to find that you are really having to rely on the other character. And I think that that is going to be an artistic choice, because having to rely on the other character is going to really strengthen that feeling that you're together in this relationship, that this is a partnership and that the odds are stacked against you. And by making NPCs and stuff like that more challenging perhaps, and less shooting gallery, people who are coming after you scarier, you know, more dangerous. You see how I'm kind of leaning into more of these people are going to feel more kind of like the Last of Us opponents rather than your standard Grand Theft Auto fare. It will really make you have to lean on one another. Now, I'm sure it's not going to go full-blown like Last of Us if you play it on like Grounded or something like that. You know how brutal that can be. But it's going to at least tickle it a little bit, you know? So you guys are really going to be counting on each other. Instead of pressing down on the D-pad to switch over to get a cool headshot and stuff like that, I think that everything we've seen, it kind of suggests that like you're going to be pivoting over to a character as you see fit rather than it popping up at the bottom right going bing, 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 switch over to this other character. If you remember in Grand Theft Auto 5, it was pretty much always written for you when it was time to switch to another character, rather than you doing it on the fly in combat and story missions, because those missions were very much on the rails. And with this removal of this restriction, I think also means that gameplay is going to be more open-ended and more mission-focused, more sandbox-oriented, similar to older Grand Theft Autos, or similar to a game like Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain, where you can approach an objective in a lot of different ways. Not all the times, of course. I'm sure things are going to be very on the rails for some of it, and then allow it to kind of breathe and for you to do whatever it is you need to do to accomplish a goal working together. So these are the kinds of things, guys, that are going to make Grand Theft Auto 6's character switching just way more advanced than, you know, Grand Theft Auto 5. It's going to feel more like Army of Two. Maybe not with the whole fire and maneuver tactics with suppression, but more of just having to work together. Because think about it, if they could do that in the actual gameplay, imagine how that's going to feel in the story. Imagine how that's going to feel if we lose someone. It's going to make us care a lot about the other person in this game. And if you look at the leaks, it looks like it's much more snappier when you switch over to someone. There's not that big like zoom out, load, then go over and then zoom in, you know, that kind of thing. It just kind of switches over to them. And again, this is pre-alpha stuff. This was forever ago, but it was in 2022 a near instant transition. And that's really freaking cool. Now, again, this is going to be running on a base PlayStation 5, or at least it was in the test from what I could tell. We know the trailers were, but Grand Theft Auto 5, it was released with hardware like the Xbox 360 and PS3 in mind. And again, I can't stress this enough. 5's heist, really kind of the big point for the character switching stuff, which is why it was so different than what we're going to see in a game like Grand Theft Auto 6. For example, 5's character switching was acted more as kind of like multi-camera thing, or like a director's chair. Like I said earlier, you'd be able to hop between where the action was, you know, go between a sniper, maybe to driving, to point man, you know, stuff like that. And it just kept you in the most exciting role at any given moment. Again, with Jason and Lucia, you're not going to need that as much because they're typically already in the same scene. You're going to get partnership-driven gameplay. One drives, one shoots. More of a Starsky and Hutch kind of thing. Any of you grew up watching Starsky and Hutch? Man, I'm really starting to show my age here. And even then, I'm like, I'm too young to have grown up watching Starsky and Hutch. But still, so it'll be cool because one of y'all could be like holding up the hostages and the other one could be robbing the store, which is what we saw in the Hank's Waffle Heist in the leaks. Now, in the official material, like the trailers and stuff, we haven't seen what the switching will look like, any of the UI elements, of course, nothing like that. Of course, we've seen Lucia and Jason together repeatedly, and we've seen them separately, you know, when Lucia's in prison and Jason is doing his day-to-day, all that kind of stuff before he gets her. Or we don't really even know if that's what's going on because it's shown out of order. But that's kind of like the narrative that they were painting in the trailer for fun. But anyways.
let's wrap this baby up here. We've got 2 confirmed protagonists. I don't think we're going to have a third at this point. I was pretty certain early on that it was going to be someone like Raul or something, but as more time has gone on, the more I've looked into the leaks, the more I've dug around making these videos. I mean, dude, the trailers, I sleep. I see them in my head at night. I'm not convinced we're going to have a third protagonist anymore, and I'm more convinced that Rockstar is really going to try and sell us on this whole partnership dynamic between Jason and Lucia, this Bonnie and Clyde dynamic. And that is something you've never seen before. That is an innovation. And I could say that a lot of this is speculation, but honestly, it's not. It's pretty freaking obvious if you just look at the leaked footage, which I don't know how much I can advocate for because we're not supposed to see it, but whatever. It came out in 2022. You can find it online. So Grand Theft Auto 6's character switching is probably going to feel much more meaningful, much different than 5's, not because like the tech or how the game works is different or anything like that, but because the story it's serving is completely different. 5 used switching to span a city full, of separate lives and to show us individuals doing their individual day-to-day things. 6 is going to be using it by every available indication to show us a relationship, working together, partners overcoming the odds. With a smaller transition distance, that's not going to matter so much. It's not, that gimmick I think is out the window. Not to say they're not going to be separate and you could like switch over to Lucia and she's with her girlfriends and stuff like that, talking crap about Jason, and you could switch over to Jason, he's getting drunk at the bar with Cal. I'm sure there's still going to be cool stuff like that, but in gameplay. And I think ultimately this is going to be a much richer experience than what Grand Theft Auto 5 provided us, because they're going to put us in a world where you can't do things alone and you're going to have to rely on each other and work together. And that's really freaking cool. At least I think so. But what do you think? Today, we're looking at every single real-world location that's been confirmed in Grand Theft Auto 6. And I'm talking about actual places in Miami and Florida that Rockstar Games has meticulously recreated in both Trailer 1 and 2 in the official screenshots they've released. So this isn't really any speculative kind of stuff. I might get something wrong. Let me know in the comments if I do. I've done it before. I'm open to that. I'm not going to pretend I'm the final say, end all be all. Sometimes I'm incorrect. I'm human. So everything you're about to hear has some sort of proof in the footage or the images directly from Rockstar. So let's look at it. Let's start where most people start when they think of Miami, Ocean Drive and South Beach. So according to sources who've analyzed the trailer frame by frame, Ocean Drive is back and it looks absolutely stunning. And it's pretty obvious, right? The trailer shows the iconic Art Deco hotels that this street is famous for. Multiple sources have confirmed several buildings appear in the footage. According to Miami New Times, the Lowe's Miami Beach Hotel at 1601 Collins Avenue is masterfully replicated in the game. And you can even spot an airplane banner ad for the fictional Club 919, which is a nod to Club E11's, how do you even say that? 11 Evens, whatever, infamous aerial advertisements in real life. The Royal Palm Hotel also appears in the opening shot alongside the 1500 Ocean Drive condos, according to sources who visited these locations in person. Now, one of the most iconic hotels on Ocean Drive is the Hotel Breakwater at 940 Ocean Drive. According to Miami New Times and multiple sources, this becomes the hotel boardwalk in the game to avoid copyright issues. This neon-lit Art Deco landmark gets the Rockstar treatment while capturing the energy of Miami Beach's most infamous strip. Right next to it, you've got Hotel Victor at 1144 Ocean Drive, which becomes Hotel Dixon in the game according to the same sources. So this neon-soaked Art Deco classic is recreated with Rockstar's signature attention to detail. You can spot the Ocean View Hotel sign in the distance too, which is a direct callback to the original Grand Theft Auto Vice City from 2002. And according to one YouTuber who explored Ocean Drive, it's positioned perfectly to recreate that nostalgia. Now, let's move up Collins Avenue, which is essentially the main spine of Miami Beach. The trailer and the screenshots have confirmed several real condo towers that have been recreated in Vice Beach. First up, according to Miami New Times, we've got the blue and green diamond condos located at 4775 and 4779 Collins Avenue in real life. These glimmering towers are visible in the game, and they're actually Miami Beach landmarks. Then there's Jade Ocean, which is located at 17121 Collins Avenue in Sunny Isles Beach. This is a massive 52-story oceanfront tower with that distinctive wave-like design, and it's been confirmed in the official screenshots according to multiple sources, with your eyes even. So Miami New Times notes this building is actually listed among real-life structures showing signs of sinking, so hopefully the Grand Theft Auto 6 version is more structurally sound. We'll see. Additional confirmed buildings along Collins Avenue include Flamingo Point at 1508 Bay Road, all confirmed. There's also the Tresor Tower Penthouse at 4401 Collins Avenue, which sits on top of the historic Fontainebleau, Miami Beach. And my God, forgive me if I pronounced that wrong. Anyways, it features a private pool and a sprawling terrace. And I don't actually know right now because I am reading off the script I wrote, but if it exists, it will be in front of you right now. So, oh man. All right, so moving on to the waterfront, we need to talk about the Venetian Isle condominium at 1000 Venetian Way. This building is impossible to miss because of its unique design that looks like a flight of stairs. This building appears prominently in the night shot showing the Venetian Causeway. You've also got the Floridian and, how do you say this? Murano Grande condos at 650 West Avenue and 400 Alton Road, proving how much detail Rockstar is putting into these waterfront luxury properties. And why? Well, probably because of Grand Theft Auto Online, let's be honest here. One screenshot shows the W Hotel pool on Miami Beach, according to Reddit users who compared it to the real-life drone footage. You can recognize it by the distinctive layout of the pool area, though the game version appears to include a duck statue that may have been borrowed from the nearby SLS Hotel for artistic flair. Now, let's talk about the causeways that connect everything together. The Venetian Causeway is a major feature in the trailer, and guys, tell me if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Instead, like I was saying livery instead of livery in one of the videos. You get what I'm saying. Just let me know if I'm pronouncing stuff wrong. I like to be corrected. Anyways, this connects mainland Miami to Miami Beach, crossing over on a barrier island. According to multiple analyses, the evening shot in trailer 1 shows this causeway almost perfectly recreated, complete with the Venetian Isle condo we just talked about, and even the tall booths at the entrance. According to a travel site, this is going to be one of your main routes for driving between Central Vice City and Vice Beach in the game. The MacArthur Causeway also appears, according to sources who visited these locations in real life. This is Interstate 195 in Miami, and it's another major connector between Brickell and South Beach. And Brickell? Whatever. Then there's the Julia Tuttle Causeway, which is also part of Interstate 195, according to PC Gamer. Multiple Reddit discussions confirm this appears in quick shots during the trailer, and it's another long connecting route between Miami Beach and mainland Miami. But the most iconic bridge, that's down in the Florida Keys. And I need to be specific here because, well, that matters. It's the Bahia Honda Bridge, not the 7 Mile Bridge. According to detailed analysis from people who actually visited this exact location, the old Bahia Honda Rail Bridge appears in that beautiful aerial shot. According to one YouTuber who flew a drone at Bahia Honda State Park, this bridge was built in 1912 as a railroad bridge, then converted to a highway to use in 1938, and then closed in 1972 when they built the new bridge right next to it. The old bridge has missing sections. You can see them clearly in both the trailer and in real life at both the north and south ends. Players are definitely going to try and stunt jump over those gaps. I mean, I am. The bridge connects Bahia Honda Key with Spanish Harbor Key and is part of the 113-mile overseas highway through the Florida Keys to Key West. Downtown Miami and Brickell are absolutely loaded with confirmed buildings. The most obvious one, the 500 Brickell building. You can identify it by the distinctive large white connecting roof with a giant circular cutout between the west and east towers. According to Reddit users who live near this building, Rockstar even got the balcony details on the surrounding Brickell on the river complex correct. So let's move on to the Port of Miami, which becomes Port Vice City in this game. This is massive. According to GTA Wiki, Port Miami is the largest and busiest passenger port in the entire world. The trailer shows container operations with blue cranes, and you can see speedboats racing past. And according to official documents, the real Port Miami handles millions of passengers every year through multiple cruise terminals. Right next to the port area is Bayside. There's the Skyview's Miami observation wheel in this area. According to one YouTuber's breakdown, this Ferris wheel is 176 feet tall and open in 2020. It's located at Bayside Marketplace, and according to screenshots, you can see its position with the downtown skyline in the background. Now, one of the most striking buildings in the screenshot is the Adrian Arsht Center for the Performing Arts, and I think I'm saying that right. Again, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. This Performing Arts Center is front and center in one of Rockstar's official screenshots. The real center has the Ziff Ballet Opera House, which according to the center's official website seats 2,400 people and has the second largest performing arts stage in the United States after the Metropolitan Opera. The building features a distinctive modern design that's clearly visible in the Grand Theft Auto 6 screenshots. The Casilla Center, formerly known as FTX Arena, and before that American Airlines Arena, man, they change them all the time for these arenas, is the home of the Miami Heat. According to Wikipedia, this arena has a capacity of 19,500 people and sits right on Biscayne Bay in downtown Miami. The arena structure, lights, and location match the real-world building. The Wynwood District is confirmed through all the street art and graffiti shots in the trailer. According to travel sites, Wynwood is located north of downtown Miami and west of Miami Beach, and Rockstar is clearly showcasing this as one of the unique neighborhoods that can add contrast to the glitzy beachfront areas. But what about neighborhoods? Well, Little Havana becomes Little Cuba in the game. According to the GTA Wiki, this neighborhood is inspired by the real-life Havana in Miami. Rockstar's official website mentions, quote, the bustling panaderias of Little Cuba, and please, again, forgive me if I butchered that.
But that's Cuban bakeries, right? This neighborhood has always been a major part of Vice City's identity. And then there's Tishawaka, which according to the GTA Wiki is based on Apalaca, Florida. Rockstar's official website specifically mentions the bootleg brands of the Tishawaka flea market, confirming this as a location where you'll find cheaper goods compared to the luxury shopping in other parts of Vice City. Then there's the King of Diamonds strip club in Miami-Dade County. The branding and design are heavily inspired by the real King of Diamonds. The Florida Keys becomes the Leonida Keys in Grand Theft Auto 6, of course. One of the protagonists has a house somewhere in the Keys. Who could it be, Jason? The aerial shots in the trailer show multiple keys connected by bridges, just like in real life. The Everglades become the grass rivers in the game, and according to IGN, this is the swampland area relatively close to Vice City, filled with mangroves and alligators. The official Rockstar description says, quote, "One wrong step could leave you sinking in the mud or facing a deadly predator," end quote. The trailer shows airboats, a classic Everglades mode of transportation, and there's a massive area of flooded grasslands and swamps. This is going to be your wilderness area for hunting and probably some intense missions. Your Vietnam missions, that kind of thing. One structure you absolutely can't miss is the WTVY TV tower, which stands at 1,901 feet tall, making it the tallest structure in the entire state. This tower is visible in the distance in trailer shots. Beyond the city, Rockstar confirmed several other major locations through their official screenshots released on May 6, 2025. Mount Calaga National Park offers hiking trails and water sports according to Rockstar's descriptions. Port Gellhorn is described as Leonida's forgotten coast with cheap motels and shut-down attractions. The screenshots show what looks like a gritty coastal town, and Ambrosia is an industrial hub filled with factories and smokestacks. This area is based on Lewiston, Florida, and, cannot talk, located near Lake Okeechobee. I hope I said that right. And the screenshots show biker gangs ruling this town. So there you have it. That's every real world. That's every real world location, at least that I could find, from trailer 1, trailer 2, screenshots, yada yada. Is there anything I missed? Someone had brought up a place that they had been that they were curious about being in the game and said they even saw it. So it's possible that I missed a lot of locations. So if there's any locations I missed, comment them down below and let's talk about it. Let's get a discussion going in the comments.
Tonight, we're looking at everything we know with absolute certainty about vehicles and cars coming to Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm going to be looking at confirmed vehicles, physics systems, customization, and even how you'll steal cars in Vice City. So this video is based entirely on official sources, and I feel like I've definitely got to do that now after the little map debacle and saying it was 95% accurate and stuff like that. So I'm really trying my best to pull from quote-unquote official sources, but just take everything I say with salt because, again, nothing is confirmed until you have a controller in your hand and you are playing the game. Huge shout out to Bobify. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing online names. This is the guy that got me to make this video. I've had it on my list for like months and just haven't touched it. So this video is because of you, dog. Thank you. First, numbers. According to Grand Theft Auto Base or GTA Base, which tracks every vehicle spotted in official Rockstar media, over 200 vehicles have already been confirmed for Grand Theft Auto 6. That's just from trailer 1, trailer 2, and the official screenshots Rockstar released. For context, Grand Theft Auto 5 launched with 227 vehicles, and with Grand Theft Auto Online updates, that number exploded to, I think, 750. It's something crazy like that. Industry analysts expect Grand Theft Auto 6 to launch with at least 300 vehicles, making it the biggest vehicle roster in the series at launch. Now, let's look at exactly which cars we know are coming for sure. And look, I'm not much of a car guy, so forgive me if I say stuff stupid. I mean, these are made up cars, but they're based on their real life counterparts. So I did my best here. Anyways, let's get into it. So starting with the completely new vehicles we've never seen in a Grand Theft Auto game before, the Vapid Credo. This is the Ford Ranchero style truck that appears to be Jason's personal vehicle. You see it throughout trailer 2, and it's prominently featured in the official artwork showing Jason and Lucia sitting on the hood. The name Credo is visible on the front fender badges. Then we have the Shyster PMP 700. This is the successor to the PMP 600 from Grand Theft Auto 4, based on the second generation Chrysler 300. In trailer 1, you can see one customized for a lowrider meet with a pinstripe livery, custom wheels, and stickers on the windshield. There's also the Principe Alvino V1. This is a brand new sports bike based on the Ducati Panigale V2, and it's the first vehicle from the Principe manufacturer, Principe whatever, which represents Ducati and Piaggio in the GTA universe. And man, I'm telling you, I'm bad with these pronunciations, so forgive me. You work with me here. We also have two new airboat variants, the Airboat and Airboat 09, which makes sense given the Florida setting. Now for the returning vehicles, I'm going to highlight some of the major ones, but a full list is linked in the description. I'm going to link you to GTA base so you could see for yourself. For supercars and sports cars, we have the Grotti Furia, I think that's how you say it, the Pegassi Tempesta, the Pegassi Zuruso, the Invitero Conquet D10, which is the C8 Corvette, and the classic Grotti Cheetah Classic. Based on the Ferrari Testarossa are all confirmed. Muscle cars, the Bravado Gauntlet Hellfire, the Declassi Tulip, Declassi Vajero ZX Convertible, Impante Phoenix, and the Impante Ruiner are all back. SUVs and trucks include the Gallivanter Baller 2, which is the Range Rover. Then we have the Vapid Sand King XL, Bravado Bison, which is the Dodge Ram, Vapid Carrera, which is the Ford Raptor style truck, and Dundry Landstalker XL. Classic and retro vehicles returning include the Pfister Comet Retro Custom. I think that's how you say it. It's got a P in the title. Then we have the Annis Elegy Retro Custom, the Grotti Carbonazar, and the Albani Buccaneer Custom. Man, I feel like I'm reading shoutouts at the end of a video trying to read off all these freaking names. For motorcycles, man, I love motorcycles in games. Besides the new Alvino V1, we're getting the Nagasaki Carbon RS, Western Sovereign, Maibatsu Sanchez, and Western Zombie Chopper. Law enforcement is getting some serious upgrades too. We have 3 new police cruiser variants, the Bravado Police Buffalo STX Pursuit, the Bravado Police Gauntlet Interceptor, and the Vapid Police Cruiser in Interceptor and Stanier LE configurations. Whoa, I'm talking about a lot of stuff I don't know about. Look, I pulled the information from the web. If you car guys know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I feel like I'm just reading a foreign language at this point. But look, I'm reading it off, I'm pulling up the stuff, and I'm showing you what this stuff looks like. So let's just get through this together. I hope this is getting you excited about cars and stuff. All I know is there's going to be a lot of cars. And those police cruisers, you can see these throughout both trailers, especially in chase scenes. And besides this massive amount of vehicles, we're also getting watercraft, we're getting airboats. I mean, these all fall within the vehicle category, but airboats are new to the series. We have the Speedophile Sea Shark, the Pegassi Speeder, and Shih Tzu Tropic. Aircraft confirmed include the Buckingham Maverick helicopter, the Mammoth Dodo seaplane, Nagasaki Buzzard attack chopper, and Buckingham Super Volito. All right, and from the September 2022 leaks, and I want to stress these are early development builds, we also saw vehicles based on the 1971 Buick Estate, Chevrolet Caprice from the 90s, 2016 to present Chevrolet Malibu, 2018 to 2022 Honda Accord, and the Toyota Camry. These don't have confirmed Grand Theft Auto names yet, but they were spotted in that leak footage. Take this with salt since vehicles can be placeholders during development. Now, let's talk about how these vehicles will actually drive and crash. This stuff I know a little bit more about. I'm really excited about this. According to a detailed report from Rockstar Mag, which has proven reliable in the past, Grand Theft Auto 6 is running on the Rage 9 engine, a massive upgrade from what powered Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. You guys have heard me talk so much about this. The report states that Rockstar has made many improvements to vehicle physics thanks to a significant increase in the number of polygons compared to Grand Theft Auto 5. What does that mean for you? More precise vehicle deformations and more realistic accidents. And there is somewhere in the alpha footage, I can't show it to you. You could go see it though. It's out there. And in there, you can see some really cool vehicle deformations. It's like for a split second, but it shows you the potential. It shows you what they're working on and what's there. And it looks really good. Now, let's get technical for a second. In Grand Theft Auto 4, vehicles had exaggerated suspension. They were super bouncy and felt like boats. You know, that's the modern criticism I always hear. Now, personally, I loved it. Grand Theft Auto 5 went the opposite direction, and I hated this. They went with the arcade-style physics, where cars felt stiff and crashes barely left visible damage. Grand Theft Auto 6 is aiming for the middle ground. Here's what we know from analyzing the trailers and expert reports. Expert reports. Jesus. All right, body roll is back, baby. When you take a sharp turn at high speed, weight will transfer fluidly. Tires will visibly deform under pressure. And in the past, you know, the wheels would just kind of move up and down, but the rubber of the wheels wouldn't really warp over things. You know what I'm saying? So in trailer 1, you can actually see this. During the bike gang scene where they're doing wheelies, one Redditor looked at it frame by frame, and when a bike is doing a wheelie, the rear tire shows 45% flex because all that weight is on that single tire. When both tires are on the ground, you only see roughly 15% flex because the weight is distributed. But again, I have to be careful reporting numbers after my map video, so I'm just saying, 95% accurate, baby, 95%.
16 times the detail.
Anyways, damage physics are getting a complete overhaul. In one scene from trailer 1, a flip car shows liquid leaking from underneath. And this shows us that fluids in your cars can leak when they get shot or something happens, you know? So the wheels are bent at different angles, and it's just really cool because we haven't really seen something like that before.
Another example is the Declasse Tulip driven by Jason and Lucia. It has a huge dent in the rear door panel, far more realistic than what we've seen in Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, some fans have asked if Grand Theft Auto 6 will have BeamNG drive level soft body physics. According to community discussions, that's probably a little too realistic for Grand Theft Auto gameplay. In fact, it would probably get in the way of your gameplay because you would just wreck your car immediately. I know how you guys drive. I drive out in the real world. You guys drive crazy there, and I've seen how people drive in Grand Theft Auto. It's even worse. You don't want BeamNG physics in your Grand Theft Auto game. I would personally love it. It would be cool as an option, but geez, man, we'd be asking for a lot because BeamNG uses a soft body physics engine that simulates every component in real time, which can total your car from one crash, like completely total it. And that would, again, make your GTA missions incredibly frustrating. Also, if like a part of it got shot or something, I don't know. But Rockstar is aiming for a blend of realism that's still fun to play.
How about we go bowling?
Nico, this is a great American activity. We bowl together. You pick me up in next town.
I see you soon then, Roman.
Which is my favorite way to enjoy a game. A perfect blend of realism and the arcadey elements. And I know this is completely off topic, but you know, I recently did a video on Squad, and as far as military shooters go, it borrows everything from those milsim kind of games, but it still has all the fun stuff from the arcade games, so you get the best of both worlds. And in my opinion, that's the best way to experience games. Anyways, let's get back to the video. The leaked footage from September 2022 suggested vehicle handling would resemble Grand Theft Auto 5, but this was early development footage. You gotta remember, they were using a bunch of assets and stuff from Grand Theft Auto 5 in there, and I'm sure a bunch of the physics and stuff were still Grand Theft Auto 5 related. It looked like primarily what they were doing was just testing new stuff. You know, like going prone. There was a bunch of stuff of Jason going prone. There was a bunch of stuff about interacting with NPCs. But again, you know, the NPCs look like the guys from iRobot. They weren't, you know, fleshed out or anything like that. So there's only so much we can extrapolate from that 2022 alpha footage. Industry analysts expect significant improvements to damage physics by launch, with more dynamic bending and parts falling off. And I did see something really cool in the alpha leaks. I can't show it here, but it looked really freaking cool. Basically, a car was going down the highway and it ran into something, and just the way it warped and bent, it looked really freaking cool. And if that's how good it was then, I can only imagine what it's like now. So bottom line, the leaks don't show the final product. Judge the physics when Rockstar releases official gameplay of those physics, and that's really all you can do. But it's looking like they're going to be really good, and I'm excited for it. So let's talk about what it looks like inside these vehicles, because Rockstar is taking immersion to another level. So according again to the September 2022 leaks and what we can infer from official materials, vehicle interiors will have an incredible amount of detail. Adjustable elements include armrest position, rear view mirror position, steering wheel position, seat position and reclining, and sun visors. Gas, brake, and clutch pedals move in sync with your inputs. Steering wheel turns realistically. Gear shifter animations. When you shift, characters' hands actually interact with these controls. And this is something we've really seen them try to kind of do over time. Remember the first time you started seeing your character in the car actually turn the wheel when you would turn, you know, stuff like that. And I think that's been there since GTA 3, but there's been small little things that they've added since then to make it really look like your character that you're controlling is actually controlling the car, the vehicle, independently of you. And here's something really interesting from the leaks. Vehicles have working speedometers, RPM gauges, fuel gauges, and temperature gauges. And why? Well, that's probably because we're going to be in first person in those cars. But the coolest feature, there's a GPS navigation display integrated into the actual dashboard like all these new cars. So in the leaked footage, you could see a working mini map showing your waypoint in yellow. So I don't know if all of this stuff is going to make it to the final cut of the game. I mean, that's the most we've seen from Rockstar in development way before they've intended for us to see it. So we're not really sure what ends up on the chopping block. The biggest leak we saw before that was the alpha leaks for Grand Theft Auto 5, which if you haven't seen those, basically it looks like Grand Theft Auto 4 gameplay because it's all designed within, you know, using those elements. So just think about that. So if things look like Grand Theft Auto 5 in the alpha footage here, it's not in the finished product, I promise you. So all that to say, I'm not sure what's actually going to make it. Anyways, this waypoint thing, that is cool. And it does kind of suggest that Grand Theft Auto 6's first-person mode will be significantly improved in vehicles and even outside of vehicles. When you're in third person, you could see the normal minimap, but switch to first person and that minimap could disappear, and you might have that like navigation console there in the car display for you to look at. And that's incredibly immersive, and we know that Rockstar is all about immersion, especially after Red Dead Redemption 2. We also have working mirrors, that's confirmed. Unlike Grand Theft Auto 5, where mirrors didn't reflect anything, Grand Theft Auto 6 is expected to have ray-traced reflections showing the world behind you. You'll be able to use them to track police during chases and even look at a T-Rex behind you. When you get inside of a car, you'll probably see a prompt
prompt that says to tap D-pad left to access the vehicle controls menu or hold D-pad left to bring up quick options. This menu will let you interact with the car in ways we've never seen in Grand Theft Auto before. So potentially adjusting mirrors, controlling convertible roofs, and more. Kind of like how they've added little shortcuts and stuff from holding buttons in Grand Theft Auto Online. Car customization is getting massive upgrades in Grand Theft Auto 6. The main vehicle modification shop is called Ride Out Customs. This is Grand Theft Auto 6's version of Los Santos Customs, of course. We also have Vice Vinyl, which specializes in vinyl wraps. You can see Ride Out Customs stickers on multiple vehicles in the trailers, and there's even a hashtag Ride Out Customs visible on a lowrider's sunstrip. Looking at vehicles in both trailers, here's what's confirmed for exterior modifications. Stancing and lowering. The PMP 700 in trailer 1 is clearly stanced. Negative chamber wheels, that's wheels angled inward at the top. Custom wheels and rims with painted centers, vinyl wraps and liveries, which are full body designs. Pinstripe liveries visible on multiple lowriders. Window stickers and decals, lift kits for off-road vehicles, donk conversions. We see at least 2 donk style vehicles. Individual panel customization on doors, quarter panels and fenders, and curb feelers for lowriders. According to the Rockstar Mag report, vehicle customization will impact not only the exterior, but also the actual driving experience. That means suspension, engine, and handling upgrades will actually change how you drive your cars. There's also evidence of a livery discovery system, and the leak footage when Jason gets on a Sanchez motorcycle, a message appears that says found new livery. This suggests that you'll unlock liveries and possibly vehicle variants by discovering them in the world, similar to how some games handle collectibles. And here's something else a little interesting. According to the September 2022 leaks, man, we're pulling everything from that. Stealing cars is going to be much more involved than just pressing a button. This information comes from early development leaks, so again, take it with a grain of salt. You know, features can change or be removed entirely before launch. So again, take all of this with salt until Rockstar confirms it. But the leaks do show 3 tools related to vehicle theft. The immobilizer bypass is for luxury and high-end vehicles. The description in the leak files said hacking the immobilizer using the PDA by matching the code for luxury vehicles. So this kind of points to like there being like a little mini game where you use a PDA to bypass the car's security system and get in. It's similar to a mechanic from Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars. There's also the Slim Jim, and that would be for like older vehicles. And the leak description stated this unlocks car doors, of course. And this originally was supposed to be in Grand Theft Auto 4. I think I remembered them talking a lot about this, and it wasn't in the game at launch. So that very well may be the case again. So you have the Slim Jim, it can open older vehicles, but it can't open new cars with internal defenses such as barrier blocks and shrouds for operating rods and locked cylinders. Then there's the tracker jammer, and this is pretty cool. This prevents GPS tracking. It may be used in game to prevent the police from finding you, so after you steal a high-end car, you use this to stop the cars from tracking you down. The leaks also showed status indicators like steal car in progress, steal car full, and steal car fail. And that means that car theft will be a time mechanic where you can actually fail if you don't complete it quickly enough or if you're interrupted. You can still do traditional carjacking from moving vehicles, and presumably you can break windows, though that would be loud like it is in Grand Theft Auto 4 and attract police attention. Once you've stolen a car, you can't just sell it at a mod shop like in Grand Theft Auto 5. The leaks show a car fence system, similar to the fence in Red Dead Redemption 2, where you'd need to take stolen vehicles to sell them. Again, this is all from the 2022 development footage. It could change completely, be simplified, or even just stripped out entirely. We don't know for certain until Rockstar shows official gameplay, but it is cool to know. Grand Theft Auto 6 is bringing back functional public transportation systems too. The Vice City Metro Mover, based on the Miami Metro Mover, this is an elevated rail system, and in the leak footage, Jason is seen boarding one, and you can walk directly into the train without loading screens. The Metro Rail will be similar to the subway system in Grand Theft Auto 4, with underground tunnel networks connecting stations across Vice City. There's also a Vice City International Airport Metro, a separate line connecting to the airport, visible in the leak footage with VCIA branding. Taxis are also there with their iconic yellow color. You'll be able to hail the cabs on the street and skip rides like in Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5. Bus systems are confirmed. Freight trains even are also confirmed. Freight trains, baby. And that means long distance travel by rail may be possible. And hey, for a game where 2 people are on the run, why not? You might have to jump on a train. And you can see it sounds like a lot of stuff from Red Dead Redemption 2 is kind of the testing grounds for some of the stuff we're going to be seeing here in Grand Theft Auto 6, like the train stuff and the whole fence system. So I'm excited to see what's actually in the finished product. So for those unfamiliar with Grand Theft Auto's fictional car brands, here's a quick guide to which real-world manufacturers they represent. So like Vapid is Ford, the Class E is like Chevrolet, Benefactor is your Mercedes-Benz, Pfister, which is like a Pfister, is like Porsche, Ferrari is Ferrari, that one I knew. Pegassi is like Lamborghini, Ubermacht
is BMW, Obey is Audi, Annis is Nissan, Dinka is Honda, Bravado is Dodge, and Ponte is Pontiac, Shyster is Chrysler, see what they did there, and Principe is Ducati and Piaggio for motorcycles. Rockstar uses these fictional brands, of course, to avoid copyright issues while still creating highly accurate replicas of real-world vehicles. And it's always been something they've been really cool about doing, I think. Like, they've done a good job, I think, of giving the car guys what they want without having to pay all that money to actually feature their cars in the game. It's kind of crazy how big Grand Theft Auto 6 is, and the fact that they've bypassed that all the way up until now. They're like, you know. Anyways, I actually didn't know that the companies, how they translated. I just found this out today before recording this, and I thought it was really cool and I wanted to share that. You may already know this, especially you car guys. You might already be like, dude, so obvious. I didn't know, and I've been playing Grand Theft Auto since the 90s. So anyways, thought it was cool. So that's everything we know with absolute certainty about Grand Theft Auto 6's vehicles. So to recap, over 200 vehicles confirmed so far, with at least 300 expected at launch, and this information is 95% accurate. I'm just kidding.
16 times the detail.
The Rage 9 engine is bringing revolutionary physics improvements, including body roll, tire deformation, and advanced damage modeling. Vehicle interiors will be more detailed than ever with working dashboards, adjustable components, and first-person immersion. Customization is expanding massively at shops like Rideout Customs and Vice Vinyl. Car theft mechanics may become more complex with tools like immobilizer, bypasses, and slim jumps. And that's based on, again, early leaks. Public transportation systems include the Metro Mover, Metro Rail, taxis, and buses. Apparently, they're all confirmed, but again, take all of this with a grain of salt. What we don't know yet is official gameplay showing final vehicle physics, exact customization options, and how deep they're going to go, or whether the complex car theft mechanics from the leaks make it to the final game. And Rockstar has been tight-lipped since Trailer 2, and that dropped in May of 2025. But with the game launching in November 19th, 2026, please no more delays. Let's assume it does launch then. We should see official gameplay soon. Every claim in this video is sourced to the best of my abilities, okay? After that Matt video called me out and was like, this 95% number, and the other YouTubers, I was like, damn, I really gotta like triple, quadruple check everything. So I did my best here. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong about anything, correct me in the description. But I think it's right for the most part. Dare I say, at least 95% accurate. Grand Theft Auto has always had just an absolutely insane amount of weapons for you to cause all sorts of harm to the surrounding inhabitants of, well, whichever city you are in a given game.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
And now each Grand Theft Auto does have different things that they do offer depending on the location you're in. For instance, in Liberty City, guns are a little harder to come by, at least in Grand Theft Auto 4 due to the gun ban. So there is kind of a limited arsenal, but you know, you have stuff like your Glock or your normal tactical pump action stuff. And then in Vice City, we had Uzis, we had M14s, we had stuff that really worked with that Miami style crime story that the game was going for. In Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, of course, we had guns that we would associate with kind of the gangbanger culture of the early 90s and stuff like that, stuff we would see in movies and stuff. So what exactly can we expect to now see in Grand Theft Auto 6? Well, it takes place in Vice City. There's a lot of alligators. There's going to be a lot of guys who love their guns in Vice City. And there's also going to be probably a bunch of cool kind of stylized, you know, the stuff you see in the movies. So this video is every confirmed weapon that you are going to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. And after I go through the confirmed ones, I'll also look at weapons that are speculated to be in the game. All right, so let's start off with melee weapons, and let's just get the most boring basic one out of the way. Of course, your fist. In the trailers, we could see Jason backhand this poor shop owner. Jeez. I don't know the relationship, but I bet there's something more going on behind the scenes that led to this moment happening. So yes, you can expect your fist to be in the game, or Jason and Lucia's fist. Now, I am curious to see if there's going to be different strengths depending on who you're playing as. Like Lucia, for example, is the first time we will be playing as a woman protagonist in a Grand Theft Auto game. Now, she does seem to be very capable when it comes to fighting based on stuff like the screenshot here of the punching bag, or her fighting this woman in this plane. I don't know what all that's about, but I am curious to see if Lucia will have maybe a different fighting style than Jason because she has a background in boxing. We can see she has the Golden Gloves necklace around her neck, so she does boxing. And Jason, we know, was in the military, so he'll have some sort of military combat training. So I'm really curious to see how they go about implementing their different melee styles. And if they don't, it's a real missed opportunity. But I'm almost certain that we're going to see a different way that each character will handle people with their fist. Like this shot here of Jason just throwing this guy. So, I think we're going to see some dramatically different ways that they handle people. Wow, see, I thought this would be the most boring one, but this might end up being the most interesting one. So anyways, now that we got that out of the way, let's continue with melee weapons. Of course, we're gonna have a baseball bat. You can see here in this, it looks to be like a grow op going on here with some sort of Latino gang or something like that. This guy's got a baseball bat and he looks like he means business. So yes, baseball bats are going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. And how could they not? A baseball bat is one of the most iconic melee weapons in any Grand Theft Auto game.
Don't need the bat to teach a lesson.
Because, of course, it's a baseball bat. It's very widely available. Next, we've got hammers. Now, this crazy lady here in this, what appears to be like a TikTok or a Instagram reel video type of thing in Grand Theft Auto 6, she has 2 hammers in her hands. So does that mean we can go dual-wield hammers and run around and stuff like Skyrim? Who knows? But yes, hammers looking like they're going to make a return, and I believe they were in Grand Theft Auto Vice City, so it makes sense. What about a pool cue? We've used these before in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I don't think you could use them in Grand Theft Auto 4 though, but I could be wrong because there is a lot of pool playing in that game. But yes, we're gonna have pool cues in this game, and I would assume that we're going to be able to use them as a weapon. I mean, come on, this is pretty much in the confirmed category because how could it not be? What about this mini golf club that we have Cal here carrying? Maybe you play a couple of rounds with them, you have a couple of beers in your system, maybe you get a little angry at each other, and before you know it,
you're swinging a mini golf club at Cal's head.
Who knows? Things happen. It is what it is. But I would expect to be able to take a mini golf club and just go crazy with it in Grand Theft Auto 6. But let's get out of melee and let's move on to guns. Let's talk handguns. So underneath Beardy here, you can see that his fine lover appears to be carrying a 357 Python in her hands, which was used in Grand Theft Auto Vice City and one of the coolest weapons to use just with that animation alone, where Tommy Vercetti would take that wide stance and pop. So yes, this gun is confirmed for the game, it appears, and I wonder if it'll have that unique sound that it had in the original Vice City. That was such an iconic weapon for the time. In fact, in the trailers and screenshots, pistols appear more than pretty much any other weapon. Like Jason, in both this screenshot of him on this motorcycle and him hanging out of this car shooting a pistol, he appears to be carrying a Beretta. And the Beretta M9 was adopted as the United States military service pistol in 1985. Now, it is no longer the Beretta, but I am curious if maybe that's why he prefers to carry one. Maybe there's something there. Maybe he carried one with his military experience. I'm not too sure. Of course, the Beretta M9 is a very classic and incredible pistol seen in all sorts of movies, especially in the late 90s and early 2000s, most notably The Matrix, so expect the Beretta M9. It's going to be really fun running around with one of those, although I personally don't enjoy shooting them. And it's, of course, looking like we're going to have Glocks in this game. You can see here in this picture of Lucia hiding out behind this, what appears to be a motel room door, and this guy moving in with another gun we'll get into in a minute. She's got a Glock in her hands, or whatever Grand Theft Auto's version of Glock is. We can also see here with Booby Ike, now this might not be a Glock, this could be something like a Heckler & Koch, I'm not even sure. This could be a million different pistols that follow that same kind of format, but well, here you go. Here's a whole nother pistol potentially, but it does have a switch on the back. So it looks like switches are going to be a thing to turn your pistols into fully automatic weapons, which is absolutely great. In the city I live in, the kids love to put them on the back of their Glocks and go shoot them in parking lots and get in a bunch of trouble. So it'll be really interesting to see how these play a role in Grand Theft Auto 6. Glocks are of course a pleasure to shoot. They're reliable. They got 15 rounds most of the time. Most of the time they're 9mm. You can get them in other calibers as well, but we'll probably have the 9mm variant and maybe potentially the others as well, because as I'll get into a little bit later, it's looking like weapon customization is going to be a thing in this game. All right, but let's go back to the screenshot here. This guy in the doorway, it looks like he is carrying a 1911. And you can also see here, Raul driving in a getaway car. He's got some sort of custom 1911, looks like some sort of 1911 operator, like something you'd see in Snake Eater. And on it, it says Capo. So this is a new gun brand or whatever in the game. Maybe it's been in the games previously and I just haven't picked up on it. Let me know in the comments. But yeah, looks like he's got some really sick 1911. So while I'm personally not a 1911 guy in real life, I prefer Glock for a multitude of reasons, but I absolutely love the way a 1911 looks and feels. So it'll be really cool to trick one out in Grand Theft Auto 6 and run around with it. I think that'll be my go-to pistol in the game. And just to further back up that Glocks are going to be in this game, you can see here that Brian is handing Jason a Glock. This appears to be a little bit bigger or just a little different. Again, there could be different calibers, different types of the same weapon in the game, which is really freaking cool. And last for pistols, it looks like Lucia is going to be carrying what appears to be like a Versa Thunder 380. You can see it here in this clip, and you can also see it in the screenshots as well. So it appears that Jason might prefer to carry a Beretta M9, and she prefers to carry a Versa Thunder 380. So I wonder if they're going to have like kind of their default loadouts when you start the game, like guns that they are more experienced with or that they like. I'm curious if, like I just said, if there's going to be some sort of weapon experience system that we're going to have to develop with pistols and all that, kind of like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And you know, after seeing this lady holding 2 hammers, it almost gets me wondering, are we going to have to level our way up with weapons again, like in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, to then dual wield them? I don't know. It would be interesting to see, especially because Red Dead Redemption 2 just brought back dual wielding. And something else Red Dead Redemption 2 did very well was customization, and Grand Theft Auto 5 had a little bit of that too, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to read off all the weapons first before we get into the speculated ones. We'll go over this customization thing, probably mainly when I get to like carbines and stuff like that. Let's talk shotguns. There's not too much in the way of shotguns. We do have what appears to be a double-barreled shotgun here in the screenshot, this bird's eye view of this boat out on the swamp with all the gators around it. And actually, I could be wrong, because if you look at this clip of Phil here on the TV, there are a bunch of guns in the background here at Ammunition. Now, this is Phil Cassidy. He was in Vice City, and he appears to be making a return here in Grand Theft Auto 6, which is really freaking cool. That was the first thing I noticed in this trailer when it came out. But it appears that we're going to be able to use all sorts of double-barrel shotguns, old-style pump-action shotguns, tactical pump-action shotguns, stuff like the Benelli M4, which is a tactical shotgun. So all sorts of shotguns. And again, I think it's going to be kind of like you'll have a weapon base and you can trick it out or customize it. And man, it's hard not to get ahead of myself and talk about weapon customization. But let's just go ahead and say that weapon customization is going to be a thing in this game. How could it not be? Just based on all the glimpses of everything we've seen, what they've done with Red Dead Redemption 2 and what they did with Grand Theft Auto 5, and how the weapons are appearing in all these different formats. It's looking like it's going to be similar to Fallout 4, to where you have a base weapon and then can trick it out in any way you want, and then you have pretty much a whole new weapon platform. But moving away from shotguns, let's talk like submachine guns. So there appears to be like a Heckler & Koch MP5 you can see here in this clip with all this red light of Jason and Lucia robbing a bank. They're both carrying one. And if you stop the trailers and you look in the background of Phil Cassidy's ammunition store, you can see that there appears to be Uzis and what appears to be a Scorpion and styled submachine gun, and all of these guns in different forms. And it's kind of hard to make out, but I think I might even see a Tech 9 back there. So it's Grand Theft Auto. We shoot a lot of guns out of our cars. I would expect to see all sorts of submachine guns in this game. But what about rifles, like semi-automatic rifles, assault rifles, all that kind of stuff? It looks like we're going to have different variations of the M4. There's this cool screenshot here of Jason holding what appears to be an M4 carbine. There's going to be M4s, M16s, and maybe even AR-15 platforms in this game, which would make sense. I mean, we're in Florida. And AR-15s are widely used in the United States of America, at least from my very limited observation here in Texas, owning one myself. It seems like every single person has one. And if you didn't know, the AR-15 was actually invented before the M16 and way before the M4. The M4 came out in like the 80s, but the AR-15, which does not stand for assault rifle, it stands for Armalite rifle. Well, the Armalite was originally manufactured in the United States in 1959. This is back when they were switching over from those M14s and trying out new stuff going into Vietnam. The Army actually switched out the powder that the troops were going to be using, the powder that would be going in the bullets, and this ended up causing the quote-unquote self-cleaning rifle when it did become the M16, by the way. These are M16s I'm talking about now. This caused them to jam a lot, and that's why the M16 kind of got a bad rap in the Vietnam War. But this is a total tangent and nothing related to Grand Theft Auto 6, so I digress. But speaking of M14s, it's looking like we are going to have M14s in this game. In the back of Phil Cassidy's shop, there appear to be M14 carbines. There's a more modern M14 that we can see here in the screenshot of these guys on this riverboat. This guy's got a big ol' scope on it. And also we can see what appears to be an AR-15 with an LPVO sight attachment on top. Now, some people have called this a sniper rifle. This is not a sniper rifle. An LPVO is actually like a 1 to 6 times optic that you can attach on top of your AR-15. It is for civilian use. I don't think it is widely used at all in the military. And kind of the common consensus with gun nuts is you should probably get something like a red dot and attach it at an angle on your rifle. And for the top sight, if you really want that 6 times power, you should get a dedicated 6 times, because what are you going to use your LPVO for? You're going to use it primarily for that 6 times or 1 times, and really not too much for stuff in between. Still, I don't know. I think it's really cool. I think it's versatile, and I think it'll be really interesting to see how it's implemented in Grand Theft Auto 6, especially since it is available in the civilian market. And he also appears to have a 20-round magazine in his rifle here, and also like a camo finish, and the barrel looks different. And then you look at this clip here of Raul, and they're robbing a bank, and he has some tricked out M4 style rifle. So you can see here, we're probably going to have like an AR-15 or an M16 or an M4 base, and then we can build our rifles on top of that, like basically swap out all the attachments just like you can in real life. They're very modular. So with different barrels, different magazines, different optics, stuff like compensators, suppressors, different butt stocks, all sorts of stuff. I'm really curious how in-depth they're going to go with the tactical kind of stuff that you can do, attaching stuff to your weapons. So with all that said, I'm really excited to look for basically like an LPVO from like maybe the Sig Sauer Tango 6T or something like that and put that on. Who knows what the in-game brands and all that are going to be, but it looks like LPVOs are going to be in the game, as well as switches, which shows that they are really paying attention to current gun trends going on in the United States. But other than all these cool rifles, all that kind of stuff, we are going to also have sniper rifles. You can see here in this picture of these two hunters, they're both carrying hunting rifles, two bolt-action sniper rifles, which I think means that hunting is almost pretty much 100% confirmed in the game because we have hunting rifles in it. And if you know a little bit about guns, you know that hunting rifles aren't necessarily what you'd want to use for self-defense or, you know, accomplishing a military-style objective or something like that, like we're going to be doing in Grand Theft Auto 6. Every gun has its unique purpose because they are tools for accomplishing certain tasks. Yes, that task usually is ending a life. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't, but I'm not here to debate the moral ramifications of owning firearms and stuff like that. I'm just telling you that there's a hunting rifle. It appears that hunting's going to be in the game, and that's really freaking cool. All right, now if I said sniper rifles plural, I'm sorry. I think this might be the only one on the list. At least that's confirmed. But what about heavy weapons? Well, there appears to be two, and these are two wildly different weapon platforms, but I'm just going to put them in the same category because there's only one of each. There is going to be a grenade launcher in the game. You can see here Lucia shooting at the cops in the background and blowing up their squad cars, and this actually seems to be a scripted mission, so this is gameplay from what I can tell, and I've seen this mission being scripted in the leaked footage, and if you know where to look, it's out there, you can find it. You can actually watch what I'm talking about and when these cars are supposed to go boom and flip and all that kind of stuff, and you can see them kind of tailoring the pathing of the squad cars. So yes, grenade launchers are going to be in the game, and it looks like these explosions look freaking amazing. So that's going to be really cool. Another thing that's going to be in the game is a light machine gun. And it appears that Phil is either holding an M60 or an M240. Someone who knows more about guns, please fill us in down in the comments, but I think that's an M240. I could be wrong though, but it looks like we're going to have light machine guns in the game, and that's really freaking cool. An M240 would be more culturally relevant considering that our military uses them. M60s are still used to some extent to my understanding, but they were largely phased out as we entered the 21st century. While the M240B, formerly known as the M240E4, is the standard infantry light machine gun. The US Coast Guard uses it on their boats, and it's still used by the US Army. But there is also now the M240L, which is a lighter version of the M240B, and it has started to replace that as well. So who knows? M240s, M60s, I don't really know that much about guns. I know very little, but it appears that we're going to be seeing a lot of really cool stuff in this game. And man, this video has kind of turned into like some sort of gun channel video. I'm sorry about that. But we're talking guns. How could it not? And as I said before, I was going to talk about customization before moving into the speculated stuff, but I've kind of covered everything I wanted to say about it. But to put it all in one spot, it looks like you're going to be able to take a base of a weapon, very similar to Fallout 4 and even Red Dead Redemption 2 to some extent, and add stuff onto it and kind of tailor it into your own personal weapon. For example, if you had something like the AR-15 or M4 or M16, you could tailor it for close quarters combat based on what you choose to do with the barrel length, the butt stock, and the magazine, and the optic, and all that kind of stuff. Or you could swap that out, get like a 6x scope LPVO like we've seen in the screenshots, a wider barrel, and you could then use it for its intended purpose, which kind of informs us a little further that this game is going to be about maybe plotting out what you're doing before you do it a little bit more than in previous games. There's going to be a little bit more thought that goes into preparing for missions. Like if you need to go do something that involves long range stuff, you're gonna have to prepare for that and then load it up in your car and go do it. So that's really freaking cool. I do hope we see all these things the way that I'm kind of seeing it, because that's kind of personally the way I like to play. But also that we could see weapon maintenance as well, like in Red Dead Redemption 2 with gun cleaning and oil, all that kind of stuff, you know, lubing up your firearms, and maybe even experiencing jams if you don't keep them cleaned and lubed up. Who knows? And also, I totally skipped over this, but there are AK platforms in this game. You could see them in the back at Phil Cassidy's. So yeah, the AK is coming back. So the whole AK versus M16, M4, AR-15 debate, all that kind of stuff, that can continue in this game. Which one's better? Apparently you can throw an AK in the mud and beat it to death and it'll still fire. And it also does use a heavier round, the 7.62, while being a little less accurate than stuff like the M16, M4, and AR-15, all that kind of stuff. I don't know how much work is going to go into the ballistics aspect of this game, but we will see. All right, let's talk about speculated weapons. So Also, it's been speculated that we're going to see a return of the crowbar, which is really interesting, especially because in this game it's looking like we're going to be using little doodads and gadgets to get certain things accomplished. So yeah, why not a crowbar? Maybe we'll actually use it for its intended purpose instead of beating someone over the head with it. Also, Molotov cocktails. We see all these beer bottles and alcohol bottles. How could Molotov cocktails not make a return in Grand Theft Auto 6? Of course, we're going to see Molotov cocktails, especially with these new explosions and fire. It looks so great. We're going to see that. Another thing is a flashlight, and I would expect we're going to see flashlight attachments for stuff like your rifles. And then in stuff like a mini golf club, we're going to see straight up just golf clubs. There's going to be a golf course in Grand Theft Auto 6 that's not mini golf. So yeah, I would expect us to be able to have golf clubs. Why not? Red Dead Redemption 2 had all sorts of melee weapons. It doesn't seem like it's too hard for them to implement them. Also, a knife. This should just basically be confirmed, but I don't have confirmed evidence that it's going to be in the game. But I would say for almost 100% certain there's going to be a knife in the game that you can use. Also, I would expect to see a return of the taser gun from Grand Theft Auto 5. It's culturally relevant in the United States, so don't tase me, bro, all that kind of stuff. And well, all the videos and all the stuff of all sorts of stuff. I don't want to get into that. But yeah, how could you not have a game that satirizes the United States without having a taser gun? So yeah, there's going to be tasers. I would also expect to see some sort of semi-automatic shotgun. I would expect to see different heavy machine guns, even a return of the minigun. We talked about AK and that M4, M16, AR-15 style platform rifles, but I would expect to see maybe some other interesting stuff in the game as well. Maybe we'll see like a Scar H or something like that. Who knows? But I would expect there to be a little bit more than just those platforms. Unless their philosophy with design is, you know what, you can trick these out so much to do all sorts of different things that's really all you need. Again, who knows? We'll see. I would for sure expect to see more sniper rifles than just the hunting sniper rifle. Maybe like a 50 caliber sniper rifle, just something big and crazy. We've got to have a rocket launcher in this game. This is Grand Theft Auto. There's gonna be a rocket launcher. How could there not? So yeah, I would expect to see an RPG, and maybe even we'll get what we got in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which was like a heat-seeking missile launcher. So we'll get something like that. Also in the leaks, there was stuff about there being a spear gun. So I would expect there to be spear guns in the game. Also flashbangs. It would be nice to have non-lethal options in this game, like the taser and flashbangs and stuff like that. Now we're turning the game into Ready or Not, right?
Get down! Keep your hands up!
So that could also mean we might even see different ammo types like rubber rounds and stuff like that. Maybe we see the police because we work with them in some limited capacity and have to use non-lethal means of apprehending suspects because we work for a crooked cop or something. I don't know. Also, of course, expect to see grenades, maybe even smoke grenades. And what if you could pick up the golf balls on the actual golf field and throw them at people? I don't know. It's been a while since we've seen throwable objects like we had in Grand Theft Auto 4, where you could just pick things up off the ground and throw them. So, really curious to see what they do with that. Anyways, did I miss any weapons? What weapons do you think we're going to see in Grand Theft Auto 6? I'm sorry, I know I got a little off my rocker here and kind of went on a tangent about random stuff about guns and all that stuff, but it's kind of hard not to, because this is a game that satirizes American culture, and there's going to be a lot of guns, and I live in America, specifically Texas, where guns are very prevalent, so it's kind of hard not to at least put my 2 cents in there about it. So anyways, what do you think? In Grand Theft Auto 5, you could carry a minigun and 5 rocket launchers and a sniper rifle in your butt, all while you're wearing your swimming trunks. It was fun. Let's be honest. It's fun being able to run around and whip out whatever weapon you want at any moment. But in Grand Theft Auto 6, it's looking like they're going to take a different direction. Based on the massive 2022 development leaks and official Rockstar patents, we are looking at an inventory system that forces you to choose. Do you want maybe a shotgun? Do you want a pistol? You would have your sidearm, but do you want a shotgun, or do you want maybe an M4? Your primary is going to be your primary, and your sidearm is going to be your sidearm. Now, it's not quite that restrictive, but here, I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get into it here in just a second. So here is every confirmed thing that we know about the weapon systems, weapon mechanics, and all that coming to Grand Theft Auto 6, what it's going to be like. All right, so in tonight's video, we're going to be looking at physics, animation patents, and raw development footage to figure out exactly how shooting, reloading, and moving should feel like in Leonida. There's apparently going to be a new recoil system, a Red Dead Redemption 2 style inventory, and massive changes to how you actually carry your gear. Let's start with what we know to be pretty much 100% certain. And you got to remember, when I say 100% certain, it's not until there's a controller in your hand. So take it all with salt, as I like to say. So in the 2022 leaks, these are confirmed, verifiable mechanics seen in the debug footage. The first and biggest change is obviously the limited inventory system. And if you've watched a lot of like Grand Theft Auto 6 speculation or coverage channels, they've probably talked about this. We saw clear footage of Lucia having a rifle over her back in this leaked footage. This is kind of like a recreation of it because I've been slapped on the wrist by Rockstar already. So this should kind of give you an idea. But she has the rifle slung over her back in this footage, and she also has a pistol out in Red Dead Redemption 2, running around as Arthur Morgan. That's what we saw in Red Dead Redemption. So just based off this and what we've seen of the weapon wheel, it's looking like we're going to be able to carry 2 long guns and 2 sidearms, maybe like a grenade throwable, something like that. And then maybe these 2 little things here in the weapon wheel are some sort of inventory thing, a healing item, something like that. I don't know. But what I do know is it looks like the whole Grand Theft Auto 5 style of pull a rocket launcher out of your butt, those days are over. Maybe. Also, something big in Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be the duffel bag. We've seen it a lot. You can see it here in this little GIF or video thing that Rockstar has on their website. It's also visible in screenshots. So we know duffel bags are going to be a big thing. Now, based off of some of the things I've seen, such as like when the plane's flying over, dropping a package here, and we can assume Cal's out on a fishing boat or something like that, and him and Jason are going to go get it. There's also all of these shots of Jason and Lucia taking what appears to be drug packages. So there's going to be some sort of smuggling element in the game. So the duffel bags could primarily play into that, but also we know that it's going to be a loot bag or something like that, because in the scene where Jason, Lucia, and Raul are looking to be robbing a bank and it all has gone wrong, we can assume there's money there in their duffel bags. But duffel bags are something we see pop up quite a bit. And we do know, based off of leaks about how the trunk system and stuff like that would work, you might need to carry extra firepower in them. So the duffel bag could serve multiple purposes. So maybe like rockets, extra ammo, body armor, stuff like that. You need a physical bag. And if you drop the bag, you drop the gear, so you could maybe even stash it somewhere, kind of like how you could in Hitman Blood Money with the sniper rifle. And I'd mentioned the trunk, so let's talk a little bit about vehicle weapon stashing, because you can't carry everything. Your car is now your locker. Now, there are mods in Grand Theft Auto 5 that have done this, and we have seen Rockstar kind of look at everything they've done in Grand Theft Auto 5 with things like 5M and stuff like that, and they're kind of taking a lot of those elements, and it looks like they want to put them into Grand Theft Auto 6. So this seems to be like one of the things they might be taking from those Grand Theft Auto 5 mods, to where you actually use the trunk of your car to store weapons, which is really cool, because another mod that I've been looking at getting for Grand Theft Auto 5, I've told you guys I'm going to play Grand Theft Auto 5, but as soon as I try, of course, they updated it the day I try, and it broke Alexander Blade's script hook. I digress. It was very annoying though. But one of the mods I was looking at was vehicle persistence. So like wherever you drive your vehicle, it stays there, exactly there. It doesn't spawn or move around. I would assume that kind of comes with Grand Theft Auto 6 if the trunk system is a big thing, because it's looking like the car is going to be kind of like your horse, to where you need to be able to get into the trunk to get to all of your stuff, or just the car in general. The leaks confirm the ability to open vehicles' trunks and store items, so this kind of is pointing at a gameplay loop where you pull up to a mission, pop the trunk, gear up, and then you go in there, which would also save time. As tedious as that sounds to some of you who are like really into Grand Theft Auto 5 or whatever, that is actually going to save you time, because remember in Grand Theft Auto 4, if you died or something like that, you lose all your guns, all that kind of crap. You'd have to go find an ammunition, maybe hail a cab, get there, and then go to the mission objective and then start from there. So there was a little bit of tedium with that, but if you have backup weapons and stuff like that stored in your trunk, maybe that would be kind of a way to speed that up, is to have some backup loadouts. I'm not sure, I'm just speculating here, but that is something I thought might be kind of interesting. It really does kind of change the pace though, the perceived pace, from the whole run and gun kind of thing to more of a plan and execute style, which I think would really serve what we're expecting the narrative of Grand Theft Auto 6 to be. So let's move on to this next thing here. We've got shoulder swapping. So a huge quality of life feature that we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2 is the ability to kind of shoulder swap which way the camera is looking. So when you hit left on the D-pad or right, it would actually shift which way the camera is. That looks like it's going to be returning, which is great. Also, if you look closely in that leaked footage in the Hank's Waffle Heist, if you look in it and you look at the way Lucia or like Jason are moving around with their weapons and everything, there seems to be sort of kind of a little bit extra to the animation. So it seems like there's going to be some sort of weapon familiarity that your character has. Each character looks like they might have a style and how they go about holding and presenting their weapons. Now that could be skill based, or more likely that could just be tied to the character's background. So Jason with his military background might hold his rifle more like a soldier, while Lucia might hold a pistol more like a street robber, like a gangbanger, which I think would really serve the game well, giving you kind of like these two identities that you could rock in this game. So you could be like a soldier, or you could be like a gangbanger. I don't know. But let's get technical. So Take-Two Interactive filed a patent, and you already know what it is: system and method for virtual character locomotion. Well, I don't bring this one up nearly as often as I do the others. So in previous games, animations were canned. If you reloaded, the game played the reload animation. If you were shot, it played stumble, C, B, whatever. There were predetermined animations, and then it was kind of handed off to like Euphoria Physics to go from there and figure it out, right? So in this patent, it describes some building blocks, and it means that this game is not going to just play animations, but it's going to actually kind of build off of ones that you are doing in real time based on the context, which is a little bit more than an animation playing and then switching over to Euphoria, or both of them running simultaneously. So this is an advancement on that, if you will, at least to my very limited, dumb understanding of it. So all that to say, there also might be some effects like you've seen before in Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption, small little immersive things. Fatigue, for example. So if you've been running, you remember even back in Vice City, Tommy would stop and catch his breath. I think even Claude did that in Grand Theft Auto 3. Well, now imagine you're running, and then you stop, and then maybe your reload animation will be slower or sloppier. They'll kind of trip over it. Maybe they'll drop the mag and be like, damn it, and then have to pick it back up. Stuff like that. Also injuries, if you're shot maybe in the shoulder, something like that, the recoil might blow your aim off center because your character can't brace the weapon properly. Stuff like that. Also, if you're cramped in a hallway, your character will probably pull the gun up, maybe go to high ready instead of low ready, and then adjust it from there to avoid clipping through the walls. We did see this actually in the leaks where Jason was prone, and while he was prone, the way his body adjusted to the uneven ground while aiming wasn't really static, it seemed procedural. So this means recoil isn't just going to be your camera shaking around, it also means there's actually going to be recoil this time, and not like Grand Theft Auto 5 where everything's a laser beam. It looks like your character's arms, Jason and Lucia's arms, are actually physically going to be reacting to the kick of the weapon. I'm really curious to see how they do this, and if there's kind of a point shooting mechanic like how they do it in Squad. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the game Squad. No! No! The humanity. I play so much Squad. I love it. It is my favorite shooter of all time. 50 versus 50 battles. This sounds like I'm going into an ad read. I'm not. But really, if you haven't played Squad, check it out. It's really freaking cool. And I love it. And it's really cool because how they have it is in this game, whenever you hip fire, it doesn't just get all inaccurate like it does in Call of Duty. You can actually just hip fire in this game. But depending on where the barrel of your rifle is, that's where the projectile is actually going to shoot out from. So I'm curious how in-depth the projectile systems are going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. So like I said, in the leaks, we saw the weapon wheel, and it looked like it had dedicated slots not only for weapons, but for gear, very similar to Red Dead Redemption. And it's looking like some of the stuff we're possibly going to have are like flashlights, cutting tools, slim gems, lockpicks, you know, that kind of stuff. There could potentially be a lot more ways of stealing a car than just smashing a window and then spamming left trigger and right trigger over and over and over again to get Nico to cut it as quickly as possible. It's looking like there's also going to be some sort of hacking mechanics, something like that, which it doesn't really blow me away because in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, there's a lot of that with their heists and stuff like that, especially the Perico heist that comes to mind. So Jason and Lucia aren't only going to be able to carry weapons, they're also going to be able to carry consumables, which that's a whole nother topic, but consumables that you pick up at stores and stuff like that, and also items to actually complete their missions. And you can see how the advancements in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online over the years have kind of led to some of Rockstar's approach, you know, their thinking in this next game. Because a lot of this kind of stuff is stuff you do in Grand Theft Auto Online, like the consumables, for example. In trailer 1, we got that sweet POV shot of SWAT, like that body cam shot. They're like breaching a door, and it looks really cool. It looks really cinematic, but I don't think it's just that. I talked about this extensively in the last video I did, but the leak showed police AI using cover more effectively and moving more as a unit, doing more of like a room clearing approach, as you would expect SWAT 2 or Noose in the Grand Theft Auto universe. And like I said in that video, they should be able to whoop your butt this time around. So I would expect personally weapons to do more damage, you know, very realistic damage, which Rockstar's never been too bad about that. They've never really had bullet sponges in their game, but I'm talking about to you, the player. It's looking like bullets are going to hurt, which I think is going to be more interesting because I felt like in Grand Theft Auto 5, everyone who shot you had just like pinpoint accuracy on you at all times, but you also had a lot of health. So it really just got really annoying to where you're swatting mosquitoes off of you constantly, getting shot over and over again. I don't know. I didn't like Grand Theft Auto 5's combat, but I think it would be really cool if NPCs were a little bit more shaky and stuff with their weapons and maybe missed you a lot more, but when they hit you, it hurts. That's what gets your adrenaline up. If you're running from cover to cover, you're like, oh no, I could get hit. I hope I don't get hit. No, they got me. Oh no, I'm one shot or I'm half health now. You know, stuff like that. I know I've been bringing up like so many other games. One of those games is a game some of you older guys might know, and that's Brothers in Arms Hell's Highway, which was the last real Brothers in Arms game that came out. And basically, there's not really the whole spray and pray thing, kind of like in Grand Theft Auto, but there's the whole fire and maneuver tactics. So you would have to suppress an enemy position and then maneuver your guys to flank them. I don't think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be as intense as that, but it's looking like Jason and Lucia are going to be able to work in tandem very well. So maybe Jason lays down suppressing fire and Lucia flanks him, stuff like that. And if you haven't played Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway, or any of the Brothers in Arms games, this is an opportunity. They're really fun, awesome World War II games. Really good. Take me! Wish they finished the series instead of trying to reboot it. Okay, so let's get into my favorite thing, speculation. So again, these are features that are not confirmed. Duh, it's speculation, right? But highly likely based on the tech we've seen. So dual wielding, we gonna have it? Probably cut. What do you think? This is kind of controversial. Some early rumors claim dual wielding was in. However, more recent analysis of the leaked inventory code suggests it might be absent, but you know, that's too early to tell, to be honest. Who knows? That's kind of where we're at. I don't know. I would be surprised, honestly, if it wasn't in there because people kind of expected after Red Dead Redemption 2, also with Max Payne, but like real life, I would expect it to be a lot more inaccurate and chaotic because recoil control with 2 pistols, you can do it. You can shoot things that are right in front of you, but getting shots off over just a few yards that are accurate while you're doing dual wielding, it is a challenge. It's not that easy. What about weapon degradation though? In Red Dead Redemption 2, you know, you had to clean your guns. That was a really cool mechanic. I really liked it. I like small maintenance mechanics like that aren't really eating up too much of your time, but give you just enough where it feels like you actively have to keep up with your character and get them refreshed before another mission. So will that be in Grand Theft Auto 6? There's no code that got leaked that confirms that, at least not to my knowledge. But given the focus of realism we're seeing here, like sand on feet and sweat systems and stuff like that, I mean, look at the bubbles in the beer. It is possible that dragging your M4 through the swamps of Leonida might cause a jam. So it's looking like if you play Jason in the swamps with that M4, you might get that Vietnam experience. What about dropping stuff though? In the leaks, there was a prompt to drop a weapon. In Grand Theft Auto 5, you're glued to your guns. In almost every Rockstar game, you're glued to your guns. In Red Dead Redemption 2, you originally were, and then they did add the little storage box or whatever by your bed. That was kind of a new thing that I thought was kind of clunky when I got back into playing Red Dead Redemption 2, how they did it. Like, dude, just give me the ability to drop the gun or store it in something or to sell my guns. That's a mod for Red Dead Redemption 2 I've used. But the ability to drop your weapon, that kind of leads me to believe, especially with this being Grand Theft Auto, that this might be kind of a ditch your evidence kind of mechanic. So maybe you get a cheap gun. Think of Michael Corleone in The Godfather, how he drops the gun after he takes out the cop and the mafia guy, you know, that kind of thing. Now, how in depth that goes, who knows? I'm not sure if police is going to be like doing forensics and ballistics and stuff like that. We'll see. That would be cool, but I don't know if there's going to be a hot gun mechanic or not. But just the ability to drop your gun in general, maybe because the wanted system is going to be more advanced this time. So if you're in that not really quite wanted stage yet, but you're suspicious, maybe a cop will search you, and if you have a gun on you, bam, busted. So maybe that would be more how that works. So what does this all mean for you? Well, it means that when you play Grand Theft Auto 6, you're probably not going to be a walking armory anymore unless they've dramatically changed that creative vision from 2022. And they might have. They might literally, last second before this game ships, they could put something back in if it's ready to go. So nothing's 100% confirmed, but that looks to be kind of like what we're going to be getting with the weapon systems this time. Expect more guns than you've seen in any Grand Theft Auto game ever before. At least on launch, I'm sure there's going to be a bunch added. You know, an M4, maybe an AR-15, maybe different AK platforms, 1911. That's all I got for you about the weapon mechanics. That's everything we currently know. Did I miss something? If I did, let me know down in the comments. Let me know what you think about this. What guns would you like to see in Grand Theft Auto 6? I'm really curious. It's looking like we're going to have more than ever. Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't just building a city. It's building an entire ecosystem. And for the first time in Grand Theft Auto's history, every element of that ecosystem appears to be connected. Weather affects animals. Animals affect NPCs. NPCs react to the world around them. And based on what we've seen in trailers, confirmed patents, and Rockstar's proven track record with Red Dead Redemption 2, this could be the most ambitious environmental simulation they've ever attempted. And I think it's gonna be. I'm not gonna lie. I really think what we're going to see in this game is going to be nuts. And man, given what we're talking about, I feel like I have to talk like a stuffy British guy. So with that said, let's start off with Red Dead Redemption 2, because it's the blueprint for everything Rockstar is building. And if you've seen the leaked footage, the way things move around, the way NPCs move, the way the player character moves, the way the world's kind of happening around you, that seems for sure to be the direction, even with like Jason's head tracking when he's leaving a building. And I know I showed a little bit of the alpha leaks in the last video. I'm not sure how much of that I can get away with, so it may or may not be on the screen. The text will tell you if it is or isn't. The now sentient text, who's also been on its best behavior lately. But also, before we talk about this, I just want to say, if you celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you're having a happy Thanksgiving. It's just a good time to be around a bunch of family in uncomfortable situations and overindulge in food, try to strategically pass gas without anyone noticing, and then blow up the bathroom. It's great. So wherever you are, I hope you're with family or friends, and I hope you're doing all right. All right, I'm done being sappy. Let's talk about this. So Red Dead Redemption 2, the blueprint, right? Blueprint Rockstar is building their kind of ecosystem thing off of. So when Red Dead Redemption 2 launched in 2018, Rockstar officially confirmed it featured over 200 species. And here's what made that revolutionary. Those animals didn't just exist as set dressing. They interacted with each other dynamically. Possums, they play dead when threatened. You've heard me talk about this before. Like bears bluff charging before attacking. Eagles, they would like dive down and hunt snakes and stuff. Predators actively stalked prey across the wilderness. It was really freaking cool. And sure, some of this was scripted. Like you'd roll up on an area and maybe something would be scripted to happen with the wildlife. And you know, the Rockstar devs have talked about that in the past. They create the illusion that things are happening emergently around you when sometimes they aren't. A lot of the times, other things are happening emergently. So it kind of all blends together seamlessly. And I think that's kind of the combo that takes their open world exploration to the absolute next level. And it's not just good game design, having events trigger, at specific times and all that. There is a genuine ecological simulation happening in Red Dead Redemption 2. Everyone loves studies, so according to a study published in July of 2021 in the journal People in Nature by researchers at the University of Exeter, I think that's how you say that, Exeter, Red Dead Redemption 2's animal behavior was so realistic that players could identify real-world species from photographs after playing the game. Well, that's pretty cool. At least they looked the part, right? But the study showed that Red Dead Redemption 2 players correctly identified 10 out of 15 animals compared to just 7 out of 15 for people who had not played the game. That's pretty cool. Lead researcher Dr. Sarah Crowley even quoted one player who said the game taught them how to spot a ram that was about to charge. And they added that bit, I shared this in a previous video, but the dude literally said that it saved him from having his leg broken. And that's cool because I feel like video games, they've always been educational to some extent. A lot of you probably agree with me if you've grown up playing video games. You've probably learned a lot of things through video games. I'm not even joking. I understood the physics of driving thanks to the Grand Theft Auto games. Even if it's not like perfectly accurate, I understood how to move about the roads and everything like that. But Grand Theft Auto 6 is taking the foundation that Red Dead Redemption 2 laid and expanding it into a completely different biome, Florida, or Leonida. So let's talk animals. Based on confirmed sightings from Trailer 1 and Trailer 2 and analysis of the 2022 leaked footage, fans have identified approximately 40 to 50 distinct animal species in Grand Theft Auto 6, though Rockstar has not officially confirmed the exact count. And these aren't random animals. They're specifically chosen to reflect Florida's unique ecosystem. You've got alligators dominating the swamps and marshes of the Grass Rivers region, which appears to be Grand Theft Auto 6's version of the Everglades. The first trailer explicitly shows 5 alligators basking in the wetlands. Flamingos, pelicans, and herons, oh man, populate coastal areas. I need to go back to school. Dolphins swim alongside boats. Wild boars appear in forested regions. And yes, there are even invasive species like iguanas, which are a massive real-world problem in Florida, even if they are kind of cute. But here's what could make this different from every other open-world game. If Rockstar follows the same design philosophy they used in Red Dead Redemption 2, these animals won't be scripted. And like I said earlier, all these little critters and everything running around, they're going to be interacting with each other. They'll be part of a living food chain where predators hunt prey, scavengers follow carnivores, and ecosystems function whether you're watching or not. And then sometimes trigger when you're around for, cool things, like a hawk killing a snake or something. And that brings us to alligators, naturally, because they're clearly Grand Theft Auto 6's signature animal. And they had some fun with them too in Red Dead Redemption 2. In Trailer 1, we see them in their natural habitat, the Everglades. But we also see them in completely different unnatural places. There's that viral social media clip of someone dragging an alligator out of a swimming pool. There's another scene that shows what appears to be an alligator crawling on into a convenience store while people run away. And that's not just Rockstar, being silly. It's based on real Florida behavior, things that actually happen there. A lot of the stuff in their trailers they were using to kind of show off this new Vice City are things that have actually happened in Miami, Florida. According to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, alligators regularly wander into populated areas, especially during mating season or droughts when water sources shrink. So if Rockstar is simulating this, and the trailers strongly suggest that they are, it means these animals have territories, migration patterns, and, needs. If food is scarce in the swamps, maybe they'll move into a human zone. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be quite like that. I think it's going to be more that things just happen. Like an alligator shows up in a store and it's a triggered event like I talked about earlier. But who knows? It could go that deep. If water levels drop because of weather changes, maybe they'll migrate. And that would be kind of where the ecosystem would obviously start to connect. maybe not even start to connect. That sounds a little bit more advanced, but I think you're getting what I'm saying here. We're going to not only have these triggered events where things will happen that create the illusion of this stuff happening with wildlife, but they're going to be eating each other. And they could move around based on the weather conditions in the game, because weather is really big in this game. It's not just going to be a visual effect in Grand Theft Auto 6. It appears to be an actual driving force in what's happening in the world around you. And we know this because Rockstar has filed patents proving it. Patent US 11684855B2, titled System and Method for Virtual Navigation in a Gaming Environment, describes how NPCs react to external conditions, including weather, traffic, and environmental hazards. And I love bringing up this patent, and the reason for that is this patent specifically states that NPCs will avoid dangerous roads in rain, slow down in fog, and reroute during storms. And based on what we've seen in the trailers, Rockstar is going all in on weather as a core gameplay system. Trailer 2 shows heavy rainstorms with realistic water physics. It shows wet pavement reflecting neon lights, and most tellingly, it shows environmental clues that extreme weather events might be part of the game. Because I've seen some naysayers being like, dude, we didn't see a hurricane in the trailers. Look at the world around you. I mean, there's plenty of context clues to figure out, oh, a big storm just came through here, like a big one. You know, we even see Jason making repairs to his roof and stuff. So let's talk hurricanes, because this is where things get truly ambitious. There's multiple visual hints. There's a flood gauge to measure rising water levels during storms. There's that wall sign referencing Hurricane Roxy. There's a news headline in trailer 1 about a waterspout. Palm trees and some screenshots appear to be staked into the ground, something Floridians do to protect against high winds. Anyway, hurricanes. Will they be random events that spawn constantly? Probably not. Almost certainly not. Miami does get hit by major hurricanes every 6 to 8 years, so having them occur too frequently would just be annoying and unrealistic. You know, this isn't like some sort of hardcore survival game where you're going to have to survive the weather. At that point, it would just get annoying. Most likely, hurricanes will be scripted story events, or really just a scripted story event, or a special Grand Theft Auto Online seasonal thing, similar to snow at Christmas in Grand Theft Auto 5. But here's why that matters. A hurricane doesn't just change the weather, it changes everything about the world you are inhabiting. Well, when one's happening. You know, like the roads, they flood. Escape routes get cut off, so you have to get on those evac routes and get out while you can. Power goes out, which means there's no traffic lights. Debris flies through the air, and animals, they go nuts. During real hurricanes in Florida, alligators are frequently found in parking lots, swimming pools, and even inside buildings. Birds disappear, deer flee to elevated areas, and all of that animal migration creates encounters players have never experienced before. Which is why I don't think it'll be like random scenarios, but more like you have a yes hurricane, no hurricane kind of state, and maybe some sort of cool cinematic in between when the hurricane's actually hitting, or maybe a third state where the hurricane is actually hitting and there's just not a lot, there's no wildlife or anything out because it's trying to simulate the high winds and palm trees and stuff like that. That's all speculation. But it would be cool if they were random or, had some randomness to it. Because imagine like you're trying to plan a heist or something and a tropical storm maybe hits mid-mission, and the streets flood, you abandon your car, commandeer a jet ski. It could change up how these things kind of play out, which is why I see that kind of stuff being more for maybe their more advanced Grand Theft Auto Online, where the story, it sounds like, at some point you can have too many things to where something's going to inevitably break in a game. And this is a video game created by humans, assisted with AI on a processing level, but still made by humans. So it's not going to be super crazy to where we're getting hurricanes every 5 minutes. But weather conditions in general could add to the emergent gameplay. In fact, they will. Like when it rains, things are going to get muddy. And it doesn't mean we're not going to get some big old tropical storms and everything rolling through. And, NPCs, they'll slip and fall in the mud and stuff like that. Red Dead Redemption 2 is just a great game to look at, or kind of where we're going to be going next with Grand Theft Auto 6, because in Red Dead Redemption 2, they did so much with the environment and so much with like the physics of like the mud and the snow. And for Grand Theft Auto 6, I feel like they want to take the big sprawling world they had in Grand Theft Auto 5, the immersion they had in Grand Theft Auto 4, and then the absolutely incredible features of Red Dead Redemption 2 that made it immersive through its environment, and bring them all together and see what that looks like. And that is just logically the next step and appears to be what we are going to get. So let's talk about water, because it's the connective tissue of this entire ecosystem. You like that? I mean, we're in Miami or Vice City. There's a lot of water, different kinds of water. And we know that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be the first game ever to have truly simulated water running in real time. But how can water change up gameplay? During low tide, sandbars and shallow areas could become accessible, revealing maybe even some hidden paths or something. During high tide, those same areas flood, blocking routes. So I think we are going to see some sort of flood mechanic just based on these flood meters and stuff we're seeing. Now, it could just be them putting these objects in the world to look like the place you're at, but the fact that they've now hinted at it through the trailers and the screenshots, either there's just flood gauges absolutely everywhere, and there very well could be, or they're trying to hint that this is a possible thing that we're going to be interacting with in the game, is flooding.
And of course, animals are going to be reacting to all of this, those poor little critters. Alligators, they prefer shallow water, so they'd move to flooded streets during storms. Fish, they could migrate based on conditions. And NPCs would avoid flooded areas entirely, rerouting traffic and changing their schedules. Which brings us to NPC routines, because this is where Rockstar's ecosystem philosophy could get truly ambitious. Based on Rockstar's patent filings and what we've observed in Trailer 2, Grand Theft Auto 6 NPCs appear to have variable density and behavior based on time, weather, and location. Beaches look more crowded in some shots than others, for example, suggesting time of day or day of week variations. NPCs are shown wearing different clothing styles depending on context, beachwear near the coast, business attire in the city, and if you read through the patents, it seems NPCs are going to be responding to weather, which is not uncommon in a Rockstar game, but all of this together creates something interesting. This creates what game designers call emergent encounters, moments that aren't scripted but arise naturally from the sum of the game's parts. So something crazy could happen. For example, you could be driving through a suburban neighborhood during a storm, traffic backs up because of flooding, maybe an NPC swerves to avoid an alligator crossing the road of all things, and they crash into a parked car. Then maybe the alarm goes off, another NPC calls the police, and then suddenly you're caught in escalating chaos because multiple systems collided at that exact moment to screw you. Sounds like Red Dead Redemption 2, doesn't it? Just a little bit. And that's the promise of an interconnected ecosystem. And this is where we really need to look at Rockstar's NPC navigation patent. The patent describes a system where NPCs no longer react only to immediate obstacles. Instead, they plan routes based on predicted conditions. If a road ahead is flooded, NPCs reroute before reaching it. If weather makes certain areas dangerous, they avoid them entirely. The patent also describes individual driving profiles, meaning different NPCs react differently. Skilled drivers might speed through rain. Cautious drivers might slow down. Aggressive drivers weave through traffic. All of this creates a dynamic traffic system that feels alive. And here's the ecosystem layer. If animals also use navigation nodes, which they did in Red Dead Redemption 2, then their migration paths will intersect with human infrastructure. So like a deer could sprint across the highway and, you gotta swerve to avoid them. Or maybe that happens to an NPC and they swerve to avoid it, and then boom, car pile up. And it happens just while you're driving. And then, the police show up. So let's bring this back to the player. How does all of this actually affect you as the player? Well, it seems quite obvious. It means Grand Theft Auto 6 could be unpredictable in ways previous games simply weren't. In Grand Theft Auto 5, if you replayed a mission, the world responded the same way every time. In Grand Theft Auto 6, if you replay a heist and the weather is different, the entire experience could change. And that's assuming we get a bunch of heists. I mean, it's looking like we're gonna have some heists in this game. Rain makes roads slick, right? This is a Sherlock moment, right? But anyways, rain, it does make the roads slick, and it's been like that since San Andreas, and that's gonna affect your getaway. Fog, it's going to hide you from police helicopters and stuff like that. A storm floods your escape route, maybe it forces you to improv. It also means exploration could be constantly rewarding. In Grand Theft Auto 5, once you saw part of the map, there really wasn't any reason to revisit it unless you wanted to fall to your death in some crazy dramatic way. In Grand Theft Auto 6, because animals migrate, NPCs follow schedules, and weather changes conditions, the same location could feel completely different depending on when you visit. A swamp that's peaceful at noon might be dangerous at dusk when predators hunt. A beach that's crowded on Saturday could be empty on Monday. A highway that's clear in sunshine could be treacherous in rain. And most ambitiously, it means Grand Theft Auto 6 could create a feedback loop between player, environment, and AI. Your actions affect the ecosystem. If you hunt too many alligators in one area, predator populations might drop and prey species might increase. If you cause a massive pileup during rush hour, traffic reroutes and NPCs avoid that road temporarily. If you start a wildfire, animals will flee. Every action has a consequence. Every consequence creates a new opportunity, and every opportunity feeds back into the ecosystem. This is what next-gen games should look like. Not just better graphics or bigger maps, but systems that interact so deeply that the game world feels genuinely alive. That's what I'm expecting to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. It's not just bringing back Vice City and how they did it in the original Vice City. I mean, it's obviously very much has its own thing going on these days. And so yeah, there's that. I'm really excited to see how all of these systems play with each other and interact. But what do you think? Do you think these systems are going to lead to some really crazy stuff? What's one of the first things you're going to do involving an alligator? Please let me know down in the comments. I'm curious to know what your diabolical mind is cooking up with those alligators. Grand Theft Auto 5 only had like 2 buildings you could go in, and Red Dead Redemption 2 had hundreds. I'm just kidding. Grand Theft Auto 5 did have hundreds, but Red Dead Redemption 2, it just felt like more. Know what I mean? And now, credible leaks suggest that Grand Theft Auto 6 might have over 700 explorable shops alone. Not just interiors, shops. We're not counting apartments, banks, malls, or even skyscrapers. And if this is true, that's not just a freaking upgrade, guys. Like, that is a complete reimagining of anything we thought possible, of what an open world can really be.
Should I wait outside?
No, come in.
Oh, Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the way Rockstar is allegedly pulling this off could change the gaming industry forever. And you've heard me talk about that in a previous video. Man, I always say that. Take a shot every time I say that. But anyways, let's get into this. So in July of 2022, Bloomberg's Jason Schreier, I say that guy's name I feel like every single video, but Jason Schreier, one of the most reliable journalists in gaming, published a report confirming that Grand Theft Auto 6's world would contain more interior locations than any previous Grand Theft Auto game. That was the first official hint. Then, in September of 2022, the massive Rockstar hack, or leak, whatever, exposed 90 clips of development footage. Hidden in that leak was a document stating that Grand Theft Auto 6 would feature at least 157 interiors. And apparently, there was going to be even more than that. But the number that really set the internet on fire came later. In December of 2023, just days before the first official trailer, a 7-second clip leaked online. The person who posted it claimed to be a friend of Aaron Garbett's son. Garbutt being Rockstar North's co-studio head and a 26-year veteran at the company. In the private messages, this leaker stated that Rockstar was aiming for 70% of buildings to be enterable. 70%. To put that in perspective, if Grand Theft Auto 6's map contains even 5,000 buildings, that would mean 3,500 interiors. The claim was so absurd that most people just outright dismissed it. But then, in June of 2025, a different leaker named GameRoll, who had correctly revealed Jason and Lucia's last names 2 weeks before Trailer 2, dropped another bombshell. According to GameRoll, Grand Theft Auto 6 would feature over 700 shops that players could enter and rob, plus functional shopping malls and skyscrapers with working elevators. And suddenly, the impossible started to sound plausible. Now, as I always say, take everything I'm about to say with salt, because the game is, it's been delayed, and nothing is 100% certain until you have a controller in your hand and you are looking at the screen and you are actually seeing this happen. But we're just going off of what we know, so let's talk about that. In fact, let's talk numbers, because, well, they matter. Grand Theft Auto 5 launched in 2013 with what felt like a lack of enterable buildings. And I felt like you could really feel that in the world. There were certain interiors that I was used to going in from Grand Theft Auto 4 that I could no longer go in Grand Theft Auto 5. It was like, hey, what gives? But whatever. Out of the thousands of structures across Los Santos, Blaine County, and the surrounding areas, only a few let you actually walk in the door, even though there's reportedly hundreds of interiors. Most of those interiors were mission specific, like Michael's house, Franklin's house, and a handful of stores you could rob. The rest of the city was really set dressing. Beautiful, meticulously detailed set dressing. But ultimately, it felt kind of hollow. And I think even the fans of Grand Theft Auto 5, you guys know I'm not a huge fan of Grand Theft Auto 5, but I think even the fans of Grand Theft Auto 5 can say that it felt kind of hollow. Red Dead Redemption 2 improved on this significantly, or at least it felt that way, with all sorts of interiors like saloons, general stores, hotels, train stations, homesteads, and even random cabins scattered across the wilderness. And I think it's pretty apparent when you play Red Dead Redemption 2, it feels bigger. Well, it is bigger, but it feels like there's more interiors you can go in. For a game released in 2018, that's pretty freaking impressive. That's only a 5-year difference from Grand Theft Auto 5. And I say only, we live in a time where 5 years between games isn't that much time, unfortunately. But Red Dead Redemption 2's map is also much smaller and less dense than Grand Theft Auto 6's Vice City. It's a frontier, obviously, not a metropolitan area. Now, let's look at what we know about Grand Theft Auto 6. The leaked document from 2022 explicitly states at least 157 interiors and counting. That phrase, and counting, is crucial. It means 157 was the floor, not the ceiling. And the number was from a build that's now 3 years old. Fast forward to 2025, and GameRoll claims there are 700 plus robbable stores. Even if we're conservative and assume that number is exaggerated, we're still looking at a massive leap. But here's the thing. We're not just talking about shops. We're also talking about apartments, like I said earlier, office buildings, nightclubs, restaurants, hotels, banks, gas stations, and malls. Trailer 2 explicitly showed characters inside a functioning bank, a nightclub, and what appears to be a luxury hotel. Leaked footage from 2022 showed the interior of a waffle restaurant during a heist, complete with loot mechanics and NPC interactions. And multiple sources, including GameRoll, have confirmed that some skyscrapers will even have elevators, meaning you can ride up to the 30th floor and look out over Vice City. If all of this is true, Grand Theft Auto 6 won't just have the most interiors of any Rockstar game, it'll have the most interiors of any open world game ever made. And with the supposed now $2.7 billion budget, that's not hard to believe. So how is Rockstar pulling this off? Well, the answer lies in a patent filed by Take-Two Interactive, Rockstar's parent company, titled System and Method for Game Object and Environment Generation. This patent outlines a procedural generation system designed for building interiors. Here's how it works. Instead of handcrafting every single room from scratch, Rockstar's system generates interiors using a library of modular assets. Think of it like Lego. You have floor tiles, wall panels, furniture pieces, lighting fixtures, and decorative objects. Each asset is tagged with descriptors: high-end, rustic, modern, abandoned, luxurious. You get the picture here. The system then uses these tags to procedurally assemble interiors that match a specific style. For example, if the game needs to generate a high-end apartment, the system pulls assets tagged as luxurious. Things like marble floors, leather couches, expensive art, floor-to-ceiling windows. If it needs a dingy motel room, it pulls assets tagged as cheap or worn, stained carpets, flickering lights, broken furniture, that kind of thing. The patent even mentions that interiors can evolve over time. So if you rob a store and come back later, the interior might look slightly different. Like a new inventory of items, rearranged furniture, maybe even some repairs if you did some, destruction the last time you were there. And apparently there's some destruction systems they're working on in the game, so maybe they've made some repairs since then. And this procedural stuff isn't just smart from a design perspective, it's really essential because building 700 unique interiors by hand would take years alone and require an absolutely absurd amount of labor and storage space. But with procedural generation, Rockstar can create hundreds of believable, varied interiors using a relatively small set of assets. And because the system follows rules, like bathrooms always having sinks, kitchens always having counters, stuff like that, the results will still feel handcrafted. This technology isn't entirely new though. Games like No Man's Sky and Minecraft have used procedural generation for years, and I've had some comments definitely reminding me that this technology isn't new, but the way it's being implemented in a game like this is new. And applying it to urban interiors in a AAA open world game, that's absolutely insane. And it kind of shows you how Rockstar could realistically achieve the numbers we're hearing. It really takes those out of being just like complete bonkers speculation to, what we're actually probably going to see. Now let's talk about what this means for gameplay, because more interiors aren't just about immersion. They fundamentally change how the game works. Let's start with the heists. In Grand Theft Auto 5, heists were linear, they were kind of lame. You'd follow a set path, hit scripted objects, and escape through a predetermined route. I mean, it was cool, but come on. But with hundreds of accessible interiors, Grand Theft Auto 6's heists could be much more dynamic. Imagine planning a bank robbery. You scope out the building ahead of time, noting that there are 3 floors maybe, 2 stairwells, and a rooftop access point. You decide to enter through the parking garage, take the elevator to the vault level, and escape via the roof using a helicopter. But when things go wrong, and it's Grand Theft Auto 6, so they will, you improvise. You duck into a nearby office building, ride the elevator to the 15th floor, smash through a window, and parachute onto a moving truck. That kind of emergent gameplay is only possible if the world is truly open. And that is something Rockstar has always wanted, especially since Grand Theft Auto 3. That was the first one they were really trying to go all in on being able to approach missions in any way you want. And if you play some of those older titles, they do feel more sandboxy in their approach to getting the objectives done. Even if they are very, old school, rudimentary, that kind of thing, there was still very much that sandbox energy in how you accomplish things. Okay, let's go. You could do some wacky approach to get what you wanted accomplished, and if it worked, and usually it involved blowing up a car or something like that, but if it worked, you were golden. You had freedom and approach. In these more modern Rockstar titles, we've all joked about it. It feels like maybe if you just try to go off the beaten path, or if you've watched Sav's Roundtable, I might have mentioned it on there about how I tried to flank an enemy, I think in Red Dead Redemption or Grand Theft Auto, and I ended up failing the mission. So there's some really stupid reasons you can fail missions in the more modern ones, just because they have a lot more things going on. But if you have the sandbox gameplay of the older titles and mix it with these new systems, these incredible graphics, and just, tie it all together in a beautiful package, man, chef's kiss, it's going to be incredible. And that's what hundreds of interiors enable. Then there's robbery. The leaked document mentions over 700 robbable stores. In Grand Theft Auto 5, robbing a store was simple and repetitive. You walked in, aimed a gun, grabbed cash, run. But leaked Grand Theft Auto 6 footage shows a much deeper system. You can search containers, loot specific items, use tools like crowbars and Slim Jims to break into locked areas, and even command your partner to control NPCs while you search for valuables. The leaked footage in the Waffle heist shows the Waffle Heist. But yeah, the leak footage from the Waffle Heist shows Jason using the Eagle Vision ability to scan the environment for loot. He opens containers, stuffs items into a duffel bag, and shares the haul with Lucia. Meanwhile, NPCs with yellow icons over their heads try to call the cops, and Jason has to stop them before the police arrive. Now, I don't know if these icons that I remember seeing were in the alpha footage because, there was a bunch of crap on the screen, and I think it was there so that, the person testing the game could see if it was actually working properly or not. I don't know about all the crap that's going to be on the HUD, but anyway, I'm getting off topic. So all of this stuff I'm mentioning, it's not a gameplay gimmick, it's the core loop. And this kind of thing only works if there are hundreds of locations to rob, each with slightly different layouts and challenges. And it might not even add only emergent gameplay with its systems, but maybe even stuff like emergent storytelling, which is why I haven't had a video out on Monday, because I've been playing RimWorld, which is just absolutely outstanding when it comes to emergent storytelling. Anyways, so let's talk about police chases. In Grand Theft Auto 5, losing the cops was, well, pretty straightforward. You drove fast, you'd break the line of sight, hide, but with Enterable buildings everywhere, chases become infinitely more interesting. So imagine you're being chased down on like a main road, and maybe you dip into an alley, just like you would in any other Grand Theft Auto game. You ditch your car, but now you sprint into the shopping mall instead of just running around through alleys. You ride the escalator to the second floor, duck into a clothing store, and hide in the dressing room. Outside, police search the streets, but you're gone. 5 minutes, you walk out the back exit, steal a new car, and disappear. And maybe with some of those clothes from that clothing store. Because apparently there's going to be a disguise system that ties into, the witness system in this game, but that's a whole nother topic. That's the kind of sandbox freedom we need in a Grand Theft Auto game. Man, if they can pull this off, it's going to be outstanding. And it's only possible if the world is truly explorable. Finally, let's talk about just exploring. One of the biggest criticisms I have of Grand Theft Auto 5, and I've already mentioned it, is the world felt hollow. You could admire the architecture, but you couldn't interact with it. And I remember thinking the lighting, especially when they did like one of the first remasters or whatever, it looked so good. And I just wanted to go in places and stuff. I wanted to feel immersed in the world, but I just couldn't. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do that. Every mall, hotel, nightclub, and apartment building you see isn't just set dressing. It's a location you can explore. At least on paper. We'll see how it actually plays out. But again, remember, salt. Lots and lots of salt. But this is looking like what we're actually going to see, guys. So maybe you find a hidden stash in a penthouse. Maybe you stumble into an underground fight club in a warehouse, Maybe you discover a secret meeting in the back room of a pawn shop. Suddenly the map isn't just a place you drive through, it's like just filled with places you discover. Just like in Red Dead Redemption 2. Do you remember? Like in the different various stores, there'd be robbery opportunities, weird little things like that you could discover. Players love that in Red Dead Redemption 2. I love that. That's why it is my favorite Rockstar title of all time. But let's slow it down a second, because we need to talk about the 70% claim. So is it real? Well, probably not. That's functionally impossible. If Grand Theft Auto 6's map is twice the size of Grand Theft Auto 5, which multiple leaks have claimed, and if it's as dense as Miami, we're looking at somewhere between 10 to 20,000 individual structures. If 70% of those were Enterable, that's 7,000 to 14,000 interiors. Even with procedural generation, that's absurd. You would definitely see duplicates and stuff, and also a PS5, there's no way it could run it. It's just not possible. The game files, can you imagine how massive they would be? Everyone's joking about the install size of Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, you wouldn't even be able to install it, man, if you could go into that many different interiors. I mean, just the amount of, I can't even imagine. More importantly, it's unnecessary. Do we really need to enter every single house on a suburban street? Probably not. What matters is that the important buildings, shops, banks, hotels, malls, offices, are accessible. The places that you would actually go in your day-to-day life, or places that would make sense for you to escape to. And based on the leaks, that's exactly what Rockstar is doing. And I know I was saying, we don't need to go in every neighborhood, house and stuff. I think that would be cool. And Grand Theft Auto San Andreas did do that in 2004. At least very close to that. I'm just saying, it is possible. They did something very similar to this back in 2004. The leaked documents mention of 157 confirmed interiors is believable because that's conservative. It's a realistic number for a game still in development. And the procedural generation patent is believable because it explains how Rockstar can scale beyond what's humanly possible to hand build. So here's my educated guess. With a good helping of salt, Grand Theft Auto 6 will likely have somewhere between 500 and 1,000 Enterable interiors, depending on how you count them. That includes shops, malls, restaurants, nightclubs, banks, apartments, and mission-specific locations. Smaller buildings, gas stations, convenience stores, pawn shops will likely all be Enterable, possibly using procedural generation to create variety. Larger buildings like skyscrapers, motels, malls will probably have like partial interiors,
You'll be able to explore like lobbies, certain floors, key areas, places you would actually go, but maybe not every single room, maybe not the changing rooms and stuff, as cool as that would be. Well, maybe if you're buying clothes, I don't know. Residential homes in suburban areas will probably use a mix of procedural generation and copy-pasted layouts. You'll be able to rob them, but they won't all be unique. And, it's not like everyone's house in real life is unique. I remember growing up, I went into a kid across the street's house and it was a carbon copy of my parents' house, just with a whole Catholic vibe to it. But I don't know what I'm even talking about now. So yes, and you'll probably be able to rob them, but they won't all be unique. And yes, some buildings will still be inaccessible. High-rise apartments, random office towers, and background structures won't all open up, but the sheer volume of explorable spaces will still dwarf anything we've seen before. If GTA 6 can successfully deliver hundreds of Enterable buildings using procedural generation, even 1,000 buildings, it will set a new standard for open-world games. Right now, most open-world developers face the same trade-off. You can either have a massive map with shallow interiors or a smaller map with deep interiors. Cyberpunk 2077 chose the former. It's Night City. It's visually stunning, but most buildings are locked. Now, the buildings you can go into, though, they went deep and they look great, and I love Cyberpunk 2077. Spider-Man 2 uses kind of a clever trick called parallax occlusion mapping to create the illusion of interiors through windows, but you can't actually enter them, and that's kind of lame. If Rockstar can prove that procedural generation creates believable, varied interiors at scale, other studios will follow. And so far, I think they've been kind of turned off. I mean, you look at Starfield with its 1,000 planets. Terrible use of procedural generation. I mean, it is cool to some extent, but you can't even fly to the freaking planets. And that's a whole nother story. If you can't tell, I'm a Bethesda fanboy, and I was really looking forward to Starfield, and that's another story. You can go listen to Mr. Matty Plays. He talks about it. So if Grand Theft Auto 6 can pull this off, video games are going to start to be judged by a new metric. Not just how big the map is, but how much of it can you actually explore. And to some extent, that is true. To some extent, that is kind of where we already are with games. But this will become another bar that is expected of your game, not something that just impresses people. Because for years, open world games have prioritized breadth over depth. Grand Theft Auto 6 might be the first game to deliver both. So here's the bottom line. Grand Theft Auto 6 will almost certainly have the most Enterable buildings of any Rockstar game ever made. Whether that number is 500, 700, or 1,000, it's a massive leap forward. And the technology Rockstar is using, procedural generation, combined with handcrafted assets, could fundamentally change how open world games are built entirely. But more importantly, this isn't just about numbers, it's about gameplay. It's about being chased by the cops and ducking off into a random apartment building to hide. It's about planning a heist and scouting, different entry points. It's about exploration, finding secret underground tunnels and stuff like that, stumbling into a side mission, going off the beaten path. Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't just giving us more interiors, it's giving us a living, breathing world that reacts to everything we do, and that's the feature that will change open worlds forever. Whew, I got excited there at the end. Can you tell?
Rubio is getting back in his helicopter.
Grand Theft Auto 5 had decent water. I mean, the ocean moved, right? The waves, they rolled, and if you drove a boat into the sunset, it looked beautiful. But underneath all of that was a pretty standard system. The ocean in Grand Theft Auto 5 was built on a mesh, a flat surface that got pushed around by math to look like waves. The water never reacted to what you did in really any meaningful way. It's like a wallpaper. Imagine it like that. A good wallpaper, but a wallpaper. And most games, this is what they do with water. For 2013, that was perfectly acceptable. Like I said, almost every game does this. But Grand Theft Auto 6 is set in Leonida, a fictional version of Florida. And Florida is really defined by water. I mean, we're talking swamps, coastlines, the Keys, the open ocean. Rockstar knew that if they were building this world, water could not be an afterthought. And based on what we can actually verify right now, it looks like they've treated it as anything but. So let's start with what Rockstar themselves have told us through the trailers and official materials. In the first trailer, one of the earliest shots is an overhead view of the ocean. IGN's frame-by-frame breakdown pointed out that this single shot showcases not just impressive water effects, but also marine life underneath the surface, including 4 dolphins skipping across the waves and a shark lurking below. This is a deliberate choice. Rockstar could have opened with skyscrapers or a car chase, whatever. Instead, they showed us water, okay? They really wanted us to look at that water. And I remember thinking, wow, Jesus Christ, this looks incredible. And they showed us the life inside that water. Think about the trailers back for Red Dead Redemption 2 with all the little critters and stuff rolling around and all that kind of stuff. Well, we got that, but with water this time. And later in the same trailer, we got to see an airboat gliding across wetlands, clearly inspired by the Florida Everglades, and IGN noted that these wetlands are densely populated with more wildlife than has ever been seen in a Grand Theft Auto game. There's going to be flamingos, alligators, all that stuff, all there set against incredibly detailed foliage. And again, water is not a decoration here, it's like the living space. It's a feature or something, I don't know. Anyways, in trailer 2, this is where things started to get a little bit more intense. Digital Foundry did a full breakdown of this trailer, and their observations about liquid rendering are worth paying attention to. At least I think so. They specifically noted how beer bottles in the trailer show liquid sloshing around inside them, with the lighting playing off the glass and the fluid in a way that feels tangible. They even highlighted a scene where condensation appears only on the portion of a glass bottle containing cold liquid, and then there's another thing where the beer inside another bottle catches light and it moves convincingly. Eurogamer's write-up of that Digital Foundry analysis also pointed out that ray-traced reflections are heavily used on water surfaces, with larger bodies of water like rivers and streams appearing to use ray-traced reflections rather than just screen space reflections. They did note some noise in the water reflections, but the overall quality of how light interacts with fluid surfaces in this game is something they described as next level. And of course, there's going to be some noise in it. You zoom in on any of the screenshots, you're going to see what they're talking about, some of that digital noise. It was present in Red Dead Redemption 2, especially on the PlayStation 4, I remember, and less so on the PC, but still visible, just way less. But remember, this game is basically being built around the PlayStation 5, so of course we're going to see a little bit of that. Who cares? I mean, really, the image is the sum of its parts, right? And Rockstar did confirm that these trailers were captured on a base PlayStation 5. So what in the world is going to power this incredible water on a PlayStation 5? Well, in October of 2023, the French outlet Rockstar Mag published an exclusive report based on their own sources detailing improvements coming with the new version of the Rage engine, which they identified as Rage 9. You've heard me talk about this to death. According to that report, one of the key innovations is water physically simulated in real time. And I've talked about physically simulated water. I'm just going to stop saying I've covered it before, and I'm just going to tell you I've talked about it, okay? Anyways, that article explains that while real-time fluid simulation has existed in film and 3D applications for years, it had never been done in real time inside a playable open-world game at this scale. They compared Rockstar's approach to NVIDIA's WaveWorks technology, noting that even WaveWorks 2.0 produced results that were, in their words, still a long way off from what Rockstar Games has developed. The report identifies the team behind this as Rage Technology Group, a subdivision of Rockstar San Diego, the studio that originally built the Rage engine back in 2006. According to Rockstar Mag, this team is composed of roughly 20 engineers with deep expertise in real-time physics simulation, linear algebra, trigonometry, and matrix mathematics. Geez, how much do you think they're getting paid? After what the report describes as months of research, experimentation, and optimization, those engineers achieved the feat of physically simulating water in an open-world game in real time. The article does carry a disclaimer that some of this information was still in the development stage when reported, whatever that means, but it basically means that not everything described is guaranteed to appear in the final product. Well, there you go. That's what that means. Now, you may have heard a very specific number floating around the internet, $200 to $300 million. Supposedly, that's the budget Rockstar spent on water physics alone. That claim does need to be addressed directly, though, because I'm a little guilty here. It's been repeated constantly, and the sourcing is paper thin. The original Rockstar Mag article from 2023 never mentioned any budget figure, okay? Like zero. The number first appeared in August 2025 from a social media account on X that took the older Rockstar Mag report, allegedly, and added the dollar figure amount on top of it, okay? Apparently, that's the story on how that came to be. And then, there was also claims about surfing, hurricanes, and dynamic tides, stuff y'all have heard about. As GTA Boom reported, the original French outlet never mentioned any budget, and the $200 to $300 million figure appears to be speculation that just got repeated until people treated it as fact. And I am guilty of this because before I did my due diligence, there's been steps, right? Like I feel like I've been leveling up on the fact checking stuff. I think I have a video just called 300 million water, whatever. I'm leaving it as is. I did also have another one where I was like, the map is 95% finished or whatever, and I got schooled on that as well. And the number's more like closer to 80%, and that's because of something very similar to this. There ends up being some misinformation that gets spread, and then it becomes kind of an echo chamber on the internet, and then all of a sudden the internet itself, like Google and all that, starts to index this information as fact, So we got to dig a little deeper and actually look and read these sources instead of just glossing over them and looking for a shortcut to getting the buzz numbers.
Again, take stuff like that with salt, and if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is, okay? Unless it's Grand Theft Auto 6, because it's going to be incredible. Multiple outlets, including Dexerto, covered the resurfacing of this claim. And even Dexerto, and it's weird to say that name, I kind of like it, but they described the number as wild and noted it is very unlikely that Rockstar would have blown that much money on one part of the game. So for context, the entire development and marketing budget for Grand Theft Auto 5 was around $265 million, give or take. That's the figure I got. But anyways, the idea that Rockstar spent more than that on water alone, I mean, that doesn't really hold up, you know? Maybe, who's to say, right? So go ahead and just forget that number, okay? Forget I ever said it. Go watch my water video one more time just for good old time's sake, and then part ways and never see each other again. Just a nice clean break. Don't text them, but go watch it and give it a like if you haven't already, please. I'd really appreciate it. You could say the idea that Rockstar spent more than that on water alone doesn't hold any water. I'll be here all night, thank you. But that team of 20 engineers building something ambitious for water, that does come from Rockstar Mag's source report. The $300 million price tag, well, that doesn't. What we can verify with complete confidence is that Take-Two Interactive, Rockstar's parent company, holds multiple patents directly related to fluid simulation and water rendering. And I've beaten these patents to death, but hey, that's what we got. That and the leaks and all that kind of stuff. These are public filings, so they're not leaks and rumors, anything like that. You can look them up yourself, and like you can go to Google right now and type in patent US 10685152B2. And this was granted in June of 2020, and it is titled Systems and Methods for Fast Simulation and Visualization of Sparse Fluids. It was invented by Matthias Michael Blocka, I think I'm saying that right, and assigned to Take-Two. This patent describes a system for simulating small-scale fluids like sweat, tears, blood, and rain droplets on 3D character models. The way it works is genuinely clever. The simulation runs in a 2D plane mapped to the surface of a 3D character, calculating how fluid moves based on gravity, surface properties, and environmental forces. It accounts for things like evaporation, how hairy or smooth a surface is, and whether fluid should drip off or pool in place. Damn it, sentient text. Stop. Sorry guys. And it's designed to run on a GPU in real time, and that's really incredible. And the patent explicitly mentions use cases like sweat on athletes and rain on windshields, stuff like that. Think about what this means for a game set in a humid subtropical climate. I mean, hell, just look at the freaking screenshots and you'll see already this thing at work. Like zoom in on people. I'm not even kidding. It's insane the amount of detail on these people's bodies. Look at the sweat. Look at the sweat. Characters, they're sweating in that Miami heat. Rain streaking across car windows. Blood's gonna behave realistically during combat. Digital Foundry actually observed sweat rendering in Trailer 2, and they noted that sweat visible on certain characters as particularly noteworthy, like the sweat beading on a hostage's brow, or Jason's back and how it's all wet and stuff as he turns when he's walking into his beach house. Then there's patent US 823772 2B2, granted back in August of 2012, I think, also assigned to Take-Two, invented by Jesse Johnson. This one covers systems for visualizing flowing fluids, specifically how falling water interacts with objects. It simulates fluid as a 2D plane, renders depth buffers for the top and bottom surfaces of intersecting objects, and creates a visible fluid mesh that accounts for splash effects, is foundational technology for things like waterfalls, rain hitting surfaces, and water parting around a character's body. There's also patent US 10290142B2, granted, and again, you can look all this crap up, granted in May of 2019. This one was titled Water Surface Rendering in Virtual Environment, and focuses specifically on making larger bodies of water look realistic in real-time 3D applications. It covers improved wave visualization using height maps and procedural generation, volumetric shadow rendering beneath water surfaces, and an iterative raycasting method that refines how water geometry is displayed from any distance or viewing angle. The patent claims improvements in stability when the camera moves, reduced repetitive wave patterns, and realistic optical effects, including reflections, deformations, and foam. And you can see all of this stuff in the trailers. This is the kind of technology that would make an ocean actually look like an ocean from any angle. It doesn't really matter if you're standing on a dock or flying over the ocean in a helicopter. It's going to look legit. All three of these patents are held by Take-Two Interactive, and all three apply directly to what you would need to build a best-in-class water system for an open-world game. We cannot confirm which specific patents are actively being used by Grand Theft Auto 6, of course, but the existence of this intellectual property tells us where the company has been investing its engineering efforts. Rockstar's own marketing also makes it clear that water is central to this game's identity. Think about all the stuff that's been on the website. I mean, one of the things things that was on there. I'm not sure if it's still up there because they change it every 5 seconds, but well, not every 5 seconds, but there used to be a bunch of stuff on there. But it said the dress code is casual, the bars are loaded, life in this tropical archipelago isn't flashy, but it's easy. Get your buzz on, pull up a deck chair, but look out, you are right on the doorstep of some of the most beautiful and dangerous waters in all of America. They are not just describing scenery here. I mean, they're telling you that this water matters. You know, they really want to lay it home that their water's great. Like, hey, look at our water. It's legit. It's really cool. We had 20 engineers make it. And they said it's beautiful and it's dangerous, like the women in my life. Seriously, I mean that. I love each.
I mean, realistically, you don't even know everyone.
I love each and every one of you. And
dude, stop.
The stuff they said about the grass rivers, you know, same thing. I have it written down. I'm not sure if it's still up on the site. It could have been before they updated it or whatever. I'm not going to check. I'm lazy. But it did say the untamable jewel of Leonida's crown. Okay. And it said, like, you never know what lies beneath the surface of this primordial expanse. And what does that do? Well, that invites you, the player, to go and look down there. This is a flooded grassland region, inspired, of course, by the Everglades. And Rockstar is explicitly framing its water as something with depth, mystery, and things hiding in it. Very much like the game, bro. Sorry. IGN's analysis of the trailer 2 screenshots also revealed what appears to be scuba diving as an activity, with characters seen exploring underwater alongside turtles, fish, and eels in the Leonida Keys. A piece of wood inside a bar called the Rusty Anchor in the Keys commemorates something called Hurricane Roxy, which IGN flagged as a potential hint that extreme weather events could play a role in Grand Theft Auto 6's world, and I think that is something we will definitely be seeing. One more trailer detail worth mentioning. Digital Foundry noted in trailer 2, well, when they were doing the analysis that is, that the material work on transparent surfaces is exceptional. They specifically called out how ray-traced reflections interact with glass, plastic, and water, describing it as something that sets a new bar and would only be possible with real-time ray tracing. When water is one of the surfaces benefiting from this level of rendering fidelity, every puddle, every ocean wave, every rain-slicked road has the potential to reflect the world around it in a way no previous Grand Theft Auto has ever achieved. And now look, I know Digital Foundry is under some scrutiny or whatever after the whole DLSS 5 debacle, whatever. I'm not going to sit here and insult your intelligence. This is Exhibit A for the prosecution. And I'll be honest, it's their strongest piece of evidence. Where does this bring us to? Like, where does this leave us? What can we say with confidence? Well, Rockstar has built a dedicated team of around 20 engineers at their San Diego studio specifically to develop new water technology. That team has produced a system for real-time physically simulated water in an open world. Take-Two holds at least 3 patents covering sparse fluid simulation on characters, fluid visualization, and large-scale water surface rendering. Both official trailers demonstrate water that is visually far beyond anything in Grand Theft Auto 5 or even Red Dead Redemption 2, with ray-traced reflections, realistic fluid behavior, bottles and on character skin, and marine ecosystems rendered in real time. Rockstar's own marketing positions water as kind of like a core element of Leonida's identity. I mean, it is. It's not some background filler. It's full on display, man, when you watch the trailers. You know what I'm talking about here. I mean, it opens up with that big shot in trailer 1. It's just freaking amazing. I think you're watching it right now. What we cannot confirm, though, is the specific budget, and I don't really think that really matters. All we need to know is water good. Water look good. So I am making this video to kind of update on that video. Whether features like surfing or dynamic hurricanes will appear in the final game, or exactly how these systems perform during extended open world gameplay rather than controlled trailer footage, those details remain unknown, and anyone telling you otherwise is guessing or just trying to get your clicks. But what we do know is enough to understand something important. Rockstar did not just upgrade their water. They rebuilt it from the ground up with a specialized team, patented technology, and an engine designed to make the freaking ocean, the swamps, and the rain feel like they belong in the same world as you. For a game set in a place surrounded by water on nearly every side, that might be the smartest investment they could have ever made. You could say that I'm looking at this with the glass half full. Jeez, man, I'm terrible today with the puns. I'm so sorry. In Grand Theft Auto 5, money was simple. You just did some missions, you got paid, you bought a car, and eventually you ran out of things to spend it on. You didn't even really buy a house because the characters kind of came equipped with them. Unless you're Franklin, and then you get that nice one in the hills, but they kind of seem to come with the story. But with being able to play the stocks and stuff in the game, there was really surprisingly a lack of stuff to blow the money on.
I'm rich, I'm miserable.
In Grand Theft Auto Online, I mean, it took that and turned it into a decade-long inflation spiral where new vehicles cost tens of millions of dollars, and payouts had to keep climbing to match. Money stopped meaning anything. The prices for certain things just didn't make any sense, and that's because it was never intended to grow to what it is today. It was not built to handle what it has become. It's held together with duct tape and bubblegum, yada yada yada. Whatever. Grand Theft Auto 6 is online, I'm sure is going to be much better. Anyways, Grand Theft Auto 6 is kind of starting over here. They've learned from Grand Theft Auto 5. Rockstar has learned from Grand Theft Auto 5. And based on what Rockstar has actually shown and confirmed, the economy in the game looks like it's going to be far more central to the experience than anything that they've done before. Let me be upfront about something. Rockstar has not released a single official thing about how this in-game economy is going to work. You know, there's no trailer explaining the gameplay systems behind it. There's no developer interviews about this. There's no blog posts or whatever about how earning and spending are going to be exactly structured. Everything we know is pieced together from only the trailers, the Rockstar Games website, Take-Two investor Corpo speak, and of course, the oh-so-sweet confirmed September 2022 development leaks. Thank God for those, and a small number of credible sources. So today, or tonight, I'm going to walk through all of this, and I'm going to tell you exactly where each piece of this information comes from, because this is kind of a out there subject, like maybe we're getting a little too ahead of ourselves. I just want you to know what is confirmed and what is speculation. And again, nothing is really confirmed until you have a controller in your hands, you're playing the game, yada yada yada, take with salt, all that crap. Let's get into this. So let's start off with what Rockstar themselves have put in front of us. If you read about the characters on the official Grand Theft Auto 6 website, something becomes obvious. Almost every character's identity in this game is defined by how they make money. Like Jason, working for local drug runners in the Keys. Brian, he's described to be a classic drug runner from the golden age of smuggling and still moving product through his boatyard. Raul Batista, he's a seasoned bank robber, always on the hunt for talent, ready to take the risks that bring the biggest rewards. Draquan was dealing on the streets to make ends meet before moving to managing music. The rap duo, Real Dimes, are shaking down local dealers and turning that into cold, hard cash. And Booby Ike, who runs a legitimate empire spanning real estate, a strip club, and a recording studio, has his own line that sums up the entire economic food chain of this game in one sentence. And that's: the club money pay for the studio, and the drug money pay for it all. And of course, a lot of this is flavor text, but Rockstar does go deeper with that. I mean, this is kind of where they wear the promotional materials on their sleeve. We've seen this in the past with how they've promoted other games too. The stuff they're saying here about their characters and all that paints a picture of what to expect. And these descriptions kind of suggest layered income streams, where legal revenue feeds into, legal businesses, which then fund other ventures. Every character on the website is involved in some form of economic activity, whether it's smuggling, robbery, dealing, entertainment, or real estate. And I know you're like, no duh, it's the criminal underworld. Why else would you be involved in crime? Money. And the game's own synopsis describes the central conflict as an easy score that goes wrong, that launches Jason and Lucia into a criminal conspiracy that stretches across the entire state of Leonida. Then look at the locations. Rockstar wrote a specific description for Port Gellhorn, talking about cheap motels, shut down attractions, and empty strip malls, and how they won't bring tourists back. But there's a new economy in this once popular vacation spot. It's fueled by malt liquor, painkillers, and truck stop energy drinks. So boom, there's a keyword: economy. Man, I'm really digging deep on this one, right? But seriously, I mean, it's like they're framing every single region on the map in economic terms. What opportunities can be exploited? Ambrosia is described as a place where the Allied Crystal Sugar Refinery provides the jobs, and the local biker gangs provide almost everything else. Vice City's description references the hustle and greed of America captured into a single city. And I mean, no duh, it's Vice City. Alongside the bootleg brands of the Tishawaka Flea Market, and this is a world where commerce, both legal and illegal, is baked into the setting at every level. Now, let's talk about the trailers. There's a shot that IGN flagged in their own 89 detail breakdown thing where Jason slams his hand on a cash register. IGN specifically noted that this appears to confirm holding up Stores' back, which that was in Grand Theft Auto 5, it just wasn't very fleshed out. There's also a full bank robbery sequence at the Sin Frontera National Bank, with Lucia holding up suited employees under emergency lockdown lighting, and later in the trailer, a pickup truck is dragging what appears to be an entire bank vault through the streets, and that's pretty freaking sweet. Also, during this robbery, we kind of get a little bit of a look at this disguise system. That's already like 3 things of criminal income visible in one trailer. We got petty store robbery, organized bank heists, and straight up vault theft, which would be really fun with the Euphoria physics. So other than robberies, this trailer also kind of shows that Jason perhaps works a legitimate job at the Leonida Marine Center, based on his t-shirt. Brian's boat works and marina, operating as a front for drug smuggling and a variety of commercial businesses across Vice City and the Keys. There are convenience stores, bars, strip clubs, nightclubs, flea markets, and what appears to be a pawn shop in Port Gellhorn. Now, whether all of these could be interacted with economically is currently unknown, but the density of commercial spaces in the footage is significantly higher than anything shown in Grand Theft Auto 5's promotional materials. Not to say that the Grand Theft Auto 5 trailers didn't have a bunch of stuff that we didn't personally interact with, like how it set up Michael in front of the building that has never been finished, having us think that maybe we're gonna like take over the city and build buildings and stuff. I don't know, that was speculation from 2013, 2012, whatever, it's been forever now. Anyways, that's really all we have to go off of when it comes to these legitimate sources. And now you might be saying, Andy, aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself with a video like this? Well, yeah, but I'm kind of curious how this is going to look. And I figured we have enough information now to at least kind of paint some sort of picture. Also, back in September of 2022, we were blessed with a lot of leaks, specifically 90 clips of early Grand Theft Auto 6 development footage that was posted to the Grand Theft Auto forums. And for those of you who haven't seen it, Rockstar did confirm that the breach was real the following day. And in those clips, there are several things directly relevant to the economy. Now, the reason I'm not saying that these are something that we can pull from with the same credibility as the trailers and all of that is simply because this is alpha development footage. So any and everything that was revealed could be stripped from the game. So one of the most discussed things when it comes to the economy of Grand Theft Auto 6 that was seen in these leaks is something I've talked about in my previous videos very recently, and that's the money laundering icon. There's some footage of a robbery sequence at a location called Hank's Waffles, and there's an icon that appears near a car wash property. Now, the icon is a washing machine with a $sign inside of it. Now, this is widely understood to be a symbol for money laundering, and I've joked around, or it just means you can buy a laundromat, right? But obviously, it's a money laundering thing. Come on. Gaming Bible, among other outlets, covered this and noted that the presence of this icon alongside a purchasable business suggests players may need to process dirty money through legal fronts. That is a mechanic that has never appeared in a Grand Theft Auto single-player game before. Well, maybe. It's been a while since I played Vice City Stories, and I don't really remember too much how the business side of things worked in that game. But just a little side note, in every Grand Theft Auto Vice City, we've been able to do some sort of empire building. In the original Grand Theft Auto Vice City, we were able to buy up a bunch of businesses, generate revenue. Vice City Stories took it a step further, being able to manage these businesses. But look, I need to really lay it home that this was in the early development stuff, okay? It could have been cut out, changed, or redesigned entirely since 2022. That was 4 years ago now. What we can say is that at some point during development, Rockstar was building a system where the type of money you have mattered and needed to be laundered. And I seriously doubt that it was taken out of the game. If I'm just being honest, the only reason I'm saying that other stuff is to cover my butt. But the leaks also showed a limited inventory system. The interface included categories for a duffel bag and a loot bag, which means players can only carry a certain amount of weapons and stolen goods at once. So if you fill your bag with cash during a robbery, you might have less room for weapons. And that kind of ties into the economy thing, because this means there could be a physical limit to how much money you can extract from any given source. You would then have to choose between grabbing more loot or staying light enough to escape. And we know Rockstar's really big on immersion, so having some sort of money encumbrance system thing, it'd be kind of cool. There was also a visible timer, of course, and if you're familiar with the leaks, you know about this, but it was the time until the cops would dispatch, and that popped up during robbery sequences, along with what appeared to be a witness management system. Now, players seem to have the ability to also use zip ties to restrain NPCs during holdups. Lucia's inventory included specialized tools, like a tracker jammer, an immobilizer bypass, I think a USB drive, and also an auto dialer. And all of these kind of point to something pretty interesting when it comes to how Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to go about having us complete missions and stuff like that. And that's that there's going to be preparation this time. The game loop is going to be built around preparation and tools, rather than just pointing a gun at someone and collecting some quick cash. And that preparation and maybe some sort of money encumbrance system would really make you have to earn that money, but in kind of a less grindy way. I don't know, I just thought that was interesting. One particularly interesting detail covered by multiple outlets analyzing the leaked footage is what appears to be a special ability for Jason that lets him scan interiors and highlight valuable items. Now, if that mechanic made it into the final game, it would mean robbery targets are not all created equal. Walking into a store and casing the place before deciding whether it's worth it or not, worth the risk to take whatever it is you want to take, that would change how you would think about earning money entirely. And there's this credible leaker, right? His name is GameRoll. GameRoll accurately predicted multiple details that were later confirmed by Trailer 2. And according to GameRoll, heists in Grand Theft Auto 6 are organized from a nightclub called The Vault. The nightclub name also appeared in early story leaks that gained credibility when Rockstar's own court documents filed as part of the dispute with the IWGB union over fired employees appeared to corroborate several details those leakers had shared. Now, I want to be careful here. Court documents confirming that employees were fired for leaking confidential information is not the same thing as Rockstar confirming every detail in those leaks. But come on, there's some overlap here, right? Between the stuff that was released and also the stuff that was seen in Trailer 2. And it's hard to ignore. GameRoll claimed the game features over 700 shops across the map, though even GameRoll acknowledged the definition of shop was quite unclear. So whether that means 700 unique robbery targets, 700 places to buy things, or some combination of both is entirely unknown. Well, unless you work for Rockstar. If even a fraction of that number represents stores you can rob or businesses you can own, the economic playground in this game would dwarf anything in Grand Theft Auto 5. So you see what I'm doing here? It's a bunch of puzzle pieces, right? We've got little bits and pieces of evidence all around, and we kind of have to just put them together to speculate. That's where we're at when it comes to what the economy is going to be like in Grand Theft Auto 6. And I wish I could have this video out and tell you guys exactly how things are going to be, but to tell you anything else would just be dishonest, and I'm not trying to do that on this channel. I'm trying to get excited about this game with you guys and talk about what's real and what's not. So what can we actually piece together with these puzzle pieces? Well, the confirmed and strongly supported evidence points to an economy built on several connected layers. At the bottom layer, you have petty crime, store robberies, shakedowns, and small-time hustles. And this is, of course, visible in the trailer and described in character bios on the website. Well, at least it used to be. I think they removed the bios. I don't even know anymore. Above that, you have organized crime, bank heists, vault robberies, drug smuggling, and what may be coordinated crew-based operations. Raul Batista's description alone tells you that robbery is a career path in this game, with escalating risk and reward. And above that, there appears to be a legitimate business layer to all of this, where legal operations like strip clubs, recording studios, boatyards, and real estate are funded by those criminal proceeds. You know, kind of like how Booby Ike has it all laid out with the recording studio, strip club, all that jazz. So if this money laundering mechanic from the 2022 leak survived into the final game, these layers would not just serve the narrative. They would actually be part of the gameplay. There would actually be an economic loop. You would commit crimes to earn dirty money, then launder it through businesses to unlock spending on legal purchases like property, vehicles, and other assets. And I think that is infinitely more fun than how they had it set up with the stock market in Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, that is speculative, but it is speculation grounded in what Rockstar themselves put in the development build and what their own character descriptions told us about how money moves in Leonida. It also fits with the path that Rockstar's been on. Like I said earlier, Grand Theft Auto Vice City let you buy businesses that generated passive income. But let's step outside of Vice City. Let's look at Grand Theft Auto San Andreas that added territory control. Hell, Grand Theft Auto 5 had assassination missions that let you manipulate the stock market and business properties that you could purchase after this story.
Excuse me, Jose.
Grand Theft Auto Online built an entire economy around running businesses. We had biker clubs, nightclubs, executive cargo operations, all of that stuff. Red Dead Redemption 2 went in the opposite direction, and it stripped down the economy and brought it down to something a little bit more raw and limited, where money was more scarce and every dollar counted, where a haircut allegedly cost gold bars. So each of these games kind of move the economic model forward in some ways, and in other ways kind of step backwards. None of them ever combined all of these ideas into a single cohesive system, though. The evidence from Grand Theft Auto 6 suggests that might finally be what Rockstar is going to attempt. Another thing worth addressing is that Take-Two Interactive, Rockstar's parent company, has made its financial expectations for Grand Theft Auto 6 extremely clear. In one of their most recent earnings calls, CEO Strauss Zelnick stated that fiscal year 2027 would establish a new financial baseline for Take-Two, driven by the November launch of Grand Theft Auto 6. That CEO language for this game will permanently change how much money our company makes. And it's like, dude, no crap, right? We know this. But Grand Theft Auto Online's recurrent consumer spending, which is Take-Two's term for in-game purchases, grew 27% year over year in the most recent quarter alone. Grand Theft Auto 5 has sold over 225 million copies. The GTA Plus subscription membership nearly doubled. So how does Rockstar and Grand Theft Auto affecting the real-world economy affect the economy in the game itself? Why does this matter to the in-game economy? Well, because Rockstar has to build a single-player economic system that feels satisfying and complete on its own, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for a multiplayer economy designed to generate revenue for the next decade. Now, those two goals can conflict. A generous single-player economy teaches players that money flows easily. A multiplayer economy built on microtransactions needs money to feel scarce. Scarce enough that spending real cash feels worthwhile, like with shark cards and stuff like that. Now, however Rockstar decides to balance that, it's really going to define whether Grand Theft Auto 6's economy feels rewarding or manipulative. I believe in single player, it's going to feel very satisfying and like you can go off and actually play the game and build your character up, but online it's of course going to probably feel extremely grindy. Although there is a lot of stuff out there suggesting that they're bringing in a bunch of roleplay kind of elements, so who knows how far down the rabbit hole they're going to go. Hopefully they can get rid of that grindy feeling that Grand Theft Auto 5 had while still providing that sense of accomplishment and moving forward. Because Grand Theft Auto 5's online, love it or hate it, it is very satisfying to make money and own businesses and all that stuff. It is. It's just slow and tedious and Jesus Christ, it takes forever. In a recent interview on the Game Business YouTube channel, Zelnick addressed the question of in-game advertising directly, saying, quote, "It's very difficult for me to believe that we would want to have interstitial advertising in a game that someone paid $70 or $80 for. It would seem unfair." Now, that tells you two things. The game is likely priced in the standard $70 to $80 range, and Take-Two is aware that the monetization strategy needs to feel fair. Whether it actually will remains to be seen, because man, those shark cards haven't gotten any cheaper, and well, it's been diminishing returns on what you can actually purchase with them in-game with the rising costs in Grand Theft Auto Online. Grand Theft Auto 6's economy will be layered, moving from street-level crime through organized heists to business ownership and possibly money laundering. I'm sure that's going to be a part of the game. Robberies will be more physical, more visceral, and more consequential than in past games, with a limited carrying capacity, timed windows, and witness mechanics adding real tension. Property and business ownership are almost certainly returning. Based on the franchise's history, the 2022 leak evidence, and the way Rockstar describes its own characters as business operators. And the multiplayer economy will be designed from day one with long-term monetization in mind, because Take-Two's entire financial outlook really depends on it. What we can't confirm is the specific flow of money between those systems, whether clean and dirty money are tracked separately, how property purchasing will actually work, what businesses are going to be available, or how aggressive the monetization will be in the online component. I'm sure if I dug a little deep, I could probably figure something out about those properties, but anyways, these are kind of the biggest unknowns right now. And anyone telling you that they have the answers to all of this, well, they don't. They're full of it. But here's something I keep thinking about. Rockstar wrote a character whose quote on their own website is, "The drug money pay for it all." And they described an entire region's identity as a new economy. They showed 3 different scales of robbery in a single trailer. They built a money laundering icon in their development build, and they structured every character's biography around how they earn, spend, and move money. So the economy in Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't going to be just a feature. It seems that through their promotional materials, they're already trying to kind of get us ready for what will be its foundation. And I wish I knew more. Florida is the kind of place where the sky changes its mind in the middle of an afternoon. And believe me, I'm from Texas, so I know what that's like. You could go from like blue skies, then a wall of gray, and then all of a sudden the sun is out again before the streets even have the time to dry off. Well, the sun is what causes the streets to dry off, duh. But anyways, so if Rockstar could get that one detail right, especially with Florida and how the weather actually works there, the rest of Vice City will feel alive in a way no Grand Theft Auto before has. And I bring this up all the time, but more similar to a game like Red Dead Redemption 2, but even more advanced than that. So today or tonight, let's go through everything we actually know about Grand Theft Auto 6's weather system. We can have tornadoes, we can have hurricanes, what's going on here? And I'm gonna do my best to avoid like rumors and stuff and just look at things that have been shown, things that have been said, and what's documented by people whose job is to really look closely at this kind of stuff. So I have been kind of avoiding this topic for a while, even though it is an incredibly exciting one. So let's see. So let's start with the obvious. I mean, we've got like a pool of things that we could constantly pull from, being the trailers, of course, and then also the leaks, and then also the patents, all that kind of stuff. So let's start with the 2 trailers. So we know that the trailers were captured on a base PlayStation 5, and that really does matter because everything we're about to talk about is running on hardware most of you already own, especially Matthew. Shout out to Matthew. Hope you're doing all right, buddy. So this wasn't like some super Giga Chad Alienware computer or whatever that they're using in any of these, trailers. This is supposed supposed to be a base PlayStation 5. And that's really freaking sweet because I'm curious to see what it'll look like on the PlayStation 5 Pro, at least how it will perform. Anyways, I digress. Let's talk about the visible weather. In trailer 1, IGN did like a frame-by-frame thing, and I've talked about this numerous times. Well, at least I've pulled from IGN numerous times, but I'm not sure about this specific example. But in one of these frame-by-frame things, they did look at a shot near the Arrow gas station where you could see clouds gathering in a way that genuinely looks like a Florida storm building on the horizon. You know, kind of like what the weather looks like before a huge storm like a tornado or a hurricane or something. Now, we didn't see any actual rain falling in the trailers. Like, the closest we got was the big guy running from the cop, and it looks, you know, stormy and stuff outside. That's the part I'm talking about here, by the way, with what IGN was showing. So while we didn't see the rain, we saw the conditions that produced it, or just like, you know, it's about to rain or it just rained. And that to me seemed like kind of a deliberate choice. Like, why haven't they shown us rain in both trailers when they easily could have? They've shown the mud, they've shown all this other stuff. They've shown it being stormy, they've shown the water on the ground. Why haven't they shown us the rain? So trailer 2 is kind of like where the technology really starts kind of shining. You know, Digital Foundry's breakdown of the second trailer is the most detailed technical analysis we have, at least the one that I know of. And they were pretty direct about what the game is doing. Grand Theft Auto 6 is using ray-traced global illumination across the board. So like the sun, the sky, and every reflected surface contributes to how a scene actually looks, instead of it being like baked in, you know, with like baked lighting maps, stuff like that, stuff you're used to seeing in video games. So when you're looking at like a sunny scene and like Leonida and stuff like that, you know, in some of these shots in the trailer, that means that warmth that you're seeing is like actual simulated light bouncing off pavement, off skin, off the sides of buildings. It's really crazy how far lighting technology has come for video games. And it all looks pretty dang natural. And I love it too in darker scenes because it looks way more moody, you know, like the blacks are really black. If you're familiar with the old Xbox 360 era thing, which is weird to call old now, but everything, you know, in the blacks, they weren't very deep. It was more like gray and washed out. Well, these days, not so much. And so in these darker scenes, the same system handles ambient bounces in like a way that the older engine couldn't, at least to my very dumb, limited understanding of it. But then there's like, you know, reflections, real-time ray-traced reflections, combined with screen space reflections in places, layered together. Digital Foundry pointed to one specific shot. I think it was at like the 28-second mark in trailer 2, where Jason is driving with his window rolled down most of the way. And it's pretty cool because if you look closely there, you can see like clouds and the sky reflected in the actual glass. Even his sunglasses, like if you look closely, it's crazy. There's a lot of reflections going off in that side profile shot with Jason. Hell, even his watch picks up a reflection. It's pretty crazy. And really, you only see that kind of detail when you got ray tracing doing its thing. So stuff like glass, plastic, and water, they're all gonna behave the same way. Well, not the same way, but they're gonna have reflections, you know? Which means that when it does start to rain in this game, every wet surface is going to have these reflections, and it's not going to be faked, baked in stuff. And this is supposed to be on a base PS5. So, you know, I think maybe the reason they didn't show the rain is maybe the technology wasn't all the way there yet to have it properly optimized and show it in a truthful way because of all the reflections going on. I don't know. That's basically what I have to go off of based on just everything we've seen, especially this insane side profile shot of Jason where you could see like 5 million reflections. But Digital Foundry, they also pointed out that water reflections in the trailer, you know, they're not completely clean. There's of course noise in the denoiser pass on certain bodies of water. You can see this everywhere across the trailers. And personally, it doesn't really bother me so much because the picture is really the sum of its parts. And we saw noise like this in Red Dead Redemption 2, especially, you know, it's very visible, this kind of noise and stuff on hair. But like the wider ocean shots from the first trailer seem to lean more on the screen space reflections than full-blown ray tracing and stuff. So it's not really a uniform implementation across every puddle or like every wave or all that kind of stuff. But on rivers, streams, creeks, stuff like that, shown in Rockstar's press materials, those reflections, I mean, they have the characters of ray tracing. So there's going to be some sort of mixture here between the two. And I know we're kind of getting the weeds with reflections, but I don't know. This is just why I think we didn't see rain in the first two trailers. I think they were still kind of trying to figure it out, you know, what's gonna do what. And again, I'm not the most technical guy when it comes to this kind of stuff, so I'm sure somebody out there can explain it better, but I'm curious to know what you think about why we didn't see rain and stuff in, you know, the first two trailers. It just seems like an obvious thing to show, like show the weather. And of course, we know that there's sweat and stuff like that rendered on skin, all that kind of stuff. You know, with Jason, we love to bring up Jason being sweaty. We love sweaty Jason. His sweaty back, sweaty arms. I'm just kidding. But, you know, it's insane. Like the freaking sweat and the reflections on his back when he turns away from Brian, it's incredible. And we know from past videos and looking at the patents and stuff like that, that the game does have like basically kind of a model or a map for how sweat and moisture and all that kind of stuff is going to work on human bodies. And that is the same engineering that we're going to see with the stuff stuff like rain on windshields and condensation on glass, you know, like these beer bottles, how you can see the condensation on it. So there's a bunch of stuff going on under the hood here. And I think maybe the reason we didn't see rain in trailer 2, trailer 1 again was because they're still maybe trying to tweak some of the stuff and figure out how to do it. Now, I don't know. Now, let's talk about the sky. That's where weather comes from. So in the second trailer, there's like that brief shot of a jet flying through clouds. The clouds are clearly volumetric. That's something we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a lot of depth there. They have internal lighting. They're beautiful. Volumetric clouds aren't new though. Like I just said, Red Dead Redemption 2 had them. And the question for Grand Theft Auto 6 is how far Rockstar pushed them this time. From what we've seen, the comparison is that these clouds appear to have more volume, more vertical scale than Red Dead used, which makes sense because we weren't flying through clouds in Red Dead. I mean, maybe in the blimp. Until we actually like go up in the clouds and we see them and see what they look like, we don't know how this system is going to handle weather transitions and stuff. Like imagine it's raining and you're in the clouds. We also don't know how the clouds are going to form. Like in Red Dead Redemption 2, it looked like it happened really freaking fast. That's a big criticism I have of Red Dead Redemption 2 is how quickly the weather seemed to form and then dissipate around you. But you know, it still looked great. And what will it feel like to actually fly into these big storm clouds? We know there's going to be big storms in this game. How can there not be? Like Hurricane Roxy. So in trailer 2, you know, when they're in that bar, we can see on the wall that they've got that Hurricane Roxy sign. What happened with this hurricane? What's the story behind it? We don't actually know, but it seems to be a memorial to a storm that's already hit Leonida before the game started. Duh, right? I've been on the Gulf, I've lived on the Gulf. You do see these kinds of tributes in bars because basically the whole bar got wrecked or completely fell apart and then they had to rebuild it because of these hurricanes and then they have a thing up to remember that, you know, that kind of thing. Now, while we can't look at that and be like, yo, hurricanes confirmed because there's a hurricane sign, you know, I think there's going to be a huge hurricane event in this game. Now, that is speculation. Take with salt, lots and lots of salt. But, you know, how could there not be a hurricane in this game? I don't think we're going to have like hurricanes spawning and tornadoes and stuff like that randomly, but definitely part of the story for sure. And that's because we know they're putting just a ton of work into weather. On the development side, I mean, we've got Jason Schreier and his reporting. You know how much I love to bring up Jason Schreier. Schreier wrote about thousands of people working on this game, often in their own like little silos, their own little cubbies, with some teams writing code for weather physics specifically. And that confirms two things. One, weather is a discrete system. The studio is engineering, and it's not going to be just a visual layer kind of thing. And we know this, right? Like, obviously, duh. We know that they do weather bigger and better than maybe some sort of first-person shooter kind of game to where it's more of an afterthought. Two, that work was still active well into the development cycle, which means they're investing real engineering time into it. But outside of the trailers and Schreier's reporting, there are the patents. And you know how much I love to talk about these. Love, quote unquote. Take-Two and Rockstar have filed these patents over the past few years, covering things like dynamic NPC animations that adjust to environmental conditions, including weather. I've covered these again on this channel so many times, and I know you've heard the standard nonsense like just a trillion times. So I'm not going to run through it again. But the short version is basically that the patents show that there's a lot going on with the weather. They don't confirm specific features, you know, of course, because patents are patents, but there's a lot going on under the hood that Rockstar is doing for the weather. At least the patents say that, or they suggest it. But really, I mean, there's a reason I've been avoiding this video. There's not a lot to go on. We don't have confirmed footage of like rain falling. I mean, we do for like that brief split-second shot. Okay, I will give you that. Where they're loading drugs onto the airplane, we do get like a little sprinkle, but we don't have like a big thunderstorm. Okay, so if you've been pulling your hair out because of that one shot, yeah, I know, but come on. And we don't have any visual evidence of the flooding stuff yet, even though the patents heavily suggest that that is going to be in the game, like actively and dynamically. And of course, there's no like developer interviews or anything like that. Rockstar likes to be really quiet. So Grand Theft Auto 6, we know, has a fully ray-traced lighting and reflection system running on a base PlayStation 5, at least from what we can see. It has volumetric clouds, it has wet surfaces. It's funny too, because it's like when a game's like, yo, look at these 4K amazing graphics and it's modded, there's always like wet puddles and stuff everywhere. Well, this game basically did that in the demonstration, but it makes sense for the environment and it looks great. But not only that, they showed us sweat and stuff on skin. It looks great. And they're hinting at hurricanes. There is most likely going to be a giant hurricane event in this game, especially with the referenced Hurricane Roxy that we saw in the trailers. And we know that developers are actively coding weather physics as a dedicated thing. You know, like they're basically sectioned off only working on the weather. And it's going to be interesting seeing how these models that these individual teams have worked on combine together and what synergy that brings. And I mean, just look at Red Dead Redemption 2. That set the bar, man, for in-game weather simulation. And that came out on a freaking PS4. And I think we can just start there and then really speculate heavily into what we're going to be getting in Grand Theft Auto 6, considering that there's the famous quote that the leap from Grand Theft Auto 5 to Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to be smaller than the leap from Red Dead Redemption 2 to Grand Theft Auto 6. And we're moving to a place notorious for hurricanes. I mean, in Grand Theft Auto Vice City, they had the, what was it? It was that tropical storm that happened. They love to simulate weather in their games. It's just always been kind of a hardware limitation on how they can present it. So I think it's reasonable to expect there to be dynamic weather transitions, regional storms and stuff like that, like in Red Dead Redemption 2, that are going to last longer and perhaps be more severe. We're going to see wind moving trees around, making NPCs stumble, and then perhaps slip on the mud because they stumble. All of these systems are going to tie together to create a truly immersive world where everything just feels real. It's going to be insane. And what's not so reasonable to say is that we're going to have stuff like pop-up hurricanes and stuff like that. But expect more severe weather things that kind of pop up from time to time that at least look really cool and interact with your driving, perhaps move you around a little bit, all that kind of stuff to really just make you feel like you're in a big storm. But I would expect something like a big hurricane to be a part of the story just because of the ramifications that would have, just how it would impact the environment. Again, though, that hurricane thing is speculation. I'm curious to know, do you think we're going to see a big-ass hurricane in this game? Okay, so Rockstar, they've shown us lighting, reflections, clouds, surface detail stuff, and a big weather system. It needs all that for a solid foundation. And through Bloomberg's reporting, we've seen that the weather physics are actively being developed. There's a planted hurricane reference, the Hurricane Roxy thing, and really outside of all that, everything else remains speculation. The pieces of the puzzle are out there. It just hasn't been put together yet. And when the next trailer comes out, or when the first gameplay thing pops out, or when we even get some new freaking screenshots, then we can draw better conclusions. These are the things to look for. Look at the sky in these screenshots. Look at what's going on in the background. Look at what's going on around the NPCs. Look at how the NPCs are reacting in these screenshots. Look past the beautiful graphics and look at how things are being touched by the weather in the world. That's all I got for you. I wanted a bigger, much sexier video for this. I wanted to tell you guys about tornadoes and all that kind of stuff, outer space. I'm just kidding. But look, I've done that kind of stuff a lot. And every video I make, I try to get better and better and better about my crazy speculation stuff. At first I was just all off the rails, and then it was take with salt, all that kind of stuff. Now I'm really trying to dial it back and just make sure that what I'm telling you is just what's out there. So maybe this wasn't the sexiest video ever. Again, we are scratching the bottom of the barrel here, but I am still trying to cover this game and trying to make sure I get every single little bit that I can have covered before Trailer 3. And hopefully Trailer 3 is out by the time this video's out, because we are here in May. So anyways, what do you think about Grand Theft Auto 6's weather? Do you think that we are going to see a big-ass hurricane in the game? Do you think we're going to see tornadoes? I don't know. So every day that passes, Grand Theft Auto 6 is getting closer. Every day you wake up, every day you breathe, every day you go back to sleep. Don't worry, we are getting closer to Grand Theft Auto 6. And that is good news for a lot of us, considering everything going on in the world. I keep seeing this running joke on, oh man, I hope I live to see Grand Theft Auto 6. And don't worry, I felt that way about Skyrim back in 2010, and I made it to 2011, believe it or not. So don't worry, you're gonna make it to see Grand Theft Auto 6. But today, since we're all excited about Grand Theft Auto 6, I had a comment saying to cover some of the activities that are gonna be in Grand Theft Auto 6. So I kind of went down the rabbit hole, and I have put together a massive list of activities that are confirmed, speculated, and some wild theories on activities that are going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. So we're gonna start out with the confirmed activities, loosely confirmed. Nothing's really confirmed until the game is in our hands. Then we're going to get into the highly speculated activities, and then we are going to get into the outlandish stuff, which I love, and I'm trying to structure these videos in a way now where I'm very clear on when I'm getting into that kind of stuff. But as always, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because again, we don't have the game in our hands. But let's get excited. So let's start out with these confirmed activities. So these kinds of activities have either been confirmed officially through like trailers, screenshots. So let's start out with some of the obvious ones. We're going to have fishing. And this has been confirmed in official screenshots showing Jason and Cal fishing from boats. I don't think Rockstar is going to show something like that and then have it not be a feature, especially after how incredible it was in Red Dead Redemption 2. Definitely expect we're going to Vice City, we're going to Florida, Leonida, whatever. There is going to be fishing in this game. So between all of the crazy robberies and all the crazy nonsense, you can stop, take in the smell of the salt from the ocean and all of that stuff, feel the humidity on your skin while doing some fishing with your buddies. And you know what? It looks like we're going to be able to hang out with buddies too, because, Jason and Cal, it'd be cool to call them up instead of, hey, Nico, let's go bowling. It'll be, hey, Jason, let's go fishing. Moving on, we've got jet skiing. So jet skiing is going to be in the game. Now, to what extent, I'm not certain. I mean, really, to jet ski, all you need to do is get on one and go jet skiing. And it's going to be really cool getting on a jet ski and just playing with kind of how the water physics work in the game. I'm really excited to do that.
Next, we have kayaking, and that has been confirmed in an official Rockstar screenshot. Over here, you can see this guy kayaking over at Mount Calaga. So kayak to your heart's content. It seems like this game's going to have some slower paced activities, which is really cool because it'll be a nice contrast from the chaos and violence and all that kind of stuff that we're going to see in story missions and side missions and stuff like that. Very similar to how Red Dead Redemption 2 kind of balanced it. And of course, I mean, if you play Grand Theft Auto 5, I mean, come on, all of you have, there's going to be scuba diving. If you remember back when Grand Theft Auto 5 was coming out, they were talking so much about exploring underwater, how cool it's going to be. There's going to be a submarine, and it was cool. They did a lot of, cool stuff. You can go underwater and you could look around, and that was pretty dang new for a Grand Theft Auto game. We hadn't really seen anything like that before, I think, in a Rockstar game. Well, now you're going to have scuba diving, and expect it to be Subnautica levels of beautiful. There's going to be a lot of underwater exploration in this game, which makes sense because we've got the ocean, there's going to be lakes, there's going to be rivers, there's going to be all sorts of stuff. There's going to be a big presence of water in Grand Theft Auto 6. Now let's move on to like fitness and sports kind of stuff. We're going to have bodybuilding and working out. So if you look between a few of the screenshots, it seems like Jason is either getting stronger or skinnier or maybe a little chubbier. So I think we are going to see a weight loss mechanic and weight gain mechanic like we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2. And now you're going to be able to lift weights and maybe get stronger. So expect it to be kind of like San Andreas and really just very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2. Maybe a little bit expanded on, maybe a little bit more dumbed down, maybe just the same as it was in Red Dead Redemption 2, but we are going to see some sort of workout mechanic in this game. Next, we're going to have mini golf, which is shown in official Rockstar screenshots, and that's going to be really freaking cool. I myself have traveled to the coastal areas of Texas, stuff like Corpus Christi and all that kind of stuff, and they have mini golfing areas out there that are really freaking cool. I don't know what it is about being on the coast and mini golf, but it seems like anytime you're out the coast and there's a tourist trap and there's a lot of tourist stuff, there's mini golf. So of course in Vice City in 2026, we're gonna have mini golf. And I'm really excited to see the interactions between like Jason and Cal or Lucia and the stuff they say to each other while playing the mini golf games. It's gonna be really cool and really fun time to see some character development. But moving on a little bit from sports, let's talk about like fighting and combat sports. It seems like there's going to be some sort of underground MMA, maybe cage fighting kind of thing. Lucia is shown fighting in an MMA style ring. We also have that shot of her like jumping off of like a plane onto like the landing gear or some sort of door that's open. And so it seems like Lucia has a lot of experience with MMA, and I'm assuming Jason does too. And like we've seen these pictures of like boxing training, so maybe there's going to be boxing, which is a little bit different than your MMA, which is, mixed martial arts. It's looking like there might even be straight up boxing, which would be neat and kind of opens up the idea that there might be multiple fighting styles in this game, similar to San Andreas. That is not confirmed. We'll see on the multiple fighting style stuff, but there's going to be some form of boxing MMA in this game. Now let's move on to like gaming and entertainment stuff. There's of course going to be pool like there was in Grand Theft Auto 4, and I am so glad because I loved playing pool with Roman in Grand Theft Auto 4. I love playing pool with little Jacob in Grand Theft Auto 4. I don't know, there was just something about it. Grand Theft Auto 4 feels so cold and everything, and when you go into that little bar and you play pool with them, it just feels so cozy, and I'm excited to do that again. And it's really fun listening to the characters talk smack to each other while they're playing against each other. So that's going to be really fun. There is going to be video games. We see Jason has like a PlayStation 5 or something like that. If you've watched my video on space elements being in Grand Theft Auto 6, you'll know that there's probably going to be a Republican Space Rangers game or something like that. If not, there's going to be some sort of video games that we can play and interact with, which isn't a big surprise. Rockstar's always had that. If you remember in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, there was that little spaceship game you could play as CJ at his home. There's going to be stuff like that, just more thought out, and maybe some pretty intricate games within a game. We've been seeing more and more of that as time's gone on, like in Fallout 4, how you could find little game holotapes and put them in your Pip-Boy and play it. So expect something pretty cool from the game consoles within Grand Theft Auto 6. I've got a feeling that they're going to go a little extra with the games in Grand Theft Auto 6 that you can play within the game, and why not? Rockstar likes to flex. And of course, there's going to be watching TV, which has been a feature since Grand Theft Auto 4. Now in Grand Theft Auto 5, I felt like they might have dumbed it down just a little bit, or maybe just had less channels or just less stuff on. I could be wrong about that, but I do remember in Grand Theft Auto 4 sitting down at Roman's apartment at the very beginning of the game, as soon as Nico gets off the boat, he's tired and he's watching some TV, before he goes and sees Roman for the first time.
Okay, who's in charge now, huh? So suddenly this guy comes out and he attacks me. I grab a beer bowl, break it on the table, stab it in his face. It's bleeding everywhere.
And I loved the TV channels in Grand Theft Auto 4. They were hysterical. Some of the best stuff I've ever seen in a video game for comedy.
Imagine that, okay? Get your mind around that. Flipping shrimp like on a cruise ship forever.
So I'm really excited to see what they do with Grand Theft Auto 6 and to see their commentary on our world these days, because my God, it has been since 2008 now since Grand Theft Auto 4 came out. So man, it's weird. That's not relevant commentary anymore. If anything, Grand Theft Auto 4 is kind of becoming a period piece, kind of like Vice City or something. I don't know. It's weird. Moving on
on, we're gonna have dancing, which is, obvious based off of the trailers and stuff. It seems like we can go dancing with Lucia. You can expect some more like date night kind of activities and stuff since, our protagonists are gonna be a couple, and that's gonna be really freaking cool. But as you know, they're going all out on outdoor activities this time around, especially coming hot off of Red Dead Redemption 2. They're going to be bringing a lot of that kind of stuff into the game. So you can expect stuff like hunting, and you can expect it to be just as good as it was in Red Dead Redemption 2, and not as lackluster as it was in Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, I do have to give it to them. They did add that feature in Grand Theft Auto 5, and that was impressive, and it was cool. They went really big with Grand Theft Auto 5, but I feel like Red Dead Redemption 2 not only went big, but it had depth to back it up that the hardware at the time of Grand Theft Auto 5's release just couldn't quite cope with. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they do the hunting in Grand Theft Auto 6, especially with all this modern day tactical, COOL, tactical, with all of that kind of equipment out and about. I don't know if you keep up with guns and hunting and stuff like that, but there's a bunch of fancy equipment that you can go hunting with. So I'm really curious if they're going to kind of explore that world a little bit since we're going to be in Florida or Leonida, and really excited to see it. Next, there's going to be dirt bike racing, which is cool. It's nothing we haven't seen before, but it seems like they're really going all out with it. Ever since we've seen the mud physics from Red Dead Redemption 2 and just kind of how it looks, and I don't know, it's fun to play with the mud in Red Dead Redemption 2 as well as the snow and stuff like that. It seems like we're going to be having some activities in the dirt and mud in Vice City. So like dirt bike racing, ATV, stuff like that. Seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. But now let's get into criminal activities. So there is going to be bank robberies, whether it's part of just story missions or we can do it independently of story missions. I don't know, but there are going to be bank robberies. So 100% for certain you can count on it because it's featured prominently in trailers as story missions, and I think it will probably remain in story missions given that robbing a bank is a big freaking deal that would change a lot of the stuff around the characters narratively. But for more like small scale robberies that you could do on your own, expect store robberies. I mean, we get a little bit here with Jason hitting the cash register and smacking this guy. So I would expect store robberies. You can kind of do this in other Rockstar games, and they had like little interesting areas you could discover in Red Dead Redemption 2, and then you could do a full-blown scripted robbery, and that was really cool. So there's going to be some sort of robbery system in this game for stores. Now, we don't currently know if it's all the stores or like select stores, kind of like how they did in Red Dead Redemption 2 with their more like scripted stuff. We have yet to see that, but I think it's going to be the most in-depth we've ever seen it. So I would expect something pretty interesting and big, unless they have to cut back for the hardware towards the end on the amount of stuff they have to do, which hopefully they don't have to do. And of course, it's Grand Theft Auto, so there's going to be a return of strip clubs, and they were very front and center with this in the trailers. So adult entertainment venues are confirmed. And it's a good thing I'm not 12 anymore because that's what these games were all about when I was 12. But anyways, it also looks like there's going to be boat meets, which you can see in the screenshot right here. And I'm not all sure if this is like a story event or something like that, where you go to a boat meet or something like that. But we do know there's going to be some sort of marine vehicle gathering. So boom, there you go. There's boats, there's people, they're partying, they're drinking. It's like a Where's Waldo painting. Can you find Jason?
Hey, Andy, what are you doing back here in the studio?
Oh, Uncle Jeff said I could come back.
Jeff said you could come back here?
Oh, yeah, man. I thought he would have told you.
It's just you've been in here a lot, and I got to stay late for you.
Yeah, I know, man. And I'm real sorry, and I really appreciate it. It's just, this is a much cooler venue than the bedroom.
What about that ad revenue you promised me? When am I getting a cut of that?
Oh, soon, man. I mean, I haven't really made much, but
soon. What about that NordVPN thing?
Oh, dude, no one's going to buy NordVPN on this. If someone wants NordVPN, they know they want NordVPN
so
already.
You're not even going to try to promote it?
Well, it's not that I'm not going to try to promote it, but it's like, I don't like to bog down each and every video of it. I did do an ad for NordVPN in one of the previous videos.
What about this one?
No. Well, yeah, I mean, there is a link in the description, and they can go click on it, sign up for NordVPN, and it would help us out a lot.
There you go. That's better. Start selling.
I hear you. It's kind of weird. It's kind of touchy. I don't really like doing that.
Just make sure your viewers know that they can click the link in the description and that they can watch movies in other countries and protect themselves online.
Yeah, dude, they understand.
What?
Come on, Frank. I'm sorry, man. Please let me get back to this video.
Just close up behind you. I'm out of here.
All right, thanks, Frank. God, man, some people, I love Frank. I do. I love Frank, but I don't know. It's like he's always got to stick up his butt or something. Anyways, I am so sorry, guys. Let's get back to this video. All right, now let's get into some of my favorite stuff, the highly speculated activities. These are going to be activities that have strong evidence, but a little bit less on the official confirmation front. So let's go ahead and start off with sports, recreation, that kind of thing. Let's talk about golf. So we know that there's going to be like mini golf, but there could also be, beyond mini golf, traditional golf courses, which would be really freaking cool. And honestly, I don't see why not. This map is supposed to be freaking huge, so they're definitely going to have the real estate for it. And while golfing is incredibly boring to watch, it is really fun to play. So I'm very excited to see how they implement golf into Grand Theft Auto 6. Also, I'd keep a lookout for beach football or soccer, something like that. Just some sort of beach sports. It seems like in this big shot right here with everyone on the beach that there's going to be all sorts of little activities, and it could just be stuff the NPCs do. But, you might be able to get in on some sort of beach game, like volleyball, for example. show up as shirtless Jason, play some volleyball, get a big old sunburn, the coastal life. But more activities, let's talk about water activities, like swimming competitions. There's enhanced swimming mechanics and stuff like that, so why not? Underwater exploration we've already talked about, but what about underwater explorable areas with treasure and secrets? It is Rockstar Games. They love their secrets, and Red Dead Redemption love their treasure hunts, and I think underwater exploration is a great way to add pirate treasure and funny stuff like that, so who knows? And maybe even some spearfishing. I've seen that speculated, so there could be some spearfishing as well. Next, and this one is like loosely confirmed, but we see a presence of basketball courts and stuff like that and screenshots, and I think it's pretty safe to assume we're going to see some basketball stuff in this game. Something kind of light, maybe like how it was with Big Smoke, where you could play basketball in San Andreas, stuff like that. We're going to have tennis, which is no surprise considering that we had tennis in Grand Theft Auto 5. Tennis in Vice City just works, so we're going to see tennis. Next, there appears that there's going to be drug smuggling, which, it's Grand Theft Auto 6, checks out. But you can look at this screenshot right here, this lady handing some stuff off, and it appears we're going to be smuggling drugs in this game. So I don't know how good you feel about that, but it's nothing you haven't done in a Grand Theft Auto game. But it's looking like there might be some sort of like side activity for drug smuggling, which really ties into the whole like Vice City thing. Maybe you'll be flying a plane back and forth between some location we don't know of yet. That'll be kind of small, but like representative of like South America, but not quite, kind of like how Guarma was in Red Dead Redemption 2, and maybe you're flying it back and forth, boating it back and forth. Who knows? Maybe it'll be completely up to you. Who knows how deep that'll go? So apparently there's going to be some form of drinking games in the bar scenes and a lot of social drinking kind of stuff, very similar to how you saw it in Red Dead Redemption 2. Just expect that to be a little bit more fleshed out. It seems like there's going to be amusement parks, stuff like, maybe some sort of like spin on Disney World, something like that, some sort of amusement park to go in whatever the game's version of Orlando is, or just something. Rockstar loves adding amusement parks into their games when it's doable. They did it really well in Bully with the carnival, and I loved it. They were going to have it in Grand Theft Auto 4, and then for whatever reason decided not to, so it's closed, and that kind of sucks, but it's still there. Also, it's looking like there's going to be car meets, and not just like the Grand Theft Auto Online stuff, but an actual in-game car meetup thing. So there's probably going to be street racing, and you meet up, and you have all these fancy, awesome cars, stuff like that. I don't really know how car meets go in real life. I've seen them happening around me, but I don't really know what you do at it other than just like, hey man, here's my car, check it out. I don't know. Let's talk about bow and arrows. There's going to be hunting in this game, and we're not sure how primal we can go with it, but maybe you're going to be able to get your hands on some like compound bows, stuff like that. And with the people Jason surrounds himself with, and with him being potentially, I think he's ex-military, I would expect some form of like combat training, whether that's like tied up in the story or if it's like a side activity or a skill you can go and improve, like driving school or flying school in San Andreas. There might be some sort of combat training courses and stuff like that. Again, this is the more speculative stuff, so we'll see, but let's move on to car customization. Now, look, I know that this is almost a freaking given, but I had to put it on the highly speculated list because it is not officially confirmed. It might as well be because in the alpha footage, I remember seeing them take the dash and all of that apart, so it seems like vehicles are incredibly modular, so we'll see. But I would expect a very deep vehicle modification system. It's Grand Theft Auto. Come on, they've got to, especially after San Andreas. I think they have yet to top that. Maybe in Grand Theft Auto 5, but I don't know. That would be more like Grand Theft Auto Online. And then expect racing competitions. This is almost a given, but expect like street racing and organized events, to go along with those car meets and stuff like that. And then boat racing, and then even air races. It also seems like community service is going to be making its way into this game, so that's going to be interesting. I know the game is probably going to start out with Lucia in prison, so I'm curious to see if we're going to actually be doing community service with her, because it is shown in the trailers. Now let's get into those traditional old school Grand Theft Auto activities. I'm really hoping we see a return of taxi driving, police work with like the vigilante kind of police work stuff. Not the good citizen bonus when you punch them, but when you get into the police car itself and you start hunting down bounties, I kind of hope we see that again. Another one, firefighting, and then ambulance services. So those are the big four if you've played any of the OG Grand Theft Auto games. When I say OG, I mean the OG 3D era. So I'm really hoping we see a return of those in Grand Theft Auto 6. But now it is time to get into the wild theories and extreme speculation. So you know me, and you know that I love wild theories and extreme speculation. So don't just take everything I say here with salt. Take it with the whole thing. Take it with a bunch of salt. Let's get outlandish. Let's get crazy here. We're entering clickbait territory here. But you know what? Some of this stuff could be in the game. So let's see what people have cooked up. I put this part together based on just a bunch of crazy crap I found online. So let's see. All right, let's talk about space. I just won't let it go. So I'm not going to tell you to expect space missions. If I say expect something from this point out, I don't actually mean it. I'm just talking and I'm, going through my list here. But space missions, baby. So realistically, it's going to be in some sort of form of like video game stuff like Republican Space Rangers. I don't know, maybe in Grand Theft Auto Online, but space missions, man. We're not going to Tahiti. We're going to freaking Mars. We're going to Pluto. It's going to be great. Dutch has a plan. We just got to get enough money together and get to Pluto. But yes, there's some speculation that there's going to be space missions with like astronaut suits and crap like that. I don't know. We'll see. But also like NASA facility missions. Now this is more likely in the game's made up version of NASA doing some sort of missions for them. Space light. I don't think we're going to like space unless it's like in the video games in the in-game universe or some Grand Theft Auto Line craziness. But expect, oh, there you go. I said expect, don't expect, but it's possible there's going to be some sort of NASA facility missions, or the game's version of NASA. Next is UFO encounters, and I would honestly definitely expect some weird alien UFO encounters, and I'm really curious to see what creepy Easter eggs they cook up for Grand Theft Auto 6. They went all out with Red Dead Redemption 2. We gotta give props where props are due. Red Dead Redemption 2 had some incredible Easter eggs, so I'm really curious to see how they go about doing UFOs this time around. There have been talks and speculation of like cryptocurrency heists. That doesn't sound as sexy, but I don't know. I don't even know how that stuff really works, but maybe some sort of digital currency-based criminal activities. I don't know. Let me know what you think about that, because that's something I've been seeing a lot of for some reason. Next is the gas station management. So you've heard me talk about this, like refueling vehicles and stuff like that. I had to put this on extreme speculation because it really is just kind of the sum of a bunch of parts that I came to the conclusion that there's probably going to be some sort of gas station or gas management in the game. I think this is not as wild as some of the other stuff on this list. I think we might see something like this in the game. But again, everything I'm talking about right now, lots of salt. Except for maybe the dynamic weather disasters, because I'm almost 100% certain we're going to see hurricanes, but I can't like give you an article and be like, oh, hurricanes 100% confirmed. This is a huge trust me, bro. I really believe we're going to see hurricanes, floods, natural disasters, stuff like that in the game. It seems that the game starts when we get our day in the life with Jason. When we meet the character, it seems like, he's repairing his roof after some sort of tropical storm or hurricane. This has been talked about and widely circulated. I would definitely expect there to be dynamic weather disasters in the game, but it has to fall in this category for now, unfortunately. But you know what? While we're on the crazy speculative like tinfoil hat stuff, what about like character conspiracies and character theories? Like Jason is an undercover cop with a major plot twist involving like law enforcement. And then, there's even talk of like a third protagonist, like this Raul guy who is super cool. And I mean, he looks so cool to where you're like, how could he not be the third protagonist? And honestly, after seeing the screenshots of this guy, I kind of want to just throw Jason and Lucia aside, and I just want to play as this guy. This guy looks so freaking sick. I want to play as this guy. We know that there's going to be surfing. In fact, if I didn't throw this on an activity earlier, I don't know why I didn't, there is going to be surfing. So let's take surfing real quick. Let's pick that up and let's drag that all the way over to the confirmed activities if I didn't already mention it. But yes, it's looking like there's going to be surfing in Grand Theft Auto 6. But what about surfing with sharks? Are there going to be sharks in this game? Can I go out in the ocean and mess around with the marine life and get attacked by sharks? We know there's going to be social media influencers in the game and that they're going to have a heavy presence on how people perceive us and stuff in the world. But are we going to be able to be social media influencers ourselves? Is that going to be an activity that we can engage with? I don't know. What about real estate? Grand Theft Auto games have had some really cool real estate options, buying things up as you go. Vice City Stories had an incredible system. What are we going to see in Grand Theft Auto 6? I'm really hoping we see a lot of property ownership and like a real estate empire kind of thing, passive income. We for sure are in Grand Theft Auto Online, but that doesn't count. I'm talking single player here. Let me know if you think that's going to be in the game. I think that's pretty much a given and a little less wild, but again, I'm going off of what I have. So let me know what you think. And this last one, I'm just going to throw it on here because I think it's funny. I saw somewhere online, someone was saying, hey, you could even run in politics and do like a political campaign. I think that's not going to happen, but you know what? Why not? Let's end the wild theory with like the most wild thing ever. What about you could become God or something like that? Whatever. We can just, at this point, that would be a whole nother category. Just make up whatever nonsense you want, and that's what you could do. But anyways, there we go, guys. I started with confirmed activities, or mostly confirmed activities. We got into the highly speculated activities, and then we just got into the complete bonkers tinfoil hat off the rails activity list with things that could potentially be in the game.
Every single day that passes, we get closer to Grand Theft Auto 6. And today, we're talking about the insane, revolutionary AI that is promised to us in Grand Theft Auto 6. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is set to revolutionize open open world gaming with the most advanced NPC artificial intelligence system ever implemented in a video game. Rockstar Games has been quietly developing groundbreaking artificial intelligence technology that will fundamentally transform how non-playable characters behave, interact, and exist within the game world of Leonida. Unlike traditional NPCs that follow like predetermined scripts and predictable patterns, Grand Theft Auto 6's characters will possess dynamic intelligence systems powered by advanced AI algorithms that enable real-time decision-making, adaptive behaviors, and persistent memory systems. Now, I know that sounds like a bunch of technical jargon, but just stick with me here because this stuff's really exciting. Basically, what you really need to know is that means we're going from static, run-of-the-mill, non-responsive, repetitive NPCs to something that is truly lifelike. We're talking digital citizens here. So Take-Two Interactive has filed multiple patents that reveal the sophisticated AI systems powering GTA 6's NPCs. The most significant patent is patent, and I'm sorry, this is a mouthful, US 11684855B2. It's like a cheat code, titled System and Method for Virtual Navigation in a Gaming Environment. So this introduces hierarchical course graph navigation and real-time decision-making neural networks. This patented system replaces simple pathfinding with a dual-layer approach that processes navigation at two distinct levels. So NPCs can now make contextual driving decisions based on environmental data, including traffic density, weather conditions, road types, vehicle characteristics, personality traits, and even urgency levels. So let's say you have an NPC. Let's call him Tom, and Tom works a 9 to 5. Well, used to, Tom would just drive however that NPC was defined to drive. Well, now let's put him in a working man pool, and maybe his marriage is on the rocks, so he's programmed with a few variables, and maybe his marriage is on the rocks because he got caught playing poker with the Christmas money again. So anyways, Tom's in a big hurry to get home to get Timmy to soccer practice. Now, something like this could be added as like a soft passive that acts on Tom's urgency levels. So let's say Tom is at a 20% urgency to get home already. Just Tom, and a few other NPCs will put him at 20% as well. Whatever connects through this tree of this kind of story. Well, now if Tom runs into, let's say, a traffic backup, he's going to be more likely to do something illegal to get around it or just to act like a douchebag on the road than, say, another NPC. Or maybe you have an NPC who is partaking in the devil's lettuce while driving around. They might drive the speed limit, which is very strange, especially here in Texas, or lower than the speed limit, and it's based solely on that. Now, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but these are the kinds of different things you're going to be seeing on the road. It's always been interesting traveling on Grand Theft Auto's roads, but expect to see some really out there stuff, just like when you're driving in real life. And that's because rather than following fixed waypoints, NPCs are going to exhibit spatial and contextual thinking, choosing safer exits during emergencies, for example, or detours during traffic incidents. And in Tom's case, maybe he's going to hop a median and then get T-boned by an oncoming truck. Oh man, this is getting morbid. Anyways, let's move on. So let's talk a bit about an advanced procedural animation system. This is really exciting. So Rockstar has developed a revolutionary procedural motion system that breaks character movement into modular, reusable building blocks that can be dynamically reassembled in real time. That is freaking cool. So basically, instead of like having an NPC and being like, you will do this if this, that's how that would normally happen. Now you're like, okay, you will do one of these few things if this, and that. And it's up to you to decide when you would do one of those things. Oh, you chose that. Well, now you will do this next thing based on not only choosing that, but these several other things as well. Oh, you did that thing? Well, now here's another list of things that you could possibly do based off the previous decision that this NPC has made and external factors. So you can imagine how complicated it gets. So under patent, forgive me guys, US 11620781, it outlines this system and method for virtual character locomotion, which uses data-driven animation blending instead of massive preset animation libraries, like we just talked about. This means NPCs no longer play static animations, but adapt their movements based on context. And that's very important to making a game immersive. Context. A character walking in the rain while injured and carrying groceries will have their animation dynamically generated from individual motion components, like a limp animation plus a weather reaction plus object carrying equals unique, believable behavior. Now you can get a bunch of these different variables, sprinkle them in with a bunch of different NPCs, and you can just imagine how colorful the world will look around you, not in actual color, but in the movement of the NPCs around you, especially with these new muscle systems. But that's another another story. The system can modify animations based on character state, weather conditions, fatigue levels, and environmental factors. So if you're like me and you went and bumped into NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 4 as soon as the game came out to play with the Euphoria physics, or if you just do that in any Rockstar title with Euphoria physics, if that's one of the first things you start playing with, then you're going to love this, because not only are the physics going to be top-notch in this game, but now you're going to be able to see how they react, and it's going to be very interesting. And I know a lot of people have fun with this in Red Dead Redemption 2. Now you're really going to be able to throw a wrench in an NPC's day, which is kind of cool, because in a way, instead of everyone going on massive killing sprees, maybe we'll just all be going around mildly inconveniencing NPCs and seeing how they react. Now let's talk about memory systems and persistent relationships. This is freaking awesome. One of the most groundbreaking features is the persistent memory system that allows NPCs to remember player actions and modify their behavior accordingly. If you frequently cause chaos in a specific neighborhood, for example, residents will begin to recognize and avoid you, or even become hostile based on past interactions. This memory system extends beyond simple reputation tracking, so NPCs can remember specific encounters, develop grudges, and even seek revenge on you. This system creates a living ecosystem where your actions have lasting consequences that persist throughout the game world. Can you imagine what that's going to look like? You know, you go into a neighborhood, you bump into a guy, and maybe you're doing it to test out the game like we just talked about, but you keep coming back and you bump into that guy and only that guy. Well, eventually that guy might have a baseball bat ready for you. I'm just saying, don't bully NPCs in this game, man. They're not going to put up with it. And while that is absolutely mind-blowing, these NPCs are also going to have a dynamic daily routine and schedule system like we haven't quite seen before. You see, Grand Theft Auto 6's NPCs will follow complex daily routines that go far beyond the simple patterns seen in previous games like Red Dead Redemption 2. So yes, NPCs are going to still have jobs, but now they're going to have relationships and personal schedules that change based on the day of the week, time of day, and current events. Beach areas will be crowded on weekends, but relatively empty during weekdays, with the same NPCs appearing in different attire, swimwear on Saturday, for example, business clothes on Monday. Traffic patterns are going to shift, like with rush hour traffic, there's going to be heavier congestion during the morning and evening commutes, and this is going to create an authentic sense of living in a city with a realistic population. Something else that's really cool that I'm really happy to see them bringing back is weather responsive behavior. Now, it is going to be more advanced in this, but in Grand Theft Auto 4, if it started to rain, you would see NPCs put on raincoats if they were the police, or, just if they're walking around your standard NPCs, they might have an umbrella out, or they might put a newspaper over their head and run to avoid the rain. Well, now the advanced AI system includes sophisticated environmental awareness, particularly regarding the dynamic weather system. So NPCs will seek shelter during rainstorms, dress appropriately for weather conditions, and modify their activities based on temperature and atmospheric conditions. So during hot weather, NPCs might move more sluggishly, wear lighter clothing, and spend more time in shaded areas or air-conditioned buildings. When storms approach, they'll rush indoors, pull out umbrellas, or cancel outdoor activities. This level of environmental responsiveness has never been achieved in open-world gaming. And it's interesting too, because you'll be playing the game, you'll be like, why does this feel so immersive? And it's things like this, things you can't quite put your finger on, but it's literally because the NPCs around you are making the decisions that the people in the world and real life around you make every day. So I don't know if you hated the witness system in Red Dead Redemption 2, but even if you did, now it's going to get a total overhaul because we have real-time crime reporting and witness systems. Perhaps the most game-changing feature is going to be this real-time crime reporting system where NPCs call 911 to report witness crimes. I mean, they did do that in Grand Theft Auto 4, but this is going to move beyond scripted police responses to dynamic law enforcement based on actual eyewitness accounts, like Red Dead Redemption 2, Grand Theft Auto 4, but NPCs will react differently to crimes based on their personality and situation. So now, if you accidentally kick a horse in the shin, or if you just bumped into an NPC, you're not going to get the cops called on you or the lawman called on you. It's going to be dependent on the NPC's personality and the situation you're in. Like in older titles, some will flee, others will record incidents with their phones. I think we saw a little bit of that in Grand Theft Auto 5, and a few might even attempt to intervene. But what makes this more advanced than previous titles is it will be heavily influenced by the context of what you're doing. So these interactions, while they were immersive and cool in previous titles, they're going to feel more realistic now. The police response will vary also based on the severity of the witness crimes and the quality of witness descriptions, which is pretty freaking awesome. So if you go over and slap someone, you're not going to have the entire police force show up and immediately gun you down like they do in Grand Theft Auto 5. It might be a little similar to Grand Theft Auto 4, where you have one cop get out of the car and be like, hey, what are you doing, man? And the witness description bit also plays into this new disguise system, but that is covered in a previous video. The police are going to have a working memory of who you are, so you're going to have to change how you look, or maybe just get out of there. The whole idea of witness descriptions and everything is going to give you a reason to keep a low profile, and also completely change the way you approach doing what you're doing. It's really freaking cool, because now you're not going to be able to go somewhere, gun down a bunch of people, and, walk around a corner
corner and someone be like, oh, hey, how's it going? You're going to have to really think ahead before you do things, like in real life. Speaking of police, let's talk about advanced police AI and tactical responses. So the law enforcement AI represents a massive upgrade from previous Grand Theft Auto games. Police NPCs will use advanced tactics and coordination based on threat assessment, available units, and surveillance data. Instead of the omniscient tracking of Grand Theft Auto 5, which I absolutely hated, police will conduct realistic searches, losing track of players who break line of sight or change appearance. This new system includes dispatch timers that give players time to plan before police arrive. And officers will attempt negotiation before resorting to violence. And that's kind of similar to how it worked in Grand Theft Auto 4. A little bit. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 4's was much simpler than that, but it'll be nice to see that again, is what I'm getting at. Police can identify suspects based on vehicle descriptions and witness accounts rather than supernatural awareness. But, we were talking about NPCs whipping out their phones, and social media is going to play a big part of this game. So it's looking like NPCs will record player actions and potentially share them on in-game social media platforms. So causing public incidents could lead to viral videos that affect how NPCs throughout the city recognize and react to you. So some of the stuff you're seeing in the trailers could just be straight up gameplay that has been captured by an NPC and posted on social media. So if you go on a huge killing spree, you might have like a live leak style video pop up in the game. This creates a dynamic reputation system where your notoriety spreads organically through social networks. So some NPCs may act as influencers with substantial followings, and interactions with these characters could trigger city-wide reactions or unlock exclusive content. Your actions could become trending topics that influence NPC behavior across the entire game world. And maybe you'll have to pay certain influencers a visit if they're posting a little too much about you. So we talked a little bit about how NPCs are going to navigate traffic, but how about how they walk around the world? There's now going to be enhanced pathfinding and spatial intelligence. So this is an AI system that features revolutionary pathfinding that allows NPCs to navigate complex environments with human-like intelligence. Instead of getting stuck on obstacles or following rigid paths, NPCs can now problem solve navigation challenges in real time. So you're not going to catch some dude staring at you going, hey, how's it going? And bumping into a wall over and over again, which, while it's funny, is not immersive. NPCs will exhibit different movement behaviors based on their roles and personalities. Police officers, for example, will move differently than gang members, and they'll hold themselves differently. How they walk around, their posture will be different. Tourists will behave distinctly from locals, and each character type will have appropriate spatial awareness and decision-making patterns. Now, something people have been talking about since Grand Theft Auto 3, when the world was 3D and we were able to go into certain interiors, has been, hey man, one day I want to go into all the buildings. Well, guess what? We're going to get pretty dang close, it looks like, because there is procedural interior generation in Grand Theft Auto 6. Well, that's what the patent says anyway. So Take-Two's patent for procedural interior generation allows the creation of unique indoor spaces using AI-driven asset placement. So instead of manually crafting every interior, the system uses tags and style parameters to generate diverse living spaces automatically. So you could see how great this would be for stuff like office buildings. High-end apartments will feature expensive, clean decor, while rundown homes will have cheap or broken items. This technology enables far more Enterable buildings without the massive development overhead of handcrafted interiors. This kind of reminds me of the projects buildings in Grand Theft Auto 4. They all kind of look the same, but they still had to be handcrafted. Well, buildings like that don't need to be handcrafted. Buildings like that can literally just fall within a certain set of parameters and they'll get the job done, allowing for you to go into more interiors. And really, guys, I think this is cool because it doesn't really matter if a dev works on it and actually physically puts a bed somewhere. It doesn't matter. This will be good for buildings that follow a repetitive nature, because nothing is more annoying when you're running away from police and you can't open a door to a building to get away from them. But not only are we going to have all of those improvements, we're also going to have engine improvements. So let's talk about these Rage 9 engine improvements. Grand Theft Auto 6 runs on Rage 9, the latest iteration of Rockstar's advanced game engine, which features significant improvements to AI processing, physics simulation, and character intelligence. The engine supports more sophisticated NPC behaviors, improved animation systems, and enhanced environmental interactions. The graphics gap between Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 6 will be substantial, driven not just by visual fidelity, but by the intelligence and realism of character behaviors. Like I said, the world's not going to be more colorful just because of the actual colors, but because of how people react and act in the world. Rage 9 enables thousands of NPCs to operate with individual AI systems simultaneously without performance degradation. And I think that is what is taking Grand Theft Auto 6 so long. That's my big crackpot conspiracy. You see, all of this processing that the game has to do would be heavy on, guess what? Your processor and your computer and stuff like that. And frankly, this level of processing power is just unheard of, especially in a Grand Theft Auto game. This kind of processing power is something you would see in like a city building game with all of the people walking around, or like some
some overhead war game, just any game where there's a bunch of NPCs out and about doing things. But this kind of takes it to a whole new level. It's kind of a shame that a lot of this is patented because games in general could improve significantly with this type of technology. But maybe it'll be licensed out because basically it allows for very complex decision making without performance degradation. And this is not related to this, but I'd love to see that in games like Total War, for example. Let's talk about Euphoria physics integration. I love Euphoria physics. Oh my God, I love Euphoria physics. I think it's the best damn thing to ever happen to video games. And the Euphoria physics in this game is going to be insane. So the advanced Euphoria physics engine returns, of course, in Grand Theft Auto 6 with significant improvements and enhancements that create more realistic character reactions and interactions. NPCs will react naturally to physical impacts, stumble when shot, and display dynamic balance recovery rather than scripted falling animations. I don't have to tell you that though. If you've played any Rockstar game, you know that, duh. But now it's going to be much more complex looking. Think about Red Dead Redemption 2's incredible Euphoria physics. Now think about mods like the Live Leak mod and how insane that looks. You know, you've probably seen a kill montage for Red Dead Redemption 2 and they use these really cool Euphoria physics plugins. Well, this is going to be something that's better than even that. This integration with AI systems means NPCs don't just think more realistically, they move and react physically in believable ways that enhance the overall sense of interacting with real people rather than programmed entities. So Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick has emphasized Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick has emphasized that while digital tools have always been part of game development, the creative genius is human. The company is leveraging artificial intelligence to enhance rather than replace human creativity. And that is something I absolutely love to hear. And that should be humanity's relationship with AI. I could get on my soapbox right now about how it's replacing art instead of making our lives easier, but yada yada, you get it. Anyways, AI is supposed to get the obnoxious stuff out of the way, and it feels like that's what it's doing this time. It's getting all of the number crunching and data efficiencies out of the way so that Rockstar Games can see their vision for Grand Theft Auto 6 through to fruition. Because yes, they're using machine learning, but it's to create more interesting and diverse NPC behaviors rather than manually scripting them. By doing this, you allow for virtually infinite possibilities. And that's what we want out of our NPCs. That's the thing that should be able to make decisions based off the context of a given situation, independent of being told what to do by a developer. Rockstar's approach represents the most ambitious implementation of artificial intelligence in gaming history, moving beyond simple behavior trees to create truly intelligent digital characters capable of learning, remembering, and evolving their responses based on player interactions. And what's nuts about this is just the beginning of all of this. Guys, in the future, we're going to see a shift towards interactive environments that feel genuinely alive, like in Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, it's going to become more and more common. NPCs that remember, learn, and adapt and respond like real people, creating unprecedented levels of immersion that blur the lines between digital and reality. In a way, it's kind of scary, but that's another conversation. This technology positions Grand Theft Auto 6 not just as another video game, but as a breakthrough in interactive simulation that will influence the entire entertainment industry. NPCs won't just populate the world, they'll inhabit it as believable digital citizens with their own lives, memories, and relationships. The revolutionary AI in Grand Theft Auto 6 represents the biggest leap forward in NPC intelligence since the inception of open world gaming, promising to deliver the most realistic and immersive virtual world ever created. Grand Theft Auto 6 should have the most immersive NPCs of all time. So sit back, relax, and just enjoy yourself in this holiday season. And we are about to look into everything we know about NPC behavior and schedules in Grand Theft Auto 6. And when I say everything, I mean everything that's been confirmed, either strongly indicated by like official sources. We're going to cover everything from that over to wild speculation because you know how much I love that stuff. But here's the thing. This might be the most ambitious NPC system we've ever seen before, ever created for a video game. So before we get into the meat of it, let's establish what we actually know for certain. Rockstar Games and Take-Two Interactive have filed multiple patents, yada yada. You guys always hear me talk about patents, but we have patents and trailers and leaks to go off of. And there's a lot that we can extrapolate from that information. These things give us real insight into what they're building. I'm talking about patent US 11684855B2, titled, of course, System and Method for Virtual Navigation in a Gaming Environment, filed by David Hind and Simon Parr from Rockstar North. There's also patent US 11620781B1 for system and method for virtual character locomotion, which I just recently talked about. And that one was created by Tobias, I think Cleanhouse. I don't know how to say his last name, but he's Rockstar's lead AI and gameplay programmer. So what I'm about to tell you, it's not all just rumors and stuff. This is stuff actually coming from official technical documents that outline revolutionary systems for how NPCs will behave in Grand Theft Auto 6. So let's start with what Rockstar has shown us in their official trailers. The first trailer dropped on December 4th, 2023, I think, and the second on May 6th, 2025. Both trailers were captured entirely in-game, meaning what we saw was supposed to be, at least, actual gameplay, and of course it was mixed with cutscenes, and apparently all of this was running on a PlayStation 5. I've started zooming in on these frames and stuff as I've been making these videos, and it is kind of obvious that it is running on a PlayStation 5. You start to see the magic of how they're doing it. Like if you zoom in, it looks like a PlayStation 5. I don't know the technical know-how, but how the pixels look. So look, I'm zooming in right now, showing you what I'm talking about, but the full picture when it comes together sure is beautiful though. So what did we see in these trailers? We saw massive crowds of NPCs at beaches and city centers, NPCs with their phones out, actively filming and photographing what's happening around them. We saw NPCs dancing together, walking in groups, having conversations, exercising, naturally getting in and out of cars. The variety was just ridiculous. Different body types, clothing styles, tattoos, skin tones. And I know you're like, dude, this is in almost every game ever with NPCs, but no, I mean, really, look, you can really see the detail with their NPCs with this screenshot of this guy who reminds me of that meme where the guy's turning around and looking at that lady and his wife's giving him that stare. Just look at these old people. They look old and everyone's like sunburned and stuff. It's legit, man. At least texturing wise and how they look, there's so much detail there. But there should be even more detail with how we go about interacting with these NPCs. Think about Red Dead Redemption 2 and the way we interacted with them in that. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's just when you watch the trailers, every frame felt like it was just packed with life. Think about that beach shot, that first time you saw it. I saw one comment somewhere and they're like, the first thing I'm gonna do is throw a grenade right there. And I mean, that's how it goes with Grand Theft Auto games, right? But Grand Theft Auto 6, man, just looks ridiculous with the trailers. I don't have to tell you that, you've seen it yourself. But here's where it gets really interesting. According to those patents, NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 6 are getting a complete overhaul in how they navigate and exist in the world. So in previous Grand Theft Auto games, NPCs would basically follow invisible waypoints. They drive in predetermined patterns, and when something unexpected happened, they'd react in a limited, often ridiculous way. Remember slamming into an NPC in Grand Theft Auto 5 and you just kind of watch them immediately forget you exist 5 seconds later? Because that's how the system's created. It's basic, and it had to be for the hardware for the time, and that's why Grand Theft Auto 5 in a lot of ways felt like a step backward from Grand Theft Auto 4. That navigation pattern though really does change a lot because it suggests that instead of NPCs blindly following waypoints, they're going to use hierarchical course graph navigation. And over the course of creating these videos, I swear I've gotten better at saying hierarchical. But anyways, in simple terms, NPCs will understand the road network at a high level. They'll know which roads lead where, which routes are faster, which areas to avoid. Each NPC will have its own driving profile with unique characteristics, different acceleration and braking distances, different top speeds, different cornering abilities. Some NPCs will be cautious drivers who obey every traffic law. Others, they're going to be aggressive, weaving through traffic, speeding, taking risks. And it gets even crazier. NPCs will make real-time decisions based on what's actually happening around them. If there's a traffic jam, and you've heard me talk about this before, but if there's a traffic jam, they can reroute to side streets. If there's a car accident blocking the road, they'll detect it and navigate around it. If it's raining, they'll slow down and adjust their driving. The patent explicitly states that NPCs will drive slower on residential streets and perform specific maneuvers to avoid oncoming traffic on single-lane roads. The system also uses significantly less processing power than conventional NPC systems. This is what I was primarily talking about in the AI video, about how they're using AI for optimization strategies as well with the Rage 9 engine. So all of this means Rockstar can have way more NPCs on screen without tanking performance. Oh man, I'm sorry guys, I just keep tripping over my words, and that's because I need more sleep. So you might be asking me, Dandy Andy, what's that incredibly comfortable looking thing on your face? Well, today's video is sponsored by Manta Sleep, the people behind the best sleep masks I've ever used in my life. And look, I'm not kidding here. I run this channel, now I've got a little podcast, I'm editing nonstop, and I work on top of all of that. So sleep, it's very rare, and oh man, I have so much trouble falling asleep. The Manta Sleep mask is a freaking lifesaver. Manta Sleep's masks are fully adjustable, they fit literally any face, and they give you 100% blackout. The eye cups are also super soft, breathable, which means you don't have to worry about your face getting all sweaty, and there's zero pressure on your eyelids. These guys are on the cutting edge of sleep mask technology, and they don't just have this one mask. You've got options. They've got the original mask, which is 100% blackout. They've got a silk mask. They've got the pro mask for side sleeping. They've got a steam mask if you need heat. They've got a cool mask if you need cool. They've got a weighted mask if you need some calming pressure. They have a kid's mask, and they even have a sound mask with Bluetooth so that you can listen to your favorite audiobook or whatever while you're sleeping. I could put this sleep mask on and instantly feel like I'm somewhere quiet. I'm in my happy place. That's why Manta is all about the pro nap movement, because sometimes the only way to survive is a freaking nap. So when you're at work, after you finish watching your favorite Dandy Andy video, put this bad boy on, get a 20-minute nap, and then go back to work. So if you want to upgrade your sleep, your naps, and your sanity, check out Manta Sleep. There's a link in the description, and use code DANDY for 10% off your order. Again, that code is DANDY. All right, back to the video. Now, let's talk about the animation system, because this is where things are just, I mean, it's bonkers, man. They're going next level with everything they do for this game, it seems. The character locomotion patent that I brought up earlier outlines a data-driven animation system that's completely different from traditional animation trees. Instead of having separate pre-made animations for every possible scenario, Grand Theft Auto 6 uses modular animation building blocks that can then be combined dynamically. Think of it kind of like Lego pieces for movement. Here's how it works. Every NPC has what's called a blackboard, a virtual representation of their current state that stores information about their condition, location, the weather, temperature, and, everything else, a bunch more stuff. The game's code reads this blackboard and dynamically selects appropriate animations based on all these factors. So if an NPC is walking in the rain while tired, the system blends together building blocks for wet weather movement, fatigue, and their base walking skill. If they're injured, that gets factored in too. So what's the result of all of these systems working together? Well, NPCs that move in ways that actually match their current situation and emotional state. This means you could see the same NPC move completely differently depending on the context of what's happened to them. Relaxed and confident on a sunny day beach, or hunched and hurried during a rainstorm. These are things that you've seen before, but we're seeing a bit of an advancement here in how all of these systems work together and how natural it will be that these NPCs react to the world around them. And you've seen, like, when you shoot an NPC in the leg, they'll limp and stuff in the past, so stuff like that, of course, is going to be in this game. But the variety of possible animations becomes nearly endless because the way the system is designed, it's generating them on the fly by combining these building blocks. So instead of just playing an animation and then, Euphoria kind of plays after, or however the Euphoria physics system worked into it, we're going to see a lot more on-the-spot kind of animations that should look a little different every time you see them. And that's the biggest thing here, is when you see an animation in another game, in another Grand Theft Auto game or a Rockstar game, you've seen the animations before. Once you've seen them enough, you've seen them. Even with the Euphoria physics and the randomness that adds, this should add another level of complexity when it comes to what you see NPCs actually do around you. And subconsciously, at least, this will make the world around you feel just so much more alive. And you might not be able to pinpoint why. Well, it's because you're not seeing the same exact animations over and over and over again. And all evidence suggests this system is going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6, but evolved for the modern setting. As I've said previously, Red Dead Redemption 2 has some of this, but in Grand Theft Auto 6, it's going to be next level. There's really no other way to put it. NPCs are going to remember past interactions with you to some extent. Now, how far? We're not sure. I don't think it's going to be an NPC per NPC kind of thing where every NPC has a soul and remembers every single thing you ever did and what you ate for breakfast that morning. I think it's probably going to be more region-based, kind of like New Vegas. And it already kind of was in Red Dead Redemption 2. If you shot up Valentine or something and you come back, they'd be like, hey, don't come back here. So stuff like that, just expect that, but more expanded on. And if you threatened a shopkeeper 3 days ago in this game, they'll recognize you when you come back. Think about those systems in Red Dead Redemption 2 that were there with the NPCs, and now advance those a little bit in your mind and then put them into Grand Theft Auto 6. That's basically kind of what we're going to see. Because Red Dead Redemption 2 made massive advancements in the way NPCs just work in the world. And Grand Theft Auto 5 was severely lacking that. In Grand Theft Auto 4, as much as I praise it, I mean, it is a product of its time, even though those physics are still incredible. And the world does feel alive, but it's not as alive as Red Dead Redemption 2. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is just going to be nuts. But the reaction of the NPCs, they're going to be informed by the history of what's happened to them. fear, aggression. They might immediately call the cops if they see you again, be like, oh no, you robbed me last time, that's the guy, stuff like that. And the leaked development footage from 2022 showed UI elements that support this, including witness prompts and police dispatch timers. And of course, speaking of witnesses, I've talked about this a lot recently, but it does seem that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to modernize Red Dead 2's witness system. In Red Dead 2, if you committed a crime and someone witnessed it, they physically run to find a lawman and report it. You could chase them down and stop them, of course, or talk to them. But in Grand Theft Auto 6, witnesses, they're going to have smartphones. So you're not going to be getting away with the stuff you're getting away with. No tying up nuns and putting them on railroad tracks with no one noticing anymore, guys. The 2022 leaked footage showed a yellow indicator system. When a witness sees basically you commit a crime, this yellow icon appears. If it's flickering, you still have time to threaten them or flee before they report it. If it turns red, they're actively calling the police or escaping, and the information is already being relayed. Now, this was all alpha footage, so how it is implemented in the final game, who knows? But what makes this really cool and interesting is the potential social media element too. Multiple scenes in the official trailers, of course, show NPCs recording events on their phones. The entire aesthetic of trailer 1 was structured like a social media feed. And a lot of it was flavor, but also it's pointing out the social media integration that's going to be in the game. And think about how the witness system will work with people whipping out their phones, putting you on whatever the game's equivalent of Instagram is, or like Life Invader. NPCs are going to film your crimes, and that footage could go viral in the game. And maybe then there's a notoriety system, and your notoriety starts to spread. Police responses could become more aggressive. Other NPCs might recognize you from viral videos. And I should have said this earlier because right now we're getting into speculation based off of the things that we've seen. Take a lot of this with salt. Now, am I pretty much 100% confident this is what we're going to see? Yeah, but I can't predict the future. So I just want to be 100% transparent with you on that. But let's get into traffic and driving AI, because that is where you're going to probably see the biggest improvement, just given how much time you spend driving in Grand Theft Auto games. And this should be a massive improvement. The navigation patent describes how NPC vehicles will behave in ways that actually make sense. Current games struggle with traffic because NPCs only check each individual frame for obstacles in their immediate vicinity. They don't really have a memory of previous areas they've been and understanding. They have no context of what's happening around their immediate space, which is why you get some wacky traffic stuff in older Grand Theft Auto titles, or even games like Cyberpunk. And that's why you see NPCs in GTA 5 drive directly into you, even though I swear that that is intentional. A lot of that stuff that causes car pileups that wasn't meant to happen, as funny as it is and as awesome as it is, you can still expect all of that stuff, just expect it to be believable and to look more realistic and to happen more naturally. Grand Theft Auto 6's system gives NPCs spatial awareness and memory, to some extent, at least enough to make context-based decisions on what is going on around them. They'll consider multiple factors simultaneously, and you've heard me talk specifically about this before, because this is going to be a huge improvement. Just, I don't know, it's so cool to me thinking about NPCs being on the road, making all these decisions and stuff like that. I cannot wait to drive and see how that plays out. And there's this frame here in the trailer in first person in the car where you see, there's a plane going overhead, there's these guys in the bed of a truck, and I think this is it, guys. I think this is the gameplay. I think we're seeing it right here in real time. This is the kind of stuff you're going to be seeing on the roads. Traffic jams will create authentic behavior, NPCs taking detours while others waited out, accidents will cause realistic slowdowns and congestion. Imagine getting stuck in like gridlock traffic and people start getting out of their vehicles and saying like, hey, what's the holdup? Stuff like that. I don't know how deep it's going to go, guys, but the road should be a lot more interesting, because think about it. They know how much time you spend on the road in a Grand Theft Auto game, and they know how repetitive it gets driving places. And the old ways of doing things where NPCs are wacky and run into streetlights and cause car pileups completely randomly, that was a product of its time. It was fun and cool then. Now there's going to be a lot more almost kind of emergent storytelling, emergent gameplay that comes just from how the NPCs interact with the environment, with just this little bit of context, just this little bit of memory that they have working. Even if it's not like a permanent memory, don't think of it like that, but more just a temporary memory to make realistic context-based situations in a given amount of time that you would realistically spend around someone out in the open world, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? And here's something really cool. The game can now apparently handle way more NPCs compared to previous games that topped out at around 50 to 100 intelligent NPCs before performance degraded.
So now let's move into strongly speculated territory. And man, this is always my favorite. You know, speculation based on credible technical analysis and the leaked 2022 developmental footage. You know. So it's speculation, but it's based in reality. It's not my space video, just saying. But anyways, apparently, according to the leaked 2022 footage that Rockstar definitely confirmed was real, especially taking it down and stuff, apparently it showed 1,300 unique world events in the game files compared to about 60 in Grand Theft Auto 5. World events are those random encounters where people kind of come up to you, maybe get bit by a snake or like, hey, mister, you know, that kind of stuff. Maybe even just people performing on the streets or arguments between NPCs you can overhear, car accidents, crimes, and sometimes they turn into missions, full-blown missions. 1,300? I don't know. We'll see. But with the budget, I don't know. Anything's possible. The footage also showed extensive NPC interaction options. Now, this is some of the stuff I did see. You'll be able to threaten NPCs, rob them, zip tie them, melee them, and interact with them in multiple ways depending on the context, just like in Red Dead Redemption 2, just expanded on. There were weapon wheels split into different sections for weapons, equipment, and gear. I talked about this recently in my weapon system video. There were systems for reviving yourself after taking heavy damage, similar to how you could revive your horse in Red Dead Redemption 2. How I imagine that is basically Jason or Lucia could be downed and the other one could pick the other up. In Grand Theft Auto 5, yeah, there were 3 different protagonists or whatever, but there wasn't really that teamwork feeling in most of the missions. It was just kind of like they're there as set dressing and you can switch over to one. And really there is only a couple of linear paths you could take with them. So there wasn't a lot of choice. It seems this time they're going really hard on the whole teamwork aspect between Jason and Lucia, kind of an army of 2 approach. And the police system is of course getting a complete overhaul as well. Instead of constantly spawning cops who just throw themselves at you and magically know where you are, Grand Theft Auto 6 seems to implement response times and investigation mechanics. Now, I did have to put this in the heavy speculated stuff because this is stuff we saw in the leaks, but there's a lot of conclusions being drawn from it based on what we saw on how the police systems will work. If you watch the Hank's Waffle Heist stuff, like in the leaked footage, you know what I'm talking about though. Witnesses will provide descriptions of your clothes, your vehicle, your direction of travel. Police are going to have to piece together information before they can effectively hunt you. The speculation is that you'll be able to evade them by breaking line of sight, changing vehicles, switching outfits, or laying low in crowds or interiors. Kind of sounds like Assassin's Creed, except I don't think you're going to be praying. But changing your car won't work if witnesses have a good description of you personally. The leaked footage also showed CCTV cameras with detection cones, and that reminds me of Cyberpunk. So there's kind of a digital witness system element here going on with security cameras in certain areas, recording crimes. And this just adds another layer of complexity on how you could get caught, on how you need to plan your escapes, because it's fun planning out how you're going to accomplish whatever goal it is that you're trying to accomplish in these games. And now it sounds like you're gonna have to really plan out how you're gonna rob something or complete an objective. And that's really freaking cool. Okay, so let's get into just complete bonkers territory, tinfoil hat time. Let's do it. This is where we need to be really clear about sources because this is Reddit stuff, okay? So there was a Reddit post from a user named BreadfruitIC5141 who claimed to have worked on Grand Theft Auto 6, and their account has since been deleted, but according to that post from them, NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 6 will have actual schedules. The same NPC you see at the beach in a bathing suit on Saturday afternoon will be spotted in a suit and tie during the weekdays. I don't know about all that, but we'll see. City traffic will be heavier during morning rush hour around 5 p.m. on weekdays. The post also claimed that major events like concerts, sporting events even, and conventions will dynamically change NPC population density around Vice City. When there's a big concert downtown, for example, that area is supposed to get flooded with NPCs wearing branded merchandise for that event. And think like Love Fist, like them coming in, who knows, maybe Love Fist is doing a reunion tour. Tourists are going to have appropriate gear for whatever's happening in the city. So I want to be crystal clear. This came from a deleted Reddit account and there's no way to verify those claims. It could be real insider info. It could just be educated speculation based on patents and trailers, kind of like what we do here. It could just be complete fiction and gobbledygook. Who knows? We don't know. But it's been widely discussed in the community because it fits with everything else we're seeing about Rockstar's ambition for this game. There's also speculation that social media will be a core mechanic beyond just that witness system. Beyond the whole notoriety thing, the idea is that you could engage with the game in social media platforms, maybe even post your own clips, edit highlights. So kind of like the Rockstar editor might even be built into this. And maybe not only could you share these kinds of clips online with people and stuff like that, and that'll kind of go more into the Grand Theft Auto Online element, but maybe in the game itself, you could build a following within
in the game world. Your criminal activity could make you infamous, with NPCs recognizing you as that guy who robbed the stadium on live stream. And while that might sound ridiculous, this is the world of Grand Theft Auto, so hey, everything's on the table. Rival gangs might taunt you in the comment section from like an in-game post. Can you imagine that? It's a fascinating concept, and I think it would tie together the satire that Rockstar is known for with actual gameplay consequences, so that could be a really cool, clever blend of tying everything together, I think. And some analysts believe we'll see live events in the game inspired by Fortnite's success with virtual concerts. So imagine like you're attending an in-game concert in a Vice City venue, maybe Love Fist or something like that, but maybe real artists as well. Think about what they did with Dr. Dre in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. Rockstar's not scared to make business deals with musicians. Think about it. They have all these songs and licenses in their game, and it could be extremely lucrative for them to stay relevant, bringing modern artists in to do performances on stage in-game. This kind of reminds me of Grand Theft Auto 4, where you had like Ricky Gervais and Cat Williams and stuff like that come and actually do live stand-up. It was really freaking cool. Imagine thousands of NPCs in attendance functioning as both a social space and potentially a setting for missions or anything, maybe throwing a hand grenade into their concert. Who knows? Musicians like Drake, DJ Khaled, whatever. Him. I know he's really popular, but others. And they've been speculated to be connected to Grand Theft Auto 6's soundtrack and music scene, though nothing is confirmed beyond a few licensed tracks in the trailers and the fact that Drake texted Millie Bobby Brown before she turned 18. Just saying. Okay, anyways, moving on. The police system speculation gets even wilder. People are talking about 6-star wanted levels potentially returning, and man, I sure hope they do because they were really fun. But at the same time, I don't know. It's looking like Noose is going to whoop our butts. So do we really want the military on us in this game? Of course we do, right? The more the better. If you got what it takes to get there, why not, right? Steal a rhino tank, blow stuff up. Who knows, man? Who knows? But again, this kind of stuff, we're in the theoretical territory now, just based off of stuff. Just little crumbs here, rubbing them together, trying to make cake out of them, But canine units, drones for surveillance, armored vehicles for high wanted levels, riot shields, tear gas for crowd control, tactical perimeters and flanking maneuvers. I mean, why not? With the budget and how much money this freaking game's gonna make. If it ain't there at launch, I think we're gonna see stuff like this eventually in Grand Theft Auto Online and then bleed into single player. Again, we'll see. This is just what people are thinking. And with all the stuff I just said, it's basically like police will act more like actual tactical units instead of mindlessly rushing at you. And I don't even know why I put that in this wildly speculated thing. I guess because it bleeds so much into so many different areas of what's confirmed to just absolute bonkers ideas. I mean, the police are a huge part of the game. Weather's another big part of the game. The patents mention NPCs responding to weather conditions, and people are speculating this goes beyond just driving slower in rain or sliding around, like that stupid racing mission in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas I kept failing over and over and over again. Good God, that mission drove me nuts. And the toy RC mission stuff, oh my God. It was fun, but good God, it was hard with those controls. Anyways, I digress. So in this game, I would expect NPCs to be seeking shelter during storms. That's been speculated. NPCs, we're going to see them with umbrellas. Maybe they change their clothing choice based on the forecast. I mean, that does not surprise me. The Florida setting, Vice City, makes weather particularly relevant with tropical storms, heat waves, and humidity all playing a part of the environment. And if you look at these screenshots and just see the way people look and how the environment has impacted their bodies, well, and alcohol consumption, it does kind of give us a good idea on just how far in depth they're going with these systems. NPCs are probably going to be reacting to your appearance. You're covered in blood or wearing dirty, torn clothes. NPCs are going to comment on it, avoid you. Well, I wonder if they'll call the police too. Like if you're covered in blood, if you're dressed well, you might get compliments or different treatment in certain establishments. It kind of reminds me of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas' sex appeal system. And this game does seem to hint at those RPG systems that we saw in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas returning to some extent. And this was hinted at in some job listings Rockstar posted for dialogue writers mentioning contextual NPC reactions. Here's what we can say with confidence. Rockstar is definitely building something they've never built before with their NPC systems. They are, okay? That we know for sure. The official patents prove they've developed new technology specifically to make NPCs smarter. And to the people who are like, well, those are just patents, bro. Why do you think they're doing these patents and spending all this time and money with them if they're not going to use them in their games? I mean, it's silly to just say that. What are you on about? But anyways, yes, of course, they're just patents, bro, because they're going to use those patents, the information, the technology that they're patenting to implement this stuff into their game. Duh. Behaviors, they're going to be more diverse, more believable. These NPCs are going to be actual inhabitants of what feels like a true living world. The trailers show the visual results, man. I mean, look at it. The crowds look genuinely alive. NPCs engaged in activities, it all makes sense. Everything you look at, it's dense, and there's so much variety like we've never seen before. And Red Dead Redemption 2 was the rocket that got us here on the moon, and now we're going to Mars, So think about how the NPCs were in that game. They felt real. They felt like real people with routines, memories, and personalities. And now Grand Theft Auto 6 is
taking those lessons and building on them with modern technology in a contemporary setting with smartphones and social media everywhere, and patents that describe AI systems more sophisticated than anything currently in gaming. Will every speculation pan out? Probably not. Game development rolls like that. You have a bunch of stuff in the game and you just start stripping away what doesn't work right up until launch. So there are things that we've mentioned that might be in the game now, but won't be on launch. That sucks, but that's just how it rolls. Like in Skyrim, the ability to ride around on a dragon, I think, was originally in the vanilla game, and if not, other stuff like that, and eventually they added it back in via DLC. Now, I know that game is old enough to be in high school now, which is, good lord, man, where does the time go? But it's just crazy, guys. What you're going to see is going to completely blow you away. And it's even more crazy to think that 2026 is 8 years after Red Dead Redemption 2. And Red Dead Redemption 2 still feels brand new and leaps and bounds ahead of every game ever. And Rockstar, they have 8 years, almost 10 years. Good lord, just think about it. It's going to be bigger and badder than anything you've ever seen before. And you know this, okay? You know this. Grand Theft Auto 6's physics will be the most realistic physics we've ever seen in a video game ever. Now, if you watch my video on the AI of Grand Theft Auto 6, you know just how crazy and nutty all this stuff gets. And yes, the artificial intelligence enhancements are absolutely insane, but will the physics systems in Grand Theft Auto 6 live up to that same bold scale? You know what I'm saying? Will it live up to that? And while Rockstar Games has been doing a bunch of stuff with physics in the past, they are going to go bigger and better than ever before. We're talking groundbreaking systems that will make this the most physically realistic open world game ever created. So after extensive research and after staying up way too long, multiple nights in a row, looking at leaked footage, technical patents, and industry reports, I have put together this video about the scope of Rockstar's physics innovations for Grand Theft Auto 6, and I can tell you it is nothing short of extraordinary. So at the heart of Grand Theft Auto 6's physics breakthrough is the new Rage 9 engine. You heard me talk about it in the AI video, and it's a huge leap from its predecessors. The latest iteration brings revolutionary improvements across multiple areas. Game physics with water physically simulated in real time, and enhanced vehicle deformations, more realistic time management systems, superior rendering quality, including advanced texture and volumetric lighting, and dramatically improved artificial intelligence for NPCs and police interactions. The graphics gap between Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 6 will be greater than the difference between Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. Let that sink in. In fact, one of you guys told me that, and I looked that up and found that online. So yeah, you were right. This represents the most significant technological advancement in Rockstar's history, with Rage 9 featuring physically simulated lighting for the first time in the Grand Theft Auto series, made possible through physics-based rendering. So let's talk about these $300 million water physics. Perhaps the most ambitious physics system in Grand Theft Auto 6 is its revolutionary water technology. And duh, it takes place in Florida or Leonida, right? There's a lot of water, different types of water. There's ocean water, there's going to be rivers, there's going to be lakes, there's going to be swamps. Well, Rockstar has reportedly allocated between $200 to $300 million specifically for water physics development, with a dedicated team of 20 engineers from the Rage Technology Group working exclusively on this system. These guys know all things water. So unlike traditional games that use mesh-based water systems for performance efficiency, Grand Theft Auto 6 introduces real-time physically simulated water. Now, how are they doing this? Well, if you watched my video on the artificial intelligence of NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 6, you know that Rockstar is using AI to basically make the most efficient systems possible to handle this for processing power. I mean, this thing's got to run on a PS5, so it's going to have to, which that is a whole nother video, because honestly, if you know what that means, you know how big of a freaking deal that's going to be for all video games in the future. Basically, games have kind of hit a ceiling on what they can do. And yes, we've maxed out what we can do with graphics, but now it's time to explore what we can do with the processor. Well, artificial intelligence has come up with all of these efficient systems to make that just infinitely better. But anyways, that's another video. I think I just gave myself a new video idea. Let's talk more about this $300 million water. This technology has existed before, okay? So it's been used in film and in 3D applications for years, but it's never been achievable in real time, like in video games, until now. This system calculates water behavior dynamically, including high and low tides, realistic wave physics, and even bird interactions that create authentic water splashing effects. The ocean is going to play a crucial role in Grand Theft Auto 6's universe, obviously, with new activities like surfing potentially becoming available. Water is going to respond realistically to environmental factors like wind, helicopter downwash, and vehicle interactions, creating an unprecedented level of aquatic realism. Ooh.
You like that? Aquatic realism? I should patent that. Aquatic realism coming May 26, 2026. But it's not all just about $300 million water, which I think is really impressive. There's also advanced vehicle physics. Duh, right? But just how realistic we talking? Well, in my previous videos, I saw how divisive it was. Some people prefer Grand Theft Auto 4's more realistic approach to driving, and other people like Grand Theft Auto 5, and I'm not going to beat up on it any more than I already have. But it's basically an arcade driving game. But anyways, I will say that for some people, Grand Theft Auto 4's realistic and super Giga Chad amazing, incredible driving can maybe feel a little bit cumbersome. Maybe. And in Grand Theft Auto 5's arcade style mechanics, they could feel too cartoony and boring and make everything drive exactly the same. Well, this new system that is coming in Grand Theft Auto 6 features meticulously calibrated body roll where weight transitions fluidly during cornering, compressing outer suspension while subtly lifting the inner side. If you know anything about cars, this is very similar to how it works in the real world, which is cool because it's going to have cars handled the way they do around sharp turns and stuff like that in real life without the overly emphasized suspension characteristics that made Grand Theft Auto 4's feel a little like a boat to some people. To some people, not me, I love it. For the first time in a Rockstar title, tires visibly deform under pressure. Sharp turns and acceleration reveal tire compression as they contact the road, creating authentic grip simulation. Independent suspension movement means wheels operate independently when traversing through rough terrain. So this is going to give the impression of multi-link suspension systems rather than rigid models. The damage modeling has been completely overhauled, thank God, with advanced deformation systems. So far, the best Grand Theft Auto for deformation systems, in my opinion, has been Grand Theft Auto 4, and actually, I don't even think that's opinion, that's just a straight up fact. Grand Theft Auto 5 did dumb it down a lot, but this is going to blow anything we've ever seen out of the water. This is going to blow away even Grand Theft Auto 4, which I'll glaze all day for eternity. So expect absolutely ridiculous levels of deformation with vehicles. Maybe even better than BeamNG, we'll see. Flip vehicles are also going to be able to show leaking fluid from underneath, so like indicating simulated oil and fuel reservoirs. Wheels are going to be able to bend at various angles, demonstrating independent damage to both suspension and axles. And this new physics system is going to use significant increase in polygon count compared to Grand Theft Auto 5. So this is going to enable, of course, more precise deformations and realistic accident representation. But let's get into those sweet, sexy Euphoria physics. One of the most anticipated returns in Grand Theft Auto 6 is the enhanced Euphoria physics system. This revolutionary animation technology, first introduced in Grand Theft Auto 4, creates unscripted character reactions where NPCs grab walls, stumble when shot, and collapse unpredictably. While Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 used more scripted animations, Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to bring back dynamic, physics-driven behavior in an even more advanced form. Thank God, because that was so freaking cool to see in Grand Theft Auto 4. But as one commenter pointed out in one of my previous videos, it also made certain things kind of look goofy sometimes. Well, now in this game, with basically the new context pool and that these systems are going to be able to draw from, you're going to have reactions that not only look realistic, like, they would be if they were predefined with animations, but you're going to have them be dynamic and interesting like they were in Grand Theft Auto 4. Also, Take-Two now completely owns the Euphoria engine through their acquisition of Zynga, I think that's how you say it, which is great because that's going to enable unlimited development of this technology. Now let's talk about those cloth and fluid physics. Grand Theft Auto 6 introduces revolutionary cloth physics systems that simulate fabric behavior with extraordinary realism. The game features complex hair physics simulations, body part movement with realistic deformation, and clothing that responds dynamically to environmental factors like wind and character movement. The fluid physics system represents another breakthrough, handling everything from sweat and blood to tears and raindrops. This system uses 2D simulation with 3D visualization. Man, I can't talk tonight. 3D visualization. Visualization. Calculating fluid movement based on gravity, surface properties, and animation data. The technology accounts for multiple dynamic properties, including wind effects, liftoff where fluids drop naturally, roll-off where fluids move to adjacent areas, evaporation even, and production where fluids are emitted and begin flowing. So if you want to walk around as shirtless Jason, you can get to know him down to his pores, which is, you do you, man. One commenter, though, asked me about destructible environments, so I did want to kind of look at that and touch on this a little bit. So Grand Theft Auto 6 will feature the most advanced destructible environment system in the franchise's history. history. Now, we're not going to have skyscrapers tumbling and falling into each other or anything like that, but according to insider reports, approximately 40% of the buildings will be enterable, while 60% of the structures can be destroyed to varying degrees. I don't know what that really means, but it sounds like the system's going to go a little bit further beyond window breaking. So there's going to be some destructible walls, there's going to be interiors that can be shot out, roofs can be destroyed and bent depending on what's occurring. Now, this stuff is very processor heavy, and a lot of the stuff Grand Theft Auto 6 is doing is already very processor heavy. So I would assume if they're making cuts anywhere right now to make sure the other things flow great, it's going to be from here. But the destruction physics is going to ensure that debris scatters realistically throughout the map, with every object having a physical presence. So roads can be damaged by rockets, and the environments are going to retain lasting damage from player actions. So basically longer timers on the decals. And like I said, it's not going to offer complete destruction like some specialized games. I mean, your game really has to be completely focused around that in order for that to be what's going to happen. But this system is going to provide significant environmental impact without compromising the core gameplay experience. How about that weather though? The weather system in Grand Theft Auto 6 represents a massive leap forward in environmental physics. The dynamic weather affects not only visuals, but actual gameplay mechanics, with storms and hurricanes feeling genuinely impactful. Wind moves poles and road signs, and can cause NPCs to even lose their balance and seek shelter. And it's going to directly affect vehicle handling. This system includes realistic storm physics where NPCs rush for cover, they'll use umbrellas during rain like they did in Grand Theft Auto 4, and they'll change their routines based on temperature and weather conditions. Traffic patterns change during bad weather, puddles form dynamically, and extreme weather events like hurricanes can knock down trees and buildings, adding layers of unpredictability and strategy to gameplay. Oh boy, I can't wait for that. You know, there's probably not going to be like tornadoes, but someone's going to make a tornado mod eventually, and oh man, it's going to be crazy to see, especially if they do retain a lot of that destructible environment stuff. Although I'm sure if they're trimming fat anywhere, they're going to probably be trimming it from there. That's just what I think though. There's nothing that says that anywhere, at least nothing that I found. But what about character animations? So Grand Theft Auto 6's character animation system is going to use procedural motion technology that breaks movement into reusable building blocks. We've heard me talk about this building block stuff in my previous video. Instead of relying on massive animation libraries, the system dynamically assembles character behavior in real time. So a pedestrian might bend over their phone trying to shield it from the rain, and maybe they were shot so they're limping while still doing all of that. And you can see how that kind of paints a picture of what this person would be doing. That's a seamless combination of multiple animation elements. In this case, limp animation plus item holding plus weather reactive movement. And you know, in a lot of games, when you do stuff, no matter how realistic the animations look, if you do anything to trigger an NPC out of that animation, it can be jarring because they'll just snap to it. Well, now you're going to have these different states kind of flow in and out of what the NPC is doing. And so you're going to have very fluid reactions and movements, like you see in real life with how the human brain processes information. So these AI systems enable NPCs to exhibit incredibly lifelike behaviors with complex daily routines that go beyond simple patterns. NPCs react to player actions with nuanced memory systems, and this is going to encourage players to consider their impact on the game world. Basically, FAFO, the game, which everyone loves to say that these days. Sorry, I'm really tired. I record these at like 2 in the morning. What do you want from me? But now let's talk about lighting in visual physics. So Grand Theft Auto 6 will be the first Grand Theft Auto game to feature physically simulated lighting. Using physics-based rendering materials, surfaces exhibit realistic optical characteristics, including proper reflection and roughness, which is dope. The lighting system utilizes ray tracing and ray traced global illumination, creating natural-looking shadows and reflections that bounce realistically off surfaces. The visual improvements extend to incredibly detailed environmental effects. Individual blades of grass, for example, are modeled separately. Beer forms realistic bubbles and foam. Sweat drips and glistens on character bodies, and car mirrors show detailed reflections with light passing through the glass to produce accurate refractions. These minute details combine to create an unprecedented level of photorealism. And I remember when I found this part, I just can't wrap my mind around how a PS5 is going to run this without exploding, or how it's even going to run it at 30 frames per second if I'm being real. Because yeah, games, they look pretty. They're beautiful these days. That's your graphics processing power. That's your GPU. All of this stuff is super CPU intensive, man. So whatever they've been coming up with their artificial intelligence to make things more efficient on the processing side is astounding, to say the least, because this stuff sounds too good to be true. But this is Rockstar Games. So if it sounds too good to be true, it is, but they're going to do it anyway. So what's going to make Grand Theft Auto 6's physics truly revolutionary is not really any single one of these systems, although they're absolutely mind-blowing, but imagine all of this crap working together in a cohesive, realistic experience. The combination of advanced water simulation, enhanced vehicle dynamics, returning euphoria physics, physics that are dialed up to 11 and similar to Grand Theft Auto 4's, destructible to some extent environments, dynamic weather, and procedural generation creates a level of physical realism never seen before in a video game. Not ever. Guys, we're living in biblical times. I'm telling you, when it comes to video games, I don't know how a PS5 is going to run this. Is Grand Theft Auto 6 going to shift with a box and you just press the on button and boom, Grand Theft Auto 6 turns on? I don't know how anything could run this short of a really expensive computer. So I don't know. So open world games have a problem most players don't really think about. Well, maybe you have. The world you see in front of you isn't really there. Whoa. Well, not all of it. Not at the same time. It's being built, torn down, and rebuilt around you, frame by frame as you move. And what's the trick? Well, making sure you never notice. And in a city the size of what Rockstar is showing us for Grand Theft Auto 6, that trick is going to get a lot harder. How the hell are they going to pull this off? All this stuff loading around us and everything. You know, the loading system, it doesn't sound sexy, but it really freaking is. I mean, that was a big selling point when the PlayStation 5 came out, was being able to seamlessly, you know, transition between stuff. Remember that Ratchet and Clank thing they showed over and over again? And look off over in the horizon. I mean, the draw distance, it's insane. How are they loading all this crap on a base PlayStation 5? Grand Theft Auto 6's loading system is a technical marvel. So let's talk about how this loading actually works in like modern open world games, what the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailers have shown us about Rockstar's approach, and what the hardware they're targeting is actually capable of. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be a current gen only release, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, that we know, and then PC they'll double, triple dip later. And that's great. I'm so happy they're not trying to put this on like the PS4 and stuff like that, because the hardware would just be super dumbed down. Red Dead Redemption 2 was their PS4 thing, okay? And we don't want like a repeat of what Cyberpunk 2077 had on the PS4. We know how bad that looked. And I'm just so happy that they're working on top of the line hardware, at least the current most available stuff, and not trying to put anything on previous hardware, because it allows them to build their world and storage, memory, all that kind of stuff, the architecture of all that with these specific machines in mind, instead of designing it around, you know, outdated crap. Now, both of these consoles use custom solid-state storage, and the difference between the SSD and the spinning hard drive, of course, is like on the PC even. Like, there's video games you can't really play without a solid-state drive nowadays, like Starfield. If you use a hard drive, it looks terrible and plays really laggy and crappy. And it has to just do with how the information is, you know, read. You can think of solid state drives as like flash memory. Flash, it's there, flash, it can be gone, and then it's gone for good. A hard drive, the information is written onto a disk, which means that even when it breaks, you could still recover it later. Anyways, I'm getting off topic here. On the PlayStation 5 side, we've got lead system architect Mark Cerny, who laid out the architecture in detail in his Road to PS5 presentation in March of 2020. The PS5 shipped with an 825 gigabyte custom NVMe SSD capable of 5.5 gigabytes per second of raw read speed. And that was paired with a custom 12-channel controller and dedicated hardware decompression using Sony's Kraken format. So the console has 16 gigabytes of unified GDDR6 memory running at 448 gigabytes per second. And then Cerny pointed out that the PS4, the system memory there, could realistically hold around 30 seconds of upcoming gameplay assets, because that's how long it took to read enough new data off the hard drive. On the PlayStation 5, the window shrinks to roughly 1 second. The system can pull in when it needs it and then dump it when it doesn't. Again, this was a huge selling point with the PS5, was its solid-state technology. The Xbox Series X uses what Microsoft calls the Xbox Velocity architecture. So we got 4 components here. We've got a custom NVMe SSD with 2.4 gigabytes per second raw and 4.8 gigabytes per second compressed throughput, hardware accelerated decompression, the direct storage API, and sampler feedback streaming, which Microsoft says provides roughly a 2.5 times effective multiplier on I/O performance by only loading the specific portions of textures the GPU is actually about to use, and also 16 gigabytes of GDDR6 memory, with 10 of those gigabytes running at 560 gigabytes per second for the GPU. That's the tools Rockstar's working with here, okay? That was a lot of technical mumbo jumbo, but it sounded really cool and high tech, didn't it? So what are they doing with this crap? Well, Rockstar uploaded the second GTA 6 trailer, you know, of course, back in May, which, oh my God, here we are again in May. Here, fingers crossed for trailer 3. And the Digital Foundry team, you know, looked at it and broke it down frame by frame, all that kind of stuff. It was pretty cool. They do this a lot, but they confirmed the trailer was captured on a base PlayStation 5, which Rockstar themselves did verify. The internal resolution sat at 1440p, around 2560 by 1152, running at 30 frames per second with FSR1 style spatial upscaling.
The trailer shows ray-traced global illumination and real-time ray-traced reflections working alongside traditional screen space reflections. And that's something we talked about in the not-so-sexy weather video. I don't know if that's out yet or whatever, but I recorded it before this one. Anyways, Digital Foundry described just the level of detail and geometric density, just all this crap happening on screen was far beyond what they expected a base PlayStation 5 to be able to handle. But what's relevant to this conversation is how it streams this stuff in itself. I mean, we went around and saw all sorts of stuff in these trailers. We saw dense urban Vice City exteriors, dense building interiors. We went through crowds, coastlines, swamp environments, and all that kind of stuff. And none of those places really looked like a place where you'd have to wait on a loading screen to get there, you know? And Rockstar's never really had a loading screen for this kind of stuff. Load, you're in, and that's it. Unless you're crossing the bridges in the original Vice City. PS2 hardware limitations, you know how it is. And the streets, man, are filled with cars and pedestrians at densities Rockstar has never shown us before. I mean, it's insane. I can't stress it enough. And you know it's insane. Distant buildings too. I mean, their detail, it holds in those long panning shots, you know, from far away. We can see like interior parallax stuff when like they're driving on the highway and stuff way off in the distance. It's really cool. And I know the Spider-Man games did that, and that was something big, but now Rockstar's doing it too. And of course, trailers are curated footage, okay? It's edited. So we don't know how much of what we saw really represents continuous gameplay or if it's just, you know, sexy stitched together sequences, which it is the latter, but you know, we don't know how much of that is going to really feel like the gameplay. Now, Grand Theft Auto 5 is kind of notorious for this. If you watch the trailers, things didn't really kind of pan out the same. But again, I think that was really a hardware limitation more than anything. And I think the game looked and performed well enough and was close enough to the trailers. And more recently, Red Dead Redemption 2, I feel like definitely delivered on the promise that was shown to us in those trailers. But man, that asset density, the draw distance on display in individual shots, to think that it is running on a base PS5, it's a technical miracle. And it shows us what their, you know, pipeline going on under the hood can actually sustain. And you can look at Red Dead Redemption 2 for that. I mean, Digital Foundry did. And their description of the world streaming was, quote, streaming and memory management is always tricky, and Rockstar has managed to minimize or eliminate performance spikes typically associated with this. There's little to no hitching during high-speed traversal, and there's never a sense that the game is struggling to draw the world around you. And that's the end of the quote there. So that's Red Dead Redemption 2, and that was running on a PlayStation 4 with a mechanical hard drive. Think about that. Rockstar's in-house technology was already considered exceptional at handling large streaming worlds back on the 7th generation of consoles. IGN's Chris Stead specifically called out Rage's ability to handle large streaming worlds when listing it among the best engines of that generation. And in the years between Red Dead Redemption 2 and now, Rockstar has had time to rebuild and extend that technology against hardware that's roughly an order of magnitude faster at moving data. So how much of Rage has actually been rewritten for Grand Theft Auto 6? You know, it's not something that Rockstar has publicly detailed, but we know that they have with the Rage 9 engine. And you can look at all the patents and stuff like that on the internet to see what it could potentially be going on under the hood here. But I'm not going to get into them again because I've talked about them a lot. You can go search for the Grand Theft Auto 6 patents on Google. Don't type that in or they won't pop up. Well, they will. You'll find an article or something, and then you can actually go and find them and read them yourself. They're interesting. Go check them out. Something that's always interesting to look at and something that kind of really tells you what's going to go on with a game is job listings, right? So the engine programmer position that was posted on LinkedIn for Rockstar's California studio, it kind of described the responsibilities of the team in pretty simple language. It said, "We are responsible for many of the core pieces of technology that underpin Rockstar games, streaming game data efficiency, population systems, LOD, scene management, scripting engine, and more," all that kind of stuff. So the role lists experience with streaming, scene management, and multi-threading, and memory management as direct requirements, and experience working on open world population and streaming systems as a desirable plus. And I think that's Rockstar kind of telling us in their own, hiring corpo speak, what they consider core to their technology. Now let's speculate. Specific install size for Grand Theft Auto 6 has not been announced. There's estimates floating around about the game, what size it could be from anywhere between 150 to 200 gigabytes, those kind of numbers. But all of that, it's just estimates. No one knows for sure. The exact square kilometer size of the Leonida map has also not been officially stated, and they have been very dodgy about the northern side of the map. And, Sav, we recently did a podcast and we got into that, and he has a really interesting theory on why that's the case, leading us into the future of Grand Theft Auto even. So it's kind of a big thing. So go check out that podcast if you haven't seen it already. But fan estimates have circulated around, and they kind of suggested that it could be roughly 2.5 times the size of Grand Theft Auto 5's map, around 125 square kilometers. But again, these are fan calculations based on, just the crap they've seen. Now the mapping project guys, they go deep. So go check them out. I'm scared to cover them again because I was like, they're 95% accurate. That's the thing. I'm never going to let it go. Anyways,
It's worth keeping in mind though, because we have seen all of this crap actually being streamed in, working in the trailers, supposed to be working on a base PlayStation 5, not a PlayStation 5 Pro, a base PlayStation 5. It's all supposed to be running on that. So, I don't think it's crazy to think that the map could be so huge. In fact, it would actually work to the benefit of loading in all this crap because things could be more spread out. And, we don't know if Grand Theft Auto 6 specifically uses Microsoft's direct storage API or sampler feedback streaming on Xbox Series consoles or any specific PS5 storage feature like Sony's Kraken decompression on the gameplay path. None of that has been confirmed. We don't know. All you know is that you exist. And even that's debatable. Sorry about that. But anyways, these are platform features available to developers. We don't know which ones are in use or how. I would say probably everything, any and everything to make this thing work. And it's about damn time because I don't really think anyone has really made these consoles sing yet. You know what I mean? Like to their fullest maximum potential. A good example is at the end of every single console generation. I mean, just how far they're able to really push the consoles. You remember the end of the PlayStation 2 one? It was insane. And then the end of the Xbox 360 and PS3. I don't know. I think the end cycle of like the PS2 Xbox era was a little bit more crazy considering what they were working with, but that's just my opinion. And that's also a tangent. So whether Grand Theft Auto 6 eliminates load screens entirely, we don't know for certain. I would assume there's going to be none of them. Like in Red Dead Redemption 2, you load in, you're in the game, where, when you switch chapters, there's like a loading screen, a reflection piece, stuff like that. And of course, they're not going to show us any damn loading screens in the trailer. That would be really stupid. And while they could say that some of it was gameplay and stuff, we have to remember that trailers are indeed edited footage. But I would speculate that everything is going to be running at just absolute maximum capacity. Like all the systems, everything in the base PS5 or PS5 Pro, the Xbox Series S and X is going to be running at its maximum efficiency to deliver the best streamed game experience of all time with the loading. I mean, the way that they're going to do these draw distances and everything is absolutely incredible. And you can kind of see them, not really cut corners, but you can kind of see what they're kind of dumbing down just a little bit to kind of make room for all of this. By zooming in on hair or shadows, and you can see some noise. And there's no secret that they do this. I mean, that was there in Red Dead Redemption 2. Now, I'm not the most technical, tech-savvy geek guy in the world, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist or a genius to figure out, okay, so they're kind of dialing things back there, because it looks like that would be much more heavy processing power to get rid of stuff like that noise. And I don't really care. I kind of like it. It's kind of like a little Rockstar signature. And when it all comes together, it sure is beautiful. In fact, that noise kind of feathers things together in a way to where when you look at the picture as a whole, you don't even see it. It's like it was like that by design or something. Anyways, I digress. Wonderful masterstroke of optimization, I think, though. Red Dead Redemption 2 runs great on a PlayStation 5, now runs great on a PC. About time. It didn't at first. But anyways, I digress. What I'm trying to say is Grand Theft Auto 6, what you see in the trailers, even if it only looks maybe a 7 out of 8 is what I mean. So, maybe if it doesn't look as good as what you see in the trailers, it's going to be pretty damn close and it's going to rock your socks off. And the reason it's going to look that good is because of this incredible revolutionary loading technology going on under the hood. So while it might not sound sexy, it leads to seeing and interacting with some of the most sexy elements of the game. So I just wanted to kind of talk about that because, man, I am blown away by the way Grand Theft Auto 6 is able to just look the way it does. So what do you think? Do you think that what we see in the trailers is what we're actually going to get? I personally do, especially after Red Dead Redemption 2. I'd understand if we were just coming fresh off of Grand Theft Auto 5 and your opinions were different, but I think looking at the more recent releases, a more realistic example. But what do you think?
Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have all sorts of features, all sorts of crazy features from previous Rockstar games. And today in this video, I'm going to talk about those features and what we can expect from the older Rockstar Games titles in Grand Theft Auto 6. So this video is kind of inspired by a previous video I did about 10 features that you could expect to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. If you haven't watched that yet, now's your chance, or you could watch it after this one, whatever. But anyways, let's get into it, guys. This video is based off leaks, insider reports, trailer analysis, and even community research. And hey, everyone is an internet sleuth when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 6. This is based off all of that combined together. So let's get into some of this stuff and start off with the first one, which is the most obvious, and that is a massive vehicle roster. So in Grand Theft Auto 6, you're going to see more vehicles than you've ever seen in any other Grand Theft Auto game, and maybe even all of them combined. I'm talking like sedans, sports cars, jet skis, fishing boats, river boats, all sorts of boats, yachts, realistic traffic density as well across regions. In Grand Theft Auto 4, for example, the traffic was kind of pretty much the same everywhere you would go. And I think even in Grand Theft Auto 5, it was like that. But this time, in this game, in Grand Theft Auto 6, depending on where you're at, there's going to be different traffic density. So if you go out in the sticks, expect nothing. If you go in cities, it's going to be crowded. And I mean, if you go play San Andreas, yeah, you'll see different vehicles out there in the sticks, but you'll see relatively the same traffic density that you would see inside the city. So this time, expect there to be kind of a really immersive and realistic amount of traffic density depending on where you're going. Urban areas are going to be dense and crowded. Rural areas are going to be sparse. All right, so this next thing, expect a crap ton of vehicle customization, obviously, right? I feel like that's really all I need to say about that, but there's going to be a ton of vehicle customization in this game. Really, that could be an entire video of its own. Maybe I'll save that for later, and we'll go ahead and move on to this next thing, which is evolving police and wanted system. So law enforcement is now going to kind of like hunt you. So they're going to be smarter, more intelligent. They're not going to pursue you the way that they kind of mindlessly did in older titles like Zombies. They're going to recognize repeat offenders. There's going to be witness descriptions. So in Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5, people had to call the police on you and they would pop up. But now you're going to have witnesses like Red Dead Redemption 2. And not only that, but there's going to be witness descriptions. So you're going to have to change how you look. There's going to be security cameras even, maybe facial recognition. So there's also going to be disguises. And this will really give you a reason to change how your character looks other than just doing it to do it. You're also going to be able to surrender like you can in Red Dead Redemption 2. And there's going to be an authentic police response time. So in Grand Theft Auto 5, if you step out of line just a little bit, all of Los Santos Police Department is on you. And that might have kind of been them spoofing on LAPD a little bit. And if so, they did an excellent job because it was very annoying. But this time you can expect realistic police response times, maybe even fewer police after you at a given time until you get up in those later stars. But expect the police that do come after you to be more well-equipped, scarier, and very capable of taking you down. Moving on to this next one, we're going to have dynamic stores and malls. So you're going to see stores pop up and disappear as time goes on. There's going to be a bunch of different interiors. That's something I loved about Grand Theft Auto 4 was all the interiors. They didn't have too many, but they had a lot. And then 5, I feel like they kind of took a step backwards. Like I couldn't go into Burger Shot and stuff like that. And I know that sounds small. Grand Theft Auto 5 did have a lot of interiors, but I don't think it had nearly as many as Grand Theft Auto 4. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. But there's also going to be stuff like functional malls with maybe stores that come and go as time goes on. But that kind of ties into something that I'm going to mention here in a little bit. But expect there to be a bunch of cool stores that are very dense and a lot of places to go into, very similar to Cyberpunk. So a lot of people over the years have always been like, man, when are we going to get to go into every single building and every single room? Well, let me tell you right now, you don't want to. That's incredibly boring. You want quality, not quantity. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to deliver both quality and quantity with so many different stores and places to enter that are also going to be rich in detail while not allowing you to go everywhere. Next, we're going to have a weapon inventory overhaul. So in the alpha footage of this game, I was actually watching it recently, and I'm not going to share it here for obvious reasons, but imagine a circle, a weapon wheel, very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2 or Grand Theft Auto 5. At the top half of that circle, you're going to have 5 slots, and at the bottom of the circle, you're going to have 1. That 1 on the bottom, I presume, is like your inventory for small little objects, stuff like that. The top is going to allow you to choose a melee weapon, a sidearm, possibly 2 primaries, and a throwable weapon. And whatever weapons you're not using, you'll be able to store in your car and your trunk and swap out as time goes on, or maybe keep in your apartment, and you can only keep a certain amount in your car. I'm really excited to see what they do. They're going to make your car kind of your central hub, kind of like your horses in Red Dead Redemption 2. So I'm very excited to see how they do that. Moving on now, we're going to have a dual protagonist system. So that's very obvious, duh, right? But the reason I bring this up is because in Grand Theft Auto 5, one of the main criticisms people have with it is when you have those 3 protagonists, their different motivations and stuff can kind of start to feel lost on you, or you might not feel the connection with those characters that you do in, I'd say, a previous Grand Theft Auto game. Well, this time, Jason and Lucia are a couple. They're together. So that is going to be an interesting way of experiencing 2 protagonists. We're going to get to learn about them through each other's eyes and in their own shoes. And I think that that is an excellent way of having multiple protagonists, is having them in a relationship because, they love each other. So you're going to get to learn a lot about the 2 together. And I think that is quite a refinement from Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, look, there could still be a 3rd protagonist. There is kind of a mystery about who that could potentially be and if they're in the trailers already and we don't know about it. But also expect something like Grand Theft Auto 5's character switching to where you could switch to another character and they would end up doing something crazy or wacky. I talk a lot of smack about Grand Theft Auto 5 on this channel, but that is something I absolutely loved about Grand Theft Auto 5 was all the different wacky stuff they would do when you would switch to them. So expect that in this game and to be fleshed out a bit more. Next, we have a chapter-based story structure, very much like Red Dead Redemption 2, where we have chapters. So expect like 5, 6, 7 chapters. Each one is going to feel a bit different, maybe even kind of echoing a different season, kind of like Red Dead Redemption 2. Every new place you went to was like a new season as well as a new location. So expect that progression too. Something that's big in Grand Theft Auto games that gives you the sense of really going on an adventure is going to a new place, staying there for a while, and then moving on to the next. Grand Theft Auto 5, they didn't do that, and that made the map feel really small, even though it was huge. So expect to see that return in this game. And not only that, but let's go ahead and get into this next mechanic. Other than just having chapters, you're also going to have buildings that are built and maybe even torn down over time. So long gone are the days of Grand Theft Auto 5's skyscraper never getting built, even though it's been 12 years now. Expect it to be like Red Dead Dead Redemption 2 to where you have buildings being built over time and they have maybe 4 or 5 different states that they're in over time until you finally see them finished based on a certain point of the story that you're in. So that will be tied to chapters, which is why I bring this up after the chapter-based story structure. But expect there to be different buildings that you're going to see brought up and maybe even torn down over time. And stuff like stores opening and closing during your time. Little shops and malls being there and being gone over time. It's going to be cool. Next, based off everything I've seen, we're going to have a Deadeye mechanic. Jason, expect him to have like a Deadeye mechanic and Lucia to have something else. Or maybe flip. One will probably be good at driving, one at shooting, yada yada, Starsky and Hutch style stuff. But you can for sure pretty much 100% expect there to be Deadeye / bullet time like in Max Payne. Next, expect a relationship meter. So if you watched my previous video, you know that Rockstar loves betrayal, and I think a relationship meter is the perfect way to incorporate that into this game. What do I mean by that? Well, in Red Dead Redemption 2, we had the honor meter, so player choices would directly affect that honor meter. You'd go low honor, high honor, all that kind of stuff, you get it, and it would shape the ending you got. Well, in this game, expect player choices to affect your relationship meter between Jason and Lucia. So by the end of the game, based on your choices, you may either end up needing to betray one another, so one character lives, one character dies, so that's 2 possible endings already. That or they both go out together, or they both live. So that's 4 possible endings that could happen based off of this relationship meter. So that's a really cool idea, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they implement that. Moving on to this next feature, this is something that every Rockstar game feels naked without, and that is a greet and antagonize system, and even a diffuse system. So that's also in Red Dead Redemption 2. Greet, antagonize, and diffuse. I cannot wait to go up to NPCs and just mess with them. There's nothing like going around holding down left trigger or L2 and just antagonizing NPCs or saying thank you or being like, hey bud, how's your day going? You know, it's really fun and really cool. And I can't wait to see how they do that in Grand Theft Auto 6. You can pretty much guarantee it's going to be in there. If they were to just copy and paste Red Dead Redemption 2's greet and antagonize system, I would absolutely love it. Maybe with some more options on like dialogue, but let's see how they expand upon it. I'm very excited about that. Next on this list, based off the leaks and stuff, you can expect more gore and dismemberment. This one I'm a little bit more iffy on because I know in Grand Theft Auto games, they do try and dial back the violence compared to stuff like Red Dead Redemption, just based on the stuff that's going on out there in the world and unwanted media attention. I mean, you got to remember, as much as Rockstar Games acts like a Rockstar, they're also the biggest video game company when it comes to how much money they put into their games and how much they make on their investments. So, you know, I think though that we're adults and we can handle it. So I'm hoping this one is true because frankly, I think that when you shoot someone, you should see the consequences of what that looks like in a game. And that might even kind of talk some people out of doing the sick stuff that they do in the world. I don't know. I'm getting a little off my rocker here, but I think that having those elements in the game, even if it is sickening to some extent, it is good to see that your actions do indeed have consequences. Even if you're, you know, shooting in like defense or something like that in a video game, it gives weight to that decision. So that's all I'll say about that. Let's move on. Next, you can expect wildlife and hunting, very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2. Grand Theft Auto 5, it was kind of lacking, but look, they went really big in Grand Theft Auto 5, and so I can kind of forgive them on that. But if they were to copy and paste Red Dead Redemption 2's hunting system and wildlife system, I would be totally happy with that. But you can expect stuff like predators and unique details like wet animal fur like in Red Dead Redemption 2. The possibilities are kind of endless with Florida or Leonida. There's even talks of underwater fishing. Personally, I want to wrestle an alligator, so we'll see how that goes. Next is jumping between vehicles. So this is kind of like jumping between a horse to a horse or horse to wagon or wagon to horse or yada yada like you do in Red Dead Redemption 2. You can kind of see something like this in the trailers. Expect to be able to jump from a car to another car or a bike to a car and, you know, being able to jump to other vehicles from a vehicle while driving, which is really cool. And I'm really looking forward to colliding with a pole mid-jump with the physics system. That's going to be really fun. Next, this is something we all love, random encounters. So Red Dead Redemption 2 has so many freaking random encounters. I must have put 500, 600, 700 hours in that game and I still have not seen every random encounter. I feel like there's a random encounter someone out there in the world has seen that the rest of us haven't. And that's incredible because it truly makes those encounters feel special and randomized. Now, sure, there's some that we all see, like the guy throwing rocks across the water. We see him grown up and Arthur gives him some relationship advice, but expect there to be so many random encounters in this game, more than we've ever seen before. All sorts of stuff and creepy stuff too. I'm really excited for this. The possibilities with the Florida Man stuff is just absolutely endless. Moving on, expect refined gunplay. So like slower, weightier third person aiming and shooting, heavily influenced by maybe Max Payne a little bit, mixed with Red Dead Redemption 2, maybe even as snappy as Grand Theft Auto 5. So the weight of Red Dead Redemption 2, the impact of Red Dead Redemption 2, but the snappy responsiveness of Grand Theft Auto 5. Expect those things. I think the gunplay is going to be the best it has ever been in Grand Theft Auto 6, especially with how the police and everything are going to interact with you. I feel like if we're going to ever see tactical elements, this is going to be the time. So get excited about that. Next, expect interactive objects objects and environments. So being able to trigger interactions with small little trinkets and things and weird wacky doodads in the environment, or, you know, being able to pick up bricks and stuff like that and maybe throw them through a window like Grand Theft Auto 4. Just be prepared to reach out and touch your environment. Very similar to how in Red Dead Redemption 2 you can go in a store and pick up a can of beans and buy it. Well, now you can do that in Grand Theft Auto 6. So if you go to the convenience store and buy a pack of smokes, you can buy the pack of smokes, hold it in your hands, walk out the store with it, or you can go buy a 6-pack of beer and walk out the store with it, which will be really cool if they do implement the feature I mentioned in that previous video, which is a fuel system, which we haven't seen in a previous one, so not talking about that in this one. But let's go ahead and move on to something very much like a fuel system, and that's just mundane immersive activities in general. So expect all sorts of stuff, like a workout routine maybe, like CJ did in San Andreas, you know, to stay in shape. I think we're going to see skinny, fat, in shape, all sorts of that kind of stuff. Lucia, you know, it'll be funny to see if there's a playthrough where someone lets Jason and Lucia just absolutely let themselves go, and you know, it could happen. So who knows? It would be really funny. Or maybe they're just both like super freaking skinny. I don't know. It's going to be fun. People are going to have all sorts of fun with that, with the weight system in this game. But also something I thought was kind of interesting was Red Dead Redemption 2, they had the farm tasks and stuff like that, which kind of more tied into 1899 style living. But I did see Jason fixing his roof after what I think is either a tropical storm or a hurricane or something like that. So I'm almost curious if there's going to be kind of like a building maintenance thing in this game based off of what's going on with the weather. I'm a little curious to see what they do with that. And next, expect a bunch of stealth and psychological tension. Maybe nothing as crazy as Manhunt as far as the psychological tension goes, but as far as the stealth, you know, one of you guys left a comment on a previous video talking about how they need to bring going prone into this game, and I agree with you completely. If there's a Grand Theft Auto to do it, this is that Grand Theft Auto, especially because you know out there in the world, there's a Florida doomsday prepper guy who's got a ghillie suit. So let us get our hands on a ghillie suit and a sniper rifle and go prone out there in the middle of the woods, and let us give orders to Lucia or Jason if you're playing as Lucia, and kind of have a tactical approach to every single mission we do, where we're maybe even issuing commands and having like Lucia do crowd control while Jason robs the place, you know, all sorts of stuff. Expect really cool features like that, and maybe even stuff like Metal Gear Solid 5, how you can approach each and every little mission or operation that you choose to do. Expect that in this, because Grand Theft Auto has always been about giving you a buttload of tools to accomplish your objective or your mission, and sometimes it's a little too on the rails, but I think in Grand Theft Auto 6, we're going to see some really interesting ways, more sandboxy ways of approaching things, which I know is kind of its own other thing, but I don't know, stealth kind of sent me down the rabbit hole and got me talking about that. You could see how just having a couple of systems like that together, they start to play off each other and really create something unique and special. So expect that, because this is, again, the most expensive game ever created, and it's been in development for 100 years.
Now, in this long wait that we've all been going through for GTA 6, there's been all of these speculation videos and news videos and a bunch of clickbait. And for me, that personally kind of sucks, because it's like, you know, as fun as it is to watch some of that stuff, I kind of like the more grounded videos that, and maybe even just straight up speculation videos that go into potential features that a game might have when I'm looking forward to it. But the hype is just so real for GTA 6 that people can't help themselves with some pretty outlandish stuff, especially around the map. But you know what? I think the community has done a pretty dang good job coming up with an idea of what the map is really going to be. But with that said, today I'm going to bring you 10 insane things we are nearly guaranteed to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. So I'm going to start off with a bit of a weird one that I haven't seen anyone talk about, and that is tactical gameplay. So what do I mean by tactical gameplay? Well, if you look at this clip right here in the GTA 6 trailers, you'll see we're in first person here. It looks like we've got kind of a body cam thing going on. It almost feels like Ready or Not. And I'm 99% certain that Grand Theft Auto 6, there's a big thing that they have not yet revealed to us. Like, yes, we know we have two characters. We have Jason and Laura.
Laura, dame la fuerza para luchar.
Yes, Lucia, but I think that there's maybe even a third character or just something big that we haven't seen. And we know Rockstar likes to do that, kind of like how they dropped the 3 Protagonist thing on us in Grand Theft Auto 5 shortly before release. So I'm curious, and it's looking like there's going to be a way to maybe play from the police perspective in maybe sort of like a tactical Ready or Not style way. I'm not sure how that's going to pan out or look, but I think that would be really interesting to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. We know you're going to be able to go into first person, so maybe those first person controls are going to handle much more like a tactical shooter. I think they are going all out with the features on this game, guys, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that in first person, the game handles much, much better, and maybe even has some of those aspects and mechanics of a tactical shooter. And first person handles better than we've ever seen it in a Rockstar title, and maybe even in most first person titles. And with the $2 billion budget, again, nothing is off the table here. I think it's safe to speculate pretty wildly at this point with the budget and hours that have gone into this game. So I know that's kind of a weird one, but But this next one, we're guaranteed to see something. So we are going to see some elements involving outer space. That we know. So in Florida, there's the Kennedy Space Center, and the rockets launch from there. Sure, ground controls in Houston, but the actual rockets launch from Florida. Well, the game takes place in Leonida, Rockstar's version of Florida. So there's going to be a space program in the game. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to be like launching into space with rockets or something like that. Maybe that'll come in Grand Theft Auto Online, but based on stuff found in the code and some keywords, which I have a video covering, there is something space related in this game. And there's even some bits in the source code that point to how bodies react in unnatural environments, such as zero gravity. Now, what I really think this is you could see Jason playing video games and stuff during the trailer. I think we're going to have a Republican Space Rangers game, and then it's going to be kind of like a Halo knockoff or something. I think that that's really what that's going to be, but I could be wrong. There could be a legitimate mission to where you are in outer space. I don't know what it is, but maybe Jason takes something or Lucia takes something and we end up in some sort of altered no gravity environment. But we do know based off of the keywords found in the data that there is going to be something space related. So whatever that is, I don't know. If you have some ideas of what that is, let me know. But I think we've covered that enough. Let's move on to this next one. And this one, I'm 100% certain we're going to see. We're going to see time jumps like Red Dead Redemption 2 and map changes over time. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, as time goes on, Arthur's writing in his journal and, as the campsite moves, time goes on. There's almost different seasons, even though it's kind of illustrated by the biome that you're in. As you move around the map and you're experiencing these new biomes, it's supposed to be like the seasons are changing, And as you play the game, buildings will be completed. There's a group who's, working on chopping down a bunch of wood and stuff like that, and you can help them out, save a guy who has a tree fall on him, yada yada. But eventually they clear on out. There's places in Valentine that get built up. We're going to see buildings be built and completed over the time in Grand Theft Auto 6, and not a freaking tower that never gets completed like Grand Theft Auto 5. That drove me nuts. So yeah, I think that's really cool, because what we're going to see in this game is we're probably going to see Jason and Lucy on the run, or at least moving around for some reason. They're going to be moving, going to different locations, and that is going to allow the map to kind of change over time. And when you revisit locations later in the game, they might not be exactly the way you remember them because time will have gone on. That's something Rockstar has been trying to do for a while, and it's really cool to see how they implement it in Red Dead Redemption 2. And that game came out in 2018, and here we are in 2025. So just be prepared for something absolutely crazy. And something else that's really cool I think we're going to see is this next thing, emergent storytelling through encounters. So what do I mean by that? Well, in Red Dead Redemption 2, when you're walking around, you'll have strangers, random people come up to you, and just all hell kind of breaks loose, or just something weird happens, and you kind of go off the beaten path. And before you know it, you haven't actually played any of the story missions. You haven't done anything story related, but you've lived in this world and you've gone on an adventure and stuff's happened. Todd Howard was really big on this with the release of Skyrim, with stuff like Radiant quests and all that. That ultimately turned into glorified fetch quests in Skyrim. Go get my ring from this cave and we'll spawn some bandits there. But Rockstar, through these random encounters, kind of pushes the player around like a ping pong ball throughout their map and their world, and you kind of get to experience your own story. I remember in Red Dead Redemption 2, I got wanted and I had no money to pay off my bounty, and it turned into a multi-day long manhunt and having to find treasure in a cave to then pay off my bounty. That is an example of emergent storytelling, when unpredictable things happen to you and you have to deal with it, and you kind of have your own little personal story. So based off technology and the money and the resources and everything going into this game, and what we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2, and it being almost 10 years after Red Dead Redemption 2 that this game is going to come out, I really think we're going to see some absolutely insane stuff pop up that's going to take us off the beaten path for hours and hours and hours. And it takes place in Florida, Leonida. Get ready for the Leonida Man, Florida Man, stranger missions, random encounters. It's going to be nuts. And I'm pretty sure that's what we're seeing here in these trailers with these random Florida people, is some of those events. And speaking of story, this next thing I think we'll see are decisions that shape the story. So Grand Theft Auto 4 kind of had some cool moments to where you could decide the fate of a few characters. Now, it didn't really change the story, except for one big decision at the very end of the game that decided who lived and who died. I think in Grand Theft Auto 6, we're going to see a lot more of these kinds of choices that maybe ultimately end up changing the plot by the end of it. It's possible that we're going to have decisions we make early on in the game that impact the very end of the game. Kind of like Mass Effect, if you've ever played it. And that might result in one of our two leads that we've seen either live or die. So be prepared for that, because while Rockstar has always been kind of limited on how they handle this or what they do, like in Red Dead Redemption, you could go high honor Arthur or low honor Arthur. This game is very much going to be its own thing, with two characters on the run, with things changing over time. So it's almost guaranteed that we're going to see some form of this. Something else, moving on to our next feature, something else that we are guaranteed to pretty much see that we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2 is a weight mechanic. So in Red Dead Redemption 2,
2, Arthur can eat a bunch of food and gain a bunch of weight. It's hard to do. I mean, you really have to focus on having him gain weight, but he can gain a bunch of weight or he can get really skinny. Based on the little bit we've seen and based on what players miss from San Andreas, I am almost 100% certain that we are going to see a weight mechanic for Jason. He looks like he's heavier and then skinnier in some different shots of the trailers, and there appears to be a weightlifting mechanic. So I think that is coming back. I think we're going to be able to have skinny, bony Jason, super shredded Jason. I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to get chubby, all that stuff. And I think Lucia is going to have those same mechanics. So, which will be very interesting since she will be the first woman protagonist in a Grand Theft Auto game. It'll be interesting to see how that works. Maybe there will be like fitness classes or something that she likes to do that Jason doesn't. We do know that she likes to box. That'll be something in the game that we'll be doing as Lucia. Boxing, maybe doing these boxing matches, going to a gym, which even opens up the possibility of learning different fighting styles. Or at the very least, Jason having some sort of military style, fighting style, and Lucia having a boxing fighting style. Next is pretty obvious to everyone, but supernatural elements. I mean, come on, it's a Rockstar game. If you played Red Dead Redemption 2, you know how it is. I mean, you've got UFOs, you've got ghost trains, you got vampires, you got the serial killer house. In Red Dead Redemption 1, you got the strange man, and there's other stuff in that one too. And Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, we had the ghost car, and then there was the whole Bigfoot thing, and Grand Theft Auto 5 had some grand conspiracy thing on Mount Chiliad that ultimately led to nothing, or at least no one has cracked the code of what it is yet. Personally, I think it was DLC that they were intending to add into the single player game, but they ultimately dropped it to support online. So whatever that thing was, no one's figured it out. It hasn't happened. But we're in Florida, Leonida. We're going to see some crazy, witchy maybe stuff out in the boonies. So be prepared to see some really creepy stuff and be excited. Rockstar has always been really good about making their worlds big and creepy and mysterious. So I'm really excited to see what they do. I mean, they've done the pretty obvious one, like aliens and ghosts and all that. They're going to probably do something pretty damn creepy though. So just be prepared for that. Moving on to this next one. This one is the one I'm the least certain about on this list, but I think it's very likely we're going to finally see this because people have been asking Rockstar to do this for freaking ever, and that is a fuel system. So it's looking like you're going to be able to pull up to a convenience store, top off your gas tank, whatever, and I think this might be a toggleable option that you're able to turn off and on, similar to how Mafia allows you to turn on simulation driving and turn it off. I think we're going to see something like that with maybe a fuel system. At the very least, I think we're going to see something like a fuel system that is baked into the game and maybe you can't turn it off or on, but it's not really a nuisance because the fuel lasts forever, but it just gives you the opportunity to pull over and get gas every now and again. And with that, I think you're also going to be able to go into the convenience store. Imagine pulling over, you're getting gas, you can go into the convenience store, very similar to how it works in Red Dead Redemption 2, where you can go in and pick up the items and purchase them. You can go into the convenience store and do that as well. So maybe we'll see Jason doing a beer run late at night and some sort of stranger mission happens and chaos ensues, and before you know it, you've played for many hours and haven't done a single story mission. That's the kind of stuff I'm pretty certain we're going to see in this game. You're going to get sucked in and wrapped up in the world that they've created, and a bunch of crazy nonsense is going to happen. For this next one, I think you're going to be able to play this entire game as one character and one character only. So yeah, we know we're going to be able to play as Lucia. I'm pretty certain you're going to be able to play every single mission as Jason and every single mission, if you want, as Lucia, and probably go back and forth between the two whenever you want, or maybe even choose at the very start which one you're going to play. Because it's looking like at the very end there's going to be some sort of betrayal decision. One of them rats on each other, one of them dies, and I think the best way that you could possibly do that is having the character lock one of the other players, but allowing them to still see the perspective of the other. So it'll probably shape up to be you could play the entire game as Jason if you want, or you could play the entire game as Lucia if you want, or you can ping pong back and forth between the two, which will be incredibly cool because one of the biggest weaknesses of Grand Theft Auto 5 was forcing you to switch between 3 different characters, and it didn't really give you the time to be in their shoes long enough to really get to know these people. And maybe there's a character you didn't like and you were stuck playing as them and you hated it. Well, I think they've learned from their mistakes. I don't think we're going to see that. Next is multiple cities. So I don't know why people seem so like, oh my gosh, is there going to be multiple cities? Is there not? Of course there is. It's Grand Theft Auto 6. We're going to have Vice City. We're going to have a bunch of other stuff. We're going to have small towns. As far as a full-blown city, I'm not quite sure about that, but I think we are going to have a smaller city. I think Vice City for sure is going to be massive, absolutely huge. And then the other cities will be, maybe half the size, maybe a quarter the size, but still another city to go and explore. There will be airports and you'll be able to fly to these different cities. A lot of this game is going to be a road trip, I think, where you're moving around the map, very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2. And I think that's when Rockstar is at its strongest, because that's how they did it for San Andreas as well. It made the map feel freaking huge. You're constantly being pushed around it. And the big weakness with Grand Theft Auto 5 is, as big as the map is, people say it feels empty. And the reason they say it's empty is because, well, a lot of it's wilderness and nothing. No, I hard disagree. Grand Theft Auto 5 had a giant map that was totally capable of delivering that same experience. The reason it didn't is you're just ping-ponging around everywhere. You're all over the place. The story didn't stay contained to one location and move to another and move to another and move to another. There's a city at the very top left corner of Grand Theft
Auto 5's map, and you'll never go there. Maybe you go there for one mission and that's about it. But something it should have done that San Andreas did is have you go and stay in that location for, a set amount of time. You're doing some missions around there and then you move on. Grand Theft Auto 4 did the same thing. So that's why 5 felt so small and didn't feel very immersive. You're all over the place. Rockstar is at its best when part of the map's locked off and it opens up to you and you move there. That's what creates the adventure, the journey. You are moving locations physically, and then you are there for a while before you progress to the next. And not only were you going to see that with how the map opens up to you in this game, but we are also going to see that with how time jumps. So, you move to a new location and new things are happening. You're in this location, you're doing missions, you move to the next, you move to the next. And by the time you go back and revisit the old one, well, time's changed and new buildings have been built, new things are going on, which will be really cool. It'll be kind of similar to like at the very end of San Andreas, where you go back to Los Santos. All right, I know this is a top 10 list, but I went on ahead and did an 11th. It's just 11's not as sexy as a number as 10, but let's just state the obvious. We're going to have hurricanes in this game. They're coming. So be prepared for that. It's going to be really cool. Hurricanes are something I've always wanted to see in the original Vice City, and I'm super excited to see it. We're going to have weather events. Now, whether it's a part of the world itself or if it's narratively tied, I'm not sure. I do think it is going to be both. I think we're going to have some big hurricane event in the story, that's happening during the action and all that kind of stuff. So something really cool like that. But I do think we are also going to see hurricanes come and go, or at least very violent tropical storms as the game goes on. So be prepared for some crazy weather elements, because we are definitely going to see them in this game. And I cannot wait to get on a boat, go out in the middle of the ocean in a hurricane, and just let all hell break loose. This game is going to allow for so many cool things that you've never been able to do in a previous Rockstar game, Grand Theft Auto game, Red Dead Redemption. So just be ready to do some absolute crazy nonsense. So Grand Theft Auto 6 apparently is going to cost $2 billion, which is just absolutely absurd to think about. $2 billion? Are you kidding me? Think about it. You could build the world's tallest skyscraper, launch 10 space missions, or fund 5 Hollywood blockbusters, and you'd still have change left over from Grand Theft Auto 6's astronomical development budget. $2 billion. I can't comprehend that number, unless you can help get this video to 2 billion views. But when you reach numbers like $2 billion, we're not talking video games anymore. This is the most expensive piece of entertainment ever created, and every single dollar is about to revolutionize the industry forever. And if you watch my video about Grand Theft Auto 6 being the last Rockstar game as we know it, you know what I mean by that. So the gaming world has never witnessed anything like Grand Theft Auto 6's production scale. While the exact figures remain unconfirmed by Rockstar, industry insiders consistently point to development costs between $1 to $2 billion. And let's face it, us YouTubers, we like to favor the 2 billion figure because it's bigger, louder, bolder, but whatever. 1 to 2 billion is still ridiculous, because that makes it approximately 4 times more expensive than its predecessor Grand Theft Auto 5, which cost only $265 million in 2013. I say only. I can't even comprehend $265 million either. I'm sure you guys can't either. These are big boy numbers here, grown-up numbers. This is beyond us. But to put this into perspective, Grand Theft Auto 6's budget exceeds the construction cost of Dubai's Burj Khalifa, which was $1.5 billion. So if that $2 billion figure is true, it dwarfs it. And it definitely dwarfs most Hollywood productions. But there's an army behind this budget. The most significant portion of Grand Theft Auto 6's budget, unsurprisingly, flows directly into human capital. Rockstar Games has operated across all 10 of its global studios for this project. Rockstar India, for example, leads with 1,615 developers. Then there's Rockstar North with 1,285. Then there's Rockstar Lincoln, which I'd never heard of before making this video, which is 910 developers. Let me know down in the comments if you've heard of Rockstar Lincoln. Industry estimates suggest the total development team reaches approximately 3,000 to 6,000 people, compared to Red Dead Redemption 2's already massive team of around 1,600. That is 1,600 abused, overworked people, but that's another video, and I'm sure that's been covered extensively. So, with average game developer salaries ranging in the ballpark from $100,000 to $120,000 annually in the United States at least, and considering the project's 8 to 10 year development timeline, personnel costs alone could account for $800 million to $1.2 billion of the total budget. This includes not just programmers, but specialized roles like the 500 animators, similar to Red Dead Redemption 2's team structure, with 80 to 85 gameplay animators, 80 cinematic specialists, and over 100 facial animation experts. Now, not everyone's getting paid $100,000 to $120,000 annually, and that's probably a pretty liberal estimate. I mean, the guy who voiced Nico Bellic only got paid, I think it was $100,000. So we know that Rockstar can be kind of chintzy, and I seriously doubt everyone working at Rockstar India is making $100,000. But Grand Theft Auto 6 represents a massive leap in gaming technology. I mean, it's powered by Rage 9, the latest iteration of Rockstar's proprietary engine. This technological advancement alone requires a massive investment across multiple fronts. Honestly, this is probably where the majority of the money's going. I don't think the majority is going to those salaries. I mean, a lot is, but this stuff's crazy. And if you watch my video
video on what the AI in Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be like, you'll know what I'm talking about. Because this game incorporates revolutionary artificial intelligence throughout every aspect of gameplay. According to a former Rockstar developer, AI is everywhere in this game, from lifelike conversations with NPCs to sophisticated NPC behavior. These AI systems required collaboration with specialists, high processing power, and custom-built training datasets, with millions invested in proprietary AI tools. So like advanced physics and a new way of rendering things and taking a lot of work off of the CPU. Rage 9 is introducing physically simulated water in real time, for example. I mean, that's absolutely unheard of. A technology like this has never existed, not for games anyway. It has for film, but nothing like this has ever existed operating in real time. The engine also features procedural object generation, meaning the game can create objects differently each time, which is going to add so much variety and realism to the world around you. And then let's talk about motion capture and performance technology, which is another money sink. The game utilizes cutting-edge motion capture studios, high-end recording facilities for voice work, and sophisticated development tools, many of which Rockstar created in-house. The technical infrastructure, though, required to support this production pipeline is incredibly complex and expensive to maintain. Now let's talk about marketing, which is kind of funny because you think Grand Theft Auto 6 doesn't really need much marketing. All it has to do is exist. But a lot of money gets put into marketing, believe it or not. You got to know that it exists, right? So while Grand Theft Auto 6's development costs are staggering, marketing represents another massive expense category. Take-Two Interactive has allocated $74.5 million for advertising in fiscal year 2026. But this likely represents only a fraction of the total marketing spend. For comparison, Grand Theft Auto 5 had a marketing budget of approximately $150 million in 2013, which would be significantly higher in today's dollars. Industry analysts predict Grand Theft Auto 6's marketing campaign could exceed $500 million when considering global reach requirements. The game needs to penetrate every corner of the world market, as even the massive US market alone ain't gonna recoup that $2 billion investment. And other than those cinematic trailers, this could include things like influencer campaigns, paid advertisements across all platforms, and, well, global launch events. But here's something you probably don't think about: security. Speaking of cybersecurity, there's an affiliate link to NordVPN down below in the description box. Yada yada, you've heard the freaking sales pitches. I'm not going to do that to you. But if you were going to get it, there is a link down in the description box, and yes, it would help me out. Anyways, back to the video. So in 2022, all of that Grand Theft Auto 6 footage got leaked, and it cost Rockstar Games roughly $5 million to recover from, plus thousands of staff hours. This incident has likely driven additional security investments throughout the development process, mainly through comprehensive network security upgrades. But beyond security, the game requires massive cloud computing and server infrastructure to support its online components. So they're getting ready for the biggest online release of all time. I mean, this isn't really a AAA game, this is a quadruple A game. And with a game of this scale, you're talking at least $100,000 to $250,000 monthly for server hosting, with years of development and testing to make sure that this thing is going to run. These costs compound significantly. So to really understand the magnitude of Grand Theft Auto 6's $2 billion budget, let's compare it to a few other games. Red Dead Redemption 2, like we said before, $540 million. And that's including marketing. Then there's Cyberpunk 2077. That had a $316 million budget, $174 million during development, and $142 million with marketing. And you saw how that game got launched. But that's another story and another video. I think I just gave myself another video idea. Then there's Call of Duty. Just pick one of the recent titles, $300 million. Hollywood blockbusters, well, Avengers Age of Ultron cost $495 million. Avengers Endgame was $400 million. Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides was $379 million. So Grand Theft Auto 6's estimated $2 billion budget represents a 400% increase over Grand Theft Auto 5's inflation-adjusted cost. So we're talking a complete transformation in entertainment production scale. But despite the astronomical costs, industry analysts remain confident about Grand Theft Auto 6's profitability. The game is projected to generate $3.2 to $3.5 billion in revenue within its first year, with some predictions reaching $10 billion lifetime revenue and an additional $500 million annually from Grand Theft Auto Online. And Grand Theft Auto 5 kind of inspires the confidence for this. Grand Theft Auto 5 in 2013 earned $1 billion in just 3 days and has generated over $7.7 billion since. So with Grand Theft Auto 6's significantly larger scope and modern monetization strategies, revenue potential justifies a $2 billion investment. So modern AAA games that shot for a 2024 to 2025 launch window typically cost about $200 million. Grand Theft Auto 6 pushes the ceiling just to ridiculous levels. This creates a new tier. Like I said earlier, not AAA, this is a quadruple A game. Rockstar has not only created some beast of a game that's going to blow everything else out of the water, they've created an entirely new type of game, an entirely new type of media and way that we engage with it. But we're still at the interesting part, because the project's success or failure will determine whether other studios follow this ultra-high budget model or seek alternative approaches. One industry analyst noted, "You just cannot justify the financial risk unless you're a company with the resources and global reach of Rockstar." So Grand Theft Auto 6 represents more than just a video game. It's a glimpse into the future of the
entertainment industry and how freaking scary it is, and where the line between movies and games and interactive experiences and stuff like the metaverse, I mean, it's all just about to blur together into one soup. The Grand Theft Auto 6 unofficial mapping community represents one of the most ambitious and sophisticated fan projects in gaming history, with over 3 years of meticulous work producing maps that may be 95 to 98% accurate to the final game. This is an extraordinary achievement, and it stems from a perfect storm of leaked data, advanced analytical techniques, and unprecedented community coordination. And man, I'm not joking about these techniques. You'll see what I mean. They are insane. So how do these mappers go about creating this map for Grand Theft Auto 6 when they've seen nothing? Well, they have seen something. You see, the entire mapping project hinges on crucial details from the September 2022 leak. Every piece of leak footage contained Rage Engine coordinates displayed in the bottom black bar of the screen. Now, I'm not going to show that for obvious reasons, but just trust me, bro. These coordinates use the International System of Units, where positions are measured in meters, providing mappers with exact spatial data to work with. Now, Doopser, and forgive me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm going to put the name up here, but Doopser, the original project leader, leveraged these coordinates to establish a foundational grid system. By placing white dots representing specific leak locations and using triangulation methods, the community created accurate border outlines of the entire map. So this coordinate-based approach is really what gives this weight and separates this mapping project for Grand Theft Auto 6 from just full-blown fan speculation. And that's why they've been accurate in the past for games like Grand Theft Auto 5. The mapping project's accuracy has evolved dramatically over its 3-year development cycle, of course. So September 2022 started at, an estimated 30 to 40% accuracy with basic outlines from leak coordinates. December 2023, we're talking 70 to 80% accuracy after Trailer 1 provided Vice City details. Now, May 2025, we're talking 85 to 90% accuracy following Trailer 2's release. And in September 2025, the estimated accuracy is somewhere between 95 and 98%. This progression is very similar to the Grand Theft Auto 5 mapping project, which achieved roughly 95% accuracy and proved remarkably faithful to the final game. Now, this unofficial mapping project is no small feat. We're talking 16,600 Discord members with dozens of daily active contributors. Major contributors include Yanis, currently leads the most accurate map version, incorporating all Trailer 2 data and maintaining the most up-to-date version. His map includes elevation markers, refined coastlines, and detailed Vice City layouts. Then there's Rick, who specializes in extremely detailed Vice City area mapping, placing roads, buildings, and infrastructure as accurately as possible. His work focuses primarily on street-level precision. Then there's Darkspace, who created a playable 1-to-1 scale implementation in GTA 5's engine before being shut down by Take-Two. His work proved the map's scale accuracy by demonstrating that it takes roughly 6 minutes and 10 seconds to cross the Grand Theft Auto 6 map versus 3 minutes and 30 seconds for Grand Theft Auto 5. Then there's Fresh War 5908, who invested over 200 hours recreating Jason's house and surrounding areas in Far Cry 5 Arcade with pretty insane accuracy. In fact, his recreations are so precise that some viewers initially mistook his work for official Grand Theft Auto 6 screenshots. And like I said earlier, this is a lot more in-depth than just simple speculation. Mappers also extensively use Google Earth data to match Grand Theft Auto 6 locations with their real Florida counterparts. This approach leverages Rockstar's historical accuracy in recreating real-world locations, with Grand Theft Auto 6 showing unprecedented fidelity to actual Miami geography. Then, of course, there's frame-by-frame analysis. The community created 4K renders of all 2,276 frames from Trailer 1 and continues this meticulous analysis with subsequent releases. Every screenshot, road sign, and coordinate system gets scrutinized for mapping data. I'm telling you, this stuff is nuts. Before Take-Two's Takedown, which that's catchy, that sounds like a video game, Take-Two's Takedown, Darkspace's Grand Theft Auto 5 implementation provided a playable proof of concept showing accurate scale relationships between locations. Players could drive the same routes seen in trailers and experience realistic travel times. Current maps detail numerous confirmed areas based on official reveals and leaked analysis. Vice City, the most detailed area, featuring street-level accuracy with individual buildings mapped. The layout matches Miami's actual geography while incorporating Rockstar's creative liberties. Then there's the Leonida Keys. Bridges and Jason's safe house location are also precisely positioned. There's some new areas that came from Trailer 2, which revealed Ambrosia, Watson Bay, Port Gellhorn, and Mount Calaga. The community rapidly integrated these locations using triangulation methods and screenshot analysis as well. So you're starting to see kind of a trend here on how they go about doing this stuff. So where do these guys operate? Well, this project operates operates through multiple sophisticated platforms. There's the ViMap website. It's an interactive platform allowing users to explore maps, toggle different versions, and access over 100 points of interest. The site includes trailer scene locations and real-world landmark markers. Then, of course, there's that massive Discord community I talked about earlier, with over 16,600 members actively analyzing and mapping daily. This server includes specialized channels for different regions, with everyone kind of segmented out, broken up, doing their own individual tasks. Yanis maintains live updates showing mapping progress in real time, allowing community members to follow developments as they happen. Now, of course, there are some challenges and limitations. Despite impressive accuracy, several factors limit absolute precision. There's, of course, speculative analysis, like the northern regions, they remain largely unknown, with orange outlines on maps indicating speculative borders versus confirmed black outlines. The Panhandle region is particularly uncertain. And, of course, there's development changes. As Rockstar continues active development, potentially altering locations shown in early footage, the mapping community acknowledges that their work represents a snapshot rather than the final geography. And then, annoyingly, there's Take-Two's interference. The company has aggressively targeted mapping projects, shutting down Dark Space's playable mod and threatening Fortnite recreations. This legal pressure limits the community's ability to create fully playable demonstrations, unfortunately. But it's pretty crazy because the project's mathematical foundation provides unprecedented accuracy. Using Rage Engine coordinates, mappers can determine exact distances between locations. For example, recent analysis shows the distance from the southern Keys to northern Vice City measures approximately 14.54 kilometers, or 9.03 miles, with the total map potentially being 70% larger than Grand Theft Auto 5. Wow. Mappers measure building shadows as well to determine heights and orientations. This technique helps establish three-dimensional accuracy beyond simple ground-level positioning. Then there's coordinate cross-referencing. Every new piece of official media gets analyzed for coordinate data, with positions cross-referenced against existing map locations to maintain spatial consistency. And if you look back at the Grand Theft Auto 5 mapping project, it provides validation to their methods. The earlier effort, completed with significantly less source material, achieved 95% accuracy, with only minor landmark and road placement errors. The Grand Theft Auto 6 project benefits from substantially more data thanks to the leaks, plus the trailers and screenshots. Also, the community's conservative approach to accuracy claims reflects lessons learned from previous projects. Areas are clearly marked as speculative versus confirmed, with accuracy percentages representing realistic estimates rather than numbers to just get you hyped. So as you can see, these unofficial maps are really only technically unofficial. So much goes into these things that what you're looking at is pretty much what you're going to get in the final game. A little while back, someone commented, "Hey man, you should talk about Grand Theft Auto 6 Online." And I'll tell you, in making this video, I got myself hyped for Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, so I know you're about to be hyped as well. Speaking of hype, if you enjoy this video, hype me up. Grand Theft Auto 6 Online is going to be absolutely insane. But unfortunately, it's not going to launch with the base game. Probably not. It's going to most likely, just like in Grand Theft Auto 5, launch sometime after the game's main release, which is scheduled for May 26, 2026. And hopefully it doesn't get pushed back to something like October, but you know, Rockstar does that. We'll see how it goes. We are getting closer, guys. So anyways, I made this video to kind of look at Grand Theft Auto 6 Online and just see what this next iteration is going to look like based on leaks, speculation, all sorts of nonsense, and just common sense. So anyways, we'll start with the more concrete stuff and we'll get into my loony conspiracy at the very end, which I really think we are going to see, because I believe Grand Theft Auto 6 Online is going to be here to stay much longer than we saw Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. But you'll see what I'm talking about later in this video. So real quick, let's talk about that launch timing. It's looking like the standalone Grand Theft Auto 6 Online mode is expected to release shortly after the main story launches. I'm sure they're going to want to get that going as quickly as possible, considering it is their cash cow, and they're going to throw as many shark cards at us as possible. So it may be separated probably by a few weeks to months. I just wanted to let you know, expect that. Nothing is confirmed at this time though, as far as its actual launch. Now let's look at the core features and some innovations in the next iteration of Grand Theft Auto Online. So of course, there's going to be clean slate progression. What do I mean by that? Well, it doesn't matter how big and bad you were in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, you are going to have to start all over. And you know what? It is what it is. So players are going to begin anew. Grand Theft Auto Online progress, characters, properties, vehicles, and in-game money from Grand Theft Auto 5 are not going to transfer to Grand Theft Auto 6 Online. This is intended, of course, to balance the game world and eliminate the inflation and overpowered items found in the older online world. Also, Grand Theft Auto Online was kind of held together with duct tape and bubblegum at this point because they didn't know how big of a deal it was going to be, and they've just kind of added new pieces and chunks and modules to it. And as it's grown over time, it's kind of this weird, inflated Frankenstein's monster, just a hodgepodge of a bunch of different things slapped together. Not saying it's not fun, but if you play it, you know what I'm talking about. So that's another thing. Don't only expect to start over from square one with a clean slate, but expect a much more streamlined
streamlined, put together experience because they've learned so much from Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. So in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, it makes sense that they've got a huge roadmap for this baby because they know that this is going to make them a ton of money, which also means that the experience is probably going to be a lot more grounded. Well, in some cases, but it's going to be a lot more fun and probably make a lot more sense. And when I say it's going to be grounded, expect like role play and stuff like that. But hey, I'll talk about that here in a little bit. Let's go ahead and talk about returning player bonuses. So yes, you have to start from square one if you're a returning player who's got years and you're a Grand Theft Auto Online veteran, but loyalty rewards such as exclusive clothing, decals, or startup bonuses will probably be offered based on prior achievements, but not a full progress transfer. But you'll have something to show, hey, I did this in the previous thing. So it's kind of like when you prestige in Call of Duty, right? Except in a totally different game. Now here's something really exciting. Grand Theft Auto Online and Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have an expanded player count. So GTA 6 Online aims to have much larger lobbies. Leaks point to 64 player lobbies and Rockstar targeting up to even 96 player sessions for a much denser online experience. Also, this map is going to be freaking huge, so it makes sense that they're going to want to do that, or you might never run into anyone. Even in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, sometimes you don't run into anybody unless they're coming after you on their flying bike of death, which hopefully we don't see any of those in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, at least for 10 years.
Hey, Andy, don't forget to close up.
What? Huh? Yeah, don't worry, I will.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, I will, Frank.
That's better. Don't let this stuff go to your head.
Okay.
I'm serious. You should be very thankful your Uncle Jeff lets you use this place.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I had no disrespect. I'm sorry, man.
You mean sir?
Yes, sir. Sorry, Frank. Sir. Okay, back to the video. So if you play Grand Theft Auto Online, you probably know that the loading can really suck sometimes, like when you're trying to jump to other things. I feel like it's the biggest hang up in that and really pulls you out of the immersion of what you're doing. So in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, let's talk about fluid access technology. New session management tech will enable seamless activity transitions with players interacting across sessions and free roam without loading screens, thanks to upgraded backend tech. That is freaking awesome. And of course, they want you to not have any distractions and things that break your immersion while playing the game because they want you to play it as long as possible and buy their shark cards or whatever the next iteration of that is. So in a way, it works to your favor. They want to make sure the game is as addicting as possible and also make sure there's no distractions while you are exploring Vice City and the surrounding area of Leonida with your buddies. So earlier I mentioned roleplay features, so let's talk about that a little bit. Rockstar recently acquired 5M, and that signals deeper roleplay support, including native tools for role-playing servers, advanced trading systems, and player-driven economies. So I'm sure we're going to have crazy, wacky servers like in Grand Theft Auto 5 where everyone's blowing each other up, but also expect immersive roleplay experiences reminiscent of the popular Grand Theft Auto Online roleplay communities. So we're going to see servers where people are just living their lives in this world, and I think that's pretty freaking sweet. You might go fishing with your buddies, someone might be a cop, someone might be a robber, some dude might just own a gas station. Who knows? The possibilities are endless, and I think that this is going to be absolutely nuts to see the future, because I think these roleplay servers in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online are going to kind of be the biggest MMO of all time. That's just what I think. But let's talk about user-generated content. So creation of custom maps, missions, game modes, and all that kind of stuff. Very similar to back in the day, if you played Halo 3, you remember how big it was to have the Forge mode come out and being able to create all sorts of wacky stuff like jumping around on obstacle courses and racetracks and stuff like that. And I know that it's been expanded upon in later games and that this exists in other games, but that's what I remember because I remember how revolutionary that was. Well, I can't even begin to comprehend how insane that tech is going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online. So expect there to be a bunch of user-created content and custom servers, custom maps, stuff like that, and missions and game modes. So the possibilities are really endless. Remember, guys, the budget is $2 billion, and I'd say a good half of that budget is probably going to single player, and the other half is going to the foundations of what is going to be the biggest Grand Theft Auto Online experience of all time. So expect all sorts of stuff like this user-generated content, roleplay features, no loading screens, the expanded player count, just all sorts of crazy stuff. Balancing the systems of Grand Theft Auto Online to give you the best possible experience, very much like a dynamic economy in trading. So the online marketplace and trading mechanics will allow peer-to-peer transactions for vehicles, weapons, properties, and more, moving players towards a player-driven economy. And isn't that what we've always wanted? It's going to be absolutely awesome. And you know, that's why people still play RuneScape to this day, because people love capitalism, the game. So also expect mission improvements, enhanced mission variety, more interactive gameplay, way moving past the repetitive objectives that Grand Theft Auto Online had, because Grand Theft Auto 5 Online kind of turned into just a massive grind of go here, go there, go here, go there, to move money around and grind and build your money, only to buy something and do it all again. And yes, it is an addicting gameplay loop, but man, it sure was infuriating to be driving around and get blown up by one of those flying bikes. But with these improved missions and everything like that, expect better solo play while you are in multiplayer, with reduced griefing and being able to really immerse yourself in the world. I'm telling you guys, they're really going to double down on this roleplay stuff. So not only are we going to have all that, but we're going to have the actual gameplay advancements from the single player of Grand Theft Auto 6 itself in GTA 6 Online. So just remember, that alone is already going to be a huge leap and change in how you experience and play it. And that might sound obvious to you, but really think about it. Refined aiming, driving, interior exploration, mini games, and of course those sexy next-gen graphical improvements. It's going to be awesome, guys. So there's also some anticipated stuff like balanced vehicles and weapons, so a little bit more grounded and realistic of a selection, and cutting back on the futuristic and overpowered items. And I really think that they had to add those items later on in Grand Theft Auto 5 to give players a reason to keep coming back. Remember, Grand Theft Auto Online was basically Frankenstein's monster with a bunch of stuff held together by duct tape and bubblegum, so there was a bunch of things that they couldn't do in that game that they're now going to be able to do, things that need to be established at the core. So if they're already establishing roleplay style gameplay from the get-go, players are going to have a much more immersive experience, and that will allow for longevity in the core gameplay itself, rather than having to constantly throw crazy stuff at you like laser guns and flying bikes with missiles. Although I'm sure we are still going to see that in the future. So there's also going to be improved session security most likely, so Rockstar intends to reduce hacking and exploits. And man, if you know, you know. I've seen them in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, and I didn't play that much of it compared to other people, so you probably know what I'm talking about. Expect there to be less hackers and stuff like that, although there's probably still going to be some. And of course, expect regular content updates, all sorts of stuff, themed updates, very much like Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, but this time I think they're going to go bigger and better, with focus on depth and immersion in Vice City and Leonida. It's going to be incredible. Who knows, we might finally get Undead Nightmare, but in Grand Theft Auto Online, and that would be freaking awesome to have an online zombies mode in GTA Online. Done very, very well, that is. So with all of these features and the roleplay elements and stuff, you might even have full-blown DayZ-style survival servers set in Leonida or Vice City. Again, remember, we're starting with a clean slate. There's going to be more players in lobbies. The economy's not going to be inflated and broken. It's going to actually start over and be player-driven and probably regulated by Rockstar. There's going to be deep roleplay tools integrated into the game, custom maps, modes, an advanced editor. Loading screens are going to be virtually non-existent. Things are going to be fluid and amazing. You're going to be able to ping-pong back and forth between single player and online like a breeze. Tightened controls, reduced griefing. Man, just making this video, I'm making myself excited for GTA 6 Online, and I'm not even really that much of a GTA Online fan. But earlier, I mentioned kind of a crackpot theory, and I'm going to share it with you guys right now.
Are you still not done?
What? Frank, what's the matter tonight, man? You seem like you're really charged up about something.
Well, you come in here and you act like a king, and this isn't your place, so...
Dude, what are you talking about? Literally every single time I come in here, I take excellent care of the place. I don't even smoke in here anymore, man. I always leave on time. I close up on time. What is the deal?
Just hurry it up.
Fine. Yes, sir. Okay. God damn, what's this freaking problem tonight, man? So there's absolutely no official confirmation of what I'm about to tell you, but there's been rumors of a Grand Theft Auto 4 remaster, right? And Grand Theft Auto 5 Online has already done its thing, and the map works and everything, and it wouldn't take much of a graphical upgrade, especially with all the iterations of the Grand Theft Auto 5 map that they've been doing. So eventually, I think it's fair to say, expect every single Grand Theft Auto city and location to be in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, to where you can go to the airport, fly to Liberty City, fly to Los Santos, and maybe eventually the addition of Las Venturas and San Fierro, and maybe even other places. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 Online is going to be where this game ends, and it's going to constantly evolve from there and change over time. It's going to be an MMO. It's going to be the ultimate online crime roleplay MMO that people have been trying to create for decades. And their ideas have always been so ambitious, but they haven't had the resources for the follow-through. Well, guess who does? Rockstar Games. So I think in time, we're eventually going to be able to fly over to Liberty City, do our stuff there, fly to Los Santos, and it just makes sense. Think about it. With all the years and time and everything that people have put into Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, they're going to want to revisit that place. It's going to be really cool going back there with all this new stuff. I don't know. I could just see a huge event around it. But what do you think? Do you think they're going to do that, or am I just absolutely out of my mind? So people keep asking me if Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be quote unquote woke. And honestly, I've never wanted to touch this topic with a 10-foot pole, but I've been asked it enough times now that I figured I owe you my actual thoughts on it. So here's the thing. That word means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I think we're actually worried about something way more specific than politics. And when I say we, I mean the people who ask me this question. What people are really asking me is, will this game feel preachy? Will it feel out of touch? Will it feel like Rockstar is trying to force feed me an ideology I don't quite agree with? That's the actual question. And honestly, that's a question worth answering. But before we get there, let me quickly explain why this word has become such a freaking lightning rod in the first place. You see, the term woke originally came from African American English dating back to the 1930s. It meant to stay aware of racial prejudice and discrimination. Stay woke was a legitimate warning. Keep your eyes open. Know what's going on around you, man. You know, that kind of thing. I mean, times were a little different then. And that word, phrase, whatever, has been in the United States since. But by the late 2000s, early 2010s, that phrase came back into more common use with the Stay Woke hashtag. And then from 2014 to 2015, BLM, or the Black Lives Matter movement, used it extensively. And the phrase exploded. It went mainstream, it went viral. People across all political lines then started to use it. And what it meant was stay aware of injustice. But after 2019, something shifted. That word got weaponized. People on the right started using it as an insult against people on the left. You know, like, you're a snowflake and all that kind of stuff. Now, I'm not a rich political commentator, so take this for what it's worth. I think the average person who leans right feels like quote unquote woke describes people who don't really understand how good they have it compared to other countries and, you know, maybe feel like they're constantly being force-fed an extreme ideology that they oppose. Meanwhile, people on the left still use it to mean what it originally meant, you know, staying aware of injustice. So even the definition of woke has split based on your political affiliation. Of course, it's much more nuanced than that, but that's the gist. So here's what matters. If we use the left-leaning definition of woke, then Rockstar Games has always been woke. They've constantly mocked and ridiculed hypocrisy, injustice, and American culture. That's their entire thing. Like, that's their shtick. What's funny is, until recently, I think both left and right could laugh with the games as they poked fun at everyone. You know, no one was safe. And personally, I don't think anything should be off the table for humor. Humor is one of the few ways people actually change their minds on something that they might not originally agree with. You are way more receptive to an opposing view if that view doesn't come at you with contempt. That's why yelling at each other online never works, and why no Facebook war is ever going to be truly won. It takes true civil discussion, something I think we've genuinely lost for the most part. But that's another conversation entirely, and this is not a political channel. So let's get back on track here. Let me reframe this. When someone asks me if Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be woke, they're not usually a left-leaning person worried about the game being too conservative. They're someone who leans right, worried that Rockstar is going to betray what made their games great by becoming a preachy, sanctimonious mess. Let's call that what it actually is: a fear of an out-of-touch, preachy game. That is the real conversation. So, let me see. Let me look into my magic box here. Is there a game that fits this definition? Surely there is. Oh, there is. Let's talk about the most recent Saints Row. Let's compare Grand Theft Auto 6 to that. So, how do we know if a game is doing satire well versus doing it poorly? I think the newest Saints Row game is the perfect example of exactly what not to do. So if you weren't aware of this game, you had a crew of college kids basically committing crimes to pay off student loan debt.
How do we make a statement?
On paper, that's fine. I mean, if you did like a dead serious game and it made sense, like with how the characters did it, and you showed how extreme they got, it could have been done right.
My name is Carlos. My story is simple. I needed money. I had many debts. I took from others to pay them. Now I must pay a greater debt. You see,
I think you could have made something there, and we wouldn't have rooted for the characters because this is a ridiculous thing, but you know, people do crazy stuff. I think you could have made a game out of that, but the execution would have to be rock solid. And even then, I don't really think it's a good idea.
Yeah, point taken.
So All Saints Row games are inherently silly, but this one felt different. It felt wrong. And I figured out why. It lost the spirit of character representation. So what do I mean by character representation? The original Saints Row had cool gang members doing cool gang member things. The character archetypes made sense, doing all of the illegal activities they were doing. But a bunch of college kids whining about student loans while they're out doing heists, that doesn't feel authentic. You know, when your character is refusing to work for like a corrupt corporation on moral grounds while simultaneously committing murder for money, that's not principle, that's hypocrisy. And players, well, they feel that disconnect. They noticed when characters' motivations don't match their actions. And here's the thing. The crew dresses like college students specifically because the narrative wanted them to be college students fighting systematic unfairness. It's message-first design, and it shows. The visual language fights against the story instead of supporting it. It does not feel immersive. It does not feel true to reality. It feels unrelatable. That's where Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be building it differently. With Jason and Lucia, we're looking at characters born from circumstance, not ideology. Lucia grew up in Liberty City. She fought for her family. She ended up in prison through those actions, not through some manufactured struggle designed to make a political point. Jason grew up around grifters and drug dealers in the Florida Keys. These aren't characters designed to critique capitalism. They're characters trying to survive within a system that doesn't care about them. And that's fundamentally different. The Bonnie and Clyde parallel is important here too. That archetype works because it's about the relationship, the desperation, the loyalty, the romance mixed with danger. It's not some commentary on inequality. Players buy into that story because it's human, not because they're being asked to sympathize with a political message. Here's the crucial distinction that people miss. Rockstar has never stopped mocking society. They've just always done it through earned action rather than dialogue. In Grand Theft Auto 3, for example, did characters stand around debating the ethics of capitalism? No. Instead, you heard radio commercials from corporations talking about outsourcing and child labor. The satire was woven into the world. You witnessed hypocrisy and greed through what you saw, not through what NPCs told you to feel about it. That's the foundational difference between good satire and preachy satire. One lets you discover the message, the other explains the message to you. Now, look at Grand Theft Auto 6. It's set in Leonida, essentially Miami or Florida, and here's the beautiful part. Florida kind of writes the jokes itself. I see a lot of you in the comments from Florida, and you're excited to see the whole Florida man trope. So the Florida man phenomenon, wealth disparity, environmental destruction, political extremism, all of that is baked into the geography. Players will experience it. Show, don't tell. You could show someone twerking on a road during rush hour, which is an actual thing that happened in Florida. And that's infinitely funnier and more effective than a character stopping the action to say, isn't this society ridiculous? Because that kind of also comes off as whiny. So the setting does the heavy lifting. The world is the satire. Grand Theft Auto 6's characters wear clothing that reflects their actual circumstances and roles in the criminal underworld. The visual language matches the narrative logic. Visual design serves the story, not the other way around. That's the key difference. Saints Row asks you to accept unrealistic character decisions because they serve the message. Grand Theft Auto 6 appears designed so the message, if there is one, emerges naturally from who these people are and what they are doing. When a character steals money to survive, that hits different than a character stealing money to make a point about systematic unfairness. So the real preachy problem isn't about content, it's about narrative control. When developers prioritize the message over the character, they sacrifice player agency and immersion. Players can feel when they're being lectured, and no one likes that. They can sense when a game cares more about being relevant than being true to its own world. Rockstar built its legacy on the opposite approach. Make the world so sharp, so real, so absurdly hypocritical that players discover the satire themselves. You don't need to explain that corruption is bad. Just show a cop protecting another cop, doing something corrupt instead of the people. Like, remember the corrupt cops in San Andreas? Show that. Show the gap between promised opportunity and brutal reality. We're all mature here. We're adults. We don't need to be preached to. We can make our own decisions. And if a game wants to prove a point, all it has to do is put us in that world, make it feel realistic, relatable, and explore those topics by having us, the player, experience them ourselves. And here's what matters. That approach does not alienate audiences. Both the left and the right, that's so reductive. There's all sorts of people in between, but you know what I'm saying here. Both political parties can laugh at it because they're laughing at the world, not being lectured about what to think. That's the foundation Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be building on, and that's probably why concerns about it being preachy might be misreading what Rockstar is actually doing, letting Florida and the character circumstance do the heavy lifting instead of the dialogue. At the end of the day, in Grand Theft Auto games, we're all laughing at the absurdity of the world around us because it is quite absurd. And so, yes, this is where a lot of these questions I think come from. Yes, in Grand Theft Auto 6, you're going to be playing as a chick. You're going to be playing as Lucia. There's a woman, protagonist. Oh my God. Is that woke? No, that's necessary for the story Rockstar is trying to tell. The Bonnie and Clyde dynamic thing that they're kind of seeming to do, that would be impossible without it. It also gives players another lens to see the world through. And here's the thing, if the world just exists without force-feeding you politics, then it doesn't really matter if you're the most giga-chad, dude bro, whatever in the world. There's still value in witnessing the world through her perspective, and you probably wouldn't even mind it. Will I probably play as Jason most of the time because I'm a dude? Yeah. Probably. If I can talk Willow into playing the game, she'll probably play as Lucia more. And that's completely okay. Both perspectives matter. Both are valid. And if the game's good, you'll probably want to experience both anyway. At the end of the day, I think most people want the same things. We just disagree on how to get there. We get entrenched in our viewpoints and fight over things that don't really matter, usually because we're afraid of feeling irrelevant or misunderstood, or sometimes we genuinely believe there's a real threat to our society. And I'm not here to tell you you're right or wrong about any of that. I'm just here to answer if this game's going to be woke or not. But look, we are all human beings. We all deserve the right to express ourselves, to love, to work hard, to provide for our families, to practice our beliefs as long as they don't hurt others. And most importantly, we all have the right to laugh at ourselves. We're all on this rock for a limited time. The story ends the same for every single one of us. So chill, homie. It's gonna be all right. So will the game be woke? No, it's Rockstar, dude, come on. I just don't see Grand Theft Auto 6 being a big preachy mess. I just don't see it happening. Also, have you seen the jiggle physics? That's just what I think. And look, I'm just some dude on the internet, just like you, and your opinion matters just as much as mine. So please share that in the comments below. Tell me what you think. Do you agree with me? Do you think I skipped over something or some sort of critical insight? Is there something that you have to offer to the conversation? I've put out a lot of Grand Theft Auto 6 videos on my channel now, and a comment I see over and over again is people saying, all sad, oh, Grand Theft Auto 6, don't trust anything. It's going to release like Cyberpunk 2077. Or just a general, oh, I sure hope Grand Theft Auto 6 doesn't release like Cyberpunk 2077. And it kind of baffles me because I'm like, why do you think that at all? So today I made a video that will hopefully cheer you guys up a little bit and show you why Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to release in a much better state than Cyberpunk 2077. I mean, with the way everything is set up for Grand Theft Auto 6, it really is positioned to avoid a catastrophic launch with issues, the kind of stuff that plagued Cyberpunk 2077 when it was released back in 2020. I mean, Rockstar is a completely different company than CD Projekt Red. They have fundamental differences in development philosophy, their technical approach, corporate structure, quality assurance processes. They're completely different. So let's start with kind of the obvious thing here. Grand Theft Auto 6 has received adequate development time without rushed deadlines. So according to Take-Two's financial report, development on Grand Theft Auto 6 began in earnest back in 2020, following Red Dead Redemption 2's success. Now, it was in pre-production before this, but actual production was 2020. There was even some work and talks going on for Grand Theft Auto 6, tracing back to 2014. This means by the time the game has come out, it will have approximately 8 years of development time. Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick explained the 2026 delay decision. He said, as we get closer to completion of a title that's seeking perfection, the needs, or lack thereof, for continued polish become clear. In this case, there was an opportunity with a small amount of incremental time, we thought, to make sure Rockstar Games achieves its creative vision with no limitations. Industry expert Jason Schreier said this: nobody I've talked to at Rockstar has believed fall 2025 was a real window for a very long time now. Too much work, not enough time, and what appears to be a real desire from management to avoid brutal crunch. So hopefully those quotes kind of help get you in their head a little bit, because that's different than how Cyberpunk 2077 went down. You see, Cyberpunk 2077, while delayed, it was still rushed. It didn't have long enough in the oven. Cyberpunk had 3 full delays leading up to its release in an effort to elevate the quality of the title. However, these delays were insufficient. The problem with Cyberpunk 2077's delays in late 2020 is that they were actually pretty minor delays, meant to give CD Projekt Red a little extra time to rush the final things that needed doing. CD Projekt Red mandated 6-day work weeks with crunch leading up to launch, breaking earlier promises to avoid mandatory overtime. So yes, you could be like, well, Cyberpunk also had delays, but it seems like they were really struggling. It seems like they needed 3 or 4, maybe even 5 more delays, and it just came down to, you know what, we just got to get this puppy out the door. We'll fix it later. And that's a whole nother topic. We know that design philosophy has plagued the gaming industry for well over a decade now, which sucks to see because back in the day when I was growing up, you bought a game, you put it in, it worked. It didn't connect to the internet. There were no patches, nothing like that. The game you got was the game you got, bugs and all, if there were any bugs. And usually there were only minor ones, if any. But I digress. So let's talk about the elephant in the room here. It's no secret that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be brutal on the PlayStation 5. And if you remember what Cyberpunk 2077 was like on the PlayStation 4, maybe you were a little worried that all this stuff that you see in the trailers and all that kind of stuff, it's going to not look anything remotely close to that and look more like mud in a big, buggy, clunky disaster. Don't worry about that though. Grand Theft Auto 6 is built from the ground up for current generation consoles. The game is being developed exclusively for PlayStation 5, PlayStation 5 Pro, and Xbox Series X and S.
Cyberpunk 2077 came out in a time where, oh, it's going to come out on the PlayStation 5, but oh, hey, we need to make sure it runs on the PlayStation 4 too. And they never should have released it on the PlayStation 4, ever. And so with Grand Theft Auto 6 having this design philosophy for being totally optimized for these current gen consoles and then worrying about PC maybe a year or two down the road, you should feel a little bit more confident that, it's gonna work when you get it. Cyberpunk 2077 kind of set itself up for failure. According to leaks, and take this with a grain of salt, Grand Theft Auto 6 has been and continues to hit 60 frames per second while being optimized for the PS5 Pro on multiple graphics settings. PlayStation engineers are assisting with the optimization due to the new tech being implemented. Now, if you watch my video on AI, this might be something to do with the new Rage 9 engine and how it's going to take advantage of the processing power of current gen consoles. Basically, AI efficiencies in the engine itself to take a lot of the burden off of the processor. Now, whether Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to actually hit 60 FPS, I don't know. It is something that they are going to aspire to do. It is Rockstar. They did have to settle for 30 frames per second with the launch of Red Dead Redemption 2, but I'll talk a little bit more about Red Dead Redemption 2's release in a moment. Cyberpunk 2077 was designed for last generation hardware and poorly optimized. CD Projekt Red admitted in their investor call, quote, "We made it even more difficult for ourselves by first wanting to make the game look epic on PCs and then adjusting it to consoles, especially old gens." So that result was disastrous performance on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, obviously, with the PlayStation 4 version receiving a Metacritic score of just 50 and Xbox One scoring 51. Forbes warned that playing Cyberpunk on base consoles showed some of the most hilariously bad performance I've ever seen for a AAA game. And yeah, I mean, it was really bad. I remember all the meme videos and everything like that. But there you go right there. I mean, they were designing Cyberpunk 2077 with the PC in mind. Oh, how far can we take it? And then trying to reverse engineer it and figure out, okay, how can we make it work on consoles? While Grand Theft Auto 6 and Rockstar has kind of always done this, and I think they're smart to do this. They create their games with the consoles in mind and then add toys, bells and whistles and graphical settings and stuff like that to the PC version a year later after it has been developed. Cyberpunk's lead engine programmer, Charles Tremblay? How do you say that? Anyways, he later revealed the game suffered from memory leaks. He said, in theory, the game could run infinitely, and at some point, we'd get some fragmentation issues or memory problems. And we now have no more memory to tackle some of the animations or something. And then you have a choice. Either you have to show a T-pose or you hard crash. Oh man, I imagine that's a really tough mindset to be in for a developer. But CD Projekt Red, they got a little too big for their britches. Because if you play Cyberpunk 2077 now, thank God it works. I mean, the redemption arc was crazy. It's a great game. Cyberpunk 2077 in its current state is phenomenal, and I love it. I have no idea while I'm playing it on my current system how in the world they ever thought this thing was going to run on a PlayStation 4. But that might have something to do with their corporate structure and creative independence. You see, Rockstar operates with significant creative autonomy under Take-Two. The corporate structure allows Rockstar Games and its studios a higher degree of autonomy, and each with their own infrastructure and resources, management, and profit and loss strategies. Take-Two's approach emphasizes creativity first, placing immense value on artistic freedom and boundary-pushing game concepts, allowing studios like Rockstar Games and 2K significant autonomy and uncompromising quality. Basically, Take-Two knows, look, if we want these guys to make us a lot of money, we gotta let them cook, and that's all there is to it. And man, that's something Electronic Arts could learn from. Or a lot of developers, not even just them. Yes, we get it. You want your money, you want your yacht, you want your new private jet, you want all of this stuff. You want your business to be the best it's ever been, but you've got to allow the time for the creatives and the technical minds behind these massive games to work. And sure, artificial intelligence is playing a role in helping move those things along, but you can't rush it. CD Projekt Red faced intense investor pressure to release Cyberpunk 2077 in December 2020 to capture holiday sales. And we know how that worked out. As one analysis stated, they released the game because their shareholders said, time's up. We've been waiting 8 years and through 3 delays. It's time to cash in, and we want it on shelves for the holiday season. By September of 2020, delays had increased the planned cost by 77%, and the company had spent over $121 million in development. That's another thing. Cyberpunk had a completely different budget than Grand Theft Auto 6. Hell, I've got a video about it. Go check out my video on Grand Theft Auto 6 potentially costing $2 billion or more to create. And now we're over here talking about a $121 million budget. I even referenced this budget in that video. And I can already hear you. You out there,
And you're saying, well, hey, Andy, why didn't they have someone just sit down and play the game, or one of these suits sit down and play the game and just see how abysmal it was and be like, hey man, it's not ready to release? Well, let's talk about that. You see, Rockstar has consistently prioritized quality over marketing pressure. The company's delay history, I think, shows this commitment. As IGN documented, Rockstar has a history of delaying games with quality as the stated reason. For Red Dead Redemption 2, the second delay came in February 2018, pushing Red Dead Redemption 2 to late October. The statement from Rockstar explained that, again, this was a quality issue. And guess what? Delays or not, doesn't really matter. The game went on to receive universal critical acclaim. But real quick, another thing I've noticed about Rockstar, because I see a lot of you people making jokes and saying stuff in the comments, being like, oh, well, hey, I can't wait for them to delay it again. Well, Rockstar, I've only really noticed that they delay release windows. Now, it could have happened, but as of now, I don't remember a time where Rockstar has ever said, we're coming out on this specific date and then pushed it back. I've seen, hey, here's our new release window. We're going to be coming out around then. Oh, wait, didn't work out. We're going to go on ahead and delay our release window back, but not a concrete date. But anyways, like I said, we're talking about quality assurance. CD Projekt Red deliberately misled consumers about console performance. The BBC reported that CD Projekt Red was accused of deliberately attempting to misrepresent its product by only allowing reviewers to play the PC version before launch. That's pretty dirty. They knew that if they were sitting on a steaming pile of crap on the consoles. The company did later apologize and said, we should have paid more attention to making it play better on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. But I mean, they already knew that. The damage is done. Crocodile tears at this point. And again, we're in 2025 at this point. They have done their redemption arc. I'm not beating up on them. I love Cyberpunk 2077 as it currently is, but they messed up, and we all know that. But 2 weeks before launch, CD Projekt joint CEO Adam Kaczynski, oh my lord, these names, Adam, told investors that the base PS4 and Xbox One performance was surprisingly good. I would say for such a huge world, it's pretty good, bro. This obviously proved to be false, and the game was removed from the PlayStation Store entirely. Can you imagine a world where Rockstar releases Grand Theft Auto and the quality is just so terrible that they have to pull it from like the PlayStation Store? I can't imagine that world. Then again, I've played every single Grand Theft Auto since Grand Theft Auto 1, and they have never, ever messed up like that. You see, Rockstar, they got a proven track record, baby, of successful, amazing launches. I've been to their midnight releases. Everyone's hyped. They get their hands on the game, they go home, they play it, and you know what? That hype only increases. It's an event when a Rockstar game comes out. And man, I miss midnight releases. Now that everything's moving digital, less of that, whatever. Rockstar's recent major releases launched in excellent condition. Grand Theft Auto 5 received a Metacritic score of 97 for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions at launch. And I remember the 360 version. It had multiple discs, and I was like, what is this crap? Multiple discs. Oh no, I put it in. It played great. It ran. And you see, this is something that I've seen time and time again. I see the trailer for a Rockstar game, and I'm like, there's no way that this could run on current gen hardware. And the first time I thought that was Grand Theft Auto 4. Well, guess what? It ran. And it looked great. Then I thought that again for Red Dead Redemption. Guess what? It ran freaking amazing. Still looks beautiful to this day. Well, specifically the Xbox 360 version, not the PS3 version. That's a whole nother story. Then Grand Theft Auto 5, I thought the same thing, and they pulled it off. Red Dead Redemption 2, I for sure was certain that there was just no way that what we saw in the trailers was going to run on a PlayStation 4. And guess what? It did. Remember guys, Red Dead Redemption 2 ran on a freaking PS4 and it looked amazing. And it had its elaborate, intricate world, everything, and it ran great. You could play the game. Didn't break. Cyberpunk 2077 was a broken piece of crap on the PlayStation 4. And that's why they get these scores. Like Red Dead Redemption 2 scored a 97 on Metacritic for both PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, with IGN calling it at the time a meticulously crafted game that feels alive. The Independent wrote, Rockstar's latest title is alive like no other game before it. It remembers your actions have consequences. Cyberpunk 2077's console versions were among the worst rated games of 2020. While the PC version scored 86 on Metacritic at launch, the console versions were catastrophic. As Forbes reported, Cyberpunk 2077 on console has one of the lowest Metacritic scores this year, with PS4 at 50 and Xbox One at 51. The game required 2 years and multiple major patches to achieve redemption, a redemption that we now know as Phantom Liberty. I almost said Phantom Pain. I love the Phantom Pain. If you haven't played Metal Gear, go play Metal Gear. It's an incredible video game series. Crazy too. But let's talk about crunch culture. So Rockstar management is actively avoiding brutal crunch for Grand Theft Auto 6. Jason Schreier reported that there is what appears to be a real desire for management to avoid brutal crunch with Grand Theft Auto 6. They got in a little bit of trouble for that with Red Dead Redemption 2, with developers losing their minds, and it was basically the Russian sleep experiment going on down there, but whatever. They got the game out the door, boxed it, shipped it, and it ran great. It was amazing. So it sounds like they're trying not to abuse their devs as much, which is good. We should not abuse game devs. We should take good care of them and cherish them because they create works of art that we all love and enjoy. And, the 2026 delay kind of reflects this new approach to getting rid of crunch culture. You've seen the art that they've put out. I think that is despite the crunch culture. Okay. I don't think crunch culture makes a better game. That just gets it polished in a timely fashion to get it out the door. Imagine if they had more time to breathe. Think about it. You are a more creative person if you don't have a gun to your head. You just are. If you're not stressed out, you're naturally going to think of things differently and be more creative. So I think removing crunch culture entirely, now there might still be some for Grand Theft Auto 6 to some extent, but minimizing it as much as possible, I think is going to result in an even stronger game than you would have if you had crunch culture. Thank you. Moving on. Cyberpunk 2077 suffered from severe crunch culture. Bloomberg reported that CD Projekt Red mandated 6-day work weeks will be mandatory, leading up to the November release of the highly anticipated Cyberpunk 2077, which sucks. Also, when they did this, they went back on their earlier promises to not force overtime on the project. And you kind of know your project is FUBAR at that point, because if you make a promise confidently like, hey, we will not make you guys work overtime, don't worry about that. That's not us. This game, it's going to be amazing, and we're not going to do that to you. But then, things start falling apart. And never mind, we need you guys in the office 24/7. That's not a good sign for your game. That kind of shows your game's going to potentially suck. And I mean, guys, it gets pretty crazy. Reports indicated developers were working up to 100 hours a week to finish this game. 100+ hour weeks even for several months. And guys, that sucks. And yeah, while I might work 100 hours a week, I'm not even kidding. That is my choice. I choose to do YouTube on top of working a full-time job and on top of doing a side job. I'm nuts, okay? And it's going to lead to burnout eventually if I don't find a way to manage this properly. But my core job, the job I do for a living, the job that puts bread on the table, has never made me work a 100-hour+ work week. You can't expect that of your employees, man. That's terrible. You can work as much as you want, but I mean, anything over 40 hours, you're asking a lot. I mean, unless you're like emergency responders or stuff like that, then that's your duty. But man, for a video game, they should have figured something else out. That's terrible, man. But let's put a pretty bow on this. The evidence overwhelmingly suggests that Grand Theft Auto 6 will launch in a far superior state than Cyberpunk 2077. Rockstar has provided adequate development time without artificial deadline pressure, built the game exclusively for current generation hardware, maintained creative independence from corporate interference, prioritized transparency and quality assurance, has demonstrated a proven track record of polished launches, and actively worked to avoid developer crunch. Okay? I feel like Rockstar could drop the mic after that. Cyberpunk 2077, on the other hand, suffered from rush development, last-generation console optimization failures, investor pressure for premature release, deceptive marketing practices, and severe crunch culture. So there you have it. Everything that made Cyberpunk 2077 go wrong, those are all factors Rockstar is systematically avoiding with Grand Theft Auto 6. So I hope that cheered you up a bit if you were worried about Grand Theft Auto 6 coming out in a state like Cyberpunk 2077. So we pretty much already know the ending of Grand Theft Auto 6, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. I mean, just go back one game to the end of Grand Theft Auto 5, and you've got that decision where you really got to choose between Trevor or Michael.
You want a piece of me? You want to kill me?
You go back once more to Grand Theft Auto 4, and Nico is left with the choice basically between his cousin Roman's life or his girlfriend Kate. Not that he really knew it, but there's that bitter sting at the end, no matter who you choose, really. Hopefully in your playthrough, Roman survived. But then you can look over at Red Dead Redemption. The end of Red Dead Redemption 1, John, after going around trying to track down his old friends, the members of his gang, brothers, really his family, in a sense he's betraying them, even though John says he left the gang after the gang left him, but whatever. He has to track them down and get rid of them. And then what happens at the very end of Red Dead Redemption? Well, the government comes in and betrays John. And then you look at Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's a little bit more complex in that game, but the gang crumbles and falls apart, and really it's Micah who betrayed the whole gang and Arthur.
You're not better than me, Morgan. Whatever you say, you fool.
But you even look back into the 3D era of Grand Theft Auto, and there were still those themes of betrayal. As far back as Grand Theft Auto 3, the game starts out with Claude being betrayed by his girlfriend, Catalina. In Vice City, Tommy is betrayed by Sonny. In San Andreas, CJ is betrayed by Big Smoke, but more painfully, by Ryder. So you get it. Grand Theft Auto, or really just Rockstar in general, is no stranger to betrayal in games. Even in Bully, the main antagonist betrays Jimmy Hopkins.
I know you hate me, Jimmy boy, I know you said all that stuff about me behind my back.
What are you talking about?
Don't play innocent with me.
Betrayal is something we see time and time again in Rockstar games. So when you see these two trailers, these beautiful trailers of Jason and Lucia running around Vice City doing all this crazy stuff together, looking each other in the eyes, dancing around, having a great time together, it's kind of already painful because it looks like they're gonna break our hearts. We know we're gonna fall in love with these characters. We know that we're going to root for them, but we know that ultimately the curtains are gonna have to come down at the end and one of them's gonna have to go, or maybe even both of them. So I'm really curious how they're gonna do this. And I'm making this video to kind of open up a discussion because after reading all of your comments and trying to respond to as many of them as possible, I do make it my goal to respond to every single comment, by the way. I started thinking about how this is going to shake out and how Rockstar could maybe sidestep some of the expectations that I already have in place for the game. For example, the most obvious idea would be, you have to shoot Lucy at the end of Grand Theft Auto 6. Maybe she betrays you or something like that. Or maybe as Lucia, you have to shoot Jason. One comment I read shared something pretty interesting. The idea that Jason is an undercover cop. And then I thought, well, based off the trailers, it looks like you start off day in the life with Jason and you go and pick up Lucia from prison. What if during that time, while she's away, Jason becomes an undercover cop or something along those lines? Maybe he flipped. Maybe he becomes a confidential informant. Maybe his relationship with Lucia is very much like Michael and Trevor's, just not as extreme. And of course, somehow narratively, it could be flipped the other way, but then you would be dealing with something pretty dang interesting. You'd have Jason basically the whole time keeping Lucy in the dark while he's working on cracking down whatever criminal empire he's working on, and they do a bunch of robberies and stuff together, and I don't know, I think that would make for a very interesting, weird story, but at the same time, I'm not sure that that's quite how it's gonna go. But what if this game has a rare ending for Rockstar, a happy ending, where both of them end up together and live happily ever after? I don't really see that happening. But there's also another idea that would sting, less than betrayal, but would still break our hearts. What if they go out together? Well, how do you play the game after they're gone? Did they have a son or a daughter we don't know about, and we're gonna be running around as basically Jack Marston at the end of the game? No, I think one of them is gonna have to live, and one of them is gonna have to die. The question is, how? We know that the police are gonna have some sort of presence in the story of this game, just based off of what we've seen in the trailers. They're in the cutscenes. We see police raids, so it's not like our leads are just talking to police in a headquarters or something. So because we're seeing the police through these perspectives in this cutscene format, we know that it could be a couple of things. Either there's a third protagonist we don't know about who is possibly an undercover cop or something like that, or maybe this is gonna be kind of weird and take us away from the main cast and have cutscenes independent of them. I really hope that's not the case. I think that would break the immersion a lot. In Rockstar games, you typically are always focused around the characters that you're playing and seeing the world through their perspective, getting the information as they get it. It would kind of cheapen the game or ruin it, I think, a little bit to know something that maybe Lucy or Jason doesn't know because we're going to be in their shoes. What if both of them, Lucia and Jason, work together as undercover police officers or something like that? I think it is an interesting thing to think about. Are Lucia and Jason going to drive off a cliff together at the very end? Go out in a blaze of glory? Are they going to be able to make it out together? Well, we know with like 99% accuracy that there's probably going to be multiple endings. So I could see one where they both go out together in a hail of bullets or choosing to take their own lives rather than deal with the cops. I could also see another ending to where one has to betray the other. And then maybe there's a happy ending where they can get away and live happily ever after. And in thinking about all of this, I remembered something about the first Red Dead Redemption. I remember the first time I beat the game and John walks out of the barn and I tried to take as many of the soldiers down as possible. And I thought I was doing something wrong. I thought if I kept playing it over and over and over again, John Marston could eventually survive the encounter and live happily ever after. Unfortunately, we know that's not the case. No matter what you do, he's gone. And I remember that stung and hurt so bad because this whole game, I was rooting for this guy. I wanted him to succeed, to get his family back. And for a little bit, you do, and you get to know them. And, you might even think that you've beaten the game because you're like, well, I did everything I'm supposed to do. Some people have said they even thought that and didn't even know how the game ended back in 2010. I remember that. But unfortunately, you play through the story missions and it doesn't take long for it to go the way it does. So all that to say, it broke my freaking heart. And I was so upset that John had to go at the end of Red Dead Redemption 1. And the first thing I did as Jack was go to Blackwater and unalive every single person there before discovering that I could then track down Edgar Ross. And the ending there even sucks because it's sweet, sweet revenge, but Jack became the very thing that John was trying to prevent him from becoming. And that ending stings even more after you play Red Dead Redemption 2 and go back and play the first one. Red Dead Redemption 2 is incredible. It just makes the first one even better. But what I'm trying to say here is I hated the ending of Red Dead Redemption 1, but it's also one of my favorite endings of all time. And that is the ultimate way to subvert viewers' expectations or a player's expectations. Oh, we hear that all the time. We're going to subvert your expectations, stuff like that. And then you get Game of Thrones Season 8, and it's terrible. And most of the time when you hear people say stuff like that, it's awful. But in the case of Red Dead Redemption, it worked because sometimes the pain you feel at the very end of a game, the pain you feel from a loss leaves you remembering the times when they were alive. Very much like if you lose someone you love in real life. I mean, when you lose someone, there's nothing else you can do with them. All you have left after that are the memories that you made together. And I think they doubled down on that in Red Dead Redemption 2, because when you play Red Dead Redemption 2, you already know Arthur's not in the first one. You know he's not going to make it. Like, come on. You know that the game can realistically only end one way, if you've played the first one, that is. So the whole game, I knew Arthur was eventually going to be gone. But the game still managed to break my freaking heart, because I loved Arthur. He is one of the greatest video game protagonists of all time, if not the greatest video game protagonist of all time. But how was that pain earned? Well, in Red Dead Redemption 2, they earn that pain through the small moments, like fishing with Dutch, or, teaching Jack how to fish, or get fishing out of the equation, just hanging out with your gang, taking Lenny out to drink. Lenny has to go too, unfortunately. But all of those losses in that game hurt, because you get to know these characters and do the most mundane stuff with them, and also go through life or death situations with them. So when you lose those characters, and eventually when you lose Arthur, oh my gosh, it hurts. So I'm really hoping that they can do something like that with Grand Theft Auto 6. Just from the trailers alone, it looks like Lucia and Jason are going to have a really good time together and go through all sorts of stuff together. I'm curious how they're going to do it. Is this going to be some weird, twisted, toxic relationship, or are they going to be strong and true to each other in their bond? There's that one part of the trailer where Lucia looks in Jason's eyes and says, "Trust," and he looks back at her and he repeats it. But he does repeat it after a little bit of a delay. And that has me thinking there might be some sort of rift going on, something going on in the back of his mind maybe this entire time. Something he knows that maybe she doesn't. And I think that plays into the whole undercover cop idea. But maybe not. That could also be wild speculation, much like them going to space, but that's another video entirely. But anyways, I'm really curious to see how these two characters are together. Are they going to grow together? Or are they going to be stagnant, kind of like the characters from Grand Theft Auto 5? And look, if you're a Grand Theft Auto 5 fan, that was just a fun, cheap shot. I don't really think that. Yes, there's a hero's journey in all of the games, including Grand Theft Auto 5. But I think I've gotten the discussion going. So I'm really curious to know what you think. How's this game going to end? And you might be saying, dude, why are you making this video? The game is not even out. We don't know if it's going to get delayed again. Look, people have dissected every bit of information they can from the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailers, and this is going to be the biggest video game of all time, the biggest media release of all time, with like a $2 billion budget to make it. I mean, come on. Don't you at least want to speculate a little bit about how the greatest, biggest video game media thing of all time is going to end? I'm curious, because a lot is riding on this game's story. Too much, in fact. And I really hope the story doesn't crumple under the weight of that pressure, the financial obligations that Rockstar may face with such a massive budget to create it, especially after knowing some of the main creatives left before the game even began proper production. So I just think it's something interesting to think about, and I'm sure you have your own thoughts and opinions on maybe how the game's going to end, or maybe you're busy thinking about other things like how you're going to trick out your car, or multiple cities, cool stuff like that. But I'm a nerd, I like stories, I love movies, so I'm really curious how this game's going to end. Anyways, share your thoughts down below.
Grand Theft Auto 6 should slow it down. Now, I've seen a lot of people online and they're like, you know what? I don't want to see Grand Theft Auto 6 have the same speed or whatever as Red Dead Redemption 2, where we got to slow it down to pick up a can of beans, or man, it feels like I'm controlling a tank walking around. I disagree with them completely. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 hit it right on the mark with at least how I enjoy experiencing those worlds. And I think it kind of was influenced by Grand Theft Auto 4, which to this day, in my opinion, is the best Grand Theft Auto. And I'm not saying that as some zoomer who came in at Grand Theft Auto 5 and that's the game I've grown up with. I started with the very first Grand Theft Auto and have played every single one as they've been released. And each one, in my opinion, was better than the previous. Grand Theft Auto 2 was better than 1. I know that's controversial for some people. I even enjoyed London. And of course, when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, I was absolutely blown away that we could now experience this world in a 3D universe. And then Vice City. And now our protagonist is voiced, and it's freaking Ray Liotta. And you have this amazing Miami drug story. It was absolutely awesome. And then, of course, San Andreas. Oh my God, that blew me away back in the day. And still to this day, I want to see some of those smaller kind of RPG elements coming back. The ability to gain weight and lose it. If you played it, you know. But then Grand Theft Auto 4. Oh man, I remember being so hyped for this, watching all of the trailers and everything. They even had like a cop recruitment video that they put out. I remember that was funny.
My name is Brian O'Toole. I wanted to fight the war on terror, but I don't read so good. Most careers were closed to me. That's why I joined the LCPD.
They had that funny ad of banging on trash can lids for an hour.
It's the new performance rhythm sensation, banging trash can lids for an hour. Critics say it's astonishing. Astonishing what people from out of town will pay to see. It's a story told by men and women fighting with brooms, tap dancing with sanitation materials, and a lot of heart. Hear them make music out of trash can lids.
They had a whole website. It was awesome. I was so excited. The very first thing that actually caught my attention about Grand Theft Auto 4 was seeing the fact that bullet holes could now show up on cars and that you could crack windows. That had me sold, just that alone. And then the Euphoria physics. Oh my gosh, I remember just going down the rabbit hole, learning everything I could, watching the Euphoria physics showcase video back in 2007, 2008. And then when I finally got my hands on this game, the first thing I did was hop in a car and just start bumping into people to play with the physics. But then I played the game and I realized it was so much different from other Grand Theft Auto games. One of the earliest missions has you throwing a brick through a window and you're slowly getting sucked into this world of crime, and it was immersive. I felt for Nico. I was so attached to that character, and the driving was top notch. I loved it. People say it's like a boat on wheels, but it's like, dude, try and do some of the driving you do in Grand Theft Auto 5 and you're going to see that stuff's impossible in real life, or at the very least you're going to get yourself in a horrible accident. And Grand Theft Auto 4's driving isn't hard. It's actually pretty dang easy to get down if you take into the account the weight of the car that you are driving. Every car handled differently, and it was amazing. The shooting was amazing. I remember there's these blood spurts that would pop out of people when you would shoot, the way they would fall. The physics were top notch and like nothing we'd ever seen before in video games. The story was dark and depressing, but also had this great sense of humor. It felt very real. And the crime world was dark and gritty, and they had this post-processing on the screen that, you know, like a movie would have. It was color graded. So the way they had presented this world was a very dark and bleak experience, and I loved it. And I could not wait when Grand Theft Auto 5 was announced. I remember I printed out an entire PDF, all of the pages of everything we knew about Grand Theft Auto 5 that I found online. It was like 20 or 30 pages. I would take that with me everywhere, and I would just read through it, look at all of the cool features that were going to be in the game, and I was so excited. It looked like it was based heavily off the movie Heat, so I watched that a million times. But then the game came out, and I was devastated by how freaking boring it was. I hate Grand Theft Auto 5. I do. I've tried so hard to love it. I've tried to play it over and over and over again. And the characters suck. Everything's so nihilistic and it's about making money. I don't care about anyone. Trevor killed Johnny. That was it for me, man. And then I was like, you know what? Let's try the gameplay. But the shooting was boring. Like everything is like laser accurate, pinpoint accuracy. The physics felt dumbed down. I hated how the screen flashed when you killed something. I didn't like the hit markers. I didn't like how the police would just throw 100 people at you. The cars exploded too fast. Everything became over the top very quickly. And in doing that, it lost what Grand Theft Auto 4 had, which is kind of that steady ramp up to just absolute chaos. And then on top of that, that unpredictability in what's going to be happening in an event, like in a shootout or a chase, because the physics were dumbed down to work on the Xbox 360. And the story was just, from what I played, not very good. I know how it ends. I've had it spoiled for me, yada yada. It's been years. It's been over a decade. And that's another thing. It's been 12 years now, and 12 years of me waiting for the next Grand Theft Auto, because I was just like, you know what, this one isn't for me. But man, they sure made all of us wait on that next one, milking Grand Theft Auto Online. And I've played Grand Theft Auto Online, and honestly, I think that's where the real experience of the game is at. And that kind of sucks, because if you love Grand Theft Auto 4 as much as I do, man, you know that's what we want. We want more of that. In Red Dead Redemption, when that came out, oh man. So, you know, after Grand Theft Auto 4 and Red Dead Redemption, I thought for sure 5 was going to knock it out of the park, and it didn't. But Rockstar saved me in 2018 with Red Dead Redemption 2. And that absolutely blew me away in every single way possible, from the physics to the way the guns handle, to the way that you interact with the world, being able to walk around in first person just right off the bat, and all the different customization options to fine-tune the way that you control your character. Yes, it's true, Arthur does handle like a boat at first, but if you mess around with the settings, you'll find that things get much snappier. I loved the fishing, I loved hanging out with friends, and that was in Grand Theft Auto 4 too. I miss that. People say they didn't like that. I loved it. I loved living in that world. You know, it's one thing to go on a mission and do all this shooting and killing and, you know, robbing and stuff and see the crime and all that, but violence without context is just boring. So if the player is put in a world that they can live in, when those violent, terrible things happen, they feel like they have real weight. And also, just in Grand Theft Auto 5, like one of the first missions is like you're in a hood shootout and you're shooting like 100 people. Oh, I hated it. And look, I know that's not very popular. I know a lot of people love Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't. But I think Grand Theft Auto 6 should basically just be the baby
quality of Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 4. I think those are the two strongest games that Rockstar has ever made. Yeah, I know there's a lot of love for San Andreas. Look, it blew us all out of the water when it came out, and there's still some things in San Andreas that they should bring back, such as the ability to work out, learning different fighting styles, going to different cities, just having that whole adventure. But Red Dead Redemption 2 kind of brought something to Rockstar Games that we hadn't seen before, with their strangers and random events and things that you might not see in 1,000 hours of playing the game, but your buddy saw. And that is what Skyrim had, the ability to discover things if you go off out on your own. It's kind of interesting because as Bethesda has kind of continued to decline, I feel like Rockstar Games has just been on top of it with Red Dead Redemption 2. You don't need Skyrim anymore. You have Red Dead Redemption 2. You can go out and get the same adventure out of it. Now, sure, you can't create your character down to what their fingernails look like and their name and everything. You are Arthur Morgan and then John Marston in the game, but that makes the narrative weight heavier because these are fully realized, fleshed out characters. So with this next game, I hope they don't Gen Z the shit out of it. Just an endless onslaught of stimuli like Grand Theft Auto 5 was. I don't want that. I want something like Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 4. I saw some stuff online about how you're gonna have to keep your weapons in a trunk. I love the idea of having a primary and a secondary, and you can only take those with you. You don't have a whole weapon wheel. I'd love the idea of like maybe a hardcore mode. You're not able to take but 1 or 2 shots. Maybe even a survival mode, like in Red Dead Redemption, how they kind of did it with the core stuff. Like you need to eat and bathe and all of that. Live in the world so that when you go out and you do all of the things you're doing, you feel fresh and ready. And not only that, but those small mundane things that you do in Red Dead Redemption 2 allow you to live in the world and look around at what's going on around you. And it is true. After playing Red Dead Redemption 2, I went back to 1. And yeah, there was a bit of an arcadey mix to it that I liked. 1 was faster, snappier, more straightforward, just more self-contained. Where Red Dead Redemption 1 feels like an epic movie, Red Dead Redemption 2 feels like an epic TV series, like some sort of HBO show or something. But Grand Theft Auto 6, given that it's taken all of this time and resources to make, I think it should be a lot like Red Dead Redemption 2 in that big epic HBO-style TV show way. Slow it down, let us live in that world. This isn't something you're going to want to watch and scroll through like a freaking TikTok video. This is something you're going to want to immerse yourself in and enjoy, because I'll tell you what, after Grand Theft Auto 6, we're not getting something like this for a very, very, very long time. Some of us might be in our 40s or 50s the next time we see something like that. So yes, I think they should slow it down. I want Jason to take his time and hang out with, what's her name, Louisa? I want there to be a lot of gameplay around taking it slow, getting to know these two characters, especially because it looks like it's going to be a Romeo and Juliet style story. And the map is going to be huge. There's going to be different locations. Rockstar has always wanted to go really big, and then they always have to dial it back for the hardware. But I think this time we're going to see something absolutely insane. So people say they take 200 or 300 hours to absolutely do everything in Red Dead Redemption 2, and then they still haven't seen everything. I want this game personally to be a 500 to 700 hour game, maybe even longer. And I think that that is what it's going to be, guys. I think that's what they're going to deliver. I don't think it's going to be the nonsense we got with Grand Theft Auto 5. I think it is going to be a lot more like Grand Theft Auto 4 and Red Dead Redemption 2, and man, I sure hope so. So that is my rant. I didn't really come at this with like a list of bullet points or anything to go down. It's just, this is something I've been thinking about. I do think this game should be slow to be immersive. I don't know. What do you think? Grand Theft Auto Online is fun, but it has no fear, no tension, and no stakes, really. Well, you'll see what I mean. And Grand Theft Auto 6 has a massive opportunity to fix that. There's an experience in gaming like no other. And yeah, sure, in games, it's so much fun to just jump in, rack up a bunch of points, have the powers where you get better and better and better at something. Sometimes it's fun to just jump into games and build and create little virtual worlds and all that stuff. Sometimes it's cool to be scared. There's so many things that games can offer us, and they're so versatile, and that's what makes games so fun, and really for just about everybody. But there is one kind of game like no other. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about games where when you die, you lose everything. I've played a lot of games like that. There's a lot of Iron Man modes and all sorts of games. A lot of games I play, I like to mod the crap out of it to kind of simulate this experience. But I'm telling you guys, something Grand Theft Auto 6 could definitely benefit from is this fear. And I know that sounds insane, but hear me out. Let's look at a little game called DayZ, which is not very little anymore. So back in forever ago, I remember when it was an Arma 2 mod and it ran like absolute ass, and I loved it. I played DayZ for about 45 minutes, and that's about it. I was trying to link up with my friend, my computer could barely run the game, and I got shot in the head. That was my entire experience with DayZ, but I saw the potential. I understood when I was in the game how cool it could be.
very recently, I got back into it. So it's been over 10 years now. Here I am playing DayZ again, and oh my God, I got hooked. And it was so much fun. You spawn in on the coast, go around looking for loot, basically stuff to survive. You gotta eat, you gotta drink, you gotta, watch your blood. You gotta make sure you don't bleed out. You gotta apply bandages. You gotta watch what you eat and make sure you don't get sick. And it sounds tedious, but the gameplay loop surprisingly works pretty smooth and well. But the real challenge is not even the zombies, because all you gotta do is block them and they can't hit you. And well, they can overwhelm you. Zombies can be scary, but if you play it right, they're not really that scary. The real threat is other players trying to kill you and take your stuff, because you have food on you. You have resources that they need to survive. That's where the game becomes incredible. Because every match of DayZ I've played, my heart is beating out of my chest everywhere I go. I am taking movements slowly. Everything feels so visceral, because I know if I make one mistake, I'm gone. My survivor, who I've named and created, and the little character customizer thing is gone. There's like 3 maps, but the main one is, in my opinion, really where it's at. Now, people will disagree with me, especially if you like DayZ. I know the snowy one is kind of the big one, but I just love how massive this map is. And I love how in DayZ you are surrounded by, especially in these custom servers, like 200 people. And at any moment, you could be killed by one or bump into one and become friends. You don't know.
Wait, I'm not gonna kill you. It's okay.
You have no idea, because of course you can talk to him, you can trade, you can do whatever. It's like Rust in that aspect. But anyways, I digress. But you could build bases in this game, especially with mods like Base Building Plus, which a lot of the custom servers add. But good luck finding all of those materials. So the game sets some real challenges. I think it's fun to jump into DayZ and see, hey, can I go from this to living comfortably and safely in this game? And I'm still trying to tackle that challenge. It can be done. I've seen people do it, and it's freaking awesome. Imagine you're tucked away in your own little base, surrounded by real players who want to kill you, but you're safe. You're in your base. Yeah, sure, they can raid it, but it takes a bunch of resources and maybe you're hidden out of the way. You got to think about all of these things. And to a lot of you who are like, look, man, I work a 9 to 5. I've got this job. I do this, I do that. I get it, dude. I guarantee you, I'm just as busy, if not more. It's still worth your time, because there are servers that respect your time by making it to where resources are a lot faster to come by, and it doesn't make the game easier. It just speeds up the gameplay loop. So for busy guys, there are servers out there for you. There's hundreds of servers. I've been selling you DayZ here for a minute, and that's because I've been playing it recently. And before I connect this to Grand Theft Auto 6, I just wanted to share this really cool story that happened in it. Basically, I decided I was done with the server because I saw it was going to be wiped soon. I just didn't really have a lot of time to continue playing it. I was like, what's the point? So I told people to come find me in the global chat. They said they would. As they got closer, I started giving them little hints and tips on where I was, sounding off with my rifle and moving about the map. And the whole goal here, I totally intended for whoever it was to kill me and take my stuff so that they can keep having fun, but I was trying to create like a boss battle for them, and they loved it. And they said it was very tense. While I wasn't trying to kill them, I would have shot him if I had the opportunity, right? But this guy, look at this. He got the jump on me. So how does this fit into a game like Grand Theft Auto 6? Well, let's talk about Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, which is what I'm really getting at. The current state of Grand Theft Auto Online is you buy property, you have it, but it costs so much money to finally get it. The economy's just out of whack. Certain prices don't make sense for certain things. It feels like it's stuck together with duct tape and bubblegum, very much like our country, but that's a whole nother topic. Anyways, there's a bunch of heists you can do. You can match up with other players, all sorts of stuff. You could PvP out in the streets if you want, but it's kind of goofy, right? You could shoot people from a submarine. You could shoot people from your base with a big laser. So how about we scrap all of that and we look at what's worked for games like that in other games? Games like Rust, games like DayZ. In these games, they're survival games. The primary goal is to survive, to build a shelter, and outlast the other players, right? Well, these bases can be raided. So in Grand Theft Auto Online, for example, what if you could build up your business and maybe it didn't have such a high paywall like it did in Grand Theft Auto 5, but there was more work and effort and involvement the player had in building up a business, and you felt like you were touching it more, like in Schedule 1. Imagine building up a business and having that level of involvement with it. Schedule 1, I think, is an amazing blueprint that Grand Theft Auto 6 Online could look at, just saying. So you build up maybe some sort of drug empire, very similar to like how you do Schedule 1. And as you do it, you need to put down security systems and stuff so that players can't take your crap and raid your base. Because say these players start their own crime organization. So you have various crime organizations going to war with each other, making various products, trying to take over Leonida. I think it would be so much fun. When you're out in the open world, sure, another player could mess with you, but maybe they wouldn't want to because
they would know that would be starting a war with you and your criminal empire. Think about it. Maybe there is a way that we can combine players in Grand Theft Auto Online to where you don't have to get on a Discord and get super involved with people to be playing the game or whatever. You can just join up with them in the game. And with the stuff we've seen about them acquiring 5M and them looking at more roleplay aspects of the game, I think it would be a missed opportunity for them not to do something like this. Because now imagine you have other players who could play as police officers and they could raid your base. So maybe it's not like DayZ to where you die and the whole game's over, but there needs to be a real feeling of loss in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online to keep things going. That is a blast. And I know I sound psychotic saying that, but if you play a game like Rust or DayZ, you know what I'm talking about. Having to protect your valuables and all of that, lock them up, it's a lot of fun. And now sure, a lot of you, that's not for everyone, and they should definitely have gameplay modes that offer an alternative thing. But I think for a full-blown just crime sim, it would be so much fun if that's the route they went. No rules, because when you strip those rules and you take the training wheels off and you have players who could be totally mean to each other and kill each other without consequence, something really interesting happens. Players start treating each other with respect. Certain groups, you start making allies. You guys have a common enemy from someone who's been messing with you, and you form friendships. It's so freaking cool. And if you've never experienced it, you're just gonna have to experience it to know what I'm talking about. Because when human beings are left in these conditions, even in a virtual world, they start kind of forming governments and stuff. Not like big elaborate ones, but they start forming groups and bands, and there's kind of an agreed upon leader in these groups, and they start all dressing the same and stuff. It's interesting to see that play out in video games, and it is one of the most immersive experiences you could ever have. I have no time for Rust because when you go to sleep in that game, you're asleep. You can be killed in your sleep. You're going to get raided in Rust. And sure, there's other servers, like I said, with DayZ. But in Rust, I personally like to play on the biggest servers possible because I just like the wild ride and everything that comes with it. Rust feels like Fallout Online. There's no other way to put it. These games feel incredible. The social interactions in these games feel incredible, even the bad ones. So that is what I think we need to see in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online is a real feeling of loss, and get rid of this cheap nonsense that they do to where the only time that real feeling of loss comes from you running a bunch of money from one place to another. I hate that. I personally hate that. I feel like if I'm building up my business, I should have enough money to employ, well, other people, NPCs, or maybe even other players to go do those runs for me. You know what I'm saying? And take on that risk for me so I don't have to stress about that. But what I got to stress about is something that, well, someone who owns all these businesses would be stressing about. Getting taken down by police, getting hit hard by some other criminal entity and going to war with them. There is such a massive opportunity on the table for this game. But I'm curious to know what you think, because this is kind of an out there idea. So what do you think? Do you think I'm crazy? You think that this is something cool for Grand Theft Auto 6? Is there another game system, maybe like Godfather 2? Man, we're taking it way back, but another drug empire kind of building game that you would like to see Grand Theft Auto 6's Online kind of pull from. What do you want to see the game be like?
Rockstar versus Bethesda. Two philosophies of open world immersion. Two worlds, one family. I don't know. I'm sorry, Tarzan's leaping into my brain here. One believes immersion comes from witnessing a perfectly crafted world. The other believes it comes from shaping your own story. And today, or tonight, we're going to take a look at why both of them are right. And it's the clearest example in gaming of how you can make two completely different kinds of immersion, both of them masterful, both of them obsessive, but in totally opposite directions. And since I've been on my angst arc, I figured it would kind of be nice to, just do something fun like this. So let's get into it. So let's look at where the good philosophy starts, with intention. Dan Houser, who co-founded Rockstar and shaped the story of nearly every major game they've made, said this: "The best thing that I worked on was Red Dead Redemption 2. It's the best single realization of open world storytelling, thematic consistency, and understanding how games are assembled to take you on an emotional journey." And I gotta say, I agree with him. I love Red Dead Redemption 2. Notice what he's talking about: an emotional journey, a directed experience. You're not the author of that journey. You're the passenger, or really kind of the director. You get to direct the scenes and how they play out, to some extent. Todd Howard at Bethesda says something radically different. His core philosophy is live another life in another world. Reach out, touch everything, 16 times the detail. You know that whole thing. The game is not Bethesda's story, it's your story. Be who you want to be and go do what you want. That's it. Rockstar wants you to experience their story in an open world. Bethesda wants you to write your own story inside their systems. That one sentence difference explains everything that follows. In Red Dead Redemption 2, you play as Arthur Morgan. Arthur is a man with beliefs, with a history, with weight. He's dying of tuberculosis. You don't get to really decide if he's a good person or not. Sure, you get the two endings or whatever, but come on. The story forces him to confront what he's become. You experience his journey. And it's a great journey. In Skyrim, you create a character, any race, any skills, any moral compass. Then the game never tells you who you are. You fill in that blank. You could be a noble knight, an assassin, a scholar, all three at different times. The world reacts to what you do. No, sort of. And Bethesda doesn't decide who you are. Rockstar's characters have fixed identities with emotional depth. Bethesda's characters are blank canvases. One trades freedom for narrative weight. The other trades narrative weight for freedom. And I think it would be really cool if somehow both could be combined. Maybe one day. I don't know how you would do it. And personally, at this point, I prefer Rockstar's approach. But maybe that's just because I'm tired of playing Skyrim, which both companies have that in common. I mean, it's taken for freaking ever for the next game to come out. I mean, think about it. We're complaining about Grand Theft Auto 6 taking forever to come out. Grand Theft Auto 5 came out in 2013. Skyrim came out in 2011. And we're going to get the next Elder Scrolls way after the next Grand Theft Auto. Just saying, it's a much longer wait. But let's talk about some technical differences here that serve what each of them are trying to accomplish. Rockstar uses something called the Euphoria physics engine, and I absolutely love it. It's not just ragdoll physics, it's procedural animation generation, and it's freaking amazing. The engine can take into account fear, pain, balance, all that kind of stuff in real time. So when an NPC gets hit, it doesn't play a canned animation. The Euphoria's engine generates the reaction using physics simulation, so NPCs don't fall in the same way twice. They grab walls when they're thrown down, they stumble realistically, they react with physical intelligence. And good God, I would love to see this in an Elder Scrolls game. On top of that layer, Rockstar programmed emotional memory systems. NPCs remember you. They have personality traits. They have moods. If you beat someone up, they'll recognize you later and flinch. If you help them, they remember. More or less. I mean, in some scripted cases. A Rockstar developer explained it this way. You can switch between hand-scripted and generic behaviors very easily. And even the hand-scripted stuff looks organic because of the tools. That's the secret. The tools make handcrafted moments look emergent. Bethesda went a completely different direction with something called Radiant AI. I know you guys love Radiant AI. Bruce Neesmith, lead designer on Skyrim, explained how this originated. Todd Howard sketched a napkin drawing, a player at the center with lines connecting to NPCs, monsters, the world. His vision was simple but radical. Make the world not just react to the player, but also interact with itself. Radiant AI works like this.
All right, so this is her new upstairs. This is her puppy named Dog. She talks to him. She says, no, she's got to practice. She's got things to do. She's got to practice. He has to be good dog. So she's going to go pick up that bow that's over on the table there. And she's going to take a few shots. Right now, her marksman skill is very low. So she goes and she gets a marksmanship potion.
Are they actually drinking potions? How'd you do that?
She drinks a potion.
Pause a second. So this is new to me, so I'm making lists.
I've got that on the list as we need the potion art and drinking potion.
Yeah. That.
Yeah, it's on there.
Okay.
All right, so she drinks that, which increases her marksmanship skill. Now she's tagged.
Dude, that is brilliant.
So she goes and picks up this book over here and starts reading. Dog starts eating. His animations are going to be tweaked, and now he's got all sorts of energy. He's running around. He's running around like an idiot, and she's starting to get annoyed because she's trying to read. She's like, "No, mommy's reading," and he goes, "Huh?" Bam! Paralyzed. Falls over.
But it goes further. Bethesda built the Radiant Story Manager. It watches what you do. It monitors your kills, your theft, your location changes. Then it dynamically generates quests based on your actions. So the world generates stories for you in real time. And ultimately, it does turn into a bunch of fetch quests, but it is really cool, the idea. Neesmith said, the world sees the player. Think of how many games you play where the world doesn't see the player. You solve this problem here, and the rest of the world doesn't know. Here, it does know. It generates new stories. Rockstar's NPCs react to your presence. Bethesda's NPCs, at least on paper, react to your actions. That's the technical difference. But it does create a fundamentally different experience. The world building reflects this too. Red Dead Redemption 2 features over 200 animal species, not just different models. Real species with ecology. Predators hunt herbivores. Scavengers detect carrion. Wolves hunt in packs. Possums play dead when threatened. Grizzly bears bluff charge. Deer alert each other to hidden cougars. The game has an actual ecosystem that functions whether you're watching or not. Scientists have actually studied Red Dead's wildlife accuracy. They found it teaches real animal behavior. One player even said that the game taught him to spot a charging ram, which is just crazy. He said it literally saved him from breaking his leg in real life. That's how accurate the ecology is. Everything in Red Dead Redemption 2 is hand-placed and considered. The team consulted ecologists. They researched habitats, even the way snow falls differently at different altitudes. The obsession with detail is deliberate. Rockstar believes immersion comes from noticing the world operates with rules independent of your presence. Bethesda's worlds are smaller, tighter, but filled with systemic possibility. Their maps are like Lego sets, modular pieces connecting in thousands of combinations. Quests assemble from interchangeable components. Factions have overlapping relationships. NPCs can follow one of hundreds of routines. When you explore, you might encounter situations the developers never specifically scripted because the systems are flexible enough to generate new combinations. One player said, "The world is larger than the player." The fact that they can explore areas is what makes these games intoxicating. Rockstar creates ecology, Bethesda creates possibility. So what does this actually feel like to experience? When you play Red Dead, critics and players consistently say the same thing. You feel transported. There's a world that exists beyond you. NPCs roll out of saloons, stumbling drunk, heading to work. They have jobs. They work construction, farm labor, stable hands. They take lunch breaks. Buildings are built up around you. These NPCs, they come home, sit down, eat. They're not here for you. They're there because that's what life looks like in that part of the world in this game. And I'm sure you've seen the videos where people track NPCs for an entire in-game day and see what they do. The routines were detailed enough that you could predict where someone would be at a specific time. When you play Skyrim, players talk about ownership. They talk about a character they created that felt real to them. They talk about making choices that felt consequential because they generated unique stories. And you know, if you were to play Oblivion, there was something like how Red Dead Redemption 2 has it in that game too, where NPCs have schedules and all that kind of stuff, and they did dumb it down in Skyrim. It would be cool to see a return of that with The Elder Scrolls 6 whenever that comes out. One player said, "The roleplay aspect is phenomenal. The changes I experience lead to engaging scenarios. They own the game in a way Red Dead players don't because they wrote the story." Rockstar targets emotional investments in a predetermined narrative. Bethesda targets empowerment through self-authored narrative. Both are valid because they satisfy different human needs. So let's look at a concrete example of what I'm talking about here. In Red Dead Redemption 2, it's your camp. You can have, your buddies at the camp, and NPC sits by the fire in weather-appropriate clothing, and maybe one of them comes up and asks you to, "Hey, I need this harmonica," or "I need this thing," or "Hey, Arthur, what do you think of this?" When depending on what you say, it will affect how they interact with you later. And if you go out in the world and maybe suck snake venom out of a guy's leg, he'll buy you a weapon or something later on in the game. Stuff like that. Oh snap, Willow's here. Okay, let's hurry this along. In Skyrim, or really more like Oblivion, you could find an NPC dead or something in the universe, and that person will actually be missing from the world because they had schedules, all sorts of stuff like that. They were connected to the world, now they are no longer there. Will someone take their job? Who knows? Maybe in Skyrim, maybe not so much in Oblivion, but it depends. And because of this, you have kind of a handcrafted story that you participated in games like Oblivion and Skyrim, and Rockstar, you get to witness a handcrafted story. Rockstar operates under obsessive perfectionism. Everything is hand-placed. The studio uses what's called a death march approach, intensive iteration on every detail. Red Dead Redemption 2 took 8 years. Grand Theft Auto 5 took 5. One developer said, "We have an understanding that we're trying to make a work of art more than just churning out a product." That obsession shows. You notice details in Rockstar games because someone forced people to notice them. Bethesda operates a little differently. They emphasize distributed creative authority. Quest designers also create story content. The philosophy is build the systems, then let designers and writers build content within those systems. This generates richer, weirder, more varied content than top-down direction. Even though in Red Dead Redemption 2, there are a bunch of immersive, emergent quests and stuff like that, not really quests, but stranger activities and stuff like that that can pop up. So there is some overlap there with that game philosophy. They also do something Rockstar doesn't though, Bethesda. They released the Creation Kit, giving modders the same tools developers used. This turns the community into co-creators. Skyrim, released in 2011, still has thousands of active modders creating new content 14 years later. Rockstar locks down their worlds. Bethesda opens them up. These production philosophies inevitably shape what the game feels like when you play it. The trade-off is when you get a Rockstar game, it's going to feel massive, amazing, and complete. And when you get a Bethesda game, maybe they're a little too overly reliant on the fact that modders will fix their game. That's a whole nother discussion though. Now, here's the fascinating part. What happens when each studio tried the other's approach? Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to push Rockstar's philosophy further. The latest information shows enhanced euphoria physics with NPCs that calculate fear, pain, and balance in real time during combat, improve daily routines with specific job behaviors. The goal? Make the world even more authentically alive and reactive. Bethesda tried scaling their system. Fuck. Dude. I am so sorry. Just one more minute. I am almost done, I promise. Bethesda tried scaling their systems approach to entire procedurally generated planets in Starfield, and it broke something. Bruce Nesmith, the lead systems designer, recently admitted this. He said, "I don't think it's in the same caliber as Fallout or Skyrim. I lean towards procedural generation as the reason why. The problem? Space is, well, inherently empty." Nesmith said, "Space is literally described as nothingness. So moving throughout that isn't where the excitement is. You can generate planets procedurally, but you can't generate the environmental storytelling that makes worlds feel lived in. You can't generate the handcrafted details that whisper history." Starfield showed that Bethesda's strength isn't unlimited scale.
It's creating systems dense enough that the player agency generates infinite variation within a contained, carefully designed map. So here's the truth. Neither studio is trying to do what the other does. Well, sort of. There is some overlap, but they're not really trying to copy each other. They both are very confident in what they do and are going to do their own thing. They're not really competing. Rockstar creates worlds you inhabit. They put you in the shoes of a character and orchestrate an experience around you. The character has depth, the world has rules, and the immersion comes from noticing how perfectly everything fits together. Bethesda creates worlds you shape. They give you systems flexible enough that your choices generate unique stories with emergent storytelling. That world doesn't have predetermined depth, it has emergent possibility. The immersion comes from feeling like you're writing something real. You are writing the game when you play a Bethesda title in your head. You know, it takes some creativity to truly enjoy a Bethesda game fully. One analysis perfectly captured the spirit of this, saying, depending on your needs from a world, those things might be the most detailed and interesting thing you've ever seen, or mind-numbingly shallow. But that says nothing about one approach being objectively better. And you know what? Frankly, we're lucky to have both. In a world where game development is consolidating, where most publishers chase the same formula, Rockstar and Bethesda are still willing to take fundamentally different philosophical approaches to game design. Rockstar says, we're going to spend 8 years making the most detailed, most carefully constructed world possible with horse testicles. Bethesda says, we're going to build systems flexible enough that you play this game 100 different ways, and frankly, for 100 years. Well, that's both of them now. But neither is the future. Both are. That or a relic of the past. We'll see. We gotta wait on Grand Theft Auto 6, and we have to wait on The Elder Scrolls 6. And we're a year out from Grand Theft Auto 6, hopefully they don't delay it again, and years out for the next Elder Scrolls. Anyways, I thought it would be interesting to compare both studios, but what do you think? Which approach do you prefer? Do you wish that they could somehow combine and be one thing? What do you think about this? Let me know down in the comments. Will Grand Theft Auto 6 be the last Rockstar game, or the last Rockstar game as we know it? Grand Theft Auto 6 may indeed represent the final chapter of Rockstar games as the industry comes to understand it. Multiple converging factors suggest that Grand Theft Auto 6's launch, the studio's approach to game development, release schedules, and business model will fundamentally transform in ways that could make traditional single-player story-driven blockbusters a relic of the past. And yes, that sucks. But that also opens up a brave new world in the future. But one of the most significant indicators that Grand Theft Auto 6 kind of marks the end of an era is the dramatic departure of key creative figures who shaped Rockstar's identity. I mean, Dan Houser, co-founder and lead writer behind Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption, left the company in March of 2020. At the time of recording, that's 5 years ago. His departure followed an extended sabbatical that began in spring of 2019, suggesting there was possibly creative differences, or he was just burnt out from the increased demands of the development cycles, and perhaps he was just ready to do something else. Then there's Leslie Benzies, former president of Rockstar North and producer on every 3D Grand Theft Auto game since Grand Theft Auto 3. And Leslie was effectively fired in 2016 after attempting to return from a sabbatical. Now, Leslie did later sue for $150 million in unpaid royalties, claiming he was deliberately frozen out through lengthy deception. His fingerprints were on virtually every major Rockstar project, including Red Dead Redemption, LA Noire, and Max Payne 3. These weren't ordinary personnel changes. I mean, we're talking the creative architects of these games who defined Rockstar's storytelling approach, gameplay philosophy, and cultural voice. And now it's just Sam Houser remaining as the sole original founder in the executive role. The creative DNA that produced the satirical, narrative-driven experiences fans expect has been fundamentally altered, and there's no denying that. And Grand Theft Auto 6's development represents a budget escalation that may have broken the traditional game development model entirely. Industry analysts estimate the total budget to be between $1 and $2 billion, making it potentially the most expensive entertainment product ever created. For context, this dwarfs Red Dead Redemption 2's $540 million budget and makes Grand Theft Auto 5's $265 million budget seem modest in comparison. Wrap your head around that. If the figure really is $2 billion, that's almost 4 Red Dead Redemption 2s. The game has been in development for roughly 8 years, with work beginning in 2018 after Red Dead Redemption 2's completion. Former Rockstar environment artist David O'Reilly confirmed he worked on Grand Theft Auto 6 from 2018 to 2023, representing the longest development cycle in Rockstar's history. This timeline suggests future projects of similar scope would require decade-plus development periods, which means traditional sequels are just financially unstable. And the most telling sign of Rockstar's future direction lies in Grand Theft Auto Online's unprecedented success. Grand Theft Auto 5 has generated over $1.4 billion in digital revenue, with 78% coming from microtransactions through shark cards. This represents nearly $1.1 billion in post-launch monetization, demonstrating that live service models can generate more revenue than initial game sales. Rockstar's recent Grand Theft Auto Online updates, including the Money Fronts expansion, focus entirely on passive income generation and money laundering businesses. These updates prioritize ongoing player engagement over narrative content, kind of hints at the company's strategic pivot towards games as a service.
It will be bad for business. Well,
What are we gonna do, Sonny?
The games as a service model market is projected to reach $159.24 billion by 2032, up from $9.32 billion in 2025. This growth trajectory makes traditional single-purchase games increasingly obsolete from a business perspective, particularly for publishers like Take-Two Interactive that prioritize shareholder returns. And you can bet after they invest $2 billion into a game, they're going to want to see those returns. But now, artificial intelligence has entered the chat. So artificial intelligence, I mean, when I was a kid, when you said AI, you were just talking about how the AI in games work, but it's taken a whole new meaning. Artificial intelligence is fundamentally reshaping game development in ways that could eliminate the need for massive human development teams. AI-driven procedural generation now enables dynamic world creation, intelligent NPC behavior like we're going to see in Grand Theft Auto 6, and personalized gameplay experiences. That last one is big, personalized gameplay experiences, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. These technologies can potentially replace the army of artists, level designers, and content creators that traditionally drove up development costs. Advanced AI systems can now generate realistic character animations, dialogue, and even entire game environments. This means future Rockstar titles could be created with significantly smaller teams, focusing on AI oversight rather than manual content creation. This would also help them get around stuff like crunching, which they got in trouble for with Red Dead Redemption 2. And the implications of this are insane. We're talking fewer jobs, but shorter development cycles, and potentially infinite content generation. And not to get philosophical on you, but if you can have infinite content generation, doesn't that content kind of lose its value? Then there's machine learning algorithms already being used in games like MotoGP and Rocket League to create adaptive AI that learns from player behavior. This technology could eventually create NPCs and gameplay scenarios that feel unique to each player, reducing the need for carefully crafted universal narrative experiences.
It's been too long. You should have come out earlier. Think of all the girls you've been missing out on. Our country has women too.
And AI is also being used to get around a lot of the thinking or number crunching that processors used to do. It's taking a lot of the burden off the processor. In a way, in that alone, AI is removing a massive barrier for games, and it's going to open up a whole new world of possibilities. But at what cost? And let's talk about the consolidation crisis going on right now. The broader gaming industry is experiencing unprecedented consolidation and studio closures that suggest traditional development models are failing. Over 25,000 gaming jobs were lost in 2023 and 2024 alone, with major studios like Arcane Austin, Tango Gameworks, and Volition shutting down entirely. Even successful games no longer guarantee studio survival, as companies prioritize live service revenues over creative achievement. Microsoft's closure of Arcane Austin and Tango Gameworks, despite their games being well received, demonstrates that critical acclaim and sales success no longer ensure job security. This industry-wide consolidation suggests that only the largest, most profitable franchises like Grand Theft Auto will survive the transition to new business models. And despite Grand Theft Auto 6's delay to May 2026, Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick has confirmed that Rockstar is working on a lot of other things beyond Grand Theft Auto 6. However, these projects likely represent a fundamentally different approach to game development. The Max Payne remake, being developed in collaboration with Remedy Entertainment, suggests Rockstar may focus on remasters and collaborations rather than original AAA development. Red Dead Redemption 3 remains in conceptual planning phases only, with anonymous sources suggesting it won't enter active development until after Grand Theft Auto 6's launch and post-release support. And given that timeline, this could mean a 2035 or later release window. So let's talk about the future of Rockstar games here. Several factors suggest Grand Theft Auto 6 represents the end of Rockstar as fans know it. As they shift to platform as a service, Grand Theft Auto 6 will likely function more as a persistent online platform than a traditional game. It's going to be an MMO with continuous updates, live events, and evolving content that never truly ends. And like I speculated in one of my previous videos, we're going to eventually be able to go back and forth between Liberty City, Los Santos, and maybe even have stuff like Las Venturas and San Fierro added to it. I don't see the next iteration of Grand Theft Auto Online closing down anytime soon. I mean, if you look at the previous Grand Theft Auto Online, the one that's still currently running, that started as kind of a wacky experiment. And think about how long that went. It's a Frankenstein's monster held together with duct tape and bubblegum, and things didn't flow quite right. Well, they've had all this time to learn from their mistakes, and now they're developing something truly new. And with the budget behind it, you can guarantee they're going to want to future-proof this product. And with AI-generated content, future content updates may rely heavily on procedural generation and AI-created missions, reducing the need for human storytelling and design expertise. And then there's subscription models. The gaming industry is rapidly moving towards subscription-based access. And you know that Rockstar and Take-Two, they're open to all this kind of stuff, with talk of the game even being $100. So rather than individual purchases, you're looking at seeing games move more towards stuff like Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Now. But there's also reduced development times, with AI automation dramatically reducing team sizes needed for future projects and fundamentally changing Rockstar's structure and creative process. So based on everything going on, here's what Rockstar's future likely looks like. Grand Theft Auto 6 Online will become Rockstar's primary focus over at least the next decade, with continuous content updates and expansions. I mean, their team is big enough to be cooking a single, but I think that's going to be their primary focus. Grand Theft Auto 6's single-player campaign might be the last narrative-driven experience Rockstar creates at this scale. Red Dead Redemption 3 may never really materialize in its traditional form. Instead, expect something like Red Dead Online expansions or AI-generated content that extends the existing world without requiring massive development investment. And they've already kind of laid the groundwork for this. In Red Dead Redemption 2, they already have New Austin and bits of Mexico. I think eventually, with the assistance of AI in development, we're going to see a full seamless transition from Red Dead Redemption 2's plot into John Marston's shoes, into Red Dead Redemption 1 in the same game world and the same engine, and maybe into a sequel to that. Maybe the World War I Jack story that everybody and nobody wants at the same time, all happening within Red Dead Redemption 2. So new IP development will likely cease as Rockstar focuses resources on maintaining and expanding their proven franchises through live service models. What was that game back in the day? You remember it was Spy or something like that? I mean, they didn't even do that. I think they've been kind of planning this stuff for a long time, guys. I mean, they're the industry leaders. They're going to be on top of this stuff well before we even have an idea of what's happening. So the next Rockstar game after Grand Theft Auto 6 might be unrecognizable to all of us. Think of it. It's going to be an AI-assisted, procedurally generated experience that adapts to individual players rather than telling a universal story. And earlier, when I was talking about adapting to individual players, we've already seen concepts of AI games to where a player is dropped in and the world is just kind of built around them and shapes around them. Grand Theft Auto 6 represents not just the culmination of Rockstar's traditional approach, but potentially its swan song. So with economic pressures, industry consolidation, and leadership changes, when you mix all that together, it suggests that the Rockstar games that created Vice City, San Andreas, and Red Dead Redemption may not survive the transition to whatever comes next. And that's just how it works in life, right? Things are born, things live, and things die. And in that sense, Grand Theft Auto 6 truly could be the last Rockstar game as we know it. Every open world game makes a promise. It tells you, this world, hey man, it's alive and it exists beyond you. It promises that that world is going to react when you push against it. Now, some do deliver on that promise better than others, but what Rockstar appears to be building with Grand Theft Auto 6 is not just a step forward from any single game, it is a direct challenge to every major open world title released in the last decade, or really ever. Even their own games like Red Dead Redemption 2, but also games like Cyberpunk 2077, The Witcher 3, Elden Ring, Skyrim, Starfield. Each of these set a standard in one area or another. And Grand Theft Auto 6, based on everything confirmed so far, seems designed to surpass all of them at once. So let's start with the thing that separates a good open world from a great one, and that is NPC behavior. Unless your game is lacking NPCs and you're kind of off on your own, but that's a whole nother thing. That's a tangent. Anyways, just stick with me. Bethesda built its Elder Scrolls games around a system called Radiant AI. First introduced in Oblivion and refined, well, not really. It stepped a little backwards for Skyrim, but we could say refined because they did it with Quest. Anyways, Skyrim was more streamlined, right? It was a more refined experience. So I'll say that.
16 times the detail.
According to Todd Howard, this system gives NPCs full 24-hour schedules where general goals like eating at a specific location at a certain time, all that kind of stuff, it was assigned, and NPCs are left to figure out how to accomplish this stuff. And by the time Skyrim launched in 2011, which good God, has it been forever now, this was the gold standard for NPC simulation. NPCs had jobs, they slept, they ate, they moved through the world with what felt like purpose. Now, that system did have its limits.
I suppose we should all be worried.
Really?
And I think it is more evident than ever that if you go back and you play the Oblivion remaster, which came out not too long ago, that it's actually even a little bit more advanced in that, but whatever. Skyrim's the most recent one. NPCs, they followed routines, but those routines were very rigid. Their reactions to the player were very shallow as well.
May I help you?
In Oblivion, it kind of worked because it had its charm. Skyrim, it's debatable, whatever. It's Bethesda, right? Jank comes with the package. A guard might comment on your stolen sweet roll, tell you a million times they have an arrow in the knee, but that was really about the extent of their awareness and their interaction with you. It's kind of like you're in Castaway as Tom Hanks and all the NPCs are Wilson. But then in 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2 blew everyone away.
Maybe you're right.
According to Rockstar's director of design, Imran Sarwar, in an interview with official Xbox magazine, the team had to upgrade all of their gameplay and AI systems so that the gang members were smarter and equipped with better memories so that they would actually be able to better respond to Arthur, like naturally, and invite him into conversations, stuff like that. So that effort, according to Sarwar, led to the creation foundation of the interaction system that exists for the entire world. Every NPC in the game, whether a shopkeeper, a lawman, or a passing rider, could be spoken to in contextual ways without ever drawing a gun. Although let's be real, a lot of us did use it to kind of get to the drawing the gun part, but whatever. NPCs would react to blood on your shirt, how drunk you were, your honor level, even how clean or how dirty you looked. And bringing the script to life meant 2,200 days of motion caption work requiring 1,200 actors. Dan Houser told Vulture that even the non-playable characters have 80-page scripts each, which is nuts. So according to Guinness World Records, this is both the largest cast and the most motion capture work ever performed for a video game ever. And the results speak for themselves. The NPCs, I mean, dude, they've just felt so freaking real. It's like they noticed you. They noticed me, man. And it feels good to be noticed.
How are you, ladies?
I'd like to be alone with you, honey.
They didn't feel like the freaking Wilson ball. They felt like living, breathing people in a living, breathing world that would exist without you. And spoiler alert, eventually, that's how it goes.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I had a son. He passed away. I had a girl that loved me. I threw that away. Mama died when I was a kid. Daddy, well, I watched him die. I tried. I gave you all I had. In the end, I tried. I gave you all I had. In the
Anyways, let's talk about Cyberpunk 2077. So at launch, the NPC systems were very widely criticized. Pedestrians crouched in place when threatened, police spawned directly behind you, the world felt hollow beneath its neon surface. But CD Projekt Red rewrote the rules with the update 2.0. The 2.0 update introduced a completely revamped police system. The NCPD would now actively patrol the streets of Night City. Officers at crime scenes engage in actual pursuits. Their patch notes also confirmed improved NPC reaction times when flanked, enhanced enemy netrunner AI, enemies that investigate the source of silenced gunfire, and NPCs that now react aggressively when you would hijack their vehicles. And it was a massive improvement. I've played the game not too long ago, like a year and a half ago, but it felt amazing. I love Cyberpunk 2077, at least where it's at now. It's a phenomenal game. And I'm not expecting a Red Dead Redemption 2 out of it, but the game feels immersive. I feel like I'm actually really in the world, even if most of the NPCs and all that kind of stuff, they really are just kind of extras in the background of a movie. And they do still lack the deep individual routines and contextual awareness that defined Red Dead Redemption 2. But on a game of that scale, I mean, in a city that dense, it's kind of hard to expect stuff like that, at least for now. Now, Watch Dogs Legion took a completely different approach. So if you haven't played this game or you're not aware of what I'm talking about, it has like a census system, and it generates an NPC's backstory, job, and social ties to other NPCs. All NPCs in the game also follow a fixed schedule that players can access through an upgrade called the Deep Profiler. Now, you could recruit anyone, like a construction worker or like a grandma, and each came with their own abilities and personality. Well, the word personality is doing a lot of heavy lifting here because it was an extremely ambitious system, but the trade-off was depth, big time. When everyone can be the protagonist, no one really feels like one because everyone had to have these like boring stock cookie cutter lines, and so it never really felt like you're playing as a character, it felt like you're playing as a robot. Now look at what Grand Theft Auto 6 is doing. Oh god, it's coming. System and method for virtual navigation in a gaming environment. Damn it, why do I keep putting this in? I hate to revisit the patents because it is so boring to me, but I have to revisit it. The patent describes NPCs that can define their own specific characteristics for traversing road nodes, including acceleration, braking time, distance, yada, yada, yada. Anyways, the NPCs are super freaking advanced. If you want a full breakdown on like how that crap works, you can go watch my video on like how the AI in this game is going to work. All you need to know is that the NPCs are equipped this time with tools internally to make much more complex decisions on navigating the world around them and how they react to things. If a road is backed up, for example, with like a bunch of traffic, NPCs could decide to take another route. That's something I bring up a lot. That's something I talk about in the AI video. And this extends to stuff like weather even. So like say the roads get slick because it rains, NPCs could avoid those roads. You know, if there's a traffic jam, they might go off into the ditch and get off onto the road. You know, the stuff you see in real life, stuff like that. They're trying to make it to where NPCs navigate the world the way that you would actually see people in real life navigate the road. Now, I'm sure it's dialed up a little bit because it's Grand Theft Auto, but I just hope we're moving away from the days of cars on the other side of the road driving into oncoming traffic just to piss us off. But what's really cool about this is it's not scripted behavior. And I know the word AI comes with some connotations nowadays, but when I was growing up, the word AI was tied specifically to a game's AI. That's how we thought of it. And that one weird movie that Steven Spielberg made. I think he made it. I don't remember it.
But basically, the AI in this game is going to be able to decide how to navigate the world around it, which is cool. And it's not just driving, of course. There is going to be the dialogue interaction system, like from Red Dead Redemption 2. There's going to be the prompts like greet, threaten, and rob. That's going to appear in dynamic encounters. NPCs are going to react when you walk around with your weapons drawn, and your character is supposed to automatically hide it in populated areas. Now, take that and combine it with Rockstar's track record of giving NPCs individual schedules and contextual awareness, as proven in Red Dead Redemption 2, and the picture starts really coming together. No open world game has ever combined this level of NPC driving intelligence with this level of social interactivity before. Like ever. Like this is going to just blow us all away. But what about physics? How about dim physics? So Red Dead Redemption 2 set the bar, okay? Well, Grand Theft Auto 4, but Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. Euphoria physics, man, like chef's kiss. The Euphoria physics engine gave every collision weight and consequence. Horses had muscle simulations. Oh my God, the horses, the testicles, bodies, they reacted to terrain. The world contained around 200 species of animals, each with their own behaviors and habits. The ecosystem was not just decoration in this game, it wasn't just set dressing like it is for so many other games. There was a whole ecosystem, like animals would hunt each other, they reacted to weather, and they fled from gunfire. It was so freaking cool. And all of you, I'm sure, have played this game, and if you haven't, I envy you because you get to go and experience it for the first time. And to this day, no other game has captured the magic that Red Dead Redemption 2 managed to make, dude. Like it's magic. It feels like they made a deal with the devil to make this game. Anyways, every other open world since has been more restrained. And that's insane to think about because we're coming up on 10 years, guys, for Red Dead Redemption 2. I mean, it still feels like state of the art. It's just crazy to me. Cyberpunk 2077 did improve vehicle physics in their 2.0 update. They added like tire damage and improved braking and suspension for traffic, but the physics still feel secondary to the city's visual spectacle. And they don't really serve the game in the way that it would maybe like a Rockstar title. But hell, even in Rockstar games, it's not so much about what serves the title. They just dial it up to 11 with absolutely everything, and it becomes the sandbox it is. Elden Ring is not trying to be, some physics simulation or something like that, or it doesn't really have a plethora of NPCs to interact with outside of combat. I mean, there's a few, but they just kind of stand there. But it did have a handcrafted combat and exploration experience that prioritized encounter design over, interacting with people and stuff like that, like the wolf dude. Now, Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be taking physics to an entirely different level, even more advanced than Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 4, and I don't know how they could get more advanced than that. And if you're curious, hey, why are you leaving Grand Theft Auto 5 out? It's not just because it's my least favorite Grand Theft Auto, it's because they dumbed down the physics so that it would work better on the Xbox 360. It is what it is. I'm not saying they're bad or anything, but compared to Grand Theft Auto 4, and especially Red Dead Redemption 2, there is a difference. Or even just Red Dead Redemption that had crazy spaghetti western euphoria physics. Anyways, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be taking these physics to another level. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to feature a revolutionary system for physically simulated water in real time in an open world, and it was developed by the Rage Technology Group at Rockstar San Diego. I very recently had a video about this water. There's also going to be a significant increase in polygons for vehicles compared to Grand Theft Auto 5, which means more precise deformations and more realistic traffic accidents. Vehicle customization is going to be much more intense. There's going to be a lot more options. There's going to be a lot to the exterior. There's going to be a lot that affects the driving experience. Stuff like adding a spoiler will help you during like gusty storms, for example. And according to Rockstar Mag, the weather system in Grand Theft Auto 6 is designed to impact environment and gameplay directly, with gusts of wind, battering vegetation, and creating waves, stuff like that, and rain and wind affecting driving during high-speed travel. The Digital Foundry did an analysis of Trailer 2 a while back, and they confirmed several of these physics systems in action. The trailer showed stuff like glass beer bottles with bubbles rising to the surface. You've heard all about this crazy beer and how cool it looks. The hair looks incredible with what Digital Foundry describes as a strand-based system, and this basically enables natural motion and diversity in hairstyles, and that's a huge leap compared to the traditional card-based approach used in most games. And believe me, I know how hard it is to do hair for video games. I recently created a mullet mod for New Vegas, and it was freaking brutal. It took me like a week of just grinding and doing nothing else but creating this stupid mullet. Anyways, I digress. But if you want Snake's mullet in Fallout New Vegas, here's a plug for that. There's also stuff like baggier clothing, having more animations and stuff, like characters walk and they move their arms, and it looks realistic. Like the clothes and the hair and all that, it moves around their body. It looks real. And that's something that we have yet to see in any open world game. Grand Theft Auto 6 takes the cake yet again. Witcher 3, when it came out, had a revolutionary hair system, but it is nothing compared to what we are seeing in Grand Theft Auto 6.
Speaking of The Witcher 3, it was often held as the gold standard for open world quality. Well, until Red Dead Redemption 2. But it was held like that for one good reason. According to level designer Miles Tost, in an interview with Kotaku, Mr. Tost said that the quest content dictated the size of the world, not the other way around. The team didn't start with a huge world and try to fill it up, like a Ubisoft game. Tost also stated that everything made in a level was handcrafted, with a person being behind every single tree, rock, and house. There was no speed tree, nothing like that, according to him. So there was nothing they pressed an auto button for, basically. Senior writer Kuba S., I'm going to say that or otherwise I'm going to butcher the last name, told Kotaku that they didn't want quests to feel meaningless or like a chore, and that when the team experimented with procedurally generated content for monster contracts, the outcome was so unsatisfying compared to handcrafted work that they simply could not do it. Elden Ring, they took a different approach with world design. The game features 6 major areas that can be tackled in any order, with a free-form exploration model that broke from Software's traditional linear structure. Well, somewhat linear. And the game director told PC Gamer that Elden Ring represents the limit of what From Software can currently achieve in terms of scale, saying that the studio tapped every resource and talent available, and that scaling even bigger would have raised concerns. The density of meaningful content in Elden Ring is remarkable, but the world is built for discovery and combat encounters and not for living world simulation. Everything's trying to kill you in that world. It doesn't really feel like you're supposed to exist in it. Starfield was supposed to be Bethesda's grand ambition realized, and hopefully after they fix space travel here in this most recent update, it should be out by the time this video is out. Hopefully they've reached it by now. And it came with, 1,000 planets, but in practice the NPC systems took a step back from Skyrim. According to Bethesda Creations mod page for a popular community mod, the modder had to build NPC routines from scratch because the base game just lacked them. In the vanilla game, many NPCs simply just stand in one spot. Now that is a significant regression from Skyrim's Radiant AI system, a big step backward, and that's over a decade ago. Anyways, everyone's beaten up on Starfield, so you know all about it. Grand Theft Auto 6's world, by contrast, is being built with density as a guiding principle. The game includes at least 5 counties and several cities, and has been described as significantly larger than Grand Theft Auto 5's map. We got Vice City, we got the Grass Rivers, which is based on the Everglades, we got the Leonida Keys, based on the Florida Keys, we got Port Gellhorn, Ambrosia, and Mount Calaga National Park, and then there's parallax mapping to simulate realistic building interiors, even from exterior views. There's explorable underwater areas filled with treasures and secrets, and even a tram system that players can seamlessly enter and ride. Players can break into and loot shipping containers. They can tie up NPCs with zip ties, use hostages as human shields, and carry or loot bodies. There are also leaked claims from GameRoll that say that the game may feature over 700 Enterable stores. Now, I'm recording my scripts back to back, so forgive me if I already brought it up in this video. That's a lot of interiors. Now, we're not 100% on that, okay? Take that with salt. Lots and lots of salt. It's not been confirmed by Rockstar. The leaked development documents from the 2022 breach mentioned at least 157 interiors at that stage in development, and the language kind of suggested that that was a floor, not a ceiling, so there was expected to be more. But 700, that's a lot. So whether the final count reaches that or not, it still shows us that Rockstar, at the very least, is extremely ambitious when it comes to interiors in this game. No open world has attempted this level of interior density ever. But what about visual technology? Well, Rockstar confirmed through a social media post that Trailer 2 was captured entirely in-game from a PlayStation 5, comprised of equal parts gameplay and cutscenes. And according to IGN, this means what was shown in the trailer is representative of what the base PS5 can actually produce. And according to Digital Foundry's analysis published by Eurogamer, the trailer runs at an internal resolution of 1440p, upscaled using a spatial upscaler similar to AMD's first-generation FSR. The analysis confirmed ray trace global illumination, responsible for the realistic diffused lighting across both sunny outdoor scenes and low-light interiors. Digital Foundry noted the impressive temporal stability of the light. We're getting lost in the weeds here. All you need to know is that it looks really good. And everyone has heard this, and they love to throw it around. The overall graphics gap between Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 6 is described to be greater than the gap between Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. That's just absolutely ridiculous. Finally, let's talk about activities and immersion. Skyrim gave players hundreds of hours of content, but much of it was generated through the Radiant system, meaning dynamically created quests that often felt like going to Walmart. Go here, kill this, fetch that, that kind of thing. Like you do at Walmart. The Witcher 3 solved this by making every quest feel authored and meaningful, but it offered limited interactivity. You could play Gwent at certain locations, but the broader world kind of lacked that emergent interactivity where you could freely manipulate the environment, pick up objects, or interact with strangers in unscripted ways. Elden Ring poured its density into combat encounters and hidden secrets, but the world has almost no civilian life, like I talked about earlier. And there's no economy, no social systems. I mean, it's really just a big action-adventure game. Cyberpunk 2077's Night City is absolutely stunning, and it's packed with gigs, but most of the world's interactivity is quest-driven rather than emergent, even if those quests are all freaking amazing. Even those side gigs, like, guys, if you haven't played the side gigs in Cyberpunk, go back and do it. Like, it looks like some Ubisoft copy-paste crap, but each one is different. It's really cool. Different by a lot. There's some curveballs there. I was actually blown away that they did that for that game. That's probably the most impressive feature of that game, other than the graphics and story and all that. Anyways, according to Grand Theft Auto Base's confirmed features guide, Grand Theft Auto 6 includes pools, boxing, basketball, tennis, mini golf, gym workouts, and races as confirmed mini games and activities. Both hunting and fishing are going to return from Red Dead Redemption 2. The game also features a character selection wheel with 3 modes, including dual protagonist control, allowing for both Jason and Lucia to be used simultaneously during open world robberies, which is something that's really freaking cool. In fact, that could have its own video. And according to the same source, vehicles can be purchased through car dealerships and showrooms found throughout the game world, with at least 200 vehicles confirmed so far from trailers and leaks. Vehicle interiors feature working speedometers, gauges, and interior lighting, so you could see there's just a bunch of small little intricate crap in this game. A lot of activities, a lot of things to do. We're going to be hanging out with buddies like we did in Grand Theft Auto 4. I mean, a little different, but you see what I mean? There's a lot of stuff to just go and do and live in the world. Protagonists, they're going to display growing hairstyles and facial hair over time, and customization extends to details like Lucia's makeup, fingernail length, color, and style. Characters can wear earbuds, which means portable music playback while on foot. The 6-star wanted level is going to return, of course, which is something I talked about recently, so excited about that. And the police AI is going to be more advanced than it's ever been before, with options to surrender, more complex ways of evading them, and them just all around being much harder to deal with. But exercising realistic behaviors so that, they're not obnoxious like Grand Theft Auto 5's police. So what separates Grand Theft Auto 6 so far from every other open world game on this list is not really any single feature, because open world games are the sum of their parts. Well, you could say that really about anything, but Red Dead Redemption 2 had the NPC depth but lacked the urban density. Cyberpunk 2077 had the city but lacked the physics and all the little interactions, stuff like that. Witcher 3 had the narrative quality but lacked the world interactivity. Elden Ring had the exploration freedom stuff but lacked the living world simulation. Not that it needed it. Skyrim had the NPC schedules, but it lacked the fidelity and really a lot of other stuff. It now needs like a mod list of 1800 mods to feel like a game. Starfield had the ambition, but severely lacked the execution. Watch Dogs Legion had a really cool idea, a really big grand idea, but it just ultimately fell flat and was completely bland. And now, Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't really competing with any of these games, let's be real, because it's taken the best element from each of them, and it's made something beyond it. In fact, it hasn't even taken features from those games. It just feels like it's doing what it naturally should do to just be bigger and better than any and everything. You know what I mean? It feels like it's grown up on its own, independent from all these other games, which suggests to me that they have a very strong focus on what they're doing internally. So if Rockstar does deliver on what has been shown and confirmed, on something that no other studio has ever attempted at this scale, well, man, just get ready. It's going to blow up our economy. And just remember, man, that second trailer, it's running on like a base PlayStation 5, looking like that, doing all that. Come on. It looks like absolutely nothing else in the industry. And honestly, guys, I think it's going to just blow every single thing out of the water. Today, we're going to talk about how Grand Theft Auto 6's world will break in ways you've never seen. And some of you have asked me about this, the glass breaking thing, okay? Now, this is going to be pretty interesting to go through together. Now I think you understand why I should have done this first, right? Because at this point in time, the trailer 3 hype is going to be bigger than ever, and it would have made sense to do the other podcast second, but whatever. Anyways, a few weeks ago, a former Rockstar developer accidentally left something on their LinkedIn profile that they probably weren't supposed to, and it got spotted by the community, went viral, and within hours, it was gone. So we've seen this before with stuff like the bike rental leak thing. And it sounds kind of boring what you see on the surface there, but it's about glass. But shooting glass in games is pretty cool. And Grand Theft Auto 5, and specifically it's about breaking glass. And Grand Theft Auto 5, for all of the crap I give it, which there's probably Grand Theft Auto 5 gameplay up right now if I didn't burn through it all in the last podcast. And if I did, it's probably like Resident Evil or New Vegas or just reruns of old gameplay because I haven't really had a lot of time to play games. But what I'm trying to say is they did some really cool stuff with the glass. Like in Grand Theft Auto 4, if you shot the glass, there'd be like some bullet holes and stuff in it. You shoot enough and then it would shatter. But 5, man, it was really cool, like modular where you would shoot it. So even though they kind of like
dumb down some of the damage stuff that you had to use mods to get back in the game, like I've done. And they dumbed down a lot of the physics and stuff like that. They did have a really cool like glass breaking system. But Grand Theft Auto 6 it looks like it's going to be awesome as well. So it also kind of implies something about this game. You know, this guy doing the breaking glass stuff. You've heard me talk about destructible environments before, but here we go. Now we got a little bit to go off of about that. Boom, let's start the clickbait. Roll the cameras. Let's go. Grand Theft Auto 6 will have fully destructible environments based off of this leak. You know, like, let's go, baby. But you could say that this destructible glass has become a window into what Rockstar has been building for this game. Oh my God, here we go with the... I'm sorry about the puns, guys. All right, so anyways, I'm glad y'all are here. Let's get into this. So, oh man, I feel weird, man. I have a lot of caffeine on very little sleep. You know what that feels like. You feel wired. You feel very presently asleep, if that makes any sense. A former Rockstar Games graphics programmer basically had on their LinkedIn profile, LinkedIn, everyone's got one in the corporate world, it seems. Hell, I've got one. Good luck finding it. But, they had their work history and all that kind of stuff. And under Rockstar Games, I think it was dated February 2020 to April 2023, so 3 years, they listed 3 bullet points describing what they worked on. And see, it's always kind of dicey when you work for these companies and then you're trying to be like, you're trying to sell your skills, right? Because you have us out there going like, hey, leaks, where's the leaks? Creeping in. So you got to be real dodgy about what you do. So I feel for those people because, that one leak, like the bike thing, that was like a resume thing. It just sucks. I feel bad for those guys because it's like they're trying to get jobs, they're trying to work, and then you got us up in there. But can you blame us? We're hyped for this game, So Rockstar, go easy on these people. Anyways, bullet points. So the profile specifically said that Grand Theft Auto 6. And so someone, of course, spotted this, took a screenshot, posted on social media, and within hours, it went viral. And within those hours of hours, Jesus Christ, of this going viral, the developer quietly wiped every detail off their profile. So now it just says they worked at Rockstar, and that's it. So the fact that they removed it so fast is a sign, of course. If it was fake or irrelevant, there would be nothing to scrub. So what the profile actually said, let's look at it here. Through sound. Look at it through sound. Listen to the calming tones of my voice with the thunder and the rain in the background. The big one was took lead on the next generation procedural breakable glass system for vehicles and props. So the other two, they designed internal tools to capture in-game footage with extra rendering detail, likely used for trailers and screenshots, stuff like that. Maybe even like a Rockstar editor kind of thing. And then they fixed and improved various rendering systems. So that's cool. But to all of us who were jonesing for Grand Theft Auto 6 details, we're like, boring. We like the first one the most. So that first bullet point is really the one that matters to us. So let's look at exactly what that means. Let's dissect every single word of that sentence, starting with the T on took. And, really just go down the rabbit hole. This is when I'd be showing B-roll of like guys in tinfoil hats and like computer code and stuff like that. Because really, it's pretty funny, how just mad we are for details. And you guys, man, are about to be so satiated. You guys are going to get so full on Grand Theft Auto 6 deets so soon. Because trailer 3 is right around the corner. And I have a feeling it's going to drop while I'm gone. And I think it might even hopefully drop as soon as I'm back, late April. That's what my money's on, April, okay? And when trailer 3 kicks off, like I talked about in the last episode, y'all, it's not just trailer 3. Rockstar at that point is the marketing campaign has begun. That's what they do. So that's what you should be expecting. So you guys are about to be fed very well on information for Grand Theft Auto 6. But for now, we're still eating our breadcrumbs and we're still going to play with them and talk about them. So let's talk about them. So procedural, what does that mean? Well, this is the most important word in the whole leak because it's the one that most people gloss over. Okay, so in older games, including Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2, when glass breaks, it plays as a preset animation. Okay, even in 5, right? Even though it had like modular parts of the glass, it basically had like like a pattern on what could break. And then it would have like, you know, a preset animation of what would come off in that chunk. And eventually you shoot off enough of those chunks and the whole thing comes apart. It was a really cool system and a really cool illusion to creating the idea that it's fully destructible glass. And it's still cool to this day. I think it's really neat and I really like it. I love destructible glass in games. It's awesome. Rockstar's artists, though, have designed, you know, a handful of break patterns in advance, like I just said. There's bullet hole areas. So like crack there, full shatter when enough force is applied, you know, enough things have come off. And the game looks at what happened and plays the closest matching animation. Okay, so if you shoot in like a general specific area of the glass, like say you shoot like the dead center, or just maybe a little bit to the left of the dead center of the glass in Grand Theft Auto 5, that center chunk is going to come out, for example. Okay, it's like, okay, this is the closest piece that comes off. Great. But not like actual ballistic stuff. Okay, just the illusion of it. Have I beaten you over the head with that enough? Anyways, it looks great. It looks good. I love it. But it is the same every time. You know, once you've seen it, you know. And it's fun to play with, but it's going to be the same all the time. Now, things are repeatable in real life and in nature. Like if I go shoot glass in one car, I can go shoot glass in another car. It'll look virtually, you know, or almost exactly the same. But at the same time, they could use different glass materials. It could be different, you know, years that the cars were made. It could be if I go shoot a window in a house that's single pane windows, which I've thrown a snowball through like an idiot before. Anyways, you know, and it shattered and went everywhere. So that, anyways, I digress. I'm just saying glass does play differently in different places, depending on what it is a part of, and what you do to said glass. So you shoot the same car window the same way twice, and you get the same break pattern. In Grand Theft Auto games, it's scripted. And in most games, procedural is the opposite of that. And now I've talked a lot about Rockstar's patents and their procedural systems and what that could entail. This is a good way to use procedural systems to give a sense of randomness to these kinds of things. Because a procedural system means that the game calculates the glass breaking in real time, okay, from scratch. So every single time, based on a few things, where the impact happened, the angle it came from, and how much force was applied, the game doesn't play like an animation based off of that. It'll actually run like a little physics simulation, to my very dumb understanding, and the glass shatters based on that, you know, math, so to speak. Right then, right there, in that moment, you did it. Nobody else. So you can, you know, if you are still in school, whatever, and you're playing games, you could shoot the glass of a car window and turn off the game, go to school the next day and be like, bro, I shot the glass in the car window and this is what it looked like. Oh yeah, well, I shot the glass in the car window and this is what it looked like. And I'm just saying, it's going to look different and it's going to be really cool. So, excuse me. Can you imagine? That's the stuff you're talking about. Have y'all played the Stanley Parable? There's a funny broom closet part where you go in there and he talks about that. He's like, you can go in and talk to your friends about the broom closet ending. And he's like, how meaningless it is. You're stupid. And he starts insulting you and calls you fat and dumb. It's awesome. Play Stanley Parable. It's a trip. It's pretty short too, or 10 years, depending on how long you want to play it. So what does this all mean? You know, we're really digging deep here. I mean, this is what we got, guys. Breadcrumbs. We're smacking breadcrumbs together like action figures. But a bullet through the corner of the windshield cracks differently than a bullet dead center. That's cool. A punch through a car side window is going to look different from a car crash at full speed. You know, it was different in 5, which was cool, but not this different. A store window hit with a baseball bat is going to look different than one hit with a truck, you know, hopefully. Well, it's going to be completely shattered. So, yeah. So this glass that was already cracked, you know, from a previous impact is going to break differently the second time because it has a certain damage state and way that it can fragment. So each piece of glass, car windshield, side windows, rear view mirrors, all that crap, shop windows, hotel lobby glass, vending machine fronts, like all calculated. Think of it, all of that. There's a lot of glass in life, all that calculated on the fly, every single time. Which means ideally, no two breaks would look exactly the same like they do in Grand Theft Auto 5, Grand Theft Auto 4, even though 5 did have that cool puzzle piece modular system when it came to breaking glass to create the illusion of this. They've wanted procedural glass all along. I mean, who doesn't? Procedural systems in general are freaking amazing. In fact, boom, there's a video idea. Sav, if you're listening, I don't know. Sav doesn't listen to me. Well, I hope no GTA 6 YouTubers are listening to me because they're going to release a video and it's going to be called Procedural Systems and get like 100,000 views. So don't steal that from me because that's what I'm doing next, baby. Maybe. I'm just kidding. Maybe after the trailer 3 stuff, because we're going to have a bunch of cool stuff, to go off of. Speaking of Sav, by the way, he's got a website. Go check it out. I don't know too much about it yet, but I told him I'd give him a shout out on one of the podcasts. So I don't know if you guys listen to Sav, but he's got like some sort of Grand Theft Auto 6 website thing. Just go check it out. I think it's the bee's knees. Someone, I think, also commented for me to shout it out. So just go check that out while we're on the topic of Sav. Anyways, so we talked about procedural glass, talking about it breaking, happening on the fly. We talked about Sav and how beautiful and awesome he is. Also, vehicles and props. So we're not just talking cars here, when it comes to glass. Props means objects in the world, of course. Display cases, vending machines, like I said, bottles. Well, I guess vending machines. Would you call it a prop? I don't know. But bottles, glass doors, glass tables inside buildings, bus shelter windows, stuff like that. Store displays. If it has glass in it, this system covers it, baby. And that is huge in scope because that is extremely demanding on something like the base PlayStation 5. So, which, Matthew, man, I'm sorry I couldn't hook you up with the PlayStation Pro, man. I wanted to get you the PS5 Pro, but I'm just too broke. So I had to do the base PlayStation 5. But, I've got to save up and get me a PlayStation 5. Now, it should still run great on a PlayStation 5 base. So, whatever. Anyways, I just wanted to say, hey, I'm sorry I didn't get you the Pro, bro, because I would if I could. But anyways, so why does this matter more than it sounds? For clicks, right? No, I mean views. I'm just kidding. Well, here's the thing. Rockstar assigned a dedicated programmer to the system for like 3 years, right? 3 years for glass. I mean, he did other things too, but I mean, this is a lot of time to spend on something like this. And that tells you everything about their level of commitment to detail like this. This isn't like some sort of side project thing that someone knocked out in a few months. This was someone's entire job for a long time, was making sure that glass broke correctly and differently. And it's like this kind of obsessive, like granular attention that Rockstar puts into things like that, that players will interact with, because we are with hundreds of times per session, hours, so many hours, hundreds of hours. And they're thinking about that. They're thinking about the things you're going to do. You're going to be shooting at stuff that has glass a lot. It needs to look good and cool and procedural and break differently. And then the glass shards need to fall on the ground and crumble beneath your feet, stuff like that. Now, what games have done this before? And there's a lot of ums in the podcast, I'm realizing, and probably. But Half-Life, Alex specifically, did a version of this. Glass panels that detect where the impact basically would happen and then would procedurally generate crack patterns, and then they would kind of radiate outward from a specific point. Cool stuff like that. And there was like some developer commentary for the game, and it even noted that players would accidentally break glass and then spend time testing it, breaking it more and more, trying to figure out if it was really reacting to them. And it was. And the sense of like, this whole, wait, is this actually responding to what I'm doing? That kind of thing is exactly the feeling Rockstar likes to have, when you play their games. And it's what they've always been chasing. In each and every game, they've gotten better and better. Like think about the interaction with the NPCs in Red Dead Redemption 2. It was probably the best it's ever been. And yeah, we had the whole, wait, is this actually happening? Like imagine the first time someone comes up to you and it's like, hey, there's a snake in my boot. Or like, you're out in the middle of nowhere in the night. What are they? Are they the night people? The creepy people out in the middle of the nowhere at 2 a.m. that come up and stab the crap out of you. Oh, scary, scary people. Them, stuff like that. Or the guy running at you naked with his dong out and, he's one with the wolves. And maybe you shot him because you're scared and you don't know what's going on. And then you realize, oh, this guy just thought he was a wolf and he was never trying to attack me. And you feel really bad about it. And then maybe try to reload, but then realize you didn't save for hours. So, you maybe have a little funeral for the wolf man. So yeah, things like that. That's what Rockstar did with the NPCs. They've got that on lock. Okay. And I think it's going to be even crazier in Grand Theft Auto 6. I think it's just like a very, it's a very cold take to say that because it's like, no shit, Sherlock, like, of course it's going to be better. But it also shows us that the way that they have done those kinds of things that like, oh shit, wow, this is way better than I ever could have possibly imagined. They're putting that into stuff like destruction and procedural, stuff. So, with procedural stuff, I should say, which is something we have not quite seen before. Normally like we see a bench or like some stuff break. Now it'll break, like the stuff on the streets in Grand Theft Auto games, they're usually always been destructible. You can run them over. I think we're going to see some more destruction in this game. But also now those things that used to break, that always could break, are going to break better and be awesome and really cool. So that'll be nice. Because I think Grand Theft Auto 4 was like, what? Was that the first one you could break glass? You could do it in San Andreas and Vice City, couldn't you? I don't remember. It's been forever. But if you did, it just shot out, like it broke into a bunch of polygons and triangles and stuff. So But yeah, it's going to be awesome. Also, there's there's a game called The Finals. It's a multiplayer shooter. And it built kind of like its whole identity around environmental destruction and physics that react dynamically. So like glass walls, floors, all of that crap. The difference though is The Finals was built entirely around that destruction as like gameplay mechanic, right? And I don't know much about the Finals game. Okay, this is just what I found that's like similar to it. Now, Grand Theft Auto 6 is integrating a version of this, stuff, but it's within an immersive open world with so many other things going on. All, with like traffic, AI, missions, weather, NPCs, all this crap's going to be running together at the same time. So it's not like, our game is breakable glass the game. It's just one small thing, and it's going to be probably better than any other game before. So it's just pretty crazy to think about. I can't imagine the technical challenges, guys, with something like this, especially base PS5. I feel like Grand Theft Auto 6 has got to come out on the PS6. You know what I mean? And it will inevitably. They're going to triple dip their game. They're going to release on the PS5. And they could even quadruple dip if they were to do something like a digital release. You get it. Now our physicals are out. Come and get them. Now PS6 is out, or not even yet. Now, a year later, here's the PC version. Now the PS6 is out. Here's the PS6 version, new and enhanced. Fuck it. Go for 5 times. Can I say the F word? Go for 5 times. The 5th time, they'll just be like, you know what? It's been on the PS6, but now it's Grand Theft Auto 6 enhanced plus, stuff like that. So they're going to recoup their investment, and the product is going to be so good that it's just going to happen. Because look, even me, who doesn't really like Grand Theft Auto 5, even though now I'm going through it and I'm really enjoying it with the mods. Okay. It really was just the gameplay systems getting in the way for me. Okay. I didn't enjoy the gameplay systems. Now that I've fixed them, quote unquote, fixed them, made them something I like. And apparently a lot of other people wanted in the game too, because these mods have thousands of downloads, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands even. Now that I have that removed, I'm really enjoying the game. But even I, who was very critical of Grand Theft Auto 5, and if you've been watching my videos on my channel or listening to the podcast, I like to poke fun at Grand Theft Auto 5, even though it is a masterpiece in its own right, especially compared to like every EA game ever, especially, and really many, many other games. But what I'm saying is, I bought that game maybe 4 times, and I've never beaten it. So like, just think about that, and a game like Grand Theft Auto 6, I can only imagine how many times people are willing to buy that. Red Dead Redemption 2, when that came out, I got a PlayStation 4 just to play Red Dead Redemption 2. Beat it, sold the PlayStation 4 to make rent. Yeah, so, and Red Dead Redemption 2, which sucks because I wanted to hold on to the map, but I had to do what I had to do. So, and then, got it on PC and played through it and did my 360-hour playthrough like that. I think it was 360 hours. It was a long playthrough on the PC. It was awesome. And then at the very end of the game, I found out like you could do, gun tricks? That might have been an online only thing, but I was just like, damn it, one more reason to go back through it. But I've done Red Dead Redemption 2. Like I've done it so hard that I don't imagine I'll ever do another playthrough again because I played the hell out of it. And it was great, and I loved it. And I have a hard time beating games, not Rockstar games, except for 5. But hopefully that will change this time going through. We went off on a tangent there, but basically I just really wanted to lay it home that like they could triple dip, quadruple dip this stuff. And the reason that they would put little systems in there like that is because they want this to be the biggest, highest value product ever created for entertainment ever. This will be the pinnacle of gaming. This will be. So like when Cyberpunk 2077 was coming out and people were like, oh my God, Cyberpunk 2077, a lot of the hype, it was just a hype bubble. The Grand Theft Auto 6 hype, man, you can have that hype bubble and it could be legit because I think we have every reason to believe that they are capable of it not only meeting, but exceeding our wildest expectations with games like when San Andreas came out, when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out, when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, when the Grand Theft Auto Online came out, when Red Dead Redemption 1 came out, and when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out. They've blown us away every single time. They're going to do it again. And I don't think there's really much reason to think not, other than some people left, but it's too big to fail. But we'll see, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think this game is going to fail. Man, you see, if you give a mouse a cookie, right? You can give me procedural glass breaking at Rockstar being leaked, and I could just talk about whatever when it comes to this stuff. But I live and breathe this stuff. I love video games. I love Rockstar games. Huge fanboy. So I've had not you guys, but I've had people accuse me of being like a Rockstar paid employee. And I'm just like, dude, I wish. Especially and also accused of like NVIDIA paying me when I did my DLSS video, because I had kind of a different opinion of that than what kind of the common general collective consciousness was on that. So anyways, GTA 5, okay. Grand Theft Auto 5 actually had some pretty good glass for its time. Like I was saying earlier, like you could punch out a car window. The shards would even hit the ground. You could walk over them and there's an audible crunch, at least from what I've been seeing. And it was super satisfying. Even though they dumbed all the other things down, they did the glass justice. They did the glass right. But again, those systems were entirely animation driven, like I said earlier. Okay. And also it didn't like have a persistent memory in a meaningful way. So like you could break a window and come back to a fully respawned environment, stuff like that. That's every video game. That's just how it is, unless like the game depends on bodies being there. For instance, I just went through the first Resident Evil game, but it was remastered. So it's like the 2002 remake, and I went through the 2015 HD remaster of the 2002 remake. And in that, if a body was to fall on the ground, it would be there for virtually ever. And the reason, well, it's supposed to disappear, but if it didn't disappear, there's a reason for that. And that's because they can come back as bigger and powerful enemies later. That's persistence. When those things stay there, they don't go away. Metal Gear Solid, think about that. The bodies stay, for a very long time. You have to hide them. Even then, eventually those cells do reset. That is persistence. When I went through Red Dead Redemption 2 the last time, I had a persistence mod, which made it to where, you blow up a wagon, you go around a corner, you come back, it's still there. Like if I blew up a wagon on the way to Valentine, in testing, I wouldn't do this during role playing, but I blew up a wagon on the way into Valentine, came back out, after shooting up the town, and it was still there. And that's persistence. That's freaking cool. It makes it feel like you're actually in the world. The reason you don't see this a lot in video games is it's extremely demanding. So you have to have like a very powerful PC to do it. Okay. Consoles are not very capable when it comes to stuff like this. They try to optimize the ever-living crap out of stuff in games for consoles. And one of the first things to go is stuff like persistence, because it's just not that important in the scheme of things. But I think in Grand Theft Auto 6, you're going to see some more persistence. I mean, people are cracking the code with the PS6. It's been kind of PS6, PS5. Sorry, Grand Theft Auto 6, PS5, getting it mixed up. So forgive me if I've said gotten it mixed up. So the people have been kind of cracking the code with the PS5. Look at Crimson Desert's draw distance, for an example. It's pretty crazy. They're getting, I think they're figuring out. It has been a slow build up to that, but they're getting there. But anyways, so in Grand Theft Auto 5, the world would reset itself, objects, NPCs, debris, it would just go away, and things would reappear there, and it would just be as if you were never there. So there's not really any consequences to the physical state of the world. And Red Dead Redemption 2 pushed this a little further. The world did feel more durable and reactive. So like shoot a lantern, and then fire would spread, and it would be really cool. You would shoot near an NPC and they'd dive behind cover, stuff like that. And the world was just very reactive, snappy, and responsive to you. But even there, like glass physics were the pre-baked animation, stuff like that. They did a good job narratively, I think, of creating the illusion of things affecting things. Like, for instance, when you shot up Valentine for that mission, or when you fight the guy in the bar and you come back in and people comment on it. That is a good way of tricking the player into feeling like there's persistence in the world. You see what I'm saying? Stuff like that. To where you feel like you're basically just feeling like your actions have consequences, stuff like that. So what Grand Theft Auto 6 seems to be kind of doing differently here is one of the early leaks from 2025 mentioned that in Grand Theft Auto 6, if you destroy something and you leave an area, it doesn't automatically respawn like it did in Grand Theft Auto 5. So workers in game actually have to come fix it, stuff like that. I don't know about all that. We'll see. So businesses would have to recover, and that kind of persistence where your actions leave a mark on the world is big. You want like a super, super old school example of this? Go play the original 3D Grand Theft Autos. What happens when you shoot someone? They become a chalk drawing on the ground. It was a very interesting way of despawning them from the world, but still showing that, hey, there was a body here. And it was really cool. Really dark. Was that only Grand Theft Auto 3? Did they do that in Vice City? I don't remember. But this is the kind of stuff that makes, just things matter beyond more than visuals, because it directly ties into your experience with the game, how it feels, the gameplay, all that kind of stuff. And your immersion. First and foremost, that's the most important thing to Rockstar Games is your immersion with their product. And I hate calling it that, but it is a product, even if it is going to be a work of art at the same time. So yeah, anyways, hold on, I'm going to hit my vape. I see 30 minutes on my timer here. I'm not going to milk this though. If this is a short one, it's a short one. And I've only got 6 questions for you today. 6 questions for Grand Theft Auto 6, which also, I want the next podcast I do after this one to just be only questions. So please, guys, please, 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 if you're listening, load me up with questions. Just type question at the beginning of your comment and then put whatever. That's how I find the questions, is I have to control that. If I have so many comments to go through, I used to respond to every single one. It's just not possible anymore. And I don't heart the question stuff. Otherwise it disappears and I can't see it on the back end. So that's why I don't interact with you. If you put questions or if you put a shout out, that's why I don't interact with you, so I can find you later. So if you want a shout out or a question, shout outs are for videos, questions are for this type question. I want to get as many questions as possible and just to go through it and see if there's kind of like a common theme that we can find together through these questions, kind of like a collective will or something. I don't know. That sounds super communist or something. I don't know what I'm on about, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like just a general vibe where we're all at. Maybe we'll get kind of a general consensus on how everyone's feeling and things that they want in the game. And I think that would be the best way to respond to you guys, because it would be directly answering and looking into the stuff that you guys want. And maybe if you guys do that for me, I will come a little bit more prepared and actually do some research on your questions and not just answer them off the cuff, unless you want me to, you know. Anyways, GTA 6, this is when I would say something in like a video to be like, so GTA 6 is building an actual city, and like one that remembers what's happened to it, that kind of stuff. But we're in a podcast, so I'm not going to do that. But it's cool though, right? I think it's cool. I don't think it's going to be that deep as that guy's saying. I just don't know how you could do it. I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy, a naysayer. I just don't. A doubting Thomas. I don't know how you could do it. I just don't with the PS5 hardware, like that level of persistence. I hope I'm proven wrong. And, they could kind of do what I was talking about earlier, like how Red Dead Redemption kind of ties into the story to create the illusion of persistence. Which, damn, I'm talking like a million words a minute. It shows you that sometimes I just talk really fast. I don't even need the cuts. But anyways, what you could do instead is have a few brief things. So like, for example, if I blow up a specific truck, this is a dumb example, but we're going to use it. Just a specific thing that happens. Then there is some level of persistence that makes sense for that thing happening. And I then have the illusion and the immersion of actually having that impact on the world. You see what I'm saying? Rather than just like you go and shoot up the whole city and then there's thousands of bodies littering the city with thousands of windows shot out, with thousands of shards of glass, with all this burning police cars and smoke trails coming up above the city. We're not there yet. Okay. That will be when games enter like full AI mode. Okay. That's the only way that we could really do that, at least with modern technology. And even we can't do that with modern technology, or it would be in Grand Theft Auto 6. But that's the kind of stuff we're going to see. Okay. I don't think we're going to see what I said previously, because the best gaming computers on the market couldn't handle that for something like Grand Theft Auto 5. If you were to have that level of destruction, there has to be a limit to how much the game can load in at a single time. That's why when you shoot up a wall and you go shoot up another wall, the bullet holes disappear from that wall. Some games can handle more, depending on the hardware and how it's optimized. Some games can have more decals than others. Grand Theft Auto 5 and 4 have a surprising amount. I wish they had double the amount, but because you can just start to see them disappearing by the time you're ending a shootout. It'd be cool if like you just never saw them disappear. But also in Fallout 4, they had this really cool thing for the old, forget what it was. I had a GTX 970 card back when this technology was available, and I think it was only available for GTX, and it's not available for the RTX series cards, unfortunately, but it was so freaking cool. And it was like every time you shot something, you would have shards of debris come up, and it would just land and litter the world, and it would be like physically rendered. And it was just so freaking cool. And like, so like in a shootout, it just got all messy and chunks were shooting up everywhere. And it reminded me of like Saving Private Ryan, all the dirt and stuff shooting up. I don't know, it was really cool. So I hope to see a lot of that in Grand Theft Auto 6, because, a lot of the times in games when you shoot something and you see like an impact, first off, I feel like a lot of games are weak when it comes to that. And it's like, give me some impact. Like one of the things I mod into games is having bigger impacts when I shoot something. I don't care if it's realistic. Make it Michael Bay. In fact, in Fallout, when I get these impact effects, the mod is literally called Impact. I get the Michael Bay because I want what I'm doing to feel like it has actual weight when I'm doing it, even if it's not realistic. Some of you don't like that. Some of you do want your realistic size bullet holes, which aren't super cinematic. You shoot a car in real life and it's going to be kind of hard to see unless you get close. In movies, it's like, a big hole and then like surrounded with paint ripped off, that kind of thing. Very obvious and it looks cool. But, that's not real life. Why do we like destruction? Wow. Anyways, speaking of shooting cars and destruction, let's talk about vehicles. So there's been separate leaks, and stuff in the past. There's all sorts of leaks. So take everything with salt. No, nothing's real until you play the game, blah, blah, blah. But, crash physics, they're supposed to be far more detailed. I did see some of this in the leaks. It's very little what's in there, the actual gameplay footage, very little. But damage modeling, that's going to extend not only to the vehicle, but to the surroundings itself. So like you ram a car into a building, the building could warp a bit, So say you run into the guardrail or whatever on a highway, it could bend. Explosions, could interact with nearby objects. They have in the past, but more objects. And this is going to be kind of what really sells the whole next gen physics kind of thing going on here. It's just we don't need fully destructible environments for Grand Theft Auto 6. We just need a little bit more. We just need a little more to create that. If I'm in a parking garage and I'm shooting at pillars, the concrete should come off. And I should start to see the metal wire and stuff in there, stuff like that. But with roads, there's been stuff about destructible road elements. So not entire like roads, like basically caving in, but things like marks on the roads, certain surfaces from explosions, maybe like some sort of fake crater with like the parallaxing effects. Nothing's fully confirmed with that, but the pattern of what we've seen and what is confirmed does kind of point us in that direction. And there's decals in other Grand Theft Autos on the ground, I think, at least. I think there is in 5 and in 4. I could be tripping. I think in 4, right? And when an explosion goes off, there's a big black mark. So stuff like that. That's a decal. But also weather interactions. So Rage 9's engine, basically. Okay. And let me start over. Sorry. Do you guys ever talk so much you get lightheaded? That's what's happening right now. Because I'm going on my second podcast, so forgive me. Maybe I should ingest more nicotine. That's good for me, right? Okay. So we know from Rage 9 engine details that rain affects roads, traction, pedestrian behavior in real time, that kind of thing. It's really cool. I can't wait to mess with it. High winds, can knock objects over, stuff like that. Flooding can change coastal accessibility. It's not just going to be like cosmetic stuff. Like weather is going to have an actual effect physically on the world, and things are going to physically respond to it. So glass during a storm probably sounds and behaves differently than glass in still air. So this big hurricane thing, could things fly through windows and the glass shatters in really cool ways, And see, it's funny too, because we're talking about all this and you guys might be getting excited about it and being like, wow, this is going to be so cool. I can't wait. When the game comes out though, you're going to be so distracted playing the game. You're not going to realize that these systems are in it. You're just going to feel so immersed in the world, and it's because it's these small details that make up the games. Because some of these details I've even nerded out about in the past and still to this day nerd out about for Grand Theft Auto 6 are details that are already in Grand Theft Auto games. Just, not to that next level. But I think it's funny because I'm going back through Grand Theft Auto 5 now and I'm like, oh, wow, this is actually extremely advanced. And I got to remember, I'm playing the Legacy version, by the way. This is the 2013 game. Granted, it did go through like an enhancement overhaul, not Grand Theft Auto 5 Enhanced. Grand Theft Auto did have like an overhaul thing when it got on PC to look a lot nicer and stuff, which it's kind of crazy looking at the 360 now and seeing what it looked like back then. But what I'm trying to say is the stuff hasn't changed. Like they didn't change the physics for the PC and stuff. Mods had to do that for me. But what is crazy is the level of detail that was already there so long ago now. Because here we are 13 years later. Think about it. The year turns 2000, Y2K, all that stuff. 9/11 happens. 13 years go by. Okay, from 2000. That's Grand Theft Auto 5. We did that again. We've gone through that whole cycle again. And here's Grand Theft Auto 6. 13 years, guys. 13 years of time to improve this. And they went all out with Red Dead Redemption 2. But Red Dead Redemption, if you remember, was kind of like it is its own game in its own right. And it's a freaking masterpiece. And Red Dead Redemption 2 is arguably the best game of all time. Yeah. But in some ways, Red Dead Redemption is kind of a test bed for what's going to work in Grand Theft Auto 6 or the next Grand Theft Auto in general. Because think about Grand Theft Auto 4, then they had Red Dead Redemption, and then you play Grand Theft Auto 5, and it plays a lot like Red Dead Redemption, the first one, and mainly Max Payne. Just without the cool bullet time things, which you can mod into the game, and I did. Because hell, even Max Payne's suit is like what Michael wears in Grand Theft Auto 5. I mean, they went all in with... Michael's basically Max Payne in Grand Theft Auto 5. So... it's pretty insane. Okay. It's pretty crazy, the leap.
that we've seen. And y'all, and I mean, did Strauss Zelnick say this? Was he the one who said the difference between, this game and Grand Theft Auto 5 is going to be bigger than the leap between, the quote. I'm just saying that the graphics leap here, he said it's bigger between Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 5, right? Those two games. And just think about that. Jesus Christ. So this game, what you see in the trailers, y'all, I've had my doubting Thomases in the comments be like, man, this ain't gameplay, it's cinematics. Some of it's gameplay, y'all. It is. And they said that, running on a PlayStation 5. And it just looks too good to be true. The thing is, though, with Rockstar is it's not always too good to be true. Sometimes, I mean, it's legit with them. Other companies can't deliver this. They can. I sound like I'm going into a closing, but we still have more to talk about. So, sort of. So is GTA 6 building a world that's going to react to everything, or just, a pretty backdrop like Ubisoft or, and I hate to say that because Ubisoft, man, some of their early games were great. But I think the evidence points to it just being a world that reacts to you, within reason, within, whatever works on the base PS5 and the hardware, they got to work with it. But, it's something people do ask and worry about a little bit. Worry is a big word for this, but Cyberpunk 2077 looks beautiful. It's awesome. I love the game. Okay. It's great. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Top 100, maybe even top 10, top 15. Top 20. Okay. It's a phenomenal game. I love it. But a lot of it is just pretty backdrop stuff. Okay. And it's like that because it's trying to basically make it feel like you're inside some sort of, dystopian Blade Runner, cyberpunk. Well, it is cyberpunk, but a movie. It's set dressing. I think it's okay for Cyberpunk to have that. Mafia 2 does that. The first Mafia does that. Mafia Definitive Edition. Go play that if you want a good example. LA Noire, which was made by Rockstar Games, sort of. I think, would they publish it? It was made by someone else. I think they closed the studio anyway. Great game. I need to go back through it. But what I'm trying to say is sometimes games can be open world games, and it makes sense for them to be open world games, but they're not really meant to be open world games. They're meant to be open world in the sense that when you do things, you just have a lot more freedom and it doesn't feel linear. Okay. Mafia 2 did an excellent job. My God, that is in the top 20 for sure. Excellent game. Cyberpunk is closer to that than it is like a full-blown Red Dead Redemption 2, Grand Theft Auto. Hell, you could throw Skyrim in there too, just because it's got the go anywhere, do anything kind of shtick or thing, selling point. So, yeah, and I think it's pretty damn obvious to all of you guys that this is going to be the most immersive, incredible, detail-rich open world game ever. And there's no reason not to think so at this point. I mean, we have every reason to believe that. This isn't us overhyping it. It's just what we've been told to believe. From, Rockstar, from what's visible, from the leaks. So if it doesn't meet those expectations, I think you totally have the right to be disappointed in the product, especially because, the amount of money they're expected to make off this game. This isn't like some indie dev, making this kind of stuff. This is freaking Rockstar Games. So, I mean, these windows, man, all this came from glass. We're getting very profound talking about glass. But yeah, you break a store window procedurally, that glass is going to shatter in a unique way. Nearby NPCs, they're going to react to the sound of breaking glass. Police are going to register the disturbance. You're going to have a timer for those police getting there. Broken windows going to stay broken. People are going to eventually, allegedly, come to repair it. Think of that. That's a chain of events where like each system feeds into the next. If you've watched my videos, you know what I'm talking about. That's like different video topics all working in tandem together there, right? And that is just perfect gameplay synergy. That's when your game has reached mastercraft levels. And these guys, man, I'm just glazing Rockstar. This is the glazing Rockstar section of the podcast. These guys are Santa's workshop of video games. There's just no other way to put it. And their gameplay systems are going to work together buttery smooth, and it's going to be awesome. And I think every game has been, except for Grand Theft Auto 5, in some aspects, okay? Now, they were limited by the hardware, and their ambition was so big. So it's not fair of me to say that, that in some ways, So I'll just say in every way, each game that they've created has been a step forward. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be a sprint forward, like a huge step forward for Rockstar Games. And it's going to change them as we know it.
And they're not going to be the same after this. This is going to be big. This is going to be biblical. This will be the biggest video game release of all time, and we will never, ever see, the past again, like, which sounds obvious, but guys, it's going to change so much about the gaming world. You'll see. We're all going to see it together. It's going to be that big. It's going to be that awesome. It's going to have such an impact that video game companies all around you, everything, it's going to change the game. No pun intended. All the games you love that aren't Grand Theft Auto and that aren't made by Rockstar are going to be challenged to do better. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is like, it's literally not even, oh my God, we're getting all of this from Glass. But I'm saying that, like, just think about it, man. The fact that this game is even going to exist is going to just push the whole gaming industry forward. It's like Rockstar Games is like the squad leader. And it's like, come on, man, taking charge in the battlefield or something. I don't know. It's cool. I'm yapping a lot. You got to admit, I did, what is it? I'm at 46:37, and then some of the beginning will probably be cut off because that's me like hitting record and being like, all right, I'm recording. Are we synced? So anyways, I think I did pretty good talking about some Glass from like a sentence. Okay. That's like expert level Grand Theft Auto 6 YouTuber stuff. Okay. So why does Grand Theft Auto 6's story matter more than ever? Well, I mean, we're talking about a game that went from like a simple top-down crime game. Just think about the first original Grand Theft Auto game. A lot of you out there have probably not even played it. And if you haven't, you should, at least, I'm not saying you got to beat it, but you should try to give it a shot just to see where we've gone. It's insane. I've played every single Grand Theft Auto game, and I grew up with those top-down shooters. I grew up with those top-down, Grand Theft Autos, and that's all we knew. And I remember, when we were passing around the controller, me and all the kids that were sharing the console, we were talking to each other and being like, man, one day, what if this is like, the camera is down there behind the guy? Or like, what if we could, talking like that? Because I think around the time we were also playing the first Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy VII, all that kind of stuff. So we were talking about, what if it could be like that? What if the graphics could be as good as Metal Gear Solid? And it's just blown me away, because since the first Grand Theft Auto game, Grand Theft Auto was never really known for having good graphics ever, back then. The first two Grand Theft Autos for certain, Grand Theft Auto London, and then Grand Theft Auto 3, even when that came out, yeah, it was like, whoa, it's 3D now. But when that came out, the graphics weren't really considered incredible by any means. I mean, you got to remember in 2001, the same year it came out, Metal Gear Solid 2 came out, and that game looks freaking incredible. So the graphics have always left a lot to be desired. And I remember thinking that too when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas came out. I know we're going on kind of a graphics tangent here, but it just blows me away. And you'll see how we're going to tie this in. But the graphics, just over the years have gotten better and better. I think the first Grand Theft Auto, and I mean, it's pretty obvious which one is the first one that really blew everything out of the water, was Grand Theft Auto 4. I remember seeing the trailers and everything for it and was just so stunned. Oh man, I could not wait for that game to release. I watched all the ads. I watched all of the, little trailers they were putting out. They had a website and you could kind of explore Liberty City a little bit. They had a police recruitment video that you could watch. And I watched that, and banging on trash can lids for an hour, just all these things. And I thought they were going to be big instrumental parts of the world and the game. And they weren't, they're just in the background. But they did a very good job of really building a world that we were about to experience, about to really drink in. And really what sold me on Grand Theft Auto 4 wasn't really just the graphics. I mean, yeah, the graphics were stunning and beautiful, but it was watching bullet holes go through glass in one of the trailers, and also seeing how there was a glow around the muzzle flash when shooting. The shooting looked so much better. It was leaps and bounds ahead of anything we'd ever experienced before in the Grand Theft Auto world. And also, of course, those sweet, sexy Euphoria physics. But all of that aside, graphics and all that aside, the number one thing that stood out to me the most was where the tone was going, what was shifting. The story seemed like it was going to get dark. And you see, so there we go, segue. There's a parallel for you. As the graphics and all that has gotten better, as Grand Theft Auto has just gotten better and better, they have taken the story more and more seriously. I mean, think about it. In Grand Theft Auto 3, he plays Claude again. You plays him, I think, in 2. I think he plays him in 1 and 2. I could be wrong about that. I think in 1, you choose which character you're going to play as, and in 2, you're Claude. In Grand Theft Auto 3, he's a silent protagonist.
It's Skyrim without the text options or anything like that. He's kind of just a crazy sociopath, which makes sense given that there had been no one before who'd ever made a game like this. You're going to have a silent sociopath dude go and just do all this crazy, horrible stuff. But also, that aside, it really just kind of allowed the player to kind of paint themselves into the shoes of Claude. Claude was never really supposed to be some well thought out, figured out, realized character ever. That came later. And the first game that did that was Vice City with, Ray Liotta voicing Tommy Vercetti. And then Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, with CJ, that they went for a whole 90s gangland crime opera with that one. And it was spectacular. San Andreas is a great game, but Grand Theft Auto 4, that's when they were like, you know what? Let's get dead serious. Let's start to bring the tone, make it dark. I mean, think about that scene when Nico's sitting there at Mikhail Faustin's house talking to his wife while he's waiting on him, talking about there was like all these kids in a village, each with their throats cut and their hands cut off, all against a church wall. And the lady, she had just previously asked him about, don't you worry about your soul? And he's like, when you see something like that, you realize the creature who could do that doesn't have a soul. And it's like, wow. So Grand Theft Auto 4 was filled with a bunch of stuff like that, and then a bunch of drunken Roman hijinks. It was a really good blend. And I loved it. Grand Theft Auto 5, I mean, I've not really made it a mystery. It's not my favorite Grand Theft Auto game. I recently got a Steam Deck. I am going to go through it and give it my all and just play it all the way through to the very end. If I said I've beaten every Grand Theft Auto, I need to start over. I've played every single Grand Theft Auto game, but I have not beaten 5. So I know how it ends. I've seen it. I know the story, but I haven't personally gone through it and done it myself. Every time I start it, I get to a certain point and just kind of stop. But maybe I can mod it. But I'm thinking about modding it and enjoying it the way that I want to. So Grand Theft Auto 5, it did something really cool. Grand Theft Auto 5 wanted to be some big, awesome crime cinematic experience, but it had more of like a Michael Bay flair, but also like the movie Heat. If you haven't seen Heat, go watch Heat. You'll see so many Grand Theft Auto 5 heist inspiration in that movie. There's a lot of Grand Theft Auto 5 that was taken out of Heat and other movies. And Rockstar, they do this with like all of their games. So it's not really a big surprise, right? So anyways, go and watch Heat. Heat's great. It's got Al Pacino and Robert De Niro going head to head. What more could you want, man? So anyways, Grand Theft Auto 5, it was great. And I feel like we also kind of have to talk about Red Dead 1 and 2. I feel like that's just kind of part of the whole package. I mean, sure, we could bring up Bully and Manhunt and all that, but Red Dead 2, man. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 1, that came out in 2010, 2 years after Grand Theft Auto 4. And good Lord, that story, it was so good. It was so freaking awesome. I'd said it was my favorite game until I played Red Dead Redemption 2. And I was like, you know what? I can't even choose anymore. They're both the same game. It's just, they are, it's just a continuation. So that just Red Dead Redemption, all of it is just like my favorite. Second only to the Metal Gear Solid series, but that's a whole nother topic. But anyways, after the writing of all of that, Grand Theft Auto 6 has big shoes to fill because, they've innovated each and every time. I'd say even with 5, while it's not my personal favorite, and I feel like some things maybe went a little bit backwards with the plot and everything, I realize that that's just my opinion. Not everyone agrees with me. A lot of you out there probably love Grand Theft Auto 5 way more than 4, and that's totally fine. Art is subjective, and I recognize Grand Theft Auto 5 as art because I believe video games are an art form. The stuff Rockstar puts out is art as well as a product, but movies, music, all that, it's products as well. But Grand Theft Auto 5, it did expand and go bolder by introducing the 3 protagonist system. Now, whether you think that worked out or not narratively, hey, that's for you to decide. And I've got my own personal opinions about that. But I think that was a really unique and interesting challenge that Rockstar tried to tackle. And again, whether or not they succeeded, it's up to you. All right, so we've kind of covered the history here. The Grand Theft Auto games we've kind of looked at it. And something that all of those games have in common is Dan Houser being there. That's the big elephant in the room with Grand Theft Auto 6 as far as writing is concerned, right? I mean, it is. Grand Theft Auto 6 is the first mainline entry without Dan Houser as lead writer. It's been over 20 years. That dude has shaped the series. I mean, his DNA is all over it. That sounds weird, but you know what I mean. And it's really cool. I mean, him and Sam, they go way back, right? Sam and Dan Houser. Of course, they go way back, right? The Housers. But they grew up in London, heavily influenced by crime cinema and, of course, our culture here in the United States, American pop culture. It's kind of everywhere. You can't really escape it, right? When the first Grand Theft Auto came out, before they were even Rockstar, I think it was DMA Design, there was a Cops and Robbers game that they were in the process of making, and Sam pushed it towards playing as a criminal instead. He said, you know what? It's more fun when we're testing this game to be the one who's being chased. It's much more fun. So let's flip this on its head, and boom,
You got the original Grand Theft Auto out of that. And so Dan Houser, he got his first writing credit actually on Grand Theft Auto London in 1969. And obviously those games were hits. The media absolutely hated them. The conservative, American media, it sold the game. And they knew that. They knew that it would sell the game. And they acted very much like rock stars. And I talk a bit about that in my video on like what happened to the old rock star, that kind of thing. Whatever clickbaity BS title I made. But, it talked about, did Rockstar lose their identity, all that kind of stuff. And back then, they had kind of a Rockstar vibe to them and approach to their games. But, it could have just been they were younger. I don't know. And all good things ultimately come to an end, right? And I'm hoping that's not the case now with Grand Theft Auto 6. But, Dan Houser leaving the company, all good things come to an end, right? And so the first Grand Theft Auto released November 28th, 1997. But in 1998, Rockstar Games is officially founded. So no longer are they DMA Design or whatever. And the Housers, they've got full total creative control. So then we get Grand Theft Auto 2, the London expansions, and everything else since. But at the time, like we were kind of talking about earlier, there wasn't really a lot of writing to go off of in those early Grand Theft Autos. You got to remember, their teams were a lot smaller back then. So they weren't really writing these games. I mean, they were writing and they had characters and stuff, but it felt more like they were like, what if we could throw this character in and he's based off of this guy from this movie, and they were having fun with it, which is why I think those are still worth going back and experiencing, even if they do feel archaic by today's standards, because they've just blown them out of the water, which would be really funny if, if we go to Grand Theft Auto 6 and they've been fooling us the whole time and ends up being a 2D top-down game, the same as 1 and 2, but just with terrible writing. Not terrible, but the OG writing to where there's not really any. But anyways, it wasn't really about the writing back in the 90s. It was about the vibe. It was about the tone. And I think a lot of the late 90s games on the PlayStation, especially, even Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, even all of it, they were very much inspired by the vibe, the tone. Metal Gear Solid 1, you look at that, it's dark. Think of Shadow Moses. If you've never played Metal Gear Solid, oh my gosh, I envy you. You get to experience it for the first time and all of its weirdness. Metal Gear Solid 1 is incredible, and it is a moody, perfect, tight action masterpiece. Yeah, action. I know the goal is to sneak around. There's a lot of action and stuff. Think about Dino Crisis. Any of you play Dino Crisis? Think about Resident Evil. Think about that, what was it? There's this 2D platformer game. You're this kid with a laser gun. His dog gets stolen at the beginning. You have to go looking for him. And it was a kid's game, but this kid would like die brutal deaths. I think it was called Heart of Darkness or something like that. It was hard. I could not beat it. I just kept getting eaten and watching that kid get his bones broken and he was getting ripped in half. It was a brutal game for a kid's game. Absolutely brutal and creepy, but a really good game. So there's, it was about the vibe back then, not really so much the plot. I mean, Final Fantasy VII, I'm sure, has an incredible plot. I don't think I beat that back in the day. I haven't played many of the Final Fantasies. So sure, there was a lot of games is what I'm saying that were prioritizing story. And from me just saying this out loud, it seems like that was mainly the Japanese game development stuff with Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy and stuff like that. But in America, it's about the vibe. And then, early 2000s, 3D. Finally, we can run around in 3D worlds with the PlayStation 2. And man, if you weren't there for that, the leap from the first PlayStation to the PlayStation 2 was just absolutely outstanding. Like it just blew everybody away. It's funny now because I have this vivid memory of being in a GameStop when the PS3 came out, and this dude in a gray hoodie, he was playing whatever basketball game they were showing off in the GameStop there, and he's like, man, this looks like real life, man. And I looked over and I was like, yeah, it does. As more and more time went on, I remember going into GameStop to play on those little test consoles that they would have in there because I didn't own the console yet. And then one day I overheard a guy saying to his girlfriend, like, man, this doesn't look real. And I was just like, dude, come on. Obviously it looks real. It's funny how far graphics have come. This is a memory within a memory thing, right? Because I'm remembering these things because before that, I remember having that. You ever get something like that to where you hear someone say something and it reminds you of another time and then you remember that person saying that? Okay, anyways, I'm sorry. We're getting like Inception levels with this. The reason I'm saying that is because I remember there was a time when the PS2 came out and kids at school were like, bro, it looks like real life, dog. Play the Spider-Man game. And to be honest, the Spider-Man game, I think the graphics are still good to this day. But Grand Theft Auto 3, not so much. It was cool being able to go anywhere, do anything. That's how we kind of all looked at it back then. You can't really go anywhere and do everything, but you could do a lot more than you could in pretty much any other game before that. And of course, it all grew from there. And the key people who worked on Grand Theft Auto 3 were Dan Houser, James Worrell, Leslie Benzies, the genius behind Mind's Eye. So, and Leslie Benzies, he was the producer. The Dan Houser and James Worrell were the the writers of Grand Theft Auto 3, the key writers. Like I said earlier, they were a small team at DMA or Rockstar North. That's officially what they became, was Rockstar North. So Rockstar North is the OG studio. Some of you might not know that, which is weird to think about, but you don't know what you don't know. And Grand Theft Auto 3, so the first 2 Grand Theft Autos and the London expansions, whatever, they did well. Maybe not the London stuff, but the first 2 Grand Theft Autos, they did pretty dang well, but not well as you think of it today, right? So Grand Theft Auto 3, they were not expecting it to do what it did. And that was the big slam dunk. Grand Theft Auto 3 blew everything out of the water. And it wasn't because of the writing. It was because of the freedom and the crime and everything you associate Grand Theft Auto getting all of the bad press for. It started with Grand Theft Auto 3 until, eventually the hot coffee mod with Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Around that time, it sucked because I remember Metal Gear Solid 2 and Grand Theft Auto 3, they both had to be delayed, or at least changed. I don't know if 2 was delayed, but Grand Theft Auto 3 did have to be delayed because of certain missions in it. And I know it sounds like stupid and insensitive to be like, unfortunately, this game was delayed because this horrible thing happened, but I shouldn't have said it like that. Unfortunately, this just happened. It was 2001, 9/11, right? There was a lot of stuff that happened in Grand Theft Auto 3, or there was a mission or two. I think there was a guy who was a insurgent kind of guy who you worked for and did bombing missions and stuff like that with. So they stripped that out. There was also going to be planes, but they clipped the wings of the plane literally, and you had the dodo. So that way they knew players were going to be doing some evil stuff. And so they probably figured players were going to be flying planes into buildings. So thank God, I guess, for them that they didn't leave that stuff in and then just get murdered in the press for being tasteless. And, so that I think that also shows that, while, Rockstar's always been a commentary, making fun of stuff, mocking American culture, all that kind of stuff, and good fun and all that, they still have taste and aren't completely tone deaf. You know what I'm saying? There's really not much else to say about Grand Theft Auto 3, other than I think some of the DNA is seen in Grand Theft Auto 6 with Claude and was it Catalina? Here I go again, getting her name mixed up. It looks like the whole Jason and Lucia thing is some of the roots from Grand Theft Auto 3 are in that relationship, where I'm speculating that Lucia is going to be kind of trying to drag Jason back into this life of crime, and he's going to be kind of I'm not sure, you got an ankle bracelet, but you're hot, and you know how it goes. And Catalina, whatever, was a really bad influence on Claude, obviously. But again, Claude wasn't the greatest guy ever. I'm not saying Jason is. We don't really know too much about him yet. So anyways, I digress. That's pretty much Grand Theft Auto 3 in a nutshell as far as covering that. Then we got to Vice City. And man, Vice City. There was a time where a game could come out in 2001 and you could get another game in 2002. Think about that. Those days are over. And then after 2002, you wait 2 years, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Not crazy? 4 years, Grand Theft Auto 4. 5 years, Grand Theft Auto 5. You could see the gap getting bigger and bigger. Grand Theft Auto 4 will be old enough to enlist by the time Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. That just blows me away, man. Wow. Some of you might be the same age as the game. That's crazy to think about. Some of you may have just turned 18 and maybe you're serving the country yourself. Well, Grand Theft Auto 4 is going to be right there with you sooner or later. Tangent. Okay. Sorry about that. But Vice City. That's what we're talking about here is Vice City. It was super fast production, super fast turnaround. Like I said, they did it in a year. Of course, there was heavy inspiration from Scarface, Miami Vice, crime cinema. So Vice City is when we really start seeing them try to kind of be like, you know what, let's make a crime game. Let's a crime movie drama game. We did Grand Theft Auto 3. We have all the tools and assets. Let's just change them up a bit. They did more than that, but they had the tools for a 3D Grand Theft Auto. They're like, let's just take that, work within that engine, work within that, and make a story in there, because Grand Theft Auto 3 didn't really have much of a story. Let's make something like a rags to riches crime lord story. And they freaking did it. It's great. Vice City is still fun. Vice City is still worth playing. The voice acting's great. It's not the most gripping, compelling story ever, but as far as a rags to riches story, it's outstanding. You have Laszlo in there on V-Rock. Then you have Ken Rosenberg, who's Tommy Vercetti's lawyer. You have, of course, Tommy Vercetti, Ray Liotta. So many memorable characters on top of that, especially with Lance Vance, and just all sorts of outstanding performances from everyone. Even Danny Trejo, he was in it. You could tell that they kind of had to cut some of his lines and stuff just by how he's talking to you later in the game. You know what I'm talking about if you played the game. If you haven't,
it's still worth playing. The gameplay is clunky, but it is really fun. I think all of the Grand Theft Autos are worth playing. I'm going to be honest. I think every single one is worth playing once. Maybe not worth beating once, but worth at least starting it until you get bored. Just go check it out. This was kind of their big turning point where they're like, you know what? Let's see what we can do. And this is still kind of in their hunger years, right? Like, yeah, they're making so much money and they're blowing up, but they're not at their peak yet, right? I think it's going to be hard for them to get further than they are already, especially with something like Grand Theft Auto 6. I would say that we're probably at the peak. So they're still coming up here. They're still hungry. They still got a lot to do, a lot of stories to tell. And this is the first time they're actually telling one. And Vice City, I talked a little bit earlier about how in the late 90s, and especially in Grand Theft Auto 3, it was all about tone. It was all about the vibe, right? Vice City came out swinging and hit you in the face with a baseball bat with that vibe and tone. It just oozes that 80s tone. I think that's probably the most memorable thing about the game for most people is the vibe of Vice City. There's a vibe to it that not many games could touch. And on top of that, it had some writing, It's a pretty straightforward plot. I mean, Tommy Vercetti, he gets sent out to Vice City and there's a deal gone wrong. And I think basically, Sonny, kind of the mafia boss guy who Tommy Vercetti works for, they just got, he just got out of prison and they're going to send him down there, cut him loose, see what he can do. And then we go down there, we pay him a visit. So let's go down there, see what he can kind of set up. And we'll go down there and get our interests in the city vested. Basically, the wells run dry up here in Liberty City. It's time to start expanding into, Miami, Vice City, which was kind of a cool setup. And they do it real quick. And then there's a deal gone wrong. Sonny's like, where's my money? And all of a sudden, Tommy Vercetti, now he's got to do a bunch of favors basically for people to make the money. And then eventually the game just stops doing that. And you just have to start making businesses. And by make businesses, I mean, do a bunch of side quest kind of stuff. The game does get very stagnant there at the end. I think that's when you can kind of tell it's rushed. But the intro and I think the whole first third of the game is absolutely incredible. They knocked it out of the park. And the ending, it's great. You end up with the big Scarface mansion. Everything's okay. Tommy Vercetti's walking around with Ken Rosenberg, and it's like, we've got a big, bright future ahead of us, that kind of whole thing. Of course, Lance Vance betrays him, and yeah, it was great. The vibes were great. And then Vice City Stories was good too. I don't remember too much of it because I haven't played it since it came out, and that was it. I played it, beat it, was done with it. Don't remember anything about it other than Lance Vance, you play as his brother, and his brother is not in Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and that Vice City Stories takes place in 1984. But I do remember that people praised it for its writing, open world stuff. And what I do remember about it is the business system. And I remember that was really freaking cool. They knocked it out of the park with that. Anyways, Vice City, it was huge. It not only had the vibe and the tone, but it had it more than it ever had before for a Grand Theft Auto game. And it also had a story for once. It actually had something worth listening to, worth watching, worth engaging in. A cool world. But then what's coming next. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, the big one. The one to this day, people are still like, oh, it's mid, bro. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas did it better. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas did a lot of things better. It did. Obviously, there's been improvements since. There have been. But that's just when they went, you know what? We got the graphics. Let's figure out, let's make it feel like you're going through a state. And I think people are the most creative when they're limited. And they were limited with Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And they gave us 3 cities. And it still feels bigger than any Grand Theft Auto that's ever come out, ever. You feel like you are going through an entire state. You feel like you are traversing an entire state, the entire game. And that's because cleverly, how they do it, where you're moving around the map in a clockwise manner. Not only that, but they're doing it to where, okay, you're here for this part of the story. Now this big dramatic event happens. You wake up in the woods and you got to do stuff in the woods. You could go back to Los Santos. I didn't know that you could as a kid. I think unless you have to for some, I don't remember you having to, but I thought I can't go back there. The police are after me or something like that. It was something dumb, but I thought you can go back there. And so I just naturally moved with the story. And I kept thinking that every place I moved to, well, there's no going back. There's no way back. The only way is forward. Little did I know, but it felt that way. And it was the first time that they went for a story as big as they did, because now you want to talk about a game that oozes tone. I think Vice City is still, the peak with that. But if you wanted to take the early 90s, gang culture kind of stuff out of LA and make a video game out of it, there's no other game like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I think it perfectly captures people's romanticized and cinematic interpretation of that time period. And it's really freaking cool. And it blew me away. The biggest complaint that kids had at school were, well, I'm not going to say it, but I think you could guess. Kids were
I grew up in Texas, so I didn't have a problem with that. But you know how kids are. So they want to spend too much time talking about that. I think that was a stupid reason. I'm like, dude, you're an idiot. Well, they can't tell the kind of story you're telling. I might cut this part out. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm on about. But CJ, okay, so Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was the first game that gave us a story that starts kind of pulling on the heartstrings a bit. San Andreas starts off, and was it like 5 years on the East Coast? It was time to come home. CJ immediately get that line. He's got such a vibe, man. He's cool. CJ's cool. He's a really cool guy. I like Tommy Vercetti. I thought he was really cool, but CJ I thought was even cooler. Even though he's like all skinny and stuff at the beginning, he does, I can't really talk, but he does eventually get swole if you do it, which is something I love about San Andreas. I love all the RPG features of San Andreas, and I want to see them back. That was the first Grand Theft Auto where I felt like I could wake up, go out, do something in the world. No one has to die. No one has to get shot. Nothing has to blow up. I could go out, do these things, but the threat was there. We're in Los Santos. So it was like, you got to stay strapped or get clapped, but then, maybe a little bit of violence at the end of the day. Go bust up the guys that stand with their hands down by their groin and have their legs out, because they were the drug dealers. So I think they carried about $2,000 on them. So I'd go hit them, and then I would go do the robbery missions at night. But I don't know. It was the first like day in the life kind of Grand Theft Auto, and Grand Theft Auto 4 did that even better. And I love that so much about it. 5 kind of went back, and that's why, I am the way I am. But in San Andreas, we go to CJ's house, and his mom is gone. Mom's dead. Big Smoke's there. We're going to find the fools who did this. We're going to find them. And I don't remember if there was kind of like a spoilery thing that kind of gave some backstory to all this before the game out, or if that came later on some bonus disc. To those of you out there who know what I'm talking about, well, you obviously know what I'm talking about. But now we have a character we care about, and a family we care about, and we have betrayal with Big Smoke and everything like that. And, Dan Houser, James Worrell, and DJ Pooh were kind of like the key people for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And DJ Pooh, he's a former gang member, producer, and co-writer of Friday, which I think is important. A lot of that, if you've seen the Friday films, a lot of that vibe is in there, and I think they needed that, because these are a bunch of blokes from, the UK. You're going to tell this story about California, especially with kind of, I feel like this is a little bit more of a sensitive topic than maybe anything they'd touched before. I think that it was smart of them to do that. Bring someone who's there, add some authenticity to it. And DJ Pooh actually helped ground that depiction of 90s gang culture a lot. He had a lot of influence on casting choices as well, like Young Melee, MC, I'm so sorry, Ait, and then, Ait. I've been spelling it wrong this whole time. And then Julio G, So if I pronounce those names wrong, I'm so sorry. But, San Andreas, it was, of course, scaled up massively. Like I said, 3 cities, a huge story, satire, and then surprisingly serious stuff. There was family. It just had it all. And it had the highs, it had the lows. It's going to make you laugh. And same things that make us laugh, make us cry. It had all of it, man. And Grand Theft Auto 4, I feel like while they had to cut back a lot gameplay wise, they did narratively swing harder, taking that inspiration from how they did San Andreas, but going more grounded. But man, if you didn't play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas when it came out in 2004, I'm so sorry. You just had to have been there for it, man. It was, there's a lot of things like that. And I'm sure when you play Grand Theft Auto 6, that you're going to be saying that to whoever else. Or if you played Red Dead Redemption 2, you've got your own story to say that to somebody else about. But really, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas blew us out of the freaking water. And it was a massive cultural hit. Not only that, but after just those 3 hits back to back to back, Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and then Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, there was really no stopping Rockstar at that point. They were basically just a money printing machine. So you could see here that it's been the same people up to this point, writing all these games, and we're still on the come up here. But, they did bring DJ Pooh in, and DJ Pooh kind of brought the writing from like a British parody of America to something that felt more lived in and like a tale from that world. And I think that's why Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was such a massive cultural impact in the United States, is because it had that authenticity to it. It wasn't some guys across the pond poking fun at that. I feel like that would have been kind of cheap for the subject matter it was handling. I feel like if you're going to talk about, gang stuff, you're going to talk about black culture, you're going to talk about all that, you needed someone from the source, someone who's lived it. And they did a good job, because they weren't really, there was some movies they were basing it off of, sure, But a lot of what that culture is based on is the culture itself, where Grand Theft Auto Vice City is based heavily off like films that are a reflection of the 80s and stuff like that, and the vibe of the 80s. Grand Theft Auto 3 is just like, New York, dark, grimy, crimey. Let's make a game set in the 2000s that feels like it takes place in 1970s New York. San Andreas, they had to kind of go to the source, so to speak. So I'm gonna stop lingering on it there. But yeah, I think they knocked it out of the park with San Andreas. I think pretty much everyone would agree with that, unless any of you want to speak up and who hated San Andreas, you can leave it down in the comments. But yeah, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, it's been the same peeps right up until now. We had DJ Pooh. Let's move on to a game I haven't really talked about that much, Grand Theft Auto 4. So Grand Theft Auto 4 is when they officially, and yeah, I'm not covering like the Grand Theft Auto stories and all that stuff. Obviously, they had their hands in all of that and writing all of that. I'm talking about the main entries in the series, mainline entries. We're done with the 3D era of Rockstar. And if you didn't know, Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2 and London, they're in their own universe. And in those games, you can even go to Liberty City, Vice City, and San Andreas. You can go to all three of these places. But in the 3D universe, that was started with Grand Theft Auto 3. You had Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, San Andreas, Liberty City stories, and Vice City stories. Also in that universe that a lot of people don't know about, you have Bully, you have Manhunt, and you have Manhunt 2. And some other games as well. And it's pretty interesting because in Bully, there's mentions of, Mercer City? I forget. But the city in Manhunt. But yeah, all of those, I think it's Carcer, but all of them are in the same universe, which is really cool. So while you're running around as Jimmy Hopkins, someone's getting got in a Grand Theft Auto universe, because they're in the same world. But anyways, that's all gone now with Grand Theft Auto 4. Now we are into the HD era, and that's where we've been since. And so far, we've gotten 2 games. So yeah, the 3D era, man, a lot of games in a short amount of time, and it felt like its own complete package. It was absolutely incredible. Grand Theft Auto 4, I love it. I mean, it's a dark immigrant story. You got Nico. I'm not sure what he is. I know he's not Russian. He says that in the game. Obviously, he's not Russian, but he fought in like the Yugoslav wars. He comes to the United States, and you got Roman. Man, the intro music alone. Okay, all of them. I know people, this is controversial. I know a lot of people are like, San Andreas has the best music. No, man, Grand Theft Auto 4, hands down. That intro with the music, come on. And again, the game oozes tone. There is a vibe to Grand Theft Auto 4 that is still in my soul. It is this dark, gloomy vibe, and I love it. And I existed in that world for so long, in a very moody part in my life, which if you're tracking how I'm talking about these things, you could probably guess my age. I had a very emotional experience with Grand Theft Auto 4, and I loved it. And yeah, you get off the boat, and it is, I mean, the game hits you in the face the second you turn it on with comedy. Daddy's back again, bitches. The captain's trapped doing some BDSM stuff, getting beat or whipped or whatever. And you find out later that he actually died there, which is creepy, right? You don't know that unless I think you hear it on the news or someone tells you about it. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But the game starts out, it's funny. And then immediately you got your buddy being like, yo, Nico, welcome to Liberty City, man. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a good time. You get there, your drunk cousin shows up. It's like, hey, all right, to the mansion, right? And Roman's like, man, I just said all that crap to get you here. It's a dingy apartment. The mansion's coming, cousin. So now we have our rags to riches story set up. And man, Grand Theft Auto 4, dude. I love it because, one of the first missions has you literally just taking cousin Roman to clean up as the janitor and playing a card game and just sit there and call him if the loan sharks show up. And they do. And they pop some shots at you, but they're not trying to kill you because they want you to pay them, those Albanians. So like I said earlier, there's that mission Bull in a China shop, and they had edited and changed it for some reason. Originally, you're supposed to go in there with a baseball bat, but instead use a brick, just break a window. But, you're doing all these small, realistic, grimy crime things at the beginning. And I remember one of the guys at GameStop before the game came out, he was telling me and my pops about the game. And he was saying, oh man, yeah, there's going to be 3-4 different ways to steal a car. You can smash the window and hotwire it. You can do this, you can do that. You can even use a crowbar. And I was like, whoa, really? No, you can't do that. But he was saying you could. He seems to kind of be bitter about the game. He's like, they might as well just call it How to Be a Criminal. And I'm like, dude, shut up. It's a great game though. You look at Claude and then compare him to Nico, night and day difference. You have this sociopath crazy guy.
And then you have Nico, and yeah, he's doing bad things. He doesn't want to do those bad things. He has a heavy conscience. He's a soldier, PTSD, was in the merchant navy, did a bunch of stuff, been in crime. He's trying to escape that past, start over. You know, he's not a perfect person, but he has a conscience and he has a soul, and he's trying to get out of that life and live a better life and be a better person. And that's something I feel like many people can root for. So when you have to do the bad things in the game, it feels bad. When you have to get revenge in the game and he's angry, you feel angry with him. And tragedy strikes and happens to Nico. It hurts. It hurts bad. And there's a lot of highs and lows in Grand Theft Auto 4, but it's really a lot of lows. And the highs are just kind of like, not even really highs, but more like finding the good stuff, like the good times while you're going through a hopeless experience. And I think they executed it perfectly. Maybe it did drag in some areas here and there. It does feel like it's going on a little bit here and there, but overall, I think it's my favorite Grand Theft Auto game. Masterpiece. So who wrote it this time, right? The same people. We got, so for Grand Theft Auto 4, we had Dan Houser, but this time, I should say there's a key person here, Rupert Humphreys. So finally, we're starting to kind of tap into Red Misfit's comment here. Rupert Humphreys and Michael Unsworth. So Dan Houser, Rupert Humphreys, Michael Unsworth. That's awesome. This trio is kind of like, well, not to make a terrible pun, but the Rockstar trio, because they did that and they are about to make some incredible games or write some incredible games from this point forward. And Nico Bellic's story leans heavy, of course, into post 9/11 America, the immigrant trauma, war crimes, moral choices. It was a dark game, like I've said. I mean, I can't recommend it enough. And the world design was incredible. I mean, it feels like New York. It was the first game they really went that deep on recreating a world with. And you've seen that in every Rockstar game since, like all of these big ones, at least. They did it with Grand Theft Auto 5. They did it with Red Dead Redemption 2, or even the first Red Dead Redemption. And it's looking like they're definitely doing that with GTA 6, where they're trying to be like really faithful to the location and make you feel like, hey, I'm actually going there, just in this alternate reality version of it. And also, I'll say this to kind of close up here about Grand Theft Auto 4. It was the first time that they kind of went for this TV show-esque approach. I remember thinking that when I played it for the first time. Every mission felt like an episode of a TV show, and I would play it episodically. In fact, they even created episodes from Liberty City, and you had Lost in the Dam, Ballad of Gay Tony, which I think is interesting because you have Grand Theft Auto 4, which is like this bleak kind of game, and then Lost in the Dam's like, let's go into that bleakness a little bit more. And then you have the Ballad of Gay Tony, and it's like, let's go into those highs a little bit more. So you get, between all of those games, you get really the full spectrum of your experience in Liberty City. And it really is kind of tied together as one game in a way, which, kind of foreshadows what they were going to be doing with Grand Theft Auto 5, which if you ever want to go through all of the Grand Theft Auto 4 and the episodes from Liberty City, if you ever want to go through all those chronologically, there is a list out there on the internet. You can find it. And it's a really, really cool way to go through the games. But in doing so, I've done it. And I found that it didn't really take away from the tone the way that I feel like they did with Grand Theft Auto 5 by doing the 3 protagonist thing. And that could be because now it's some super mega game, and it's mainly centered around Nico with these other 2 characters getting some prime time here. And it's really a Nico focused game, but it's cool watching their stories and stuff intersect. So I could talk all night about Grand Theft Auto 4, but yeah, you get it. It rocked. I loved it. Dandy Andy won't shut up about it. It was incredible. We had our 3 head honchos. We got our Dan Houser, Rupert Humphreys, Michael Unsworth. Let's move on to Red Dead Redemption. So Red Dead Redemption also, this time with Dan Houser, Michael Unsworth, and Christian Cantamesa as kind of like the main key peeps. Cantamesa was kind of like the key designer, writer, but was gone pretty much after Red Dead Redemption 1. But now, Grand Theft Auto 4 kind of established that episodic feel and everything. They did do that for Red Dead Redemption. Every single mission still feels like an episode. And I guess you could say that for all of the games, but with how they really started to structure it, it really did start to feel like everything was an episode because of just kind of how the pacing would go. Like in Red Dead Redemption, there's a mission to where like you go out to do some tutorial kind of stuff and it's a slow burn. There's a lot of talking and stuff like that. And eventually, I think lightning strikes a barn. You got to go put out a fire. All that kind of stuff. Or maybe that is its own thing, but you could maybe group a couple of the missions together, but there was kind of like little sections to where it felt like parts of a TV show, or an episode. And then these episodes are broken into chapters. So, which is something that's going to be more important in Red Dead Redemption 2. That just straight up says chapter 1, chapter 2, Red Dead Redemption 1 didn't do that, but it was the first time they went for that approach. And the characters in Red Dead Redemption, I mean, this game, oh man, coming out of Grand Theft Auto 4, I was so spoiled.
because I went right into this, and I was playing a lot of Oblivion back then, Halo 3, the first few Modern Warfares, Call of Duty 4, which I think, is it still called that? Or we'll just call it Modern Warfare 1 or 2, which even now that there needs to be some distinction made because I think they redid them. They did redo them. Anyways, in Mass Effect, there's just so many good games. It was a good time to be alive for games. 2007, 8, 9, 10, 11, and yeah, that was it. Those were, it was peak, man. It was incredible. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4, just so many good games. But Red Dead Redemption was absolutely outstanding because it doesn't try to pretend to be anything else other than like, hey, the government, they got me. I'm a gang member. I got to go track down my former gang, kill them, or I won't be able to be with my family. That's it. And it sets you loose. And you're like, okay, I get it. That's, I would want to be with my family too. Yeah, it hurts, but whatever. We're on John's side here. And John, man, it's weird in like Red Dead Redemption 2 when you're watching John get drunk with like Bill, or just like his interactions. And John is just a total like douchebag in Red Dead Redemption 2, but he's in his early 20s, I think, or he's in his 20s. So, and he's a drunk and he's no good. And you're like, wow, this is the guy who I really loved in Red Dead Redemption 1. I still love him, but he feels like an idiot, a fool, making a lot of bad decisions. And then you play him in Red Dead Redemption 1, you're like, oh, he matured. He definitely matured. And Red Dead Redemption 2 is amazing because, yeah, it's about Arthur, but it's really also mainly about John, just seen through Arthur's eyes and watching John grow, helping him make the right decisions, the impact that he put on that character. So Red Dead Redemption 2 really fleshes out John's character in a massive way and just makes him just so much more of a better character, I think. And the fact that we're even talking like this now about these games should just show you how far we've come from the first Grand Theft Auto to this. We're talking literally not about like, oh, the writing was okay, it was good enough for the time. No, it's still great. Grand Theft Auto 4 is still great. Go back. If you haven't played the first Red Dead Redemption, it is awesome and is worth it. And oh my gosh, it is finally on PC. Yeah, it's also on Nintendo Switch. It runs surprisingly well. It runs amazing on Nintendo Switch and actually looks better than the PS3 version of the game. I was lucky. I got to play the Xbox 360 version when it came out, which was like the amazing version or whatever. And recently, I did a video about Undead Nightmare. You know how much I love Red Dead Redemption if you follow me on the channel, but it's an incredible game. Long, cinematic, slow burn, lots of film influences like The Wild Bunch, obviously Unforgiven, all sorts of stuff. The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Fistful of Dollars, and a few dollars more. So the Man with No Name trilogy. Forgive me if I butchered that. I know the trilogy is like sacred, but that spaghetti Western trilogy, it was spectacular. And Rockstar really proved with Red Dead Redemption that they could tell a straight, emotionally resonant story with a lot of parody. Yeah, it still, had a lot of parody and stuff like the Grand Theft Auto games and all that kind of stuff, but it felt so much more realistic, even though the characters were larger than life, like the charlatan and Seth, with the dead bodies and everything, and the guys in Mexico. But it just felt so real and brutal. And Red Dead Redemption ultimately was a tragedy. If you've played it all the way through to the end, and it hurt. I thought I did something wrong. I tried so hard to save John. I tried, and man, I still feel bitter. It's the perfect ending to the Red Dead series, the Red Dead Redemption story. It's the perfect ending. And then, going off as Jack and Jack continuing the cycle. We don't need another game. It's complete and it's perfect. And this is where you could put that gif of the superhero guy down to the last detail, whatever. It is. It's perfect. So Red Dead is tragedy. Grand Theft Auto seems to be primarily satire with some drama in there. Which way do you think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to lean more towards? I'm going to ask you. Just chew on that. Okay? Just based off, some of the writers' names we've thrown around. I know that other people have worked on, writing and stuff like that and all that too. And I've been kind of going for more of like the top 3. You'll see why as we go on here, but just kind of be chewing on that. Which way are we going with Grand Theft Auto 6 and Grand Theft Auto 5? So let's move on. Grand Theft Auto 5. Bam. Grand Theft Auto 5 was what Grand Theft Auto 4 was to me, but to I feel like the rest of the world. Because when that game came out, it just exploded. This is after Skyrim. What was it? I thought it came out in 2012, but I guess it came out in 2013. And the satire was through the roof. So they're like, you know what? We were Debbie Downers in Grand Theft Auto 4 and Red Dead Redemption. It's time to go back to being funny. Because a lot of people back in the day were like, they're going too far, too serious. And Saints Row was kind of filling that need for people, that need that people had for like a funny satirical take on these universes, which is, now it's dead. It's gone. Back then it was printing money.
So now Grand Theft Auto 5 comes out, basically mutilated Saints Row. I think Saints Row continued for a little while longer until it kind of petered out. But man, and so the key writers on Grand Theft Auto 5 here, we've got Dan Houser, Rupert Humphreys again, Michael Unsworth. So Grand Theft Auto 4 peeps back in the house. Imran Sarwar, you've heard me talk about him. Previous video, lead designer, co-producer, and of course, Laszlo is back. He was in Grand Theft Auto 4 as well. He did the podcast thing on the streets, which was hysterical. It was an Integrity. Yeah, I remember just turning that on and listening to it. And anything with Laszlo, I've always just listened to him. Also in Vice City, to go back, VCPR, just listen to it. It's one of the best radio stations ever in the Grand Theft Auto series. Just listen to all of it on YouTube. If you haven't listened to it, if you've never even played it, just listen to VCPR. And if you have never played Grand Theft Auto 4, just listen to Integrity with Laszlo. Absolutely amazing. He's going around interviewing people in the streets. It's so funny, man. I don't want to spoil anything, but and he's back at 5, but this time, you could see him in person. We had the 3 protagonists, Michael, Franklin, Trevor, and the story, I felt like they dialed up the satire a little too much. A lot of you, who love the game could disagree with me, but it had the satire up, yes, but it was also like dark in a lot of ways. So it had like this kind of nihilistic feel that felt kind of juvenile to me. And in the story, there's the tension between the characters. So there's a lot of character drama. There's the big over the top heists and stuff like that. They're supposed to be high stakes. They're really cool. Big LA satire stuff, of celebrities and all that, of tech, the Mark Zuckerberg stuff and all of that, like with Life Invader. And there was, the more I'm talking about it, the more I'm starting to see all the stuff I liked about it. It's great. It is, it's not my favorite. But remember when I said, which one do you think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to lean more toward, tragedy or satire? Well, Grand Theft Auto 5 definitely leaned more into the satire stuff, but it then tried to do some cheap things here. I felt like to kind of tug on the emotions a little bit when it wasn't really earned. Like at the very end when you're basically deciding, hey, which protagonist lives or dies? And you're like, why am I doing any of this? They can all live. Why would I decide? So I don't know. I feel like the stakes felt forced because they went too satirical, if that makes any sense. And again, I haven't beaten it, so I can't critique it as well as you, but I am going to remedy that this next year. It's going to be my New Year's resolution. How about that? I promise you. There's not really much else I can say about it because I haven't beaten it. So I can't really sit here and tell you oh man, that ending, it was so beautiful and poetic and the flowers, on the Tuesday afternoon. I can't tell you any of that because I didn't have that experience with it. Unfortunately, I got incredibly bored. Also, there was a time in my life where I was traveling a lot more, doing music stuff. So wasn't really at the house, but it was cool for what it was. I liked it. I thought I was outgrowing games at the time. Little did I know that how far back I was going to get into them. But that was a point in my life where I was like, okay, I'm kind of moving away from video games. No, dude. If I can go back in time and tell myself, I'm like, nah, you're going to play way more when you get a little older. I don't know. Funny how things work like that. Man, I had some wild times back then, man. But, I better move on before I tell you my whole life story because I've been prone to do that. So let's move on to Red Dead Redemption 2. And this is the peak of the 3 head honchos, Now at this point, they've had Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 5 with these 3, Red Dead Redemption kind of being Dan Houser's baby. And then now Red Dead Redemption 2. So this time we got Dan Houser, Michael Unsworth, Rupert Humphreys, and Laszlo even contributing to some of the flavor of Red Dead Redemption 2. So, of course, there was 100-hour weeks for staff to get it right. Rockstar was doing their thing, pushing them to the limit. But when you see the detail in that game, I don't really know how else he could have done it. It sucks because it's like, at the end of the day, how much are we willing to enjoy off the sweat and tears of others? I'm just kidding. I mean, you could say that about any product, right? Let me virtue signal you about Red Dead Redemption 2, make you feel bad for playing it. The iPhone in your pocket has blood diamonds in it. I'm sorry. I'm on a tangent here. I'm tired. It's really, really late or early, depending on, how you look at it. I'm glad they put in those 100-hour weeks. I know it sucks, but dude, you did it. All y'all who did it, thank you, because you gave us a masterpiece. And arguably the greatest video game ever created. I think that it could be argued. Didn't God of War steal the thunder that year? I think here's what happened. Red Dead Redemption 2 was so obviously clearly the winner that for Game of the Year to be competitive, they just had to just be like, nah, it's not going to be Red Dead 2. Let's give it to God of War. That's just what I think. I don't know. I've only played the original God of Wars. I haven't played the reboot. So I can't give my honest opinion on that. Like, I'm not qualified to give an honest opinion on that. Because, I mean, you play it and the episodic story structure is back this time in full swing. A lot of people, if they've never played the first Red Dead Redemption, but they've played Red Dead Redemption 2, and they're like, hey, should I play Red Dead Redemption 1? I tell them this. I tell them Red Dead Redemption 2 is a big, epic TV show, right? It's a big, epic TV show. It's the best Western, not the hotel. It's the best Western HBO show you are ever going to experience. Red Dead Redemption 1 is the best Western movie you're ever going to experience. And they're both great. They both are good at different times. One is shorter than the other. I think one leaves a little bit more of an immediate impact than the other. And the other one leaves you thinking about it a lot longer, if that makes sense. They both have very heavy impacts on the people who engage with them and play them, just in different ways. And they're both worth playing. And they both build each other up because it's the same story. So just, you're going to want to see how the story concludes, right? Go play Red Dead Redemption 1. Duh. Anyways, that's peak. They did it. They made Red Dead Redemption 2. There's not really much else to say. I mean, if you haven't played it, I envy you. Because, dude, it's incredible. Greg, I know you're out there. If you're listening, I know you just finished it not too long ago. Or you're still really milking it with John. I told you, man. Told you it was good. It's a great game. Spectacular. Again, arguably the best of all time. And so Red Dead Redemption 2 is really the narrative peak of kind of like the Hauser era. It's the slow burn character studies, the camp dynamics, the whole, wow, man, just how the camp interacted with each other. The parties, the first time a party popped up, it was like, whoa, is this happening? It's like, yeah, it is. Grab a beer, Arthur. It was amazing watching Dutch's, downfall, or the downfall of the whole gang, which really starts from the beginning of the game to the end. Wow. And this is really, I think, narratively the bar that people are setting for Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't think they're going to be judging Grand Theft Auto 6 based off of a previous Grand Theft Auto game because of how long it's been. I feel like people are only going to judge it compared to another Grand Theft Auto game if this game's story isn't up to snuff with Red Dead Redemption 2. Then they'll be like, oh, okay, well, it's not as good as Red Dead 2, but this Grand Theft Auto, it's better than that. But no, people narratively and even gameplay features wise, Red Dead 2 is what they have to base it off of. It's the last open world epic that they've put out. And it blew everything that every previous Grand Theft Auto did out of the water. And the previous Red Dead did. It's their magnum opus. So that's what we're all comparing Grand Theft Auto 6 to. In Grand Theft Auto 5, they went really, really hard into the silly, into the playful. And now in Grand Theft Horse, and which was what we called it when Red Dead Redemption came out. But when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, now we're getting, there's a lot of humor and stuff, but now we're getting serious. There's a lot of humor, but it's serious. There's some playful at times. I feel like it has it all, where Grand Theft Auto 5 might focus a little too much on one thing. What do you prefer? I'm curious. You can tell me. If nobody else is around you could tell me. You could talk back to me here. I wish I could hear you. If I did, then you've unlocked time travel somehow and broken the space-time continuum or something. I don't know. But there you go. And that's that. That's all she wrote, right? Because after that, we've just been waiting on Grand Theft Auto 6. And so let's move on and talk about the people who have left. So who all did we lose? Well, we lost Leslie Benzies, lost Dan Hauser. That's a huge one. We lost Laszlo, and we lost Unsworth. Okay. So a lot of people are like, man, the game's going to suck, or it's going to be woke, or it's going to be trash because all these people left. It's going to be corporate slop. I forget how young some of these people are sometimes, but there's a lot of 13 and 14-year-olds, putting their take on the internet. There is some truth to that. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of the founding peeps. That's a lot of the creative juice that went into it. We're talking about the leaders here, the people moving this thing. But the fact that we have people at all who are there from when these heavy hitting games came out and have worked in the company and stuff, and one of the OG peeps, Sam Hauser, well, we're talking writing, and Dan Hauser's the writer. I think we're probably going to be in good hands. And that was reinforced by Red Misfit's comment and me going down the rabbit hole here. So the longtime producer, president of Rockstar North, central to all of Grand Theft Auto 3 to 5's development, was Leslie Benzies. He went on a sabbatical, then was according to reports and all that, not really allowed to return, saying he was locked out of his office and there was unpaid royalties and all this kind of stuff. But look at Mind's Eye. That's all I'm going to say about Leslie Benzies. I don't think we're missing out on anything. But he wasn't really that big
into the writer, but he was really more about getting the projects through to the finish line. I forget who said this, but it was someone else on YouTube, but they were saying maybe, these projects succeeded despite him rather than because of him. I don't know. Now let's talk about the big one. Dan Houser, man, the co-founder and lead writer on Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption, left in 2020 after a sabbatical. And, later he explicitly says he didn't want to write any of Grand Theft Auto 6, or not that he didn't want to, that he didn't write any of Grand Theft Auto 6. And he felt the world had enough GTA from him and he was burning out with the size of Grand Theft Auto 5 and RDR2. And you got to think, these games are taking years. The guy's getting older. Let's go on, do some other creative stuff. He wants to do other stuff. And that's cool. We're not entitled to his work, but we're thankful he did it. He's gifted us some of the best games of all time. He has had his fingers in it with the writing. So good luck to him. And yeah, it sucks he's gone, but I would much rather him leave than stay there, burn out. And I think that would have been deadlier to Grand Theft Auto 6 if he had stayed and just not wanted to do it. So he did us a favor. Now, there is some speculation about him having some early Grand Theft Auto 6 things, like the whole Project America's thing about going through the 70s, 80s up till now, kind of having this crime lord thing going on, but bouncing between South America and Vice City. This is all speculation and stuff like that, but none of that's confirmed. So maybe he put out some big ideas and maybe there's too much red tape for some reason. I really think the dude just got burnt out. I'm not going to lie. I think he's tired, just ready to move on. But really, it was Dan that has kind of been the central anxiety for everyone. Everyone's like, whoa, can Grand Theft Auto work without Dan Houser? It's Dan Houser. And from kind of what he said, it seems like he kind of believes that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be good. It's just not going to be his story. And of course, the other guys we got Laszlo, he left, and it sucks. And he left in 2020 after 20 years. Lots of 20s there. And it was for personal reasons, apparently. I think his sister had cancer, but also the desire to do other stuff. And I don't know how you're going to do a Grand Theft Auto without Laszlo, man, because his humor is essential. He's a personality in the world, larger than life. I think they kind of finished him by making him like an actual character in Grand Theft Auto 5 that you can interact with, or at least in the story. So maybe they'll do something funny and kill him off or something like that. I don't know what they'll do. Laszlo has to die eventually in the world. Hopefully not in real life. You live forever, man. And thanks for everything. But in the games, he's got to go eventually. Then you got Michael Unsworth. He moved from being senior writer to VP of writing, and then he left in 2023. He was co-writer on Grand Theft Auto 4, Red Dead Redemption 1, Grand Theft Auto 5, Red Dead Redemption 2. And yeah, so what did Dan Houser leave us to do? Well, Absurd Ventures. And so that's his new studio, and Laszlo and Unsworth are with him. So, hey, if Rockstar's new writing and all that ends up being good, if they're still great and amazing, we got some really cool stuff to look forward to from Absurd Ventures if they can get some stuff out. I don't really know much about what Absurd Ventures is up to. Maybe I'll cover it or talk about it in another podcast episode. Let me know if that's something you'd like to discuss or whatever. Maybe you know something about it and you can comment. That's kind of a cool place to be though, because the Houser, brain trust, they're going to be competing, right? So that's going to be pretty freaking sweet to see. Are they going to out video game each other? How's this going to go down? I'm really excited to see what they do. Okay, so we talked about the peeps who left. Who's still there? Well, of course, Sam Houser. He's still president of Rockstar. He's still the overall creative guy, guardian, whatever. So he's still there. Thank God. Now, if he and Dan left, I think we might be in some trouble. But Sam is there. But also, again, thanks to Red Misfit for bringing this up, Rupert Humphreys, who is at Rockstar, and is now the senior narrative leader. He was a co-writer on Grand Theft Auto 4, Red Dead Redemption 1, Grand Theft Auto 5, and Red Dead Redemption 2. And it seems like he's going to have the most input on Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm interested to see what flavors he brought to those 4 games and what he'll bring to this one. And if I'm going to be able to be like, that's him. I can detect him in the other games now. I know where that influence came from. It's Rupert Humphreys. So I'm very excited to see how that goes. And then, of course, we got Aaron Garbett and Rob Nelson. Garbett is a longtime art director, and now he's a co-studio lead. Nelson is a producer on later titles. He's heavily involved in Grand Theft Auto 6 production. And also, the former technical director claims 80% of the Grand Theft Auto 4 dev team is still at Rockstar North. So that's good. Was that before the Discord fiasco? I don't know.
let's talk about some newer writers. So we got people like James Horton, and then, well, there's not really much else there. So we got James Horton, that's what I got here, and unpublicized staff stepping into larger roles. So we don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. So with all of that said, do you feel a little bit better? Because yeah, it's true. We lost a lot of the creative peeps, but we still have Sam Hauser, who's the overall creative guardian, as we said earlier. We still have Rupert Humphreys, and we have Aaron Garbett, who has, been longtime art directors. Now, a lot of it is going to fall on Rupert Humphreys. So I think the odds are in our favor that we'll be okay, but I could be totally wrong. Okay. I can't predict the future here. So with all of that said, we're going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6 as Jason and Lucia. We're going to be in Leonida, Florida, whatever. There's going to be a buttload of locations, I'm sure. It's going to be modern day setting, social media stuff. So there's going to be a lot of modern day things that they're going to be kind of critiquing, as they've always done, right? Not even really critiquing, but tearing apart. This game has been pushed back a lot. It's had a long development cycle, but I don't think it's in development hell. It's got a pretty much fixed date now. It is led by veteran producers and a narrative team that co-wrote Red Dead Redemption 2. Just, without Dan and Unsworth. There's a cool Bonnie and Clyde looking thing that we got going on with this. Seems like we're going to have corrupt cops, a cartel, some sort of Russian involvement. It's going to have a multi-chapter structure. It's looking like it's going to be like San Andreas, where we're moving around and opening up new locations. And Grand Theft Auto 4 did that too. And Red Dead Redemption 2, Red Dead Redemption 1, all the games that felt big were because of that. And Grand Theft Auto 5 moved away from that and felt janky because of it. So the story's probably going to be massive, huge, longest story they've ever done. Ex-devs have commented saying Grand Theft Auto 6 won't be wildly different from Grand Theft Auto 5. It'll be a big open world, familiar crime sandbox structure, but it will probably be closer to Red Dead Redemption 2 than we realize. So earlier, I asked you, do you think it'll be more parody or, the darker, kind of stuff? It's probably going to be both. We're going to have that humor from Grand Theft Auto 5. It's going to be big, loud. I mean, you can see it in the trailers. You get the vibe of the game in the trailers. You get it right there. It's going to be big, but it's going to be dangerous. It's going to be funny, but there's going to be high stakes. It's going to make us laugh, but it's also going to make us worry about Jason and Lucia. And I think the game might even make us cry. I'm hoping so. I'm not going to lie. I shed a tear, at the end of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. Several tears, a lot of tears, ugly cry. Just come on, bring it home. They can do it. I'm confident, more confident now. Thank you to Red Misfit. And just really remembering the fact that it's Rupert Humphreys. Well, a lot is really riding on him. And Red Misfit's right about that. And so we'll see. We will see if they still got the sauce. But so many things have changed over the years. So I don't know. What do you think? It's just, they're not the old frat boy kind of peeps that they used to be, I think someone's critiqued them as being like the frat boy humor, whatever. But I don't say that in, some politicized way. I say that in, they're not as young as they were in the 90s, obviously. Much time has passed. So they're different people now. The goals are different. The game makes too much money now. There's more staff. There's more studios. There's higher stakes if the game fails or not. There's a bigger emphasis on making sure the online works out when they launch that. It's a different beast. I feel like Grand Theft Auto 6, I made a video about it being the last Rockstar game as we know it or whatever. I think that it's probably going to hit, and it's going to hit hard. It's going to be great. And then I think we're going to start to see the decline after that if we do see one. I could be wrong, but I think if the decline doesn't happen with Grand Theft Auto 6, we're going to see it after. Today, we are getting into your questions, the number one questions, I guess, or the top, let's just say top 100. It's not 100 questions, but the most pressing questions that the Grand Theft Auto 6 community or just people who are excited for Grand Theft Auto 6 have about the game. So I did promise you guys, episode 9, that, if you put enough questions, then I would just do, in episode 10, I said, if you do enough questions in episode 10, episode 11, I'll just do an entire episode answering your questions. So that is what we are doing today. And hopefully I get this out on time, and it's Wednesday, which means you were in the middle of the week. So you're probably working, hang in there. Week's almost over. We're at the midway point now. And if you, are a member, you might be watching this Tuesday night, because I'm hoping to have it out tonight as I am recording it. I'm sorry, guys. I am a little bad on the releases right now, just with everything going on. But that will change. So if you're a member, you should get early access to a lot of stuff here coming in the future. But anyways, I greatly, I cannot express how much I really appreciate the support from my 43 members. Thank you guys so freaking much. And to all of you for listening. So I'm rambling a lot. So let's get into this. And right now I'm going to go ahead and pull up some gameplay. This is Starfield. Yeah, wah, 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 wah. But you know what? Starfield with like 200 plus mods actually becomes good. It becomes space capitalism. And it's awesome. And you'll see that I'm going to die a lot because I'm stupid and play with mods where if you get shot once, you're dead. So that's what's playing for gameplay today. And I wanted to open this up with a promise. So Smelly Doge, I forget the initial comment you left, but I just told you when I get back, remind me to talk to you about Truck Stop Billy. And you did. You said Truck Stop Billy ... So 4 dots. So an ellipses and a period. So I'm going to have to talk about Truck Stop Billy. So you people are like, who the hell's Truck Stop Billy? Well, anyways, I don't know why I brought it up or why I said, I'd talk about it. I think it's because I said I had crazy stories or whatever. But a long time ago, I used to play in a metal band and we would travel around in a bus. And it was basically like a railroad workers bus that was converted into like a tour bus. Our vocalist, his dad owned a property, not a property company. He owned a paving company, poured concrete, all that kind of stuff. And he had this bus and he converted it, welded, did all sorts of crazy stuff, had his workers work on it and stuff. They made bunk beds. We had a thing on the back for a generator. We had an AC unit that we install in the window. In fact, one of my members is Justin and another is Vince. And you both were on this bus when we met Truck Stop Billy, I believe. So yeah, y'all were. So anyways, Truck Stop Billy is like, we were basically at a love station in between playing shows. And we woke up to this man just forcing our door open and walking up the steps onto our bus while we were all sleeping in our bunks. And he just said, "Hey, come meet Grandma." And we were just absolutely so confused as to what he meant by "come meet Grandma." We were like, what's going on? Also, I was like, who is this guy? Is he going to kill us or whatever? He was really like stringy, but like muscular, like that kind of build to where it looks like this dude knows how to throw down or whatever. He had long black hair and like really intense features. And you could tell he'd just been out in the sun a lot, right? So anyways, this guy comes on our bus and tells us to come meet Grandma. He wakes us up and we are just so confused. And he takes us outside and shows us this motorcycle. So we think that, okay, this motorcycle must be Grandma maybe. And he's just talking about it. We're all half asleep. We're like, is this guy going to, shank us? What's going on? So we're just talking to him. Okay. And it was so bizarre, right? Like just being woken up like that. But then he takes us over to this flatbed trailer. And underneath is this big woman who's hunched under there with like a TV, with like hooked up to some generator and stuff. They made it into a living space to stay out of the rain. And he told us all actually that they had been living at this truck stop for months. And there was some reason why, like he would get in trouble if he went somewhere or something like that, some sort of legal thing. I don't really know, but he was stuck there and they were living under this flatbed trailer. And he told us that we would one day have to tell the tale of Truck Stop Billy and to write a song about him. So I still have yet to actually finalize that song and put it out about him. But, the dude was a freaking legend. So I just thought I would, tell you guys about that. Because yes, a lot of weird things like that happened on that summer tour. It was kind of like a spiritual journey. It was really freaking crazy how that all kind of played out. It was nuts. There was just a bunch of weird random stuff like that, but he was cool and we left him there and, I wonder where he is. I wonder if he's okay. So anyways, yeah. So that is the story of Truck Stop Billy, sort of. Maybe a little underwhelming, but I will say that the lady living under the flatbed was interesting. Oh, and he did say Grandma has big titties. And he kept telling me, Grandma has big titties. See, look. He was an interesting individual. He was really sweet though. And he did try to offer some whiskey and stuff like that. But anyways, Justin knows all about this and so does Vince because that guy woke us up. And I don't know, just a bunch of crazy stuff like that. There's more stories too. Jaybird is a whole nother, but I've been wasting y'all's time enough. In fact, I think that's probably the crazier one, but whatever. Let's get into your questions, okay? All right, our first question comes from Ramiel Sulami. I think I said that right. 5469. And your question was, do you think PC gamers can avoid spoilers until they get a PC port? How long do you think the wait would be? Good luck avoiding spoilers, especially if it has an ending like Red Dead Redemption 2 or something like that. Like just avoid all social media if you really are dead set on waiting for the PC release. Otherwise, you're going to have it spoiled for you. It's like, the whole Dumbledore dies at the end if you were
back, with the whole Harry Potter craze, if you're part of that, some spoilers are impossible to avoid if they have a big enough cultural impact. And it's one of those things to where, the community kind of wants to all experience it together. And I think Rockstar knows this. I mean, of course they do, right? They know how big their game is. They know. So that's why I think, other than just the obvious double dip, they know so many people like me are going to buy a console to play Grand Theft Auto 6 before it ever does come to PC, is because I want to be a part of the experience with all of you. And I'm still saving for it. But it's going to be a blast, to go through it all together, talk with you guys all about it together, just go through the release. Even if the game totally sucks, it's going to be a communal experience. So I think you're really missing out on that. It does suck that it's kind of like you're gate kept or whatever out of it, priced out of it by having to buy a PS5 or an Xbox, whatever, to be a part of the initial communal experience. I really do wish they had it at PC on launch, but I do understand from a business standpoint why they don't. So I'll say good luck avoiding spoilers, okay? Unless you just go live on a remote island or something like that. As far as the wait, you're probably looking at a year minimum. It could be longer, but I would say probably about a year until a PC release. They're going to get it launched on the PS5. They're going to get online going. And then who knows, eventually we'll get the next console announcements. The PC port will come out, and then it'll come out on the next consoles. We'll get a whole nother upgraded Grand Theft Auto 6, new and improved, enhanced edition, whatever. And that'll come out, and then there will be a version of that for PC. So they'll triple, quadruple dip this game. It's going to be absolutely insane how many times they do that. So we'll see, but good luck avoiding spoilers. And I think you're looking at about a year wait if you are dead set on waiting for the PC. And now we have Hawks fan Matt Man, and I love saying your name. And you say, question, can't remember if you've covered this yet or not, but I'm curious what you think the future of Rockstar will be a few years down the line after Grand Theft Auto 6 drops. I've seen a few people theorize that Grand Theft Auto 7 would more likely be an expansion of 6's map with a new story, location, and characters versus the way we think of the game releases now. What say you? Well, I say this. I say that could very well be the possibility. And here's the thing. Nothing's set in stone. Nothing's written down for this future yet. For something like this, the people who are creating Grand Theft Auto 6, and even guys like Strauss Zelnick, right? They don't really know maybe 100% what they're going to do. I'm sure they have ideas and I'm sure they have plans, but nothing is 100% concrete yet, right? And here I am over here nothing's 100% concrete until you have the controller in your hand for Grand Theft Auto 7. Here we go. Let's start the hype videos and keep the channel alive, right? But that could very well be the next step. And unless there is some sort of improvement in AI, which it's looking like there's going to be, especially with stuff like this new NVIDIA DLSS stuff, AI technology, by the time Grand Theft Auto 7 comes out, is going to be beyond what we know it now. And I think we are going to be out of this phase of hating it. And then also we're going to maybe stop using it so inappropriately. That might be an optimistic take. But it'll be more put to use where it should be put to use in order to take us to the next level. I think games have kind of petered out, not really petered out, but we're hitting the limitations on what we can really do with games with what we have for technology that's available to consumers. So you being a consumer, we're all consumers, that changed. We used to be citizens, now we're consumers. So basically what you're looking at is whatever makes sense for them is what they're going to do. So think how long it took to make Grand Theft Auto 6. I have a video about this. I do, how this will be the end of Rockstar as we know it, because I do think that they are going to change their business model dramatically after this. But I just don't see how they couldn't. I could be wrong, but I swear that is what they are going to do. like once you have Grand Theft Auto 6 out and they have the online, I think that's kind of where they're going to, see what they're going to do to pivot. If Grand Theft Auto 6's online is absolutely just massive and it's bigger than 5's, we're going to see probably something like you're saying, to where the next game, Grand Theft Auto 7, is just an implementation into it, and maybe some sort of weird hybrid online thing that works for people who do like their single player experience, but also is, tangled up a little bit more in the online world. We might even see that with Grand Theft Auto 6. Grand Theft Auto 5 wasn't too far from that. If you remember, if you go down to the weapon wheel and you hit the wrong button, basically if you press down on the D-pad when you open up, not the weapon wheel, the character selection,
you hit the wrong character, then all of a sudden it pops up at the online screen, and it's really annoying. But anyways, so there will be some sort of implementation like that. Now, other than Grand Theft Auto 7, I do think what we're going to see is a bunch of map implementations as online, if online makes a lot of money. And I think it is going to make a lot of money. So what do I mean by that? Well, new locations, of course, many more new locations, even a return of major cities like Liberty City, something like that. Now, a lot of people think that's crazy. And, I understand why you think that, but they have the Grand Theft Auto 4 map from, Grand Theft Auto 4. And yeah, they couldn't just port it in and it would work, but you have like a lot of what you need already done. And then we know that Rockstar does AI upscaling and stuff with textures. They did with Grove Street Games or whatever. I'm not saying they would do that necessarily with Grand Theft Auto 4 with everything, but in certain cases they could, like with bricks and stuff like that. And then, then you need to have your windows carved out for the parallax mapping to create the illusion of a 3D space. So there is work that they would need to do, but really they have a lot of it done. So they could port these assets in, especially if there's big money behind it, and then fill it up with quests or missions or whatever. So I say quests because I've been playing Starfield. I'm sorry. I think it's missions in that, but whatever. You get it. It's a Bethesda game. So anyways, to answer your question, yes, I think that in Grand Theft Auto 7, it'll be more like an expansion of 6's map with a new story, location, and characters. If Grand Theft Auto 6's online becomes the biggest, baddest thing ever. And it very well could be. And it's looking like it will be. Hopefully not. But the future of games, guys, as we know it, is going to change dramatically in the next few years. Everything you know is going to change for better or worse in the coming years. So do with that what you will. We are at a point of no return now with artificial intelligence. We are moving really fast. Either it's going to destroy us or make us great. So we'll see. Or realistically, I guess somewhere in between, with certain things being destroyed like art and, and I hope it improves art though. I don't know. I feel the thing with AI is complicated. I don't know. What do you guys feel about AI? You guys hate it? So let's see. So we just answered your question on Grand Theft Auto 7. It looks like there's actually many more questions below this. Jesus, guys, what did y'all do? All right, well, I scrolled all the way down. So we're just going to start again with these guys and work our way back up. Good Lord, the questions. There's so many. More keep loading in. More keep populating. Wow. Okay. Now we have Tritium 1628. First of all, these videos are so nice. Your voice is very soothing and relaxing. Thank you, man. I hate my voice, but I think everyone hates their own voice. And you've helped me through some stuff. Don't ever stop making your content. It's so refreshing for a channel on YouTube. I hope you make it big. Me too, man. Thank you. How do you think Rockstar will implement gun or bomb sounds? Grand Theft Auto 5 sounds are just so lush and they take away a lot of the immersion. If I'm being honest, it kind of ruined the game for me. Since Florida, Leonida is now an open carry state, do you think they will change some key aspects of the game compared to Red Dead Redemption 2 or Grand Theft Auto 5? In Grand Theft Auto 5, you would basically get arrested for having a gun out in front of a cop. In Red Dead Redemption 2, you would only get some verbal condemnations. Do you think we might see other NPCs, maybe even redneck type ones, that would be very cool, open carrying? And if they notice a crime, they might, depending on their emotional nodes, intervene or try to help the cops out or something. That is an outstanding question. A lot of good stuff there. So yes, it's an open carry state. So I live in Texas and we are also an open carry state, and you cannot walk around with a pistol in your hands. That would be brandishing a gun. You can't do that. Now you can walk around with a rifle in your arms. You can do that, but you cannot do it with a handgun. You can wear it on your hip, even though there's absolutely zero tactical advantage to that. All that really is used for is to intimidate protesters. But really what it does is it makes you a target, because then someone can come up behind you and pull your firearm from your holster, even if you have some sort of locking mechanism. There's so many videos of this happening and idiots getting shot in convenience stores because of this. So prepare to see random events and stuff like that. But I bet we'll see stuff like that in Grand Theft Auto 6, honestly. Yeah, you'll see a lot of open carry. But yeah, still, if you put the guns in your hands and you're carrying it, you still might get some weirdness with the cops. It's a little dicey with the rifle stuff. Like, I can't really just take my AR and walk to 7-Eleven or something like that. Like I could, but you don't know what's going to happen. You would be drawing a lot of unnecessary, unwanted attention.
that could get the cops called on you, and it could be very bad. So, yeah, you know, you're going to see a lot of that. I think that you will see more lax gun behavior. Remember in Grand Theft Auto 4, there was a gun ban, so you're not even allowed to have guns. Grand Theft Auto 5, you're of course in Los Angeles, so the gun stuff's a little dicey there. And then, you know, now you're in a very gun-free place. So yeah, I think it'll be a lot more closer to Red Dead Redemption 2, but it is still illegal to, you know, whip out a gun, mainly a handgun, and brandish it and carry it around or whatever like that. You're only supposed to draw it if you intend to use it in self-defense of yourself or others to prevent serious bodily injury or death to either you or a third party. So yeah. And Texas and Florida's gun laws are very similar. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I know a lot of lawyers. So just, you know, take that for what it's worth and look into gun laws if you are thinking about carrying. Sorry, I know we got on the topic of carrying, but that's what we're talking about as far as this game. And this is a reflection of our culture. So, you said it kind of ruined the game for you. Yeah, I could see kind of how that would, but I don't know. I like little immersive features like that to where, you know, police react. I hate it in like Starfield. I had to get a mod for this to where if you point a gun at someone or whatever, they react. I've got like this law system mod. Honestly, guys, Starfield with mods, like if Bethesda finished the game, it is the greatest space game of all time. And it is absolutely incredible. And it really does become like space capitalism, the game. It is so much fun to start a business in this game. There's taxes, the banks, all this stuff. Sorry for the Starfield tangent. I'm just telling you, the potential was there for the greatest space game ever. And it needed like 5 more years in the oven. But, you know, especially too, because I realized once you leave the Constellation people, the game actually gets interesting. Like I hated Sarah. I hated Sam Coe. They were just very preachy, but you get away from those characters and the game really opens up. You do that with mods, it's even better. And then I just make them go work for me somewhere and forget about them. So anyways, Starfield tangent, but check it out if you haven't. If you have it on PC, even if you have it on Xbox and stuff, you can do mods and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, I do think we are going to see other NPCs like redneck types and stuff like that, open carrying and getting to all sorts of Florida man, Leonida man shenanigans. That is definitely going to be in this game. I don't see how it couldn't. So we'll see. And yeah, I do think that they'll try and help out the cops and get their good citizen bonus and stuff like that. So if you remember in the original Vice City. So anyways, yeah. Great question. Let me see. Did I answer everything? I think I did. All right. We have a lot of questions, so I'm going to move on. I think I accidentally switched over to video 11. So now we'll go back over to video 10. Unknown hybrid 4496. Question, Andy, there is something in the leaks that no one has been talking about, and I want to show you. Would you like to see it? Giving you some content to talk about. Let me know and I'll send you screenshots somehow. Yes, my email. If you go to my About on my YouTube channel, my email's in there. Just send whatever it is over to my email and I'll look at it. You might have already, but if not, go ahead and do that and I'll make sure to take a look at it and we'll go from there. In fact, there are some things where you guys were like, hey, what's up with these little AI clips and stuff like that? And it's like, oh, well, so I thought someone had made them for me and sent them to me. That's how I got them, is through emails. So I started using them, you know, like the animated screenshots. But y'all didn't like that. But yeah, if you guys send me stuff, you know, to use in videos, I'll typically use it, but I don't check it very often. I need to get better about that. Last time I checked the email is when Matthew won the PlayStation 5. So anyways, yeah, send it over. Now we have... how do I say your name? I'm sorry. I'm just going to break it down to chunks because I can't pronounce anything. Yacht Hat Ist Hat Trip. Okay. I obliterated that name. You can correct me in the comments. Anyways, question. Do you think there will be crossplay when Grand Theft Auto 6? Yes. Grand Theft Auto 6 releases between Xbox and PlayStation, and further along, will they allow crossplay with consoles? Yes, of course. That's the future. Everything connected under one roof. That is where the money's at. You really want all your community together in one pool. And their anti-cheat stuff is insane. So, I mean, of course, there's still going to be cheaters. I remember in Grand Theft Auto 5 online, there was like a Chinese guy or something who spawned in and like generated a bunch of action figures and then gave me a bunch of money. And that can get people banned. So anyways, yes, I do think we are going to see that level of crossplay with Grand Theft Auto 6. All right, now we have Jordan Enrique, 7335. How much immersion is too much for most people until they won't like it? I think Red Dead Redemption 2 is kind of a good
way to look at it. A lot of people who aren't into like immersion elements and stuff look past it and enjoyed the game still. While people who loved immersion aspects like me, who really love it, absolutely loved it and wanted more of it. So I think that that's kind of a good mix. I think it could have been done a little differently with certain things. Just allowing interactivity more with your environment would make it a lot more optional for immersion to exist while also not burdening players who don't really care for it. Like, for instance, in Red Dead Redemption 1, you can go up and order a shot of whiskey for absolutely no reason. You can just do it in Armadillo. And then, of course, you can drink in Red Dead Redemption 2. You don't have to do any of that. There's a lot of stuff that's optional, but there are things that aren't, like actually having to pick up items and stuff like that are a little slower that some people didn't like. But personally, I did. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a slow burn for a while until it ramps up. And I liked it. And when the action hits, I mean, it freaking hits. So, it works. Now, as far as too much immersion, probably when you start getting into like mods is when you see that level of stuff. I don't think we're ever going to see that from a Rockstar perspective. That would be stuff like, for instance, if you get shot, now you have a wound, you have to treat it with like 3 different things. And, it's very realistic and you need a long time to recover. And 1 shot, 2 shots kill you, something like that. Body armor actually works like it really does. Like in Grand Theft Auto, it basically makes you invincible until it runs out. Because, it just becomes another health bar. In real life, you're lucky if it stops around. And even if you have a level 4 plate or whatever, you get shot enough, you're going to die. And it's not going to be very many shots. Like you can probably take 4 or 5 rounds to the chest in relatively the same spot before something starts to get through or something's like breaking your ribs or, messing with your lungs, stuff like that. So I don't think we'll see that level of immersion, but allowing for just more interactable things. Like a big thing for me is the ability to just sit in a chair. If there's an area that looks like I could naturally sit in real life, have a little prompt there and let me just sit down. Things like that. Because sometimes I like to do that and then look through the menus and figure out what I'm doing. I really think that there's not really too much immersion. I think that there's too much stuff that gets in the way of the player being immersed in the game for the sake of creating immersion. What do I mean by that? Say you're picking up a can of beans in Red Dead Redemption 2. For me, I think the pacing's fine. I pick up a can of beans a little faster than Arthur in real life, but maybe you don't. Maybe you pick it up the same speed. But if you're someone who doesn't like immersion in games and you pick up that can, the games to go real slow, like you're there to just play the game, shoot stuff, move on and get the story going. And, you pick up this can of beans and it's very slow and you're like, oh, well, that's getting in the way of your immersion. You would be more immersed if you didn't have to pick up this can of beans in a realistic way. You see what I'm saying? Everyone experiences games differently, and what creates immersion for you is going to be different for other people. For me, it's being able to reach out and touch the world and interact with it in ways that you could in real life. For you, it might be just breezing through the story, and you feel immersed in that world, and that's just your way of doing it. The less menus that have to pop up, the more intuitive things feel, the smoother those things feel, the better. And that's where people will be like, this game's great. Too much immersion would be like DayZ, to where there's a huge learning curve or something like that. We're not going to see anything like that. So don't worry about it. I think that we have already reached a point where if you go like on an old school style killing spree in Grand Theft Auto, like in Vice City and San Andreas, it was just goofy and fun. But in these later games, like in Red Dead Redemption 2, you'd feel evil. Like if you go and do that stuff, you're like, good God, this is horrible. These poor people. So just wait until Grand Theft Auto 6. It's going to be, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think too much immersion would be if we were getting into stuff that's, not appropriate for us to experience in an entertainment realm. But I'm also very much against censorship. So I don't know. I don't think there really is too much, to be honest, unless it gets in the way of my enjoyment of the game and your enjoyment of the game. So yeah. Good Lord. See, I can ramble so much on questions, and guys, there's so many, so I got to keep going. All right, now we got Jaden 1076. In Grand Theft Auto 5 trailers, we also saw people hitting the gym on the beach, and it never made the final game. So is everyone okay? Well, look, the difference is there's Jason hitting the bench press. It wasn't Michael. You just saw like NPCs and stuff doing it. We saw Jason on the bench press with his AirPods in. You're going to be able to use the workout equipment in the game. If you saw a main character doing it, the likelihood of you being able to interact with it goes through the roof. So, and I think they showed off a ton of gameplay systems just like that.
I don't know why they wouldn't allow you to do it. It's not like it would be very difficult. You got to remember, Grand Theft Auto 5 had to take a lot of content out to one, fit on the discs, and two, just to run on the hardware of the time. This time, I don't think we've seen the PlayStation 5's hardware utilized as effectively as it could be. And we know with these AI optimization, strategies and stuff like that, things I've talked about in the past that are going into Grand Theft Auto 6 and how it's going to talk and speak to this hardware, we know that it should be able to run and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is the difference is who is doing it. Okay. And I feel like Grand Theft Auto 5 did live up to the promises we saw in the trailer. Maybe not directly, but it promised a big, amazing open world. And that's exactly what we got. Now, yeah, you're going to be able to work out though. You were able to do yoga in Grand Theft Auto 5, And so if you see the main characters doing something in the trailer, you're probably going to be able to do it. So, all right, what do we got next? Now we have Blood Drop V8D. Question, will you play Grand Theft Auto 6 when it drops? Yeah, absolutely. Then we have Ant Urak 7905. Do you think we'll get a relationship meter in online? Our online character can have relationships with other NPCs. I think it's likely since they went, for more role play, but who knows? I don't know about that. I think in the main story, we'll see something like that. I think Rockstar is more focused on the immersion of like running businesses and stuff like that, and existing in their worlds rather than it being like, live another life, to where you have relationships and stuff like that. You got to remember, first and foremost, this is not a life replacement game. There are games that are built to be that. This is a game that's about running a criminal empire. This is a crime game. So if there is something like that, it would be secondary. I wouldn't expect it personally, but who knows? Anything's up for, anything could happen. I mean, if there's a big enough demand for it, or, if at Rockstar, they might decide to do something like that. They did put in dating and stuff like that in San Andreas and then 4, So romance is an aspect that they're interested in. That's a good question. I don't know, is all I can really tell you. I don't think so, though. At least not initially. Now we have Epileptic Gamer 7. What is up, Epileptic Gamer? I love you, man. Red Dead Redemption 3, if they ever make it. I think they can also do another prequel on the story of how the gang started, playing as a young teenage Arthur up to his mid-20s or whatever, and showing you how everything really began. That to me sounds a whole lot better than continuing with Jack, because we all know how Jack got his revenge, and that was great. But bringing back Arthur and how everything began would answer so many questions that we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2. I think that, did you start with Red Dead Redemption 2? Because if you started with Red Dead Redemption 1, I don't think that's what you'd want. But that's just what I think. I think we're good on Arthur. And honestly, I think we're good on Red Dead Redemption. I think the next Red Dead they do should be Red Dead something else. Anything else, really. Because it's complete, we had the full arc and everything like that. So I don't know. I personally would love an early 20s Grand Theft Auto style game, open world game. I would love it from Rockstar. It would be great. And I think that the Red Dead Redemption universe, if they were going to use that as a vehicle for that, I think it could work if they wanted to give us a player we knew. But I don't think it's absolutely necessary. And I think if they do go a Red Dead route again, I don't know, it's always about like the West dying and stuff. And it's like, y'all forget, man. There's people doing cowboy stuff like well into the 30s and even the 40s. I grew up in Texas and, I got a lot of stuff with my family, pictures and stuff in the past. And there's a lot of Red Dead stuff that was going on well into the century, the middle of it, until World War II. Even World War II is kind of what got this country to just bam, 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 bam. And then you have that rapid building of houses, and then civilization really took over in like the 50s and became nuclear America as we know it today. And that's really what kind of set up the way that we think about the country today, with suburbs and all that kind of stuff, and the Wild West being completely gone. And in the 50s, they're fresh off of all this stuff. So they're watching all these Westerns and stuff like that. And that's why the cowboy stuff was so big until you enter the 60s and you have the space stuff. Bam. Anyways, I don't know why people hate on the whole like Jack World War I thing. He doesn't have to go to World War I. I'm just saying that in the early 1900s, there's still plenty of stuff there to explore that would blow you away. I don't know why people are so against that. Why? I don't get it. You can still be a cowboy in the 1920s, okay? Believe it or not. I mean, hell, you're being a cowboy in Red Dead Redemption in 1910. Okay, so it's doable. All right. Now we have a question. Drew Oliveras 97. What's up, dude? Something. No. Wait. Hold on. I'll get to you. We skipped over Max Guy, and I'm not going to get back to him if I don't answer it now. So we have Max Guy. Question 1. Grand Theft Auto 5 had a massive, dead zone of Los Santos, which seemed like such a waste of potential, especially online. What ways do you think Rockstar could go to avoid making the same mistake here? And then, okay, I'll start with your first question. Well, just by creating a deeper and richer world with more depth. The problem with Grand Theft Auto 5 is it was too big for its britches and too big for the hardware. And, they knew what would hit, and those are the things that they focused on, like the things that would really work well for the community, the things people would really interact with and play. And that's what they did. Now, as far as it having dead space and stuff like that, I personally don't think we're going to see that kind of stuff in Grand Theft Auto 6. Maybe a little, because it is huge. But in the way that feels good, like where you should feel isolated and alone, like out in the sticks. But I don't think the city is going to feel like that. I think it is going to feel nice and dense. You said outside of Los Santos. Well, yeah. Also, they couldn't put a lot of trees or wildlife and stuff like that. I would expect it to feel a lot closer to Red Dead Redemption 2 when you're out in the sticks than Grand Theft Auto 5, because Red Dead Redemption 1's wilderness felt great. And I remember thinking, oh, snap, that's going to be in 5, and it wasn't. And that was because of hardware limitations that don't seem to really be as big of a problem this time. So we'll see. Question 2, moving away from Grand Theft Auto 6, do you think the work Rockstar, having been putting into water physics, that they could be gearing up for a pirate game? Personally, I would prefer another Red Dead, maybe following the Callaway Gang or Native American tribe in the height of the Wild West. Maybe change redemption to retribution, just spitballing. I think they need to personally just get away from the redemption thing. Everyone's so split on what they want, and it's already kind of a complete thing. Let's move on from Red Dead Redemption. Okay. I'm glad we all loved it so much that we are very like, no, it must go this way. Don't do that. It would ruin it. That means we all loved it. And that's good. And I'm glad we all have that shared love of the game. But they were going to do a medieval game, but I think it got canceled. But, I don't know about a pirate game. Why not? Everything at this point would just be speculation and just be me telling you what I think. I don't think that there's going to be a pirate game, but I hope I'm wrong. I would love a pirate game by Rockstar. But here's what I do think. I think Rockstar, after this game, needs to get away from Grand Theft Auto, needs to get away from Red Dead Redemption, needs to get away from all of that and either do a new IP or revisit one that they haven't done in a very long time, like Manhunt. Which wouldn't make them nearly as much money. I don't even know if you can make Manhunt today. Bully 2, that would be great. But, they'll probably go for something else. And a lot of their games, too, are American culture based, and they were a connected universe. Like Bully, Manhunt, San Andreas, Vice City, Grand Theft Auto 3, those were all in the same universe, which is really cool. So I'm hoping to see something like that moving forward. Give us something new in the universe. Give us a new perspective, a new story. They could do anything. We'll see. And the writers have changed, even though a lot of them have been there from the beginning or from, the major beats that you guys know Rockstar from. But also there's just the company culture is going to continue to change. The inevitable march of time will continue to move forward and things are going to change. So really, there's no way to know. But a pirate game from Rockstar would be absolutely nuts. And I would love it. That would be so freaking sick. All right. So now Drew Oliveras 97. I'm getting to you. Something no one has mentioned with any screenshot leak trailer. Do you think Lucia's boxing glove necklace is actually an urn pendant with her father's ashes? Could her father have passed away? Did she leave Liberty City to get away from her past? She never takes it off with any outfit she has on. My wife has a necklace like this for our son that passed and never takes it off either, no matter what the occasion. Hence my theory about her boxing glove necklace. So the Golden Gloves necklace, that she got was probably her father's. I don't know about his ashes being in it, but him being dead is definitely a possibility. And she holds on to it because it's a reminder of her family and who she is and where she's from. And probably he's the one who also taught her how to fight. Yes, she left Liberty City to get away from her past. We don't know the specifics. But yeah, she never takes it off. And I am super sorry to hear about your son. It's horrible. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what we're going to be seeing is basically them Sorry, I got distracted on you talking about your son passing. I'm sorry, man. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, you're pretty much spot on, except for the ashes, I think. So, all right. Hawks fan, Matt Man. Oh, did I answer you already? Or did you put 2 questions? Let's just read it. In regards to the economy of Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, do you think Rockstar will require players to reach a certain rank in order to unlock the ability to purchase particular vehicles, weapons, properties, etc.? As much as I know they want to sell shark cards, I doubt they want players to rack up millions of in-game dollars and immediately buy everything, so then you have to spend $2 million for a Honda Civic. Whew. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I will tell you this. If you make a game that locks things like that behind levels, I hate it. Like, it's perfect, actually. I've been playing Starfield lately because this has been my experience. I'm like, okay, I finally have gotten all of this together through my own personal actions. I have managed to get this many credits together. I've paid the taxes on this, paid the crew fees, gotten the food so that my crew can eat, gotten finally all the credits I can. I will go to the bank, take out a 500,000 credit loan, and then bam, I already have to make an interest payment on it. And now it's time to go start space capitalism, make a big ship fuel business around some sort of planet or whatever that has 5 moons in the Cheyenne system, because I keep running out of fuel. Fuel's stupid expensive unless you pay the 5,000 credits to travel with the shuttle systems, but those only take you to the civilized stuff. I'm telling you guys, the modded game, when it all works, it freaking works. But anyways, all of that, all this like in-depth immersion, 4D chess stuff to like create a business. And then finally you get there, you're at the outpost and you're trying to place down a building and it goes, can't place it down. You haven't unlocked outpost engineering, whatever. And I'm like, what? That's so stupid. Like, I should be able to do that from the start. I did all of the work to get here. Why can't I do this? That'll just piss players off. So they're going to have to figure out some sort of progression system to keep people coming back. And it's a little different because a lot of what keeps Grand Theft Auto Online going good, other than like the money and the buying things stuff, is the jumping into stuff with your friends, jumping into heists. A new one comes out, jumping into that, new rewards, new stuff, new things, new locations. That is what keeps people coming in. Now, in order to keep them in there longer, add immersion elements, make it a place to really hang out and live and breathe. And you're going to have people, and make things expensive, but make it make sense that those things are expensive. And maybe make earning a little bit more realistic. Maybe you earn less instead of they hyperinflate everything. Just make the dollars make sense. But I think locking things behind a progression system or a level system, I don't know. I hate it. And it's very common in MMOs and stuff like that. But in Starfield, every time I've run into that and I'm like, what? I've earned this. What are you talking about? The leveling system in that game is trash though. With the challenges and stuff, it's absolutely abysmal. So anytime I get something, to a point where it's like, can't do that, I just open up the console and just give myself the perk because fuck that. That's so stupid. But yeah, I hope we don't run into that in Grand Theft Auto Online, but it will be an online game, and MMOs do stuff like that. And it basically is an MMO. So we'll see. I think the hyperinflation in that setting is kind of inevitable because it happens in every single online game pretty much ever. Now we have Metal Missionary. What's up, Vince? Or Ventus in this universe. Question, will Grand Theft Auto ever let you build a home, etc., like customized? Yeah, I think so. You're able to do interiors in Grand Theft Auto 5, I think, for certain apartments. I could be wrong. You had interior customization, but it was very limited. Now, we haven't seen interior customization like Saints Row 2 or anything like that. If y'all remember that was really cool. Even that would look rudimentary by today's standards for things that do offer that customization. But yeah, I think we are going to see in-home customization in, at very least, Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, because that's what they've kind of always been about, is customization. Think about it. If you have a customer who's paying you a lot of money, you want them to be able to paint whoever they want to in your world so that they can exist as themselves in your world. You want them to feel like they can be whoever they want in this world. That's what'll keep them back. Buying the shark cards, playing the missions, doing that is role play. Even if people don't know it, they wouldn't call it that. Like, well, I'm not actually showering and eating in the game and stuff. When you're driving around running your little virtual businesses in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, you're role playing. That's what you're doing. So it is what it is. Anyways, yes, I would expect customization for houses and stuff like that. Maybe to not, like the settlement building system in something like Starfield or Fallout 4, but more than what we saw in 5. Now we have Ray Acoustic. What's up, homie? Question, do I presume that Grand Theft Auto 6 will have a lot of business ventures So I presume that Grand Theft Auto 6 will have a lot of business ventures and just life stuff in it. How do you think Rockstar will make it work with Jason and Lucia being on the run and having heat on them? Do you think that it's going to be something that we will have access to early, mid-game, mid-end, or just in-game only? So just how do you think they're going to make this work? Okay, this is something I've thought about a lot. And I kind of think that it'll work something like this. If you notice in the trailer, when trailer 2, it looks like, Jason wakes up, it's the day of the life, and he goes to get Lucia. You're seeing Jason on different days, and all you have to do is look at his haircut, and you'll see that these are just different things. It's not all one day of him going to get her. So it could open up when we're just Jason for a while, running businesses and stuff like that. I don't think so. I think they are going to want to get us to Lucia pretty quick. But how I see him doing it is this. Because we also get a thing in the trailer too, to where Brian's telling Jason, like, they got your address, they got this, the police know where you're at. You're going to have to leave. So you're going to be in a location, you're going to do stuff, you're going to have to leave and move to a new location, like in Red Dead Redemption 2. And there you'll be able to set up businesses and stuff. You got to remember, in Red Dead Redemption 2, even though the gang's moving around the map to like evade the Pinkertons or whatever, you can still go back and do stuff, So I would expect it to kind of work like how Red Dead Redemption 2 did it, to where you're moving your camp essentially in the Grand Theft Auto 6, that being a motel. So, or whatever it is. Oh, I'm going to get a sip. But yeah, and I think as you move, new business opportunities will open up in different areas of the map that make sense to the region. And you'll, work with what you have there, build up a business, build up as much as you want, come back to it later, that kind of thing. And whoever the post-game character is, if someone has to die or something like that, and you're not Jason and Lucia, would ideally inherit these businesses. And from there, that's where the real business stuff kind of begins. And then they kind of have some gameplay features in there that kind of push you, nudge you a little bit, like, hey, Grand Theft Auto Online, it exists. Come play me. So that's how I see them doing that. Great question. That was something I was actually thinking about in the shower the other night. I think about Grand Theft Auto 6 and the games. Like, you notice that I have a wide spread of games I play on here. It's because I've got like scatterbrain with games like, ooh, I play this now. I play this. But games are just too long nowadays. So I beat the first Resident Evil, but jumped into 2 a little too fast. And I was like, I'm a little burnt out on the horror survival thing. So then I've been playing Fallout New Vegas, Grand Theft Auto 5, and I took a break from that to jump back into Starfield. And when I get burnt out on that, it'll be something else, probably RimWorld. So I don't know. But it's all a distraction. It's been porn in my life lately. Like poor. I didn't say the in at the end. I think YouTube might pick it up as that. But it's been a lot going on. So it's kind of the way I forget about things, is thinking about games and stuff like that. Like a lot of you, especially when you're working, you want to get through a shift. When you play a game you really like, and maybe it has some sort of strategy or something, and you're all day you're working, you're just kind of on autopilot, and you're really just thinking about, when I get home, all right, here's what I got to do. You start planning out your work schedule in your game, and you get really excited about it. I love video games, man. It's my favorite passion, art form. It's awesome. That was a tangent. All right, so we have TBJR 1127. In Grand Theft Auto 5, there's a train you can hijack. Yes, I think you can in San Andreas as well. Do you think Grand Theft Auto 6 will have one as well? In real life, Florida has the main East Coast Railway that runs north and south on the East Coast. I'm wondering if Leonida will have something similar. Could we take passenger train, yada, yada, or a commercial plane from one city to another, maybe off to Cuba or something? Thanks, Dandy Andy. Well, thanks for the question, man. Yeah, there's going to be trains in the game, and yeah, I think you're going to be able to ride as a passenger in them, especially because they have the metro and stuff like that in Vice City. So yeah, there's going to be that kind of transportation that you can take. I don't know about hijacking the metro. We'll see. I don't know how that would work. Because I think for the most part, those are automated, and so I don't think it would really make sense to hijack it. And I think the conductor or whatever who's up front is really just making sure things don't crash. I don't really know how that works, but yeah, I would expect that. I don't know about planes. Maybe later with an update if they add new locations, unless they do a Guarma style cutaway, which it seems like they'll do. And I realized that they've kind of fallen in love with this since Grand Theft Auto 5 when you return to North Yankton, and then that's kind of like your Guarma. And then San Andreas, you go to Liberty City. I'm sure there's more examples, but they like to take the character out of that location for a little bit and put you somewhere else and then bring you back in. And, in Red Dead Redemption 2, of course, with Guarma. So if they do it with Cuba or something like that, watch you go to Guarma again, or Tahiti. I don't know. It'd be pretty funny. But yeah, if there's something like that, I would expect there to be planes.
commercial travel. And since this is the biggest, baddest Grand Theft Auto they've ever done, they need to put all the features in from all the previous Grand Theft Autos. This is it. This is the time, Rockstar. All of the features, everything that you've ever put in, now's the time. All of it must be in Grand Theft Auto 6. Great question. HCL XXSYCO. Question. After trailer 3 and you get in real life stuff taken care of, can you please... Oh, after trailer 3 and I get my shit taken care of, can you please do a video on crimes in the game and jail time? And do you think we will be able to kick in a door and rob random houses? But also my thoughts on crime. I think if I robbed a store and get caught in, say, real life, it has 3-year jail time. When I would love to see the game. Okay, so you want a jail system, you want a robbery system. You have an idea on how these systems would work. And you could work out in jail, get stronger. Okay, maybe a breakout. I don't know. I don't think we're going to see anything like that. I think for what we're going to see is really just, what we've always seen. Busted, and then you spawn at a police station. Maybe it's like a cutscene or two now, especially if there's like a lawyer in the game, something like that. That's about it. I don't think anything like that. The only game I think that had the most advanced busted thing was, ironically, the first Vice City, when you'd hear, what was his name? Rosenberg. Was it Rosenberg? But anyways, he would say, Tommy Vercetti is an innocent man, and then you would come out and it was cool, something like that. So I don't think we're going to see a whole jail system. I would love to, maybe not for single player unless it like works as part of the story, but I would love to see it in online. And I think that is where it would be better served. So yeah, I think after trailer 3, yeah, I do have it on my list to do videos on crimes and stuff like that, and more stuff and features and all that that'll be open to us. So yeah, great question and comment. All right. Now we have Big Germworm. What's up, man? Question. I doubt this will ever happen, but how would you feel about a Grand Theft Auto set in Texas? Dude, Galveston, Houston, Metroplex plus countryside, open up to Dallas-Fort Worth area. I think it would be sick. Dude, me too. I don't know what they are sleeping, dude. Like, yeah, like you could do like Chicago or Atlanta, whatever. But come to Texas, Grand Theft Auto. Come on down, y'all. We need you down here. We got plenty to mock down here, okay? And there is a wide variety in Texas. I mean, they did in Red Dead Redemption with New Austin, that's Texas. And so you did get to see all the different biomes of Texas, sort of, not really. Texas has a lot of biomes though. To the east, you got the trees. In the DFW area, you have the rolling hills that pour on down to the south into San Antonio where they get more bumpier and tropical. You move to the east, you got the nice coast. You move down southeast, or really southwest, you start getting your western flair. You move hard west in Texas and you get your good old Texas Western. You move up to the Panhandle and, well, there's no reason to go to the Panhandle. Just don't. Who needs to go to the Panhandle? But what I'm saying is, yes, we need a Grand Theft Auto in Texas, man. Man, that would rock. That's what we need, y'all. They're sleeping. Are they scared to come to Texas and do the research to make the game? What is it with people's aversion to making games in Texas? This is a great place for a game, man. Do a Fallout in Texas. There's supposed to be a Brotherhood chapter in Texas, and there's supposed to be these big radioactive tornadoes. Dude, Texas has it going on. Come on. And imagine in a game like Fallout, you could do some crazy freaking Alamo defense thing against robots and stuff. It would be hysterical. So yes, we need a Texas Grand Theft Auto. And I've been saying this for years. My buddy's been saying this for years. There's so much you could do in Texas. There is so much. And if you don't live here, you probably don't know, but there's a lot you can do here. You could get your Red Dead Grand Theft Auto fix in Texas. It would be the perfect game, I think. So yes, Big Germworm, fist bump. We are in the same line of thinking here. All right. Now we have Big Bash 8011. What's up, homie? Hey, Andy, question. Sorry, I've been talking a lot. Do you think the Elder Scrolls 6 will ever come out, considering how long it's been since the announcements, or have you completely given up on it? Another question. Do you think, well, yeah, it's going to come out. I just think they put the teaser way too early. Another question. Do you think Grand Theft Auto 6 will have podcasts in the game that parody all the alpha male? Yes, I do. I do think they are going to have the alpha male red pill podcast stuff in there. That is for sure going to be in there. And they've been mocking the stuff since, Grand Theft Auto 4 and even before that. But you remember the men's room? Yeah, dude. Yeah, of course they are. I wonder who's going to play Andrew Tate in Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, they make fun of cultural trends. Remember, you blow off Mark Zuckerberg's head in Grand
Grand Theft Auto 5, basically, you know, for the first Lester mission you do. So yeah, we're gonna have our red pill Leonida males and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be funny as fuck. And then lastly, will you do a playthrough of Grand Theft Auto 6 when it comes out? Or will you play the game on your own time and then make a review of it? Great podcast as usual, and may you have the most blessed day. Well, man, God bless you. Thank you so much. I'll probably play it alone, but I'll probably also I'll have probably 2 playthroughs running at the same time. Because if I play the games the way that I personally like to play the games, y'all are going to be bored to death. I'm going to be like sitting down everywhere. It's time to go eat. What time is it? You know, like I live out the days in my Grand Theft Auto games. In Grand Theft Auto 4, there's days where no crime happens. It's just hanging out with friends, doing small things, you know, running the cab. That's it. And I love it. I love living in that world because I feel like I'm interacting in a TV show, you know, and then it makes the stuff that happens later feel just much more intense. I think if I do a playthrough with y'all, there's going to be so many big YouTubers doing it. I don't even know why y'all would bother with me. But if you do, you know, yeah, I'll do a separate playthrough for y'all and I won't be so slow going through it. Also, I'll have the knowledge of my personal playthrough to know what to do in the game to not slow it down and, you know, to make it a little bit more interesting. And maybe that would be cool for some of y'all, like, you know, we talked about earlier, who don't have a console don't have a console and you only have PC. Maybe that's going to be the way you experience the game. And that sucks, or maybe that's just the way you like to experience games. You know, as a little side tangent here. Are you guys into Resident Evil? Because if you're not, and if you are, you know about this, but there's like all these people who are like Resident Evil fans, but they've never played the games. And I don't understand it. And if you go like to the Resident Evil Reddit, they argue about this. Like, are you a fan if you've never, you know, done it? And it's really weird. I'm like, how can you be a fan of a game if you don't play it? You know, I'm not judging. That's just what I think. You know, it's just kind of funny. It's kind of weird. Maybe it's because there's so many Resident Evils and they cost a lot of money, you know? And there's ways to engage with it. But don't be afraid, by the way. Go play Resident Evils. They're awesome. And they're not that scary. They're just a good time. I think the scariest game of all time is The Forest. But yeah. I got lost in the weeds here. Yes, I'll do a playthrough of Grand Theft Auto 6. Yeah. And for those of you who want to watch, I'll have it here. Now we got Crazy Hazy question. I don't know if this fits in the question section, but could you share what mods you're using for Grand Theft Auto 5 playthrough? I'd love to experience it the way you are. I did share them on another comment. But yes, I will do that for y'all. So if you give me a little bit, you'll probably hear some typing in the background. Doop. Here we go. And on my recommendations, it popped up with that scene from, what was it? I don't know. It's that Denzel Washington scene where he shoots Idris Elba. Was it American Gangster? Freaking love that movie. Okay. You want the mods. I got you on the mods, my friend. And I got you all on the mods because I want you guys to know what I play Grand Theft Auto 5 with because I really think that you will like it if you're on PC. Okay. So I'm going to copy and paste this to you. And I'm going to read it for everybody so they kind of know what's up. And I'll show you how to make Grand Theft Auto 5 a much, much, much better game. So let's see. Where are you at here? We got them. There you are. I'm already losing track. There's so many questions. Y'all did such a fantastic job giving me questions for these. Too good of a job. All right. I responded to you. And so the mods, basically just basic engine improvements. So heap adjuster helps with a lot of mods. There's like all these different script hooks you need. So I put it on here. You need script hook 5.net enhance. Also, this is all on the Grand Theft Auto 5 legacy version because there's more mods for that version. And the difference between that and enhanced ain't worth it. And there ain't really that much of a difference, except for like graphics and a few minor things. But really not that big of a difference. Also, I'm playing on a ROG Ally X. All right. And then another script hook, from different things. You guys can check the reply to XX Crazy Hazy XX, or the reply to B Mars Jishafin. I mean, I cannot pronounce any of your names, but I have a list of it here. Also, native UI, and then gameplay fixes 5. Combat, this is like the big one. My biggest gripe with 5, I think, was the combat, other than the story, but there's no mods that can fix that. But the story is a lot more serviceable when I like the gameplay. Even if it's not my favorite still, I am having a much better time in Grand Theft Auto 5. First off, Blood of the Fallen adds a bunch of blood. Dismemberment, do not use the paid version. It's dog shit. I would not pay that guy. It's cool that he did what he did and he should make money off of it and stuff, but I don't remember. I ran into something that was very obnoxious because of a stupid mod. Oh, you have to always be online to activate his dumb mod,
or it disables it and this colorful thing pops up in your game. Don't pay that guy a cent. Just go download the free version. Persistent weapon flashlight, so basically in the game, and your flashlight only shows up when you aim, so it fixes that. Live leak death sounds. I don't know if these are real or not, but this adds like death sounds to the game that are horrifying. So when you shoot people, it's horrifying, like it should be. Better weapon effects, bullet hit effects, that kind of stuff. I think I put bullet fit effects, my bad. Does what it says on the tin. Things look better when you shoot them. It looks much more like what you'd expect from a game today. Accuracy fix. People don't have laser pinpoint accuracy anymore. They shoot like real people. Realistic bullet penetration. You could shoot through cover, so yeah. In real life, bullets travel through things, especially that's what FMJ rounds are for. The standard full jacketed round. That's what it does, is it moves through things. So like a car, you could shoot through cars like stupid easily. Cars are Swiss cheese in real life. They don't protect you at all. Cops don't hide behind the doors. You might get some cover behind the engine block, but that's about it. So realistic bullet penetration, NPC style cover animations, just makes your animations a little different. Kill cam, really recommend that one. Like sometimes you'll get slow motion kill cam stuff. It's really cool. I Want Max Payne. That's also really cool. Highly recommend I Want Max Payne, because you can, as Michael, like dive out and then like shoot like you can in Max Payne, and it really works for his character. And Michael is basically a copy paste of a Max Payne from the Max Payne games, from the one that they did right before Grand Theft Auto 5. Even what he wears. Damage effects just makes your screen turn red the more damage you take. Gun recoil just makes it where your guns have recoil, because they don't in 5. Immersive combat modified does what it says on the tin, just more immersive combat. New death sounds, even more death sounds. Screaming injured peds. When they're bleeding out, they'll like be screaming in horrible ways, because the screaming in 5 is a little cartoonish. Disable hit marker does what it says. I think hit markers are dumb. Gets rid of it. Realistic gun sounds. The guns actually go pow now instead of ped damage overhaul. I think. No, I think I got rid of that because it conflicted with like everything else. Realistic epic explosions does what it says. Now in immersion, I have hide in dumpsters. So you can hide in dumpsters to escape the police. Ambient effects, I forget what it does, but it's something worth downloading. Euphoria ragdoll overhaul, what it says. Better chases, makes the police chases a lot more interesting in 5, like way better. Basically, like when something happens and someone calls the cops, you have time before the squad cars show up. And the longer you evade them, the more cops come after you, like would be in real life, which is cooler, but you can still get away and stuff like that. Car alarms on explosions. Basically, if like you have an explosion in the street, the cars around it will have their car alarms go off. It's really cool. Shoot driver. When you're hijacking a car in the middle of the animation, you can press R2 and shoot the driver. Stance 1.2. I already forgot what that did. Vehicle improvements, dents and scratches, does what it says. The dents and scratches on vehicles look better. And Drive 5. And Drive 5 is amazing. It makes it handle like Grand Theft Auto 4. And even better, I think, in certain ways. Gives the cars more weight. And the damage model is much more upgraded with Drive 5. Man, you guys really came at me with the questions. All right. Beats Gamer 9918. How much of a difference in both visuals and performance do you expect Grand Theft Auto 6 to be like on PS5 Pro versus base PS5? And how do you think the game to run on Series S? I have no idea how it'll run on there. I think you're going to see a cap 30 FPS across the board, and more like stability issues than anything else. I don't think we're going to see like, we might see a 60 FPS GTA on, the PlayStation 5 Pro. I don't know. We'll see. But I think the graphics and stuff, for sure, the resolution that they upscale from will probably change. Stuff like that. Also, the lighting won't look as nice, like deeper, richer blacks and whites. It'll be more grayed out. I hated that about the 360 era. And with lower gen consoles, that always seems to be the thing when they're running like a new big game, is you lose so much color depth. So, stuff like that. All right. What are y'all doing? What are you doing right now? You on your lunch break? You in the bathroom? You driving a car? Or are you driving a bus in Scotland? Ooh, I am stretching my arms. You guys came through, man. There are so many questions. Good Lord. I'm loving it. Hope I'm not boring y'all to death answering questions. I think this is y'all's favorite part, though, isn't it? Okay. Let me hit my vape. Crazy stuff going on in the world right now, man.
Let's get political. Let's segue. Let's get real political. Talk about isolation tanks and stuff like that. Okay. Now, let's move on. We have Gumball 2270. Question: Since you can only play Grand Theft Auto 6 for the first time once, what are you going to do in your first playthrough? Buddy, I have no idea. You can ask me what the first thing I'm going to do is, and I've answered it several times. It's different. Really, I'm just going to sit there and jizz my pants. I'm going to be in complete awe of the game. I think it's going to blow us away. Dude, the first time I played Red Dead Redemption 2, I was like, oh my God. Like, it was too much. It was so much coming at me that I couldn't really experience it and take it in. And only like the third or fourth time did I really appreciate the intro. I don't know, that sounds dumb, but I'm so, when I play something that has so much hype behind it, and then you get it and you're like, oh yeah, it's just a 2D thing on a screen that I press buttons to interact with. It's like your brain does something to where it's like, oh, how do I enjoy this as much as possible? And then it's like, dude, just shut up and sit down and play it. Not everyone has that problem. I do. So it is what it is. I think I'm a little out there in the head though. So we'll see. I have no idea, but I am going to be blown away. I guarantee it. Or your money back. Octo Gunner Gaming. Hey, Andy, question. It's pretty much guaranteed that 6 will take some inspiration from movies and TV. Yeah, of course, like the other GTA games did. Any thoughts on specific movies or TV shows they might take from, aside from the obvious Miami Vice? 5 seem to take from the ones that weren't necessarily in LA, so they could pull from lots of places. Yeah, it depends on what's culturally relevant, right? Or what works for the tones and themes of the story. Because you're right, in 5, they pulled a lot of inspiration from Heat. Y'all go watch Heat if you haven't seen it. Outstanding movie. And there's a scene, one of the heists from Grand Theft Auto 5 is basically exactly the heist in Heat. Like exactly. So it's really neat to see it. If you played the game first and then go watch the movie, you're like, oh my gosh, I've done this. It's really cool. Let me see. This is something I feel like I should know, but I don't, because I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would work. I don't know, man. Man, that's just such a good question too. But I can't think of any movies they might base it off the top of my head. Now, there are several, and as we move on, I'm sure something's going to pop into my head. But what do y'all think? What movies and inspiration do you think they're going to take from? There is a lot that they could do. Like there's this Atlanta show, but it's not really about crime, which that's a good show if y'all haven't seen it. I like Atlanta. And we need an Atlanta Grand Theft Auto already. I've been there a lot, and you could have a very good Grand Theft Auto there. But a lot of the stuff that, I saw in the trailers and stuff reminds me of Atlanta and stuff. Just the people and stuff in it. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. Damn. Yeah, Miami Vice, of course. But the thing is like, we're not doing the 80s and stuff anymore. So that's the thing, is you really can't. Maybe, I don't know. They're focusing a lot on these rednecks with the guns and stuff like that. Wonder if they'll take some inspiration from stuff like, like Civil War, like what kind of American are you, that kind of stuff. I don't think they're going to get too political. Maybe they will. I'm really scratching, digging into my brain, trying to think what they could base it off of, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. And that's because I'm really tired. NyQuil hangover. I'm going to be thinking about that one. I'm going to go in and heart this because I need to come back to it. What movie influences do you guys think Grand Theft Auto 6 will have? What seems obvious off the top of your head? This right here could be a video topic. So I'm going to start looking into it, and maybe you've created a video. So thanks for the question. Sorry, I did a piss poor job answering it. All right. Now, Sander Renokic. I think I said that right. Asking for lots of questions to determine the Dandy Andy fan base. Zeitgeist is smart, mate. You've been on a roll, and I'm glad to see you are comfortable enough with your decisions. Just stay yourself, and the channel will keep growing. Man, I appreciate you saying that. Appreciate that. I'm going to heart that. Yeah, I see. I control F and search questions, so that's why I popped up. Thank you, man. That means a lot. Sorry, I'm trying to stay with it because we got this video and we got another one. All right, JackBin1289. Question. Hey, Andy, do you plan to do any gameplay videos for Grand Theft Auto 6? Yes. And also, what are you most excited for in Grand Theft Auto 6? Jason or Lucia? Both of them. I can't wait for Lucia because first female protagonist in Grand Theft Auto.
I think her backstory and background seem really interesting, and I think it'll be groundbreaking breaking for a female lead for such a huge franchise. But I am also stoked for Jason because we know Rockstar is very good at making the gruff, skilled, yet deeply emotional male characters like Arthur and Nico. So what are your thoughts? P.S. Big fan, discovered your channel back in January of 2026, and they have been keeping my hype alive for Grand Theft Auto 6 as we wait for more info. Much love. Oh, thanks, homie. Much love to you. Yeah, I think they're going to nail Jason. He seems like kind of a douchebag, so I'm kind of curious how they do it. Like a lovable douchebag. I don't know. Like I think he'll be like, one's going to be the brains, one's going to be the bronze, that kind of thing. Lucia, though, and Jason, they've talked about this, Rockstar. They're going to be basically like one character. You're going to be working so closely with them together that I think you're going to experience them as one character, if that makes any sense. Like, you'll love different aspects about them for sure. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to play as Jason. Oh, I'm going to play as Lucia. No. I think the way the game's going to be designed, you're just going to play as both, and you're not going to even think about it because you're going to need to strategically. That's like if you were to play, let's use a game like Operation Desert Storm or whatever. You know, they had a global conflict, Desert Storm or whatever, and you have 4 people, and you're like, I'm only going to play as the sniper, Foley. That's it. I'm not going to play as Bradley or any of the other guys. It's like, well, what? No, you have to. You have to play as your squad. That's how it's going to be, I think, with Jason and Lucia. That seems to be how they've been designing the game. I think they realized in 5 they didn't really explore that as fully as they could have, and that's kind of where they're going. Now, in free roam, probably both, to be honest. I'm curious what their lives are going to be so dramatically different when they're separate, probably. I'm assuming that I'm going to want to see what it's like. You know, I'm going to also want to see how people react to Lucia. We're going to walk around and people are going to catcall her, and now you can go over and kill them, you know, so or stun them or beat them up or, you know, so that'll be interesting, you know. It'll also be nice too, because it'll prevent something like Jason pulling a Carl and burying a guy in cement for hitting on his sister, like in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. That was just straight psychopath stuff. So jokes aside, yeah, I think I'm going to play as both a lot because I'm going to want to also see, how the world reacts to them, how they treat them. It'll be interesting, playing as a woman in that world and just seeing, you know, how do they treat me when I go to the gun store? Like, hey, little lady, this is how this works. You know, that kind of stuff. It'll be really cool. And then you go and Jason, like, hey, what's up, man? I know you. We'll see. I think there would be a missed opportunity if they didn't do that a little bit. Just like, I'm not saying like they need to make it to where it's like some like super pro-feminist message everywhere you go, but just make it realistic, you know? Like if a woman goes somewhere, a man's going to react different because he's trying to get in her pants or something, you know? And Lucia's hot, so who knows? It'll be interesting. I'm curious how they're going to do it. Great question. And I'm going to be doing gameplay vids for Grand Theft Auto 6. All right, now we got SoFaking856. Question, are you going to get a PS5 or PS5 Pro for Grand Theft Auto 6? I've been saving for the PS5 Pro because I'm going to have to do gameplay captures and stuff like that. And I want it to be the highest quality possible. And I think that is going to be on the PS5 Pro. I wanted to do a PS5 Pro for Matthew, but I just didn't have the money. And I don't have the money for a PS5 Pro yet, but I'm saving. So we'll see. But yeah, probably PS5 Pro. That way I can give you guys the absolute best looking video quality possible. I have a capture card too. It's in 1080. I'm trying to get a 4K one, so we'll see. All right, video game 1784 T5B. In the video, you mentioned your channel will die. Yes. When the game is released. Have you thought about live streaming when the game is released? Yes. I'm a day one Grand Theft Auto fan from the mid 90s. My friend had it on PC and I never looked back. Same, buddy. I remember all of the media uproar about it when it released. Found your videos in the past couple of days and it's already one of my favorite GTA channels. Keep up the great work. Man, that means a lot. I'm probably going to start doing the live stream and stuff. There's a bit of an issue with doing that. As far as like my personal life, it's hard to find the time to do that. And not being able to be pulled away or interrupted, you know? So we'll see. But I'll try. And I really want to the plan is to do a live stream when the game releases. It's funny too, because like none of this is edited. You know, earlier I think I took a break to like vape and drink my soda and stuff like that. I'm not cutting any of this out. And if the podcasts have been kind of me testing what the live streaming stuff would be like, because I don't have like a script outline next to me, you know, and stuff like that to keep me on track when I ramble, and then I don't like cut it up and edit it. So, you know, I used to do it without any scripts at all. And then I would just chop it all up. And then now what I do is I basically lay out a bunch of points on something. If I want to mention sources, I'll have them bullet pointed there, and that's it. And then I just go and I just start talking, and I might have quotes there, and then I just kind of ramble. So my videos can feel all over the place, and then I'll like trim them down. And then since it follows the outline, it doesn't feel all over the place, but it might have a lot of like too much fat in some areas, and I'll cut it out and then kind of whittle it down until I have a good video. And I've always thought I had to have that performance with live, but I watch a lot of live streaming YouTubers and they don't. So like they just talk and they make a bunch of money doing it. And I'm like, that's insane. You know, like Luke, I think I've Luke something. I watch him a lot. I watch Mr. Matty Plays. Of course, I watch Charlie. I love Charlie. Who doesn't? He's great. So yeah, I'll probably live stream soon. It would be pretty interesting. You know, I'm supposed to get in touch with Sav to do a video with him, but I've been waiting for this trial to be over so that I can. I'm really hoping. And man, this trial, I don't know why they're dragging on so long with it, because it's just like, dude, like he's guilty. It's very obvious that, you know, like they played the recording for the jury. I don't know. They're just dragging it out. It's like, just get it. Oh, sorry. They need to get this over with. Man, it's so horrible, man. So horrible. Let's not dwell on that. Okay. Jesus. Look, guys, if you give me 1,000 questions, I'm going to get lost. You know, I said the top 100 questions. I think this might be 100 questions by the time this is all said and done. So really, thank you guys. So now we got video game 1784 T5B question. In the video, you mentioned your... oh, no, we just did that. See, my God, I'm getting lost. Now we're on Price Lamonti. I remember reading your name and shout out time. What's up, man? Question. I also made a comment on here already, but I was curious to hear your opinion on Cyberpunk 2. I heard it's in pre-production and the game won't come out until 2030. Do you think Cyberpunk 2 will likely far exceed Grand Theft Auto 6? No. I think Cyberpunk 2 is going to double down on what Cyberpunk 2077 did. They create a deeply immersive world that feels like you are in a movie, where Grand Theft Auto is more of like a deeply immersive sandbox. Does that make any sense? In Cyberpunk, you go and you sink into the world. You're in these, and you go up and down in these buildings. You're in the depths of it, and they have all these scripted scenes. And I don't know, it feels different. The presentation is much different. I don't think it will compete with it. I think it will just be up there with it. It is very much its own thing. Like, you could play Cyberpunk 2077, but it's not going to scratch the edge that a Grand Theft Auto game is going to scratch at all. Cyberpunk, and vice versa, you know? If I want like a deeply immersive Blade Runner style story, Grand Theft Auto ain't going to give me that. So no, I don't think they'll compete or blow each other out of the water. I think that what we're going to see is like Cyberpunk 2070. I did do a video though comparing the two just because I couldn't help it, but because there is an open world aspect to it, and there's been times where I've played Cyberpunk 2077 and I'm like, this is Grand Theft Auto just in the future. But no, they really are different games. I don't know. Yeah, I think there's so much about them that are different. And there's also some, that it's just not, it's apples and oranges. Even though it's really not. I don't know. Great question, but I think they can both exist in their own right and do things better than the other one, you know? I don't think we're ever going to see NPCs in any other game like we are in Grand Theft Auto 6. Or just any of the Grand Theft Autos and stuff to begin with. I also realized that when I'm answering your questions, I probably shouldn't scroll up and down on the page because then I'm going to get completely lost. So I'm going to stop doing that. All right, so who do we have next? All right, it's pretty much guaranteed. Inspiration from movies. I hearted you. I just want to say thank you for the content you've put out. This is from Moniquel. Did I say that right? Let me know if I didn't, man. 13 days ago. Geez, it's been a while since I've done videos. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to say thank you for all the content you put out. And I do have a question. Once GTA 6 does come out, do you think you'll make gameplay content for it? Because I got to wait for it to come out on PC. Wow, we just talked about this earlier. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I guess for those of you who, not everyone can afford a PS5 Pro, right? Like that's the cost of entry for this game for a lot of people. And that sucks. So I guess I'll have to. You're the reason. All right. That'll be really cool. Also free content. And basically I'll just be like hanging out with you guys playing a video game. That sounds like a dream. You know what? Maybe I won't play the game alone. Maybe I'll only play it with y'all. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We have Exxon X Live. Question. How do you prepare your videos with, okay. And then what do you edit with? And how do you speak openly without forgetting stuff? I know bullet points, but how do you think of subjects? You guys, I'll work backwards here. You guys is how I think of subjects. You guys put video topics all the time when you comment on videos. This started with a few original ideas, and then you guys put the original ideas in here for me. I'm like, oh, that'd be a great topic. I write it down. Also, just sitting around thinking, looking up if you open a new tab and you open up YouTube and you type in Grand Theft Auto 6, you see what people are searching for and you look for underserved stuff. I haven't done that so much lately. Now I just do, I look at the videos that have done well and I'm like, oh, if that did well, this will probably do well, and then I'll do a topic on that. And people have asked for this. As far as talking, dude, I've always been able to just talk. I can talk about anything forever. And in fact, I talk too much, and you guys have given me a great outlet because Willow doesn't have to smack me in the face anymore. She likes peace and quiet. So it's really nice to be able to be in a spot where I can ramble and ramble and ramble. It's pretty funny too, because as I do this, right next to me, I've got the channel Bible and stuff like that. And I haven't even touched this, but I made this whole channel Bible thing, how to grow it. And I'm off track. I'm not even doing the topics of it anymore, So it's just kind of wherever I go, man. I do bullet points for stuff. It's not hard to find sources for anything. Well, kind of. I mean, I've gotten myself in trouble with the 95% accurate thing. Never trust an AI overview, ever. Don't use Google AI, ChatGPT, stuff like that. I can tell when a YouTube video is made by ChatGPT. There's tells in how these, how they talk. And it kind of suggests that when they're talking like that it is written by AI. You know what I'm saying? They'll say, from this to that, X, Y, and Z, or they'll be I don't know. There's ChatGPT tells, and I can, when I hear it, I know it. And I'm like, oh, damn, this guy wrote a script with ChatGPT. So this is going to be a perfectly acceptable script. It's not going to be very interesting. It's not going to have low points. It's not going to have a contrast in there between low and high that make the script much more interesting than just being mediocre or run of the mill. It's just going to be perfectly adequate. There's a lot of ChatGPT scripts out there. I don't do that. So I just talk to y'all. So, and ramble a lot. Now I do, something I have done in the past is I'll take a bunch of ideas and I'll write them all down or type them all down. I do have written down things, but it's a lot faster to type. And I'll type. And then I've used I have used ChatGPT to structure, okay, when should I talk about this? Mainly in the beginning, which if you go back and watch my first videos, I think you can kind of tell that I was trying to use stuff to help structure the format of my videos because I can kind of ramble and get all over the place. But now, no, it's bullet points, pull up, some sources, and it's go time. If I'm researching a topic super heavily, sometimes I'll ask AI hey, is there anywhere I can find more information on this topic? But then you can't trust it because AI will hallucinate and stuff. So you have to click the sources, the links that it's presenting to you and go and read the articles. But then when you read the articles, sometimes those articles are written by AI. So you got to be super careful when you're going through this stuff and all that. And if I ever reference an article that I'm skeptical of or something like that, which is, you notice why I stick to kind of a few sources. Sometimes I'll get a little bit outside of that, and I mainly try and lean into the gameplay leakers and stuff like that. Game roll, not gameplay leakers, but the game business leakers and stuff like that, journalists and all that. But yeah, sometimes, so you just got to be real careful if you're planning to do this yourself, which it kind of sounds like you are based off of your questions. But yeah, bullet points, talking, sources I said it's not that hard, but it is probably the hardest part, but it is not as hard as I originally thought it would be to go and find, if that makes any sense. And you do have AI tools to help you find sources. You just need to actually read the sources and verify them because it will feed you crappy sources too. So only if you're going to use AI for anything, don't use it to write your script. Don't use it to make your video. Don't use it to do anything other than to help you find sources on things that you already know are sourced. If you're trying to make and back up a point further. And then how do you edit? Because there's a lot of AI garbage on YouTube. Sorry, I feel very strongly about this. So I just really want to say there's a lot of AI garbage on YouTube and I really don't like it. I like authentic, organic content. That sounds so weird, but I put so much into these things, man. It's easy for me to ramble on here now, but even this is a lot. I'm starting to understand how podcasting can be difficult because you ramble and ramble and ramble forever.
but it's not as hard as like, the actual editing of the videos. Like this last video I did almost killed me. My God, all the edits and stuff. But it's a labor of love. And I want the videos, when I put them out, I want them to feel magical and I want it to feel like a good time. And I want to get you guys hyped. Like everything I do is perfectly engineered to get you guys excited with me for these games. So, I'm not like presenting the videos in a corporate boardroom or anything yet to optimize them. But yeah, but if you guys are curious about the process, I'm telling you about it. So that's how I speak openly. With editing, I use Adobe Premiere, After Effects. It's pretty much it. That's really all I need for these videos. How do you prepare your videos? That is like a 3 or 4 hour long video, my friend. But if you want more information on how I do stuff, you can reach out to me and I'll tell you. But as far as, I always thought it was funny. I was like, I'm going to have this shtick to where I'm this character. When people ask me about it, like, I'm just going to play dumb and be like, hey, I am the character, because this is a character in its own universe. So I'm breaking the fourth wall here. But the animation is all done in After Effects. Absolutely everything. Everything is created in After Effects. Animation's done in After Effects. Is for this right here, the podcast, assets have been exported out and used Python scripts. Learned a little bit of code in college back in the day, and Python scripts and the internet. And AI. AI will help you with scripts if you're running into any syntax errors. And I was able to get certain elements firing in a way that looks like an After Effects comp. So for example, if I was to record what I'm recording now and run it through my After Effects thing, it would take hours to export and it would be really like a lot of gigs. Or I could have all of this running now through OBS, all linked up, all synced up via scripts. And, you're almost none the wiser. The only difference, the only tell is my mouth is a little lower quality when I do it with OBS. See if you can tell which videos have OBS. That's about it. But yeah, this is how I would live stream and stuff, is I built OBS rigs. So yeah, OBS, After Effects, all that stuff. I hope that answered that. And if any of you were curious about the process, there's a little sneak peek behind the scenes of the Dandy Andy experience. Man, I hope your day's going good. This is going to be the longest podcast ever. There's no way it's not, because I'm going on like an hour and 25 minutes now. There's no way. Okay. Let me take another sip of soda. Let me know if the ad breaks are getting annoying. I'm trying not to put too many, but I need to make money to continue doing this. So the ad breaks are really annoying. I know they just went up on YouTube Premium. So I'm going to try and cut the ad breaks in half for y'all in this one, because I know a lot of you just got rid of YouTube Premium. I am not going to stop paying for it, but I think it's absolute bullshit that they raised the price like that. I know a lot of people are pissed. What do you think about that? What do you guys think about YouTube Premium? Maybe don't comment about that or they're going to like ban my channel. All right. We got Musa Hassi. Let me know if I said that wrong. We're right. It's just my interpretation of your name, man. Question: will Grand Theft Auto 6 get cameos from characters that are still that are from Grand Theft Auto 5? I don't know. I hope so. I would be surprised if not, actually. And if Trevor canonically lived or whatever, I hope he gets the Johnny Klebitz treatment, because I fucking hate Trevor. He is this. I hate that character so much. Anytime the game tries to make me feel any ounce of sympathy for him, like any bit, nothing. And I've never beaten 5, but I already know which ending I'm gonna get. So I'll tell you that. But yeah, I think we'll see cameos. Dylan SS30 or S356 question. Sorry, I just watched DOS boot. Question: what are the top 5 things you want to hear or you want to do or test once free roam opens up? Just live. Just live, man. Just live in the world. Honestly, I'm not going to like do anything crazy. I know I said the first thing I'm going to do is go hit someone with a car. Nah, I think what I'm going to do now is just exist in the world and let these things kind of open up and naturally occur so that I'm surprised when they happen. I don't want to go out like I did in Grand Theft Auto 4 with my brother and start running into people with cars. I want to play as immersively and grounded as possible when I go through and see how that works in this game. But who knows? I could go completely off the rails. And now it looks like I'm going to be playing this game with y'all. Which is going to be great, because now I can justify playing a video game as work time. So, Willow can't complain. It'll be fun, man. I hope you guys go through Grand Theft Auto 6 with me. So many YouTubers are going to be going through it.
They're going to be talking at like a million words a minute, be like, wow, whoa, look, oh, and they're going to laugh really loud. It's hard for me to watch a lot of that kind of stuff. I like when the YouTubers are just kind of chill when they're going through it. It just depends on the personality. But I hope we are compatible personalities. I think this has gone very well between you and I. And, so, if you want to give me a chance, we could do that. All right. But if I had to choose like 5 things, definitely running into NPCs with cars. Can I pick up and throw NPCs? It's all NPC stuff. If I see a weight bench, I'm going to run over to it to confirm, like desperately, like mad dash, like, yes, you could work out in the game. Haha, suck it, all of you. I was telling you. Drive on mud. Jump off the biggest building. See how they fall. Yeah, the huge. See how the huge plays out. Now we got Willie the Waffle. Yes, dude, thank you. I don't hear enough people giving Red Dead Redemption 2 the credit or respect of possibly being the greatest game ever created at this point. You have not been on the Red Dead Redemption Reddit. All right. So I also believe it's one of the greatest stories ever told through a video game. Being loyal to an absolute fault, where that same loyalty in turn caused your own physical demise, wrapped in the self-awareness and understanding by the player. But so seemingly lost by Arthur as he believes so much that he's doing what he was to and Jesus Christ. I was trying to make this profound for you, man, because it looks like you really wrote it out. But the words are starting to look 3D and like they're sticking out of the screen. I've been looking at them for so long, so I'm sorry. But so seemingly lost by Arthur as he believes so much that he's doing what he has to in order to survive and keep his gang friends alive. He realizes too late, staring death in the eyes and wanting to feel he did one good thing while he was still alive. He took to save John. Yeah, he did save John, a man he felt whose loyalty was questionable for running off on the game previously for a year. Yes, what else? Just for in the end, Arthur to realize not only was he wrong about the way he lived his life, but also the way he thought of John. And even to the extent he realized he questioned a man's loyalty for doing something they all should have done long ago, which was leave the gang. What's brilliant to me in this is I don't think Rockstar tried to push that exact thought path, but it's very hard to not think about or see after thinking on it. And I think it's very accurate. I also might just be biased towards any good Western, especially in gaming, this Western, but Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to be hard to beat in several areas. As far as the story mode and immersion-wise, I think even possibly by Rockstar themselves. Wow. That's a crazy comment. I'll tell you this. This is something I thought about. Sometimes it's not the artist's intent for a certain message to be taken from their work. But if you put enough substance and content there and enough believability, these things kind of naturally emerge because humans are great at creating patterns from nothing. And but sometimes there is a bunch of something and it's just not the original intent because there's just so much going on because the characters are so well fleshed out. And I love that. That's the whole thing of writing your characters and let them write the story for you. And, I agree with you. I hope the writers of Grand Theft Auto 6 understand that and I hope that's what we get. So, excellent comment. Thank you. And yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2, absolute masterpiece. If I wasn't such a Metal Gear fanboy, I'm not a Kojima fanboy, I'm a Metal Gear fanboy. I would just tell everyone it's my number one favorite game of all time. But Metal Gear Solid 3 exists. I'm sorry. Okay. Question. So at this release, do you think there will be a fleshed out... this is from Born to Fly 22/7, by the way. So with this release, do you think there will be a fleshed out basketball activity kind of on par with 2K? Also, I've seen rumors on trunk storage. Thoughts? Yeah, there's trunk storage. I've covered that in videos. It's kind of like Cyberpunk if you want to go check it out. You're going to kind of be doing your inventory from your trunk the way you do with your horse in Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, there should be basketball. In fact, there should be sports teams, and this should be a video. There's so many stadiums and stuff that I think we're going to see some Miami Heat, stuff. And yeah, I think we're going to see court basketball, all that kind of stuff. Wasn't that on the confirmed features list that I did a while back? I don't remember at this point. There's so many features. It's hard to keep up with everything. Yeah, I think we're going to see some basketball and stuff. All right, so that was video 10, y'all. I still have video 11. So I'm going to heart all of you. This is when a lesser man would break the video up or the podcast up into 2 episodes. But I am not that man. So, and I have to heart all of you. So if you're waiting to continue, hearing me yap about Grand Theft Auto 6, don't worry, I'm getting there. Just gotta Gotta heart you guys. Gotta give credit where it's due. Sometimes I heart people too, and the hearts aren't there when I go back. I don't know why. Oh, geez, man. It's been crazy. Life right now. And I realize it's, I get really out of breath when I talk too much. I really need to quit vaping and smoking and the cigars and maybe the Zen pouches as well. Oh my God. There are so many questions. Whew. We're going through these faster. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. But not that much faster. Maybe not. I don't know. I like to yap. We'll see. Maybe I'll take a break and come back. Question. Wait, Trinium. Oh, I did you. And then we went back to the other. So now we have CSA 9188. Question. Do you think the radio will have talk radio on it or like a podcast or something? Because I love riding around and listening to the talk radio shows on GTA. Yeah, of course. That'll for sure be in there. They'll have different talk radios and all sorts of stuff. They do that in every Grand Theft Auto. And they'll do it in this one. And I'm really excited for it as well. That's something Starfield's missing. Sorry to keep bringing up Starfield. I'm sure the gameplay loop has run out by now because I don't think I captured enough to cover this. But yeah, it's missing radio stations. Like in your spaceship, they have like placeable ones in your spaceship. And I know this isn't Grand Theft Auto, but I'm saying like when you go without the radio, you really realize you don't have the radio, even if you don't like to play with it all the time. So yeah, they're going to have talk radio. Remember VCPR from Vice City? Pressing the issues. Missed that. It was such a good time. All right, Hot Sauce 4549. Question. Will GTA 6 have some sort of mobile app? Yes. That interacts with the game. Oh, I don't know. But in the game, yeah. I hope not. I thought that was kind of gimmicky. They'll probably do it though. Red Dead 2 had an app that connected with the game and showed a live map with your location and also Arthur's journal. Would be cool in GTA 6 if you could text characters, order weapons. If y'all want that, sure. I don't understand the draw, like the appeal with that. Maybe when you're at work, it's like kind of a way for you to engage with the game and they know this like in a small way. So maybe they had like a Chop app or something like that for Grand Theft Auto 5. They've been trying to do stuff like that for a while now, but I don't think, they'll do something, but I don't know. It's never really taken off. Interesting question. I've never seen someone care about that. That is cool to know that someone does care about that. I'm not throwing shade or anything. That's cool. And sorry, I'm distracted by the next question, which is very politically charged. Metal Missionary, what's up, Vince? Can we blow up Mar-a-Lago? I don't think so. Question, do you believe Grand Theft Auto 6 will adopt the gore dismemberment mechanic and detail from Red Dead Redemption 2? Those that don't think so use the sentiment of that only works for the Old West. Would be too messed up to implement in the modern era. Well, I mean, they're right. That's just how it is with Rockstar, with the, them trying to protect themselves. I don't feel that way at all, though. Okay. If it's supposed to have a serious tone, I agree with you. If it's supposed to have a serious tone, as we believe it will, I think they will definitely expand upon the amazing system they designed for Red Dead Redemption 2. Thanks and love the content and podcast. Yeah, I hope so. I don't think so. I have to mod it in for Grand Theft Auto 5. They should just go all in, man. Just make it happen. Like, they're big enough now to be the trendsetters. So I hope it is something they do, but I understand why they scale it back. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think it will be as amped up as Red Dead Redemption 2 at the moment. I don't know. I go back and forth. Yeah, I hope so. That's all I really got for you, man. Sorry, I'm tired. I hope they do, because you're right. I think it really messes up immersion when you shoot someone and it doesn't look like you shot them. I'm not playing Grand Theft Auto 6 for a bunch of Teletubbies to come tickle me every time I shoot someone. Like, it should look like that. It should be raw. It should be real. There should be dismemberment. And if they don't, then it's very obvious why they don't when it's not in their game, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? They should go full, like, just messed up. Or make it real. Just make it as realistic as possible and less flamboyant than Red Dead Redemption. Who knows? All right, Ling 9700. Question. You mentioned the GTA 4 gloomy vibe in one of your past episodes, but said that probably wouldn't fit in the Grand Theft Auto 6 vibe. Do you think the towns will have separate vibes, with Port Gellhorn having that sort of GTA 4 gloomy vibe, and the other towns having their own? Also, do you think Grand Theft Auto 6 Online will have user-generated content? And if so, how do you think that will affect the game? Amazing stuff right there. As far as user-generated content, if they have some sort of building system, I think you're going to see like gangs with like fenced-off areas and stuff, and that would be so sick. If they don't, there's going to be compounds and stuff that they can run and operate out of, like they were supposed to in 5, but I haven't really seen people do. But it sounds like they're doubling, tripling down on the role play. So I hope to see more of that. And there was user-generated content in 5, wasn't there? Like custom games and stuff like that you could play. Wasn't that user-generated with the hoops and stuff? Or was that made by Rockstar? But yeah, with the user-generated stuff, I see a lot of obstacle courses. I see a lot of towns. See a lot of deathmatch stuff. Like Forge mode in Halo 3. All that kind of stuff. Also, the roleplay stuff's going to go nuts with it. Fleshing out the world, fencing off their properties, that kind of stuff. If they're allowed to place their own, instances of things in world, in the game world, we'll see. As far as the vibes from different places, yeah, absolutely. Remember, Red Dead Redemption 2 did that. Every single place you went had a completely different vibe. Strawberry felt different than Valentine. Like the color palette, everything changed. Saint Denis, all of it felt dramatically different. So yeah, it's going to feel different. That was a great question. I'm going to heart you too for saying great question. Question, with special guest GTA characters, are you expecting to... Okay, so which Grand Theft Auto 5 characters am I expecting to see in Grand Theft Auto 6 and why? I don't know. I'm not really expecting... I haven't beaten 5. And I thought a lot of the characters, and still do, I think a lot of the characters are really annoying, and I hope to not see them. But maybe Franklin, because he's the only one I think who can get out. Depending on your options. Although Grand Theft Auto Online, I think, confirms that they all lived or something. So I don't know. Maybe Lester. Yeah, I think if we see anyone, it's probably going to be like Lester, Franklin. And that's like the main cast. Just because, they're alive and it makes sense to still see them. Depending on your endings. Like your endings for 5 could be radically different. Although they don't really seem to care about that when it comes to game canon. And then I would love to see, not a Grand Theft Auto 5 cameo, but a Grand Theft Auto 4 cameo. I would love to see I would just want to see Roman show up somewhere. That's it. Just give me one scene of Roman showing up. That's all I need, man. It'd be really cool. That's a great question, but man, honestly, there's no telling until they do it. But they might go the Grand Theft Auto 5 route and then pull a couple of like characters you did some missions for who were cool with the protagonist. And then that's that. But I don't actually know enough of them to name them other than Lamar. And God, Lamar's annoying as hell and a terrible friend. So we'll see. All right. Freezing Toast 69. Question. Have you planned Hotline Miami? If no, please do so before Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm assuming you said played. If yes, do you think we will get some allusion to it in Grand Theft Auto 6? Let me look up what you're talking about. Hotline Miami. Well, This is going to take me to a bad site. I think I know what you're talking about. No, I have not played Hotline Miami. Oh, I've heard of this. I'll have to check this out. This looks like a game I would really like. No, I haven't played it, but I will now. Thanks. Ghetto Guide, WG7GD. Question, what small things are you excited about or hope for? Car tuning, this actually having an impact on performance. Switches might cause gun jam, variation of the same car like Mercedes C300, C43, C63, etc. Yeah, the car stuff is pretty cool. I'm not really much of a car guy. I'm more of a gun guy. So I want to see like actual really good weapon modification stuff. I don't want to see anything stupid. Like, something that's the law is you can have an angled grip, but you can't have like a straight grip for a rifle for civilian use, stuff like that. I want to see stuff that makes sense in the universe. I want to play around with the receiver, the trigger, all that kind of stuff. Like really get in depth with the guns. I love it when games get like immersive with guns. It just makes it so much more interesting to me. Like Ready or Not, even though you can't really like customize to that extent, it does. I don't know. The gunplay is just so good and I like it. And it's looking like in 5, that's kind of the route they're going to go, is more kind of tactical shooter, but not really like as far as like the sounds and the presentation of the weapons. So yeah, because there's only so many differences between like the AR platform rifles, like in how they look, between that and the M16 and all that kind of stuff. So giving us the ability to go in there and really customize it and make it our own is cool. And I'm not really one for cosmetics when it comes to firearms. I really only care about practicality. So it'd be cool if there's a bunch of practical stuff, but we'll see. Other than the car tuning, I do like to trick out cars, but not really. I kind of like to keep it low profile because I'm like, I wouldn't want to draw too much attention to myself in the world. Maybe like some small stuff, make it a sleeper to get away. Stuff like that. really in-depth businesses. I really want to interact with my business other than like going and stealing and dropping stuff off. I want to be in the building doing something, like give me something to do in the building. That's okay. We can stop and breathe for a while, something like that. Yeah, Switch is having a gun jam. I would love to see gun jams in Grand Theft Auto. I think it'd be awesome, especially seeing what the characters do. Maybe you can get the better gun skill you get or whatever, the faster you can clear stovepipe jams and stuff like that, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what I want to see. A lot of gun stuff. Great question. Dylan S356 question: what are your thoughts on people who choose to avoid the trailers going forward? I enjoy being hyped for the game during these days and being more speculative, but after trailer 3, then gameplay reveals and stuff, I might rather experience it for the first time myself. I would just watch the trailers, man. Just remember, there's more to it than just you experiencing the game. For you personally, I'm saying there's more to it than just having an experience of the game without any prior knowledge or anything. There's also the communal aspect of being excited and talking and going into something together. So yeah, I would keep up with the trailers and everything. They're only showing you what you're supposed to see. And when you play the game, you're not going to like know it in and out. It's still going to be a huge surprise to you. Yeah, keep up the trailers, dog. I would advise everyone to, or recommend for everyone to. You do whatever you want. It's a free country, but yeah, I mean, I like being a part of the hype with all y'all and being excited together. And I think, that's something that I'd want to do. That is something I want to do. So I don't know why others wouldn't, is what I'm saying. So I'm not judging them. I'm not like, hey, they suck. I don't understand why you would do that. All right, hold on. Dude, I asked for a bunch of comments and y'all said, hold my beer. Good Lord in heaven. Beansman 3. Hey, Danny Andy Plays. I have a question. Why don't they just take a page out of the Crew 2 book and just make it completely open world by making the map all of America, all 50 states? Well, because they'd have to create all of that. Dude, you know why. It'd be pretty cool though. Yeah. All right, Sheriff Woody, 860. Question: do you think we'll have Modern Warfare 2019 level gun customization? Well, we just talked about this, baby. And Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm really hoping for not just customization, but personalization. Let me put on different handguard and stock just because it looks cool, not even because it affects accuracy. Hey, people who customize guns for aesthetic reasons, that's cool too. I got to start talking like that. That's funny. Your question popped up so close to that. Yeah, I hope so. I think it's going in that direction. I do. I think Sheriff Woody, I think we're going to see it. And I hope you're doing okay, by the way. Everyone, wish Sheriff Woody a good day. And will the money ever be equal to the love? No, homie. The money will never be equal to the love. It's all about that love, homie. Keep it real. If that was a reference to something and I dropped the ball, I'm so sorry. All right, Big Bash 8011. But hey, I hope you're doing okay, Sheriff Woody. Hope you're having a good day, man. All right, Big Bash 8011. Hey, Andy, question. Before Grand Theft Auto 6 was revealed to be set in Leonida, what location was the most speculated to be the setting? Vice City. And in general, what did everyone during that time think Grand Theft Auto 6 would be like? I don't know if we expected the Project Americas thing. I don't know. You were there for that, right? Like the Project Americas hype and everything. It was going to go over a few decades, starting like the 70s or 80s. And then they scaled it down. So that's kind of what we were expecting. For sure, even after the day Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, I told Justin in the car, all right, looks like next time we get to go to Vice City. Because, I was really expecting them to do Vice City for Grand Theft Auto 5 to keep up the order in which they do things. And then we would be going now to San Andreas with the multiple cities and stuff like that. Instead, they gave us Los Santos. I don't know. It went the way it did, and it's been many years now, but I kind of wonder what it would be like if they did Vice City, because it kept it as a smaller location for 5, and then gave us the proper full Grand Theft Auto San Andreas treatment for this next one. That would have been interesting. But yeah, we've pretty much always known we're going back to Vice City. I don't think we're going to see a new location ever with Grand Theft Auto. They like these 3 cities. But if they do, come to Texas, baby. All right. Yo Hat is Hat Trip. Dude, you asked a question on the other one and I'm butchering it again. And you're a homie and I'm butchering it. It looks like you're getting close to graduating too, based on your member badge. All right. What is going to be your least favorite location in Grand Theft Auto 6? Mine is Ambrosia. I feel like there's nothing much to do unless a game trailer proves me wrong. Don't knock it until you try it. I'll say that. I don't think Ambrosia looks... there's parts of Ambrosia that look interesting. I like rundown things. I like rundown areas. I like dingy lighting that feels lived in. It reminds me a lot of growing up. So, which not... just from places I went. I'm not saying I grew up in a house that was destroyed or anything like that. Not at all. I'm just saying like a lot of my friends and stuff like that, and just people I knew. I don't want to talk a lot, but I was in places that kind of had that aesthetic a lot. And there's something about it that feels very comforting because I'm used to it, if that makes any sense. So I do kind of like stuff like that. Stuff like trailers and mobile homes, stuff like that. And then like rundown buildings. I don't know. I really like it. Also, it gives them texture and character. I prefer it much more than sanitized, super sterile, lifeless buildings. Humans are messy creatures, you know? So I like it to be a little messy. I'm curious what it'll be like to go there. I think I might enjoy that location more than I initially thought, now that you have me thinking about it in those terms. Because there's that shot of the motel. Is that Ambrosia? I forget. But I don't know. Where's that Port Gellhorn? I'm confused. I think that's Ambrosia. Oh, well. Anyways, don't knock it until you go there yourself in the game. Because there might be something there that pleasantly surprises you. All right. Hey, Uters. That's an awesome name. Question, just an observation, LOL. I think the best example of this real-time glass fragmentation stuff is in the 3-second clip of Raoul outside the bank heist. Yes! On the top right side of the screen, you can see glass shards spewing out of the central single bullet impact of a nearby car. Yes, I think you are right. That is exactly what they were showing off in that clip. Great catch. Great find. And that is one of the most like stimulating ones too, just with all the little projectiles and stuff flying around. Great catch, man. Yeah, I think so. You can see it in real time right there. Samuel J5890. Question. I know you like Mill Sims, so have you ever played Hell Let Loose? Yes. It's a great game, and there's a new one coming out set in Vietnam, which could be a good to cover once Grand Theft Auto 6 has died down a bit. Maybe I tried playing Hell Let Loose, but I prefer Postscriptum like 10,000 times more. It's harder. And now Hell Let Loose got more popular, but my God, Postscriptum, or now known as Squad 44, dude, I just prefer it a lot more. There's the way that everything sounds and handles. I'll jump back in. Also, doesn't Hell Let Loose not have a ballistic system? Isn't it hit scan? I hate that crap. And I like ballistics. Like if my bullet's traveling in a world, it needs to actually travel in 3D space, not be a hit scan. We'll see. I'll give it another shot. I'm sure it's fun. It's been a long, long time since I played a shooter like that. So, I love Squad though. So we'll see. Do you think, also my computer couldn't run it, so I gave it a bad review. I'll go back and I'll change it, I promise. After I play it. All right, I'll play Hell Let Loose. Good idea. Maybe I'll cover it a bit. All right, sorry. And sorry for the cheesy laugh thing. Ghetto Guide, WG7GD. Question, do you think there will be an app to where you can play your own music in your car while riding with friends or solo? Yes. Obviously turning it off if need be for copyright purposes. Yeah, they've always had the ability to add your own custom radio station. I love it. My favorite implementation of it is in Grand Theft Auto 4 with the DJ and him talking crap about your music. I love it. And how pretentious you are and self-absorbed you are for playing your own music. I hope we get something like that back. But realistically, we'll probably get like a music player, like a Spotify kind of thing. So we'll see. Shammy50, what's up? Hey, Andy, couple questions. If you can answer them, thank you. How long would you predict the main story to be? And do you expect it to be as layered in depth as Red Dead Redemption 2 or even Grand Theft Auto 4? I would hope after 13 years, we will be getting the best of everything in regard to story, RPG elements, the world, but the longer we wait, the more the internet makes me worry about the final product. That's why I love your content, though. Also, any predictions for how they handle online? They should go full sim, in my opinion. Hey, I agree. But like I said earlier, what they should do is they should allow the options to be there for it to feel immersive without forcing it upon you to slow things down so that everyone can experience the immersion that they want in their own way in this universe. Like if you want to go take a shower and focus on all that stuff, that option should be available to you. If you want to sit down at a restaurant and eat before you're at big heist, that option should be available to you. But if you want to just rush things, that should also be available to you. The main story, let's see, you said, how long would you predict the main story to be? That's a good question. Probably about as long as Red Dead Redemption 2. I would expect it to be exactly that length, like just very big, layered, and deep, like you said. Yeah, I would expect it to be like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is a lot richer than Grand Theft Auto 4. And not saying Grand Theft Auto 4 isn't rich, but you know what I mean. I would hope that after 13 years, we will be getting the best of everything in regard to story. Same. RPG elements, same. The world, but the longer we wait, the more the internet makes me worry that the final product, yeah, I feel you. And, you know, I think that last delay, other than making it work on consoles and stuff like that, might have been to add some more features. I think that this time they're like, no, it's not enough. Do another pass. No, it's not enough. Do another pass. And when we get it, it's going to, Red Dead Redemption 2 exceeded my wildest expectations. And every Rockstar game has, except for 5. And even that wasn't so bad. So I think we're in good hands. We'll see. I am very optimistic about Grand Theft Auto 6. That is no surprise. But we'll see. Question. What do you think about the idea of having a longer and more immersive day-night cycle? Yes, please, good God. Make the nights longer. More time to actually experience and live in the world. Red Dead Redemption 2's day-night cycle was great, but in my opinion, way too short. It was interesting. You also said, love your videos, enjoy the down-to-earth format, enjoy the rambling. Much love and peace, bro. Hey, much love and peace to you, bro. And thank you for listening to me ramble. I'll say this. Red Dead Redemption 2 had a cool idea for the time cycle stuff, and it is a very cool implementation. It's just not done right yet. When you sit down at a poker table, time should stop and run at real time. Okay? I've never understood this with time cycles in games. Why do you have it set to move out just a specific thing? Make it believable. Here's how a time cycle, in my opinion, should work for games like this. If I go to play poker, the time slows down to 1-1 real time. That's how fast stuff passes. If I'm walking around in a settlement, an outpost, something like that, or, in this case, the city, well, let's just say an outpost or something like that, or a small town. Time should run either 1-to-1, half speed, or 12 times, just something like that. Maybe not 12 times, but faster, but still slow. When I'm in a high-speed shootout, high chase, big shootout stuff, 1-1, to the time. When I am driving on a highway to another city, the time cycle should speed up a lot. And by the time I get there, it should be different. If I take a plane, the time cycle should speed up a lot. Red Dead Redemption 2 had this. It's just the way they did it was weird. And they made nights pass way too fast. Time speeds up when it's nighttime in Red Dead Redemption 2, if you didn't know that. And that's why you get those storms coming in the evening that pass in like a blink of an eye. I think night should be just as long as day. And depending on what you're doing at night, like if I'm standing in one location in a town, it should slow down a bit. And, because I want to live in a space in that world and time and not thinking about having to manipulate a time cycle. Let it exist naturally. I think they struck a good balance with Red Dead Redemption 2, but it needed some things to get it all the way there, and especially noticeable during playing cards. I hate that in any game when I sit down to play cards and like an entire day passes. That should never happen. The time cycle should go 1-to-1 real time when you do that. So what do y'all think? In fact, I play with that in Fallout New Vegas. Those literally, it's possible. I would play the game with exactly that. That's how I play the game. When I'm inside of a building, time is 1-to-1. When I'm traveling, it's the normal game speed. Actually, it's a little slower, but still going. And when I sit down to play cards, 1-1, well, you're indoors anyway. So yeah, it adds a ton to the immersion of your experience. Question, could you take a quick second to go into your fan theory for how Metal Gear Solid and Fallout and Rockstar games will play into the same universe? Also, is there a business email you have for possible partnerships? Love your videos and the channel. Yes, I have my email in my About section. You can go and get it there. I think it's like contact.dandyandy@gmail.com or dandyandy.contacts@gmail.com. It's one of those two. But yeah, if you want to reach out to me, you can. Man, I don't know if I'm ready to tell y'all this big nerdy timeline. All right, so basically just in my head canon, I just have it to where it's like Metal Gear Solid 3, you got Naked Snake, and he's John, right? His name's John. So I'm just like, fuck it. You never know his last name. His last name's Marston. So boom. What if, he is Jack Marston's son and he named him after John Marston? So Big Boss is really Jack Marston's son in Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Okay. You go through all of Metal Gear Solid. Okay. And Metal Gear Solid is like the end of it, I think, right? No, then you have Fallout. So in Fallout, it's kind of like nebulous because it's like years in the future, but there was some sort of thing to where they went back into like maybe we pushed so far into the nuclear apocalypse and everything going on in Metal Gear Solid and all these mercenary companies that then humanity decided, you know what, let's take some steps backwards. Let's go back to the past and through, all sorts of stuff. Retrofuturism became the move, and that just became the style as America became more and more fascist in this Fallout universe. And all of a sudden you got, Fallout. So, and Metal Gear's all about how nukes are bad and stuff like that, so maybe somehow there was another cloning project. And if you play Fallout New California, that is very much what happens. And and it's very much tied to the Vault Dwellers. So it sounds like there was some other secret cloning project or maybe another clone of Snake that happened. And that bloodline could have continued on somehow, maybe with the ability to reproduce without the Fox die stuff. This is all written down and documented somewhere. I'm just not going to read it, or you guys are going to think I'm such a nerd. I mean, you probably already do. Now, to get to Fallout 4, that's the tricky thing. But in Fallout 2, there is a time thing that takes you back in time. So I'm just like, fuck it. What if, he stumbles out to this rock and goes back in time, then has to deal with the weight of being in the pre-war after experiencing Fallout New California, all of Fallout New Vegas, finds this thing out there, is transported back, and then brings his way all the way up into Fallout 4. And I've got this all written down. And he has like a colonel who comes and visits him and like knows him. And he is the, son of the guy that he knew in the future. And his face is all messed up at the beginning. And his, Nora knows about this and is working with him through it and all this kind of stuff. And they end up using him for secret black ops operations in the army and stuff like that, which is why you start off as a huge badass in Fallout 4. And then boom, right into it. And you play with the silent protagonist thing and the Snake mods and everything. You got Snake. And I've also just modeled my characters and stuff to where I can literally I created a 3D model, did all the mapping and everything. It was a bitch to create the character I wanted to play in New Vegas and put it up on the mods Nexus. If you ever want that, type in Snake Courier. Completely created from scratch. So yeah, and it's how I put Snake in the game. Why did I do this? Because I'm a huge nerd and I get bored, and these are the things that I do. When I'm working, these are the things that are going on in the back of my mind. So, huge nerd. It's written down to where it makes a lot more sense than just how I described it to you, but this is a trust me, bro. There's also ways they split off, and somehow it ties into both Cyberpunk 2077 and the Unity and Starfield, which, spoiler alert, is a good cop-out anytime universes don't match. So yeah, have fun with your games. Be a nerd. Some of you guys just want to get home from work and play FIFA, and that's where it ends. Some of you get home and you play a game and you're like, what if this? What if that? And you like to create, and you start connecting dots between other games. And you're like, what if this? Have your head canon. Let it be as stupid and childish as you want. We're all going to die someday. Have fun. Have fun and be creative. Don't ever lose that. That's something that we should not lose when we get older. And there's a lot of things that should mature. That never should. Because ironically, it matures the most when you allow yourself to be a kid with these kinds of things. That makes sense? I got to get on my soapbox after telling you guys the most nerdy thing I do so that I can forgive myself. All right. Well, it's not a fanboy theory, bro. It's just, I just wrote it. I don't write fanfic or anything like that, but it might as well be because it's like 100 pages of backstory. Hey, man, enjoy the games the way you want to. Literally right next to me on my right, as I'm recording this, is a layout for a spaceship I'm going to build in Starfield and everything. Because I have it to where they can board your ship now. So when you're flying around, enemies can actually dock your ship and board it. And so I've got it laid out to where my crew can survive that, because my crew can die. And I've got all the essential stuff turned off. And I've got gyms that work and mess halls that work and rigs that work and clinics that work, infirmaries, and garages for your ship. I've got it into a full-blown space sim. So, I like to create, if that's not obvious. I like to create, and when I play other people's creations, and I think something's lacking, I like to add to it and create more. And if I had more time, there'd be so many mods I'd create. But I put a freaking mullet and snake into New Vegas because, I don't know, that was my contribution. I also sent like some really cringy message to some guy 2000 about, well, he's called something else now, about working on one of his projects. Anyways, but I just wanted to, I was like, hey, I would love to voice act in one of your projects because I'm a huge fan. And I said like, okay, I'll stop the butt kissing now or something like that. And it was just really awkward. I'm really awkward with people, man. It's hard. It's hard. I'm an introvert who can put on the extrovert mask. Okay. And a lot of you are like that. A lot of you go to work. Maybe you work in like a blue collar field, or you work somewhere where like people talk shit to each other on the shift and are mean and can like threaten violence and stuff. I've worked places like that. Like, not like garages and stuff like that, but like food services like that. You're screaming at each other and stuff like that if the restaurant's poorly run. And, you put on this exterior and you get home, you take it off. Maybe you're in the military. Same thing. You have an exterior you put on, you do it, you get home, you're yourself, different masks we wear and stuff like that. So, you can take that mask off and be creative. You don't have to be a hard ass. You could be a big, stupid goober just like me, and it's okay. You can still be big and tough when you go to work. Okay. Kobe motherfucking Collins. Question. Do you think there will be odd jobs in Grand Theft Auto 6 where if completed, you get upgrades like in previous games? Love you, man. Well, holy crap. I think I just had a stroke. Love you, man. Keep your head up, brother. Dude, I just spaced out. It was weird. I also get this really like tight feeling around my brow. I don't know what that is. I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm talking to you guys in the podcast. Yeah, man. I love answering questions. So I'm glad to answer them. Oh my God. Yeah. You guys are killing me. There's so many questions that I'm reading the next thing and responding to it. So that was what Maxski, you said, thanks for answering my questions, man. I think you kind of answered one of my questions from your last podcast too. So that was awesome. Okay. Kobe motherfucking Collins said, question, do you think there will be odd jobs in Grand Theft Auto 6 where if completed, you get to upgrade like in the previous games? Yes. I think there will be odd jobs that you can do. I don't know to what extent, but yes, there will be odd jobs. Sorry, I got to move on. This is going super long. BT Killer 30K question. What do you think will be the timeline for Grand Theft Auto 6 as a game? Whenever I think about Grand Theft Auto 6, I can't help but think if Rockstar is going to be able to / want to make an even bigger game, GTA 7, my main thought is that Rockstar will ride out Grand Theft Auto 6 for a very long time, like they did with Grand Theft Auto 5, 10 years. At least 10 years. Yeah. No, don't apologize for yapping. I yap too. I'm yapping to you right now. Yeah, 10 years. It'll be like Grand Theft Auto 5 all over again. So buckle up if you don't like Vice City. You got 10 more years, baby. And even then, we'll see how they do an implementation of it. Because the game itself might go through some sort of transformation that turns it into something else. What do I mean by that? Like, well, what we talked about earlier with them adding stuff in online, the game transitioning, changing what it is, going through revisions in real time as if it was a game in beta or alpha or something like that that's playable, like an early access game. We'll see. All right. Nox, Vertside. Question. What do you think Grand Theft Auto 6's economy will look like compared to GTA 5? I mean, the run-of-the-mill. Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 5. As far as like prices, I think that we are going to be able to interact with banks. And you know what? Actually, didn't I just do a video on this? Hold on. When did you ask this? Go watch my economy video. That's everything I think and know about that. Sorry to like answer it with, go watch my video. Like and subscribe, bro. It's just, I'm really tired. And I don't have any notes in front of me other than my stupid spaceship for Starfield and my channel Bible. Neon Cyber Samurai. Question. With an exclamation point and a question mark. Hell yeah. What are some ways you think they can implement the way we consume music and other types of audio content, like the Dandy Andy podcast and Grand Theft Auto 6, Grand Theft Auto 6 Online? Spotify, baby. There's going to be some sort of Spotify implementation. There has to be for Grand Theft Auto 6. If you're Spotify and you're trying to get the next generation of kids to use your stuff, it's not like that's been a problem. But if you just want to like cement yourself as like, we are the music people, be an option in Grand Theft Auto 6 to implement and use. Yeah, I'm not saying I support monopolies or anything like that, but there you go. That's how you would do it.
yeah, I think we're going to have some sort of streaming service kind of stuff in Grand Theft Auto 6. And I would love to be able to drive around and listen to podcasts. You know, it's funny. There's these AI mods for New Vegas to where they make it to where it's like Joe Rogan having a podcast with like super mutants and stuff. And it's hysterical. So I have that in New Vegas and it's a good time. It's pretty funny. And it's actually really interesting because it's like you get the lore because it's Joe Rogan in this New Vegas universe interviewing like major characters you're going to meet later in your story. So I don't know. It's really cool. All right. Dante Pugley's whatever. Sorry, man. Question. How do you expect weapon customization to be? Whoa, man. A lot of you are bringing up Modern Warfare 2019. I guess I need to check this out. Yes, I do think we are going to see in-depth weapon customization for sure. We talked about it earlier in this podcast. Yes. Ghetto Guy, WG7GD. Good Lord. Okay, you got a lot of questions here, buddy. What's the most dandy-andy way to fail your first mission in Grand Theft Auto 6? An epic car crash of some kind, or to just flip my vehicle for the like hitting a fire hydrant or something stupid. What's your most unhinged prediction for Grand Theft Auto 6 that you low-key believe could happen? I don't know if I have anything too unhinged. Maybe just the ability to shower and bathe and stuff. That doesn't seem to be very popular with people, but you know, immersion aspects like that. I wouldn't even call it unhinged, but yeah, realism elements in the single player campaign, I think will be there. Also, I think that there's going to be a crazy cult with witchcraft and stuff like that in the game. That's a personal thing. So I think that we're going to see that too. Is there anything Rockstar could do that would disappoint you instantly in regards to GTA 6? Yes, not have one of the main features that we've talked about on here because everything points to them having it, which means they would have stripped it away intentionally. If you could design one mission for Grand Theft Auto 6, what would it be? It would be a Hitman style mission to where you have to go in disguise and slowly track your target and work your way to it, like an assassination mission, stuff like that. I just like missions that take place at a place and are very involved and you have to do something. So maybe like an opera thing and you and Lucia are there and you have to take out a target, or like a sports game and you have to take out a guy there. Something like that with a big crowd. You got to blend in and there's a guy you got to get to and a lot of obstacles you got to navigate to get there. Murder of the Crows is one of my favorite Hitman missions of all time that takes place in New Orleans because of this. So yeah, there's like these 3 assassins trying to kill this political figure and you have to prevent them, you know, and they're dressed as birds. It's interesting. All right. If GTA 6 had a hidden secret like Bigfoot again, what would you want it to be this time? Dude, make it like some big, creepy, slender man thing, witch thing with multiple limbs that charges you. Go full Resident Evil, whatever it is. When it happens, make it happen. Do you think that AI will finally be smart enough to make random chaos feel like actual consequences? Yeah, I do. I don't know if Grand Theft Auto 6 will be that. I think it'll be the closest to it though. And eventually, and very shortly, we're going to arrive there. What's one feature you think Rockstar is hiding that will completely change how we play? The limited inventory, you know, because it came from a leak. So I can say, you know, and the trunk mechanics and stuff like that. If there's a hidden mechanic nobody's talking about yet, what do you think it is? Wait, didn't I just say that? Oh, you said feature. Now you're saying hidden mechanic. Probably like all the little tools here. I'll reverse answer your question. So the thing I answered previously works for this one. What I'm about to say now will work for the previous one. A bunch of gadgets and stuff like that to use. There's going to be little gadgets and doodads you have to use to accomplish things. And that'll make the world feel more involved and more interactive and have more strategy. I think Rockstar Games knows that their players are not children. Or that if they are children, that they're smart enough to figure it out. Even though the games aren't intended for kids, I understand. I mean, I ended up with Grand Theft Auto with like 7, so I get it. If Grand Theft Auto 6 had a reputation system that followed you forever, would you play differently or double down on the chaos? I don't ever play chaotically when I play Grand Theft Auto story mode. I always, I try to, by the time the game ends, my civilians killed thing, it says 0. If that tells you anything. If you could leak one real feature from Grand Theft Auto 6 right now, what would cause the biggest internet meltdown? Something political, like if there's a trans character in the game or something like that, that would be the biggest meltdown for the game, for sure, in this political climate. If GTA 6 had real consequences for everything you did, would it still be fun? No. You go to prison for 10 years or whatever, and you got to actually, all right, see you in 10 years, and then your save unlocks when you get back.
there's an extent, to it. Games, when people say, I want my game to feel realistic, what they're saying is I want to feel more immersed in the role that you're trying to put me in. That's it. If GTA 6 ends up being slower and more realistic, do you think that helps your content or hurts it? That helps it dramatically, because that's what I love. That means I could talk to it much more passionately. I could sit here and chatter about it a lot more. What's one thing you think Rockstar added that nobody's even thinking about yet? Okay, the ability to change the nail color of Lucia, like her nail polish. I'm going to learn a lot about how women get ready in this game, I think. I think a lot of men are about to learn about how women do their makeup and how long it takes with Lucia. Let's see. I'm curious how in-depth they go. Do you think GTA 6 will change your content style at all or just amplify it? I think once it comes out, for sure change my content style, because I'll probably review the game for a bit and then try and move on to other things. I have no idea. So, in fact, a huge decision in my life is entirely based around what happens to my channel after Grand Theft Auto 6. Serious question. Do you think your first Grand Theft Auto 6 video will be more planned content or just 20 minutes of things going completely wrong in the most Andy way possible? I guess we got to test the game together. I don't know. I might actually just go through the game with y'all, and that's that. And I'll figure things out with you, and you guys will know things that I don't know, and you'll tell me about them. We'll have a conversation. Thanks for all the questions, Ghetto Guide. Jesus. All right, we're getting through this. I appreciate you guys, though. It's just, I'm tired, and I feel like, I don't know. I start to have self-doubts about like people listening to stuff the further I get into stuff. It's just how it is. Big Germworm. Hey, what's up, buddy? You're back. Question. I doubt this will ever happen, but as a fellow Texan, whoa. Did I answer this? I did. I think you asked it on both of them, so I'm going to go ahead and heart it. But yes, I would love a Grand Theft Auto in Texas, and I would love the cartels to be in it. Although, knowing how they operate, someone would probably get, funky-towned if they did that. Kayla Cameron. Have you ever played the Saints Row games? Yes. In my opinion, Saints Row 2 is the closest Yep. Yeah, it's the closest it's ever gotten to GTA. Same with Sleeping Dogs. Yep. All the other Saints Rows are a little too out there, but Saints Row was its own thing, and it was cool until they did the reboot, and it was just fucking weird. I don't know what they were doing, but yeah, 100%. Love Saints Row. Saints Row 2 was really cool with the interior customization and stuff. And it was all about being fun, Those could come back. There's still room for you, There's still room for you, Saints Row, if you want to come back and not do the whole I don't know what that was that came out. That was weird though. That was unrelatable to everyone. All right, now we have Maurice Epps. If GTA 6 does the Fortnite route where you can create your own games or servers, would you make one as well? And would that server consist of and be stay awesome? No, I would not. I don't have the time to. I barely have time to make videos for you guys. And I work 2 other jobs on top of this. And I have a lot of stuff that I have to manage outside of work as well. So probably not, unless I could do this full time and had someone else run it. So yeah, that's why I haven't created a Discord. Although Vincent, can we use your Discord, man? Vincent created one. I'm putting you on the spot here. Mr. Talrack, will Jason and Lucia share a single pool of money or keep separate finances? Also, do you expect settlement-style homes or businesses? If so, how deep will customization and roleplay go? That first question is a great one. I think it'll be separate, but I would love the idea to combine it. Or the ability to choose whichever you do, like couples do. Me and my lady, we keep our finances separated, but we have a system for how we accomplish things. So, it also makes things cleaner for you and gives people more autonomy towards things. It just depends on what works for your couple. Oh, wait. This isn't marriage counseling. Yes, I think it'll probably be separate, but I also don't, because they are very heavy on the fact that these 2 protagonists are going to feel like one with how they play. So I think one account would make them a lot of sense too. Also, it'd be interesting if one character spends a lot of money on something, the other character can make comments on it damn it, Lucia, why'd you go and buy that M4? Now I can't go and buy a pack of smokes, stuff like that. It'd be interesting. Or why'd you go buy those shoes? Also, do you expect settlement style homes or businesses? If so, how will customization and roleplay go? I hope so, but I don't think Rockstar has ever gone that deep. If they do that, that's something we're going to see on online
But when it comes to like building settlements and stuff like that, I would love it. A lot of people love or hate building systems. Just give it to me. What you're going to see though instead is like probably like a location place to where you upgrade certain things like your camp at Red Dead Redemption 2. You know, Rockstar does stuff like that to where you have a location, you can upgrade it. So we'll do stuff like that. Question, just more in depth. All right, now we got Anonymous Coward says, okay, Anonymous Coward says, question, do you think we'll get single player DLC this time? And what do you think it will be? New state, new character? I think we're finally going to get Undead Nightmare again. I'll just say that. Next question, the dude yo. Question, your take on Grand Theft Auto 6 Online? Grand Theft Auto 5 Online was a disaster at launch. Red Dead Redemption 2 Online flopped harder than my dad and flip-flops with his white socks and stupid hat. It sounds like you love your dad. Are they finally going to nail it this time? I hope so. And it sounds like everything's gearing up for them to just absolutely come out swinging. So yeah, I would say so. Question, Metal Gear, Red Dead Redemption, Fallout. This is from Mr. Talrack. Question, Metal Gear, Red Dead Redemption, Fallout, marry, kill, but with franchises? What? I don't know what you're saying, but yes, I have them all connected in my stupid headcanon. Rap Legacy 7667. Question, do you think that we will have a detailed criminal organization and development in Grand Theft Auto Online? Yes. And you want it to use the actual hierarchy structure this time, as well as the ability to play as cops and ability for role playing. Yeah, I hope so. I want the players to be the cops in online. That would be so sick. Also, in Grand Theft Auto 5, they had like ranking systems and stuff, like with the motorcycle club and all that. It's just people didn't really do it, and they weren't really fleshed out. Like, come on, flesh out those roles, make clubs feel like roles. If you give people a hierarchy and you make it to where they have to exist in it, they're going to do it and they're going to love it. I don't know, but at the same time, it just depends on what you want. I don't know, but Rockstar games are made with dark magic, so we'll see. Pacific Pig. Question, what do you think of how the new leaks info seem to tie into things we saw in the first big leak? As a Grand Theft Auto 5 modder with some knowledge of how Rage works, I feel like a lot of people looked at those videos at face value rather than why they were made and what the devs were trying to show each other. From a technical view, I think some tie into more recent findings. Like, for example, the traffic system patent made me think back to a leaked video where Lucia was in the back of the truck and getting chased by police. If you look at it today, it almost becomes clear that they were trying to show that the left police car kept swerving into the sidewalk and crashing into things, almost like it was seeing the street parking as a lane and then was crashing, trying to swerve and avoid the sidewalk parts. To me, this would kind of line up with how testing and new traffic systems and how they would be having issues in their pathfinding. As in Grand Theft Auto 5, the police don't really seem to try to avoid things when they go off the path, and they just smash through it even when trying to avoid it. It makes me wonder what other technical things were shown at first glance that just look like a simple gameplay test. Oh man, I'm so tired that I don't even know. It's not even that I'm tired. That's a deep question, and that's something I think I would need to take the time to review the footage with. I will tell you that I think that to some extent the police AI crashing into stuff is intentional because it's fun. So I don't know. But yeah, it sounds like you've done your research on this. If you find anything out from that, or if you have any new cool like observations based off the stuff you see like that, please share it with us. Share it with the classroom because we could learn a lot, especially because you've worked on the Rage engine. I've modded games, but I haven't worked in the Rage 9 engine. So let me know. I imagine it's very hard. Actually, no, I didn't work in the Rage 9 engine. I've done retextures in the world space through Open4, stuff like that. And stats, stuff like that. But it sounds like you might know a little bit more than me. So yeah, if you find anything else interesting, especially after trailer 3, from those leaks that we can kind of draw from, share that information with us, please. McSpanky69, with the recent advancements in AI, do you think the game was delayed to incorporate more AI features? No. Also, do you believe the Xbox Series S has held the game back? I think the delay is closer to performance and maybe like, hey, let's see if we can get these things in last second. And also just like the logistics of like money, when they want it, how they're going to optimize it. This is their biggest strategy release thing ever. So yeah, I think it has a lot more to do with the stars aligning for the corporate realm, if that makes sense, than it does, AI, stuff like that. But performance and optimization for sure. They were definitely still doing that. Even if it didn't need it, like if it was shippable, I'm sure that they were still working on that. Good question. And also, if you don't have a heart on your comments, I am so sorry because I noticed that YouTube sometimes doesn't add them even when I
I click it for whatever reason. Probably because I like mass do it. So if you don't get your heart, I'm sorry. All right. Double drop in E-Hunt in the Hunter. I'm sorry, man. Question. In Red Dead Redemption 2, we got hair growth and weight gain, loss, and we assume we'll have that in Grand Theft Auto 6 also. I believe, yeah, you can see it in the trailers. I believe we will also have the ability to get a sunburn if outside. Yes, for an extended period of time without clothing coverage. Yes. What are your thoughts on sunburn and possibly other mechanics we could possibly see that we haven't seen before? Yes. You're going to be able to get sunburn and you're going to sweat a lot. And there's so much cool sun details like sunspots and stuff on people and sunburns. And yeah, you're going to be able to get sunburn in this game. It's going to be cool. Maybe sunblock will be like an actual equipable item. Wouldn't that be funny? And maybe Lucia will lather up Jason or something like that. Or maybe Jason will lather her up, whoa, we're getting into a whole nother kind of game now. All right, let's move on. We got, is that an L or I don't know, Jetter987. Question, on a scale from 1 to 10, how likely do you think it is the squat rigs will be added to the game, including, squat racks, including the ability to build and drive them? Oh no, squat rigs, not racks. Also, what are your thoughts on squatted rigs in general? I personally wouldn't do that to my truck. Oh, but I think they're kind of funny and would be cool to build in game. Yes, I think we're going to see that in game. I personally probably won't. I don't know. Maybe I will have a squatted truck with like a closed bed and then have the big old Dandy Andy on the side. All right, now Crazed Armadillo. How far do you think the slow and maybe tedious things will go in Grand Theft Auto 6? I know there was a subset of people who didn't like Red Dead Redemption 2 and made fun of how slow it was to loot and clean guns. Brushing your horse and slowly walking through camp with a carcass over your shoulder was a drag for some of my friends, but I always saw it as an excuse to take in the world for longer. Obviously, a very different setting. Who knows what Rockstar has taken from that criticism? And in their profitable Grand Theft Auto Online, there's not much that isn't action-packed. That isn't fast and action-packed. Also, how far do you want it to go into that kind of stuff? I think I already know your answer, but would love to hear you yap about your speculations more. Thanks for asking. I think things will be a little faster than they were in Red Dead Redemption. In Red Dead Redemption 2, a little faster, just a little bit. They were kind of slowed down in 5 too. Like if you were to go into your house and sit down, smoke, do the things that Red Dead Redemption 2 has, a lot of those interaction points. I think 6 will have a lot of that. But overall, you're not going to be pulling cans of beans off of counters nearly as often. And I don't know, looting bodies is something you do in Red Dead Redemption 2, but you don't do that in Grand Theft Auto games. So I think that's probably why it feels slower, because in Grand Theft Auto, you just walk over the weapons to get the ammo. And then in Red Dead Redemption 2, of course, you have to bend over, pick up the dude, check his clothes, and drop him back down. I think that was a big point that made things feel a lot slower. So something in between that, maybe. Yeah, GTA Online is fast and action-packed, but you got to remember it's been a ramp up of a decade. So they're going to have to do that all over again with Grand Theft Auto 6 Online. I'd imagine that they're not going to go just for like the boom action-packed kind of stuff right up the front because, I don't know, you kind of lose the, like things, you don't want that to be your gimmick. You want it to be that the core design of it is good enough and great that keeps players coming back, playing over and over again, and rely less on like the whole like shock on like in awe of, look, you could fly around on a bike and shoot missiles at people, stuff like that. So we'll see. Hopefully they strike a good sweet spot to where we have a lot of that fun craziness, but also a nice blend of realism, a good old helping of it. So we'll see. Anyways, thanks for the question. Really appreciate you asking. Steel City 237. Do you think life underwater is going to be more alive in Grand Theft Auto 6? Oh yeah. Look at the screenshot with the life underwater. Yeah. Oh yeah. Way more than 5. Yeah, I'm going to move on because this thing has been running forever. Now we have Drew Oliveira's 97. Do you think Lucia's boxing glove necklace pendant is actually a keepsake for her dad's ashes? Oh, you asked about this in the other one. No. But I do think it was her dad's. Don't decant. Question, would you rather play compromised versions of Grand Theft Auto 6 for PS5 and PS5 Pro or wait until PS6 drops and play the uncompromising and all-encompassing version of GTA 6? For me, I'd rather wait for GTA 6 one more year if they can have it ready for next-gen consoles. than have them, like a compromised 6-year ancient tech. Oh, well, I'll tell you this. Well, hold on. Imagine if they can squeeze in so much in 6-year-old tech, how much awesome it could be, the latest tech. Then they go crazy. I know they also want to sell more. Yeah, I'm going to play it for sure. I played Red Dead Redemption 2 on the PS4, and I thought it was a marvelous experience. I thought it was just as good as the PC. I mean, yeah, there's some graphical differences in the frame rate and stuff like that, but it's the same game, and it's still just as beautiful. For the visual fidelity that you gain, personally, I don't understand wanting to wait a year. That's you, and that's fine. So yeah, I'll be there at the get-go. I'll buy a PS5 Pro just to play it and then probably sell it. Or give it away to one of y'all. Maybe. If I get rid of it, that's what I'll do. If I ever get the PC version or something. So yeah. Also, excuse me, as I've been saying a lot in this podcast, I really enjoy the communal aspect of a game release. Big time. Like midnight releases aren't really a thing anymore, and they used to be. And there was something so special about standing in line with a bunch of stinky nerds waiting for a game to drop at midnight and everyone just being so excited about it. It was so special, man. And, and then keeping up with your friends and be like, where you at in it? Where you at? So I want to be there when it happens, especially because I have to cover it on the channel, right? Like I can't be a Grand Theft Auto 6 channel and be like, I'll wait until the PC release. I mean, I could, but I want to play it. So we'll see. All right. But yes, I can't imagine how good it's going to look on the PC stuff. I don't know how games could get any better looking at this point. They look better than anything I ever thought we would have gotten when I was a kid. Cam the Man 32. What's up, man? Question. Hey, Andy. Hope you are well. Thanks, man. Was happy to see a video talking about the economy of Grand Theft Auto 6. That's been a major concern of mine. Kind of basing off of a quick talk of the new Red Dead. Just as an imaginative idea, what era would you love Rockstar to make a game in? I love the Mafia games in LA Noire, but I've always wanted a GTA Red Dead game and a Prohibition era. Yes! And Grand Theft Auto 6 going Bonnie and Clyde style, really amped up. Yes! I'd love Mob Boss style game of moving booze and robbing banks. See, this guy gets it. Cam the Man gets it. Take us to Texas as 1925 all the way to 1938. Let's do it. No, screw it. Put us in Texas, 1920 to 1950. Let's go. Red Theft Auto. Grand Theft Redemption. Something like that. Yeah, that. And have there be tornadoes. And I'm so sorry about the throat clearing, guys. I've been talking for so long now that it's catching up to me. All right. Big Germworm. Hey, he's back. Question 2. Do you think we are getting our hopes up for Rockstar actually listening to fans and giving us what we want? Ability to revisit Liberty City, Los Santos, story DLCs. I think we are considering there have been no DLC since Undead Nightmare. I think they are more focused on making money from online. Yes, but listen, those places that we would revisit would happen in Grand Theft Auto Online. These DLCs that would happen would probably be story DLCs in online. But I do think, because how big it is and the money behind it, they're going to be seeing figures they've never seen before. So I don't know. It's kind of funny. It would be like when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out and you had the Grand Theft Auto 4s online speculating about, do you think Grand Theft Auto 5's online is going to last 10 years and make all this money and have properties you can buy and stuff? People would be like, that's never happened before. Well, no, duh, it's never happened before. To move forward, you got to innovate. So if it sounds bigger and better than it was before, that's the goal. So yeah, I think we'll see single player DLCs again. I think it would be really stupid of them not to. And I understand them not wanting to. It depends on online. I'll just say that. It depends on online, but I think online is going to land in a way, at least initially, to where we're going to end up with some single player DLC before it really blossoms, the online mode. That's what I personally think. We'll see. Daddy Blocker, do you think, or a question, you think the dating, oh my God, I am like, the text is blurring together, guys. You think dating in that game will be like past GTA 4 with Nico talking or taking them to bowling alleys and all, or like Cyberpunk, which I enjoyed? Just wondering what you think is it cheating to has some part in that. Okay, so you're asking if there's going to be a dating system in the game. And if there's going to be like cheating and stuff. Yeah, that would be an interesting mechanic, and I don't see why it wouldn't be in the game because it would really work well with Lucia, you know? So, and Jason, you know, just like the commenting to each other. There's so much relationship potential in this game with like things you could do. The other one can comment on, like, hey, you're looking a little fat. Hey, what did you spend all of our money on? You know, stuff like that. I hope they really go into that. If you're going to do 2 protagonists, don't just have 2 protagonists. Do 2 protagonists, you know? And I think they are this time. Z4D0R342. Question. Not really a question, more like a prediction. All right, so end of April, early May. We're coming up on the end of April. Some sort of artwork box cover reveal. Okay. You're speculating Thursday, April 30th. Character trailers for Jason and Lucia. It's their traditional trailer. 3, you're predicting early May. Pre-orders go live. June to July. Marketing begins to slowly ramp up with screenshots, some form of developer-related content. End of August to September, marketing really starts to begin. Grand Theft Auto 6 starts appearing everywhere, reaches people who aren't actively following it. Gameplay trailer releases. October. Short form clips for social media. Some sort of Grand Theft Auto 6 online info. November, full marketing saturation, TV commercials, ads, sponsored posts, radio, billboards, bus stops, and physical media, etc. Launch trailer. Yeah. Also, don't forget World War III. Even though you'll probably lose a few viewers when the game comes out, you've become my main YouTuber, not just a GTA 6 YouTuber, not just a Rockstar YouTuber, but my favorite YouTuber. And it's been years since I've been so hyped when a video from a specific channel comes out. You're in some way. Hope that's not weird. A friend. Shout out from Brazil. Much love. That's not weird at all, my brother. Much love to you. That means a great deal. A great deal. Thank you, man. I think it's just, you know, people, I don't want to speak too much to that, but I do work on other channels for a living, and I just want to beat these people over the head. I'm like, look, just be real, man. Like, just be real. People just want you to be real. That's all it takes. Just be real and then provide value, you know? If you don't do either of those things, you know? So I really appreciate that. And I'm glad, like, you know, in doing this, we were able to kind of hit it off and become buddies in this way, you know? It's strange. This is the way that we communicate, you know, but it's not cringy. It's not weird. I really appreciate you saying that, man. And hope you're doing all right. And Brazil's cool. You guys still listen to metal. So yes, you do. In fact, my number one listener base for my metal band is from Brazil. So got a lot of love for Brazil in my heart. So I hope you're doing okay, buddy. All right, hopefully that's the last time I clear my throat. We're getting close to the end of this, though. Golden Joshua. I've shouted you out before. Question, do you think that GTA 6 multiplayer would be more like 5M or GTA Online? Somewhere in between. Next question. I feel like I karate chopped that question, but you know, based on the stuff we've already answered, kind of what I'm expecting. Inspired 593 question. I've been thinking about something for a while now, and I figured that this might be the best place to ask, even though I'm not entirely sure if it actually fits here or if it's even something that has a real answer. But I guess that's kind of the part of what I'm trying to figure out. Like, have you ever noticed how sometimes when you're watching a video, especially like one like this, where things are happening at a certain pace, you start to wonder not necessarily about what's directly in front of you, but about the small, almost unnoticeable details that could be connected in ways that don't really change anything, but still feel like they might matter somehow, even if only in a very abstract or completely unnecessary way. And I don't mean in a deep philosophical sense or anything like that. More like when you suddenly realize you've been focusing on something random in the background for way too long, way longer than you intended. And then you start asking yourself why you noticed it in the first place and whether other people noticed it too. Or if it's just one of those things your brain decided to lock onto for no real reason, which then leads to wondering if those kinds of thoughts are actually meaningful or if they're just filler your mind creates to pass time while something else is happening. But then again, if it is just filler, does that mean it's completely pointless? Or does the fact that it exists at all give it some kind of accidental importance, even if nobody acknowledges it? And if that's the case, could you technically say that every small, drawn-out thought process like this has some level of significance simply because it managed to hold your attention long enough to make you question it? Well, that's relative, right? Or is that just overthinking something that was never meant to be thought about? Nothing was meant to happen. That was never meant to be thought about this much in the first place. And I guess what I'm really getting at is, although I'm not sure if I actually am getting at anything at all, is whether or not there's ever a clear point where a thought stops being worth continuing or if the act of continuing is what creates the illusion that there was a point all along. And even then, even when there wasn't one to begin with. Love you, Andy. Keep up the great work, cousin. Well, meaning's all about what you assign to it, and there's no absolute one truth, unless you believe in Jesus, you know. But if you don't, even if you do, it can get more complex than you think. The human mind can't comprehend, I think, the full nature of our reality. And so that's why it's become increasingly good at pattern recognition. Patterns help us detect threats. Focusing on things might even be an exercise for your mind to develop something like that. Choosing to focus on something intentionally and assigning it meaning just because is you exercising your free will. I looked at a crack on a playground when I was a kid, and I thought, you know, there's nobody in the world at all, out of all of us on this planet, that's looking at this crack right now, considering it, thinking about it, except for me. I'm the only one. It's just me and this crack on the ground. Nobody else. There ain't a kid in China thinking about it right now. It's just me. So sometimes we do things like that, I think, to assign meaning. You know, whether or not it's important or meaningful, there's no one else to say that. That's for you to decide. You assign meaning. You assign purpose. You know, that kind of stuff. And if you're doing it to pass time or whatever, then, you know, or it's just if you got really high or something, you know, it's okay. You can be honest. But yeah, I get what you mean. It sounds like, are you in maybe perhaps your late teens, early 20s, you know, and a dude thinking about stuff? It sounds like that kind of thoughts around the time, you know, that age. This sounds like when those thoughts would be had. Anyways, hope you're all right. Hope that kind of answered your question. Good luck finding meaning in your life and purpose. I think that we can all agree that it's better for all of us to help one another and do the right thing, though. No matter what, if there's a guy in the sky, you know, if you believe in Jesus, I'm not being cynical when I say that either. If there's a God that you believe in, and, you know, that's why you exercise, you know, doing positive things or whatever. Hopefully it doesn't take that to make you a good person. Hopefully you're like that, even if we die and the lights go out. So I don't know. Anyways, onward through this existential journey. All right, Castro, EUX 9171. Question: what are some features that other games have that you think might be cool to see in Grand Theft Auto 6 at least an advanced version of it? I want to see an advance on the physics system, and we're going to. You asked a lot of questions, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Question: do you think the stock market investing will be back and more advanced? Also, the ability to manipulate it outside of ramifications of missions. So let's say I go into a robbing spree at a gas station or 7-Eleven. Would it lose value and I can invest in game? Let's see. Let's see if they do this system again, or let's see if they just leave it. They might do the system again, but I think we're going to see some dramatically different stuff. So we'll see. What games do you have on your radar to play? And what have you played in the past that has stuck with you in a big way? What games do you recommend that we can check out and maybe talk about later? I play PS5, by the way. I do like PC gamers. I do like to see PC gamers play with their mods, though. Subnautica is an outstanding game if you can play Subnautica. I don't know if it's a console game. It might be. I think it's a console game as well. Resident Evil 2, or no, Resident Evil, the 2002 remake. Play that. That's amazing. Really hard. Really good. Anything from Metal Gear Solid. Starfield, been playing that. Grand Theft Auto 5, been playing that. New Vegas, been playing that. Cyberpunk, I'm trying to finish it. Baldur's Gate, still need to finish it. Been having those games going on for years. In fact, to the point where I'm like going to start over and then it's like I'm never going to finish it. You know how it goes. Games on my radar, though, I do have quite a bit. So what I do is on Steam is I actually create I'm sure you guys sort it too if you use Steam. Like I put something called new experiences in a folder. And right now, this is collected over years, okay? New experiences. I have 7 Days to Die. I've played a little bit of it, but I haven't done anything. I haven't built anything or anything. I've watched a YouTuber guy on it too. I have Alan Wake in there, Assassin's Creed Origins, BioShock Remastered, and some of these I've already played. BioShock 2, BioShock Infinite, Days Gone, Dead Space, Death Stranding Director's Cut, Dishonored, Dishonored 2, Doom 3, Europa Universalis 4, I'm probably not going to go back through that, Frostpunk 2, Ghost Recon Breakpoint, God of War, Green Hell, Hades, I've played Green Hell. I got a Hitman Absolution and Hit World of Assassination here, LA Noire, I've played it before, but it's been so long. I have The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 in here. It's been so long. I got The Long Dark. I've got Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Again, gone through them back in the day on the 360, but I haven't gone through them on the, Legendary Edition. No Man's Sky, I wasn't a huge fan. Outer Wilds, haven't played it. Pacific Drive, Papers, Please, great game. I haven't played it all the way to the end, though. A Plague Tale, Innocence, never played it. Planet Coaster, played a little bit, really tedious on the building. Portal 2, beat the first one, have never played the second one. Project Zomboid, then I've got Resident Evil 0, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Village, and then I got RoboCop, Sleeping Dogs, Stardew Valley, Total War Warhammer 3, U-Boat, Undertale, The Walking Dead, the Telltale Definitive Thing. I played through the first season, and then I lost my save. So, because I played on the Switch. So, and you can't bring it over on the PC. So I got to play it all over again. My brother recently went through it though and said it was absolutely outstanding. I've got Witcher 2, Witcher 3, Wolf Among Us, XCOM Enemy Unknown, XCOM 2, and XCOM Chimera Squad. So that is everything I have on my radar to play. I also have some stuff wishlisted though. And y'all tell me if these are any good, because I don't know. I don't want to commit to this if I'm not going to actually play it. Okay, for first off, I think this is like the game everyone wish lists. I've had Universe Sandbox on my wish list for, I think, years. I've been waiting for it to go to $10. I don't think it ever will. Right now it's on sale for $20. Not doing it. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I don't know. Probably going to wait forever on that. I still haven't beaten the first. Factario. I don't know if I'll ever see the light of day again if I touch that game. Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 to 2.5 remix. It was fun when it happened. Maybe it's time to let it go. Ghost of Tsushima. I really want to play that. Resident Evil Requiem. I'm trying to collect and go through all the Resident Evils. So, and I would love to do that with you guys. Then we have Kingmakers, which GamerRanks got me to learn about this back in, well, it was a year ago now. A year ago since GamerRanks did a video about this Kingmakers game, and I added it to my wish list. And then I watched Masters of the Sky, Masters of the Air, something like that. It's one of those Tom Hanks Spielberg World War II stories, similar to Band of Brothers in the Pacific. And now they did one about the Army Air Division or Army Air Corps or whatever. And so it's about the bombers flying over France. So I got B-17 Flying Fortress, the Bloody 100th. It's made by a very small team, but literally it lets you fly those bombers and be in different roles on those bombers. Really interested in that. Not to be announced yet. Same with Kingmakers. Might never come out. So we'll see. I hate that about games. Like, give me a release date. Yeah. All right. And then we went on a tangent there. But what games are y'all playing? Y'all talk to me about your games. Question. You mentioned Mafia. Have you ever played Mafia 3? Yeah, a little bit. I'm not a huge fan. Do you think the Sentry/Call of the Police system might be the modern comparison of that? Or even how Red Dead Redemption 2 had it? Red Dead Redemption 2 had it for sure. Question. All right, so now we move on to Selsmich Adler. Selsmich. Question. When trailer 3 drops, can you make an 8-hour video again? Hey, that's a good idea. I should do that with absolutely every single thing I've done up to this point and make it like the 48-hour GTA 6 hype video. Love it. Citric Light 4832. Question. I'm pretty sure you've covered this before, but do you think we might get to explore a cruise ship? Other than it just being there. Also, guys, if you hear a little kid, I'm sorry, Willow's kid's over. Yeah, she has a kid. All right, so you said, I'm pretty sure you have covered this before, but do you think we might get the explore a cruise ship so you want to explore a cruise ship? I don't expect it to be a miniature city like real life. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think we're going to have more interiors than ships and stuff. Midnight Snack 327. Question. I remember in a previous video, you mentioned playing the game Squad. It seems similar to a game I play called Hell Let Loose. Have you played? Yes, I've played Hell Let Loose. Not super hyped for the Vietnam thing yet. I love, Battlefield Vietnam was great. I'm just not hyped for it because I don't play Hell Let Loose. I play Squad and Squad 44 previously postscriptum. But I need to get back into Hell Let Loose. But do they use a ballistic system or is it hit scan? Can someone answer that? All right. Because that's going to be the make it or break it. I like ballistics. I like bullets actually traveling and stuff in real time. It's really cool. Question. When GTA 6 drops, will you do a playthrough video and break the game down? You'll have unlimited content for the channel and we'll keep this thing going for a long time, I'm sure. The first video can be what leaks rumors turned out. I'll do a little bit. It won't be enough to keep the channel alive forever, but I'll probably start I'll do whatever feels right. How about that? I'll do what feels right. And that's about all I could promise. So we'll see. But I appreciate you caring, like big time. Nigel Poku, Monzu984. Question, what is your prediction for trailer 3? In Grand Theft Auto 5, we got 3 trailers for each character. Do you think they'll stick with that formula for the Bonnie and Clyde story, or could we expect something different? Maybe city trailers. Ooh, I like the idea of city trailers. I think we're going to get some character trailers because they've done that since forever, since Bully, I think, and even before that. But I think they did that with San Andreas as well. And Vice City. Yeah, we're probably going to get character trailers. But yeah, I love the idea of city trailers. All right, Grumpy Old Nord. You mentioned the dark and scary stuff in the swamp in Red Dead Redemption 2, and now all I want is the Night Folk in Grand Theft Auto 6. So here's a question. Do you think we'll see the Night Folk or something like them? Yes. I think this time in the swamps out in the middle of nowhere, there's going to be a bunch of spooky, creepy crawlies that can kill us. And I cannot wait to go out there. I hope there's like a witch, like crazy witchcraft stuff. Make it just absolutely survival horror terrifying. Just go nuts with it. Rockstar, please scare the pants off of us. Question. Have you ever had a cut with a Band-Aid on one of your fingers and you go to the bathroom to dump and you go to wipe, but the toilet paper gets stuck to the Band-Aid, and as you pull your hand away, it kind of smears doo-doo on one of your cheeks? Oh, you meant a question about the game. Okay, to get around that, wrap toilet paper around your Band-Aid or make sure that the adhesive side is closed down by, apply pressure to the sides. You can also use a lighter on the left or right of your Band-Aid, but don't do that. You'll burn yourself. Oh, you meant a question about the game. Okay, do you think in Grand Theft Auto 6, you could get toilet paper stuck to Band-Aids on cuts on your hand in the game? I'm hoping so. I'm very much one for realism. And if someone has this happen, we'll see. LOL, just trying to make you laugh, buddy. Keep up the great work, dude. You made me internally laugh. I'm sorry. I'm kind of out of it right now. And thank you for all this awesome content. Thanks for being you, man. I really appreciate that, repair guy at work. And if you're a repair guy who's currently at work, I hope you're having a great day and your customers aren't bitching and complaining. And I hope it's a good one. Red Lad 95. Question, how graphic do you think the game will be? Like, will we have decapitation and limb removal like Red Dead Redemption 2? Also hope life eases up for you, man. Man, I really appreciate that. We were talking about this earlier. I think they'll probably try and soften it a little, but I really hope they don't. And then also, I don't know, I go back and forth on it a lot for various reasons. But reasons being that, in Red Dead Redemption 2, it makes sense for a big spaghetti Western to have all this violence and stuff like that. And do y'all hear Willow out there? And then not only that, but in not Red Dead Redemption 2, but in Grand Theft Auto 5, they had it like significantly dumbed down because, it's like a real world setting and stuff like that. There's been a bunch of shootings in the real world, a bunch of terrible stuff. They don't want that live leak kind of stuff. You know how it is. So I don't know. Who knows, man? When you're something as big as that, maybe you have the CIA coming and be like, you will not put dismemberment in your games. Who knows? All right. Deja D. Question. I know you've previously talked about things that were supposed to be in Grand Theft Auto 4 that were cut out. Have you ever thought about making a video about those things scrapped from GTA games? Yeah, but there's already videos that do a fantastic job of that you can look up and find on YouTube. Sniper 2033. Do you think the multiplayer will be the same as the single player? No. I'm having all of these connected systems running simultaneously for possibly dozens of players across a map has got to be taxing for the servers. Love your videos. I watched the whole 3-hour one, even after watching most of them before the start. So I'm excited for GTA 6 to come out on PC. Don't have a PS yet. I don't either. Hang in there. Multiplayer will be separate from single player. And what else did you ask? Thank you for saying you love the videos. There's an 8-hour video if you want to go watch that. And maybe before Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, I'll be the ultimate troll and do like a 50-hour video or something. Twigs01. Question. Do you think that we will be stuck on 30 FPS or could they have a trick up their sleeve to improve frames? Love your videos. Thanks, man. No. I think we'll be hard capped at 30 FPS for the graphic fidelity that'll be on offer. And that's all right. I don't know why people hate 30 FPS. Like, that was just the standard back in the day for a playable game. If anything under 30 FPS was bad, 30 FPS was like good. Nowadays, it's like this obsession with 60. And even higher, it's insane. Like 60, I don't know. It's like, y'all, a movie runs at 23, or a movie runs at 24 frames per second, or sometimes 23.976. Like, it'll be all right. If it's stable, you won't even notice. It's when a game isn't stable and it dips that you start to notice that 30 FPS. You'll forget it's 30 FPS if you play it long enough. I promise. Go back and play Halo 3, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And you'll be like, "Wow, this game's a slideshow." It's pretty insane. It just takes some getting used to. If it's smooth, it'll be all right. Now, maybe on PlayStation Pro, which is why I'm getting that, because I'm hoping we do get an increased FPS thing, maybe up to 48, 60. We'll see. This is why I like gaming on PC. But it's not coming to PC for a year. All right, Ryan Sims 9950. Question: when Grand Theft Auto 6 releases, will you post your story mode walkthrough and regular videos and not just stream kind of like the Rad Brad does, as long as you are enjoying the gameplay and are getting views? Sure. I don't know. Well, we'll do whatever feels right. I'll probably find a unique way of doing things. We'll see. Thanks for commenting. Roaster 11 Psycho 11, sorry. Hey Andy, love your videos. They are great. Thanks. Question: how do you think Rockstar will merge the Red Dead Redemption immersion and simulation with GTA Chaos? I keep going back to those beans. So let's find something else. Maybe in like the slowness of your animations. They're sped up a lot more. But you still have all those same features and things you could do in Red Dead Redemption 2. It's just you do them faster. Really, that's it. Animation speed is a big thing. Also, you don't have to loot people in Grand Theft Auto. Maybe you can now, but in Red Dead Redemption 2, I think that slowed things down a lot for people. So, Avian 9068 question: from trailer 1 and 2, it looked like there was quite a high NPC density. For a great example of this, you can look at the beach shot from trailer 1. Do you think we will see this high of an amount when it comes to NPC density, or do you think it will get scaled back? I think that's like probably the peak of NPC density that you will see in the game. Like, I don't think it will get denser, you know? So I think that's the peak right there, you know? I think we'll see it. Endure Survive 93. First off, just want to say thank you for all your videos. You're the only YouTuber I get excited for new videos from and enjoy my time when listening. Well, thanks, man. I will be here after the monsoon hits, that is Grand Theft Auto 6, because you seem to have the same interest in games as I do. That's awesome. Question: what do you think the pre-order kits will be like when this drops? Do you think it'll be like Red Dead Redemption 2 situation where you get the Ultimate Edition for all content in the game and then pay separately for all collector's editions and physical goodies? Dude, I have no idea. I've just always bought the game at midnight release. I just want the damn paper map, okay? I'll be real. Just give me my paper map and no one gets hurt. So, that's all I want, my paper map. So, we'll see. There's no use in speculating with the pre-order goodies. They'll let us know, and they'll probably do something kind of unique. Question: do you think vehicles would be more speed accurate? Well, it depends on the distance, that you travel. Like jets in Grand Theft Auto 5 are incredibly slow, but they feel fast, right? It's all about an illusion. Do you want them to be accurate or do you want them to feel accurate? I'll answer your question with that question. All right, now we have Ramiel Salami 5469. Question: do you think the PC gamers can avoid spoilers until they get a PC port? No, I do not. Not at all. How long do you think the wait would be? Oh, you asked this on the other video. A year? And no, I don't think you can avoid the spoilers. Hawksfan Mattman. Can't remember if you've covered this yet or not, but I'm curious what you think the future of Rockstar will be a few years down the line after GTA 6 drops. And a few people theorize that GTA 7 will... I've answered these. What is happening? Did we enter a new universe? Okay, hold on. Did I get through all of your questions? No, I didn't. Oh, but I'm so close. No, almost. Okay, I did answer this about the dating in Grand Theft Auto 4 and Cyberpunk. Motorbikes from leaks. Yes, there's motorcycles. Is that what you mean? There's going to be motorcycles. And then the question: do you think it will have an advanced social media, like posting videos, AI reactions, and if possible, other AIs posting videos or a way? Yeah, I think there is going to be some weird like AI social media system and stuff like that. And if you look in Grand Theft Auto 5, some of the bare bones for this was kind of there, like just having social media accounts. Grand Theft Auto 4 too. I think there's going to be some sort of system that makes them feel alive with updates and stuff like that. Sorry, I skipped some of your names there. So that was Daddy Blocker, Grinamidaskaya. Dude, I can't even talk. Jovan Yay 5DR. As I swear, you guys create names for the internet that aren't meant to be pronounced. George Harwell 8515. Okay. Do you think 2K will play a part in helping Rockstar develop the basketball? See, I'm getting some repeats. I don't know why. Okay, man, 9684. Do you think GTA 6 will improve drastically with time like GTA 5, where with each update, Rockstar adds unique improvements and stuff? Yada yada. Will they add more AI enhancements? I think we answered this, but yes, I do think that. Lil Rob May, 4826, question: what are your plans with the channel when GTA 6 comes out? I have no idea, homie. I'd honestly enjoy gameplay videos if that's something you'd want to do. I'm down. It seems like a lot of you are asking, so yeah, I'd be down. Gabriel Hook, 9420, question: what do you think would be better? Going to a midnight release to get a physical copy of Grand Theft Auto 6 or a digital download? And do you think it's possible they would add DLCs like Liberty? Of course, the midnight release, dude. Of course. It's the community aspect. Everyone there, someone's going to be like, Grand Theft Auto 6. And everyone's going to be like, yeah, and then everyone gets it together like, oh my God, I got it. And they like run out of the store. Dude, it's so much fun. And then the driving home and the car accidents. All right. And do you think it's possible that they would add DLCs like Liberty City? Yeah. And I talked about this earlier in the podcast. Yeah, and online. Would make sense being that Lucia is from there. Maybe like Guarma situation. Love your hard work. I think we might even go back to Vice City in the story like a Guarma situation. Oh, that is what you're saying. Hey, he's onto something. We know like they'd like to do that in Rockstar games. We'll see. Mr. Monkey Lives. I'm sorry, dude. Hey, Andy, big fan of the channel. I was wondering how you think the user-generated content side of Grand Theft Auto 6 would work. I haven't seen anyone talk about it directly. Given that in the past few months, Rockstar has been leaning more toward user-generated content, it's been making me more curious. Me and a few buddies use Rockstar's tools to create other content, and I was hoping to get a realistic idea of tools GTA 6 would have. With a pinch of salt, obviously. Love the content too, man. And keep it, and keep at it, and you're definitely my top guy when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 6 stuff. And I can't wait to see what direction your channel goes in. Man, I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you. As far as tools and everything they're going to use for user-generated content, I'm just going to be honest. I don't know off the top of my head. I wish I did. But no, I do not know. But good question. Tell you what, I'll keep my eyes peeled, ears peeled, whatever. Whatever comes out, I'll cover. And all right, Golden Joshua. What's up? Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was orange. And GTA 4 was dark, but GTA 5 had normal lighting. Do you wish the same for GTA 6, or would you prefer maybe blue, purple, pink lighting? I like your blue, purple, pink lighting idea. I think 5 had a thing going on, but it was like just very intense saturation, and then a lot of diffusion. And then 4, yeah, it had the gloom, a lot of grays, a lot of dark blues and stuff like that. And San Andreas, yeah, a lot of orange. I think we're going to see a wide variety of stuff the way we did in Red Dead Redemption 2 in this next game. So we'll see how it goes. But I am really excited to see how it goes. We'll just have to wait and see. And I said the same thing like 5 times. I'm sorry. So now we have the Tactical Grim. Question: do you expect Grand Theft Auto 6 on launch or at some point in the future to have interactive AI-style NPCs where you can have a conversation with them in real time, similar or to how you could speak to ChatGPT? I think we're moving that way, like with games in general, but I hope that we don't go there at the same time, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's just something feels really weird about having an AI and everything like that, talking to it. I mean, a lot of us have talked to ChatGPT, but I don't know. It just feels like it would be kind of strange, right? Wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know. Maybe just put it in the game and let me figure it out then, What do you guys think? Is that something you would be okay with? Because it would be pretty crazy. I know that they did stuff like that with Skyrim and all that, like with a mod, and there was like some sort of showcase or whatever with it. So we know that the technology is heading in that direction, but we'll just have to wait and see. I think eventually we are going to get there, but I don't know if that's something I'd necessarily want. Especially when in Grand Theft Auto, imagine you go on a killing spree. Like, no, I have a kid. Please stop. All that kind of stuff. It'd be absolutely terrible. So, I don't know. We'll see. All right. Do you think we will have a GTA 5 system of seeing health and armor? Or do you think we will have a cores like Red Dead? I think we'll have the cores. I hope we have the cores. It'll probably be something between. I do prefer the core system. All right. Now we have Crazy Pingu. And I'm going to have to hurry up because I need to help Willow. Question: do you expect Rockstar to have the complete 1.0 version of Grand Theft Auto 6 on physical the day it launches? And if so, how many discs do you think it will be on? I have no idea, homie. I know they have track record of putting their games on physical, and if anything, I expect a minimum of 2 discs, if not 3, if the game exceeds 200 gigabytes. I think 2 discs with the Blu-rays. I hope 3. Just do 3 to be a flex. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it. Sorry, I've got let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 questions left. So we're gonna breeze through these fast. All right. Castro EUX 9171. Question: do you think the traffic and overall laws will be more punishable? So running a red light, driving a stolen vehicle, etc. No on the red light, yes on the stolen vehicle. Inspired 593. Question: I'm a really big fan of simple but deep cooking sim games. Did you like the cooking in Breath of the Wild? I'm just asking you. After Red Dead Redemption 2's campfire cooking, do you think we will see some actual kitchen cooking mini game or something in like with role play? Maybe even see some restaurant work, like a 9-to-5 type gig. Maybe not working in the restaurant, but imagine going into restaurants with Lucia on a date in a restaurant, experiencing restaurant culture, and that way actually getting served and some sort of dialogue options, if that exists at all. I don't know about cooking. It would be really interesting to see Lucia cook. Maybe one partner has to cook for the other, and the other one talks crap about it or something. It'd be interesting. We'll see. Sage Stevens, 4893. Question: second time I'm asking this, but do you know how drug dealing is going to be a function in Grand Theft Auto 6? We had every reason to believe that for GTA 5 with Trevor's business, but they never expanded on it beyond a fancy set dressing. Just because we have SS doesn't mean it's going to be more than set dressing. We'll see. I don't know. I think that everything's shaping up to be big drug businesses and everything in the game. Like I almost 100% certain you're going to be running big drug businesses in the game. Pancake 6613. 2 questions for you. If the trailer hasn't released yet at this point, what do you think will happen to Take-Two stock when trailer 3 releases? So it's going to go up. As of writing, this is 4/16/2026, and as of responding to you, it is 3:05 p.m. at 4/21/2026. The stock ticker price is currently 204. I could see it going up by at least 10% after the trailers. Yes, it will go up. In terms of customization, do you think they will allow us to do makeup for Lucia? Yes. What different customization options would we? Yeah, that's confirmed. Would we have now that we have a female protagonist? Anything a woman does, go ask her what they do to get ready. You'll be surprised. They have to do so much crap to get ready for the day. It's insane. That's why your grandma was up at like 4 or 5 in the morning and then like ready to go to church at 8. I mean, they got to put their face on. Is there an option that Lucia can do that and Jason can't? Would love your thoughts on this. It would be funny if Lucia like does Jason's makeup to mess with him or something. I don't know. There's so many cute couple possibilities in this game. I'll say that. And I've got to move on because I've got to get off this thing because I've got to help Willow. Super Striker 412. Question: do you think we'll ever see any IPs from Rockstar or possibly reviving abandoned IPs like Midnight Club or Manhunt? We were talking about this earlier. I don't think so with Manhunt anymore. Maybe not so much. Maybe Midnight Club. I've noticed Rockstar doesn't seem to want to experiment with stuff like that anymore. On one hand, yeah, they're kind of out of that phase. On one hand, that's good because they can focus on perfecting Red Dead Redemption and Grand Theft Auto, but at the same time, development time is getting longer and longer to the point where I'm starting to lose interest in waiting, but I digress. I feel you, dog. I don't think we're ever going back to the experimental phase, but I'll answer your question with another question. How comfortable are you with AI assisting the creation of future content? Because that's the only real way you're going to get it faster. Now, depending whatever your answer is, I could agree with probably because I have a big backlog. So, Super Striker 412. Do you think we'll ever see any new IPs from Rockstar or possibly reviving abandoned IPs like Midnight Club? Wait, I just read that. Jesus. You guys have fried my brain. I have 3 questions left. Stegioni. Question: in the US political climate where every day something new and insane seems to happen, do you think Rockstar will add to the gameplay periodically through the updates with satirical takes on current events to keep it feeling fresh? Yes, in online mode they will. Thanks for keeping it authentic, man. All the best from the UK. Oh man, I bet you guys are having a field day with us right now. I hope so. I hope so. There's been a lot of things that have been very questionable happening here. I don't give a crap if you lean left, lean right. There's a bunch of stuff that I think all of us as Americans could say that's not good for the country. So anyways, on to I like cartoons 3543. Question: are there any patents that relate to specific body parts of characters like hands or feet? I ask this because I believe actually holding things more realistically would be a step up in this game. I'll look into that. I don't know. Real Fox Fam 77. Question: do you think we will have to refuel our cars? That's an element that I would love to see. Imagine you are driving on the highway and you realize you are running low. So you stop at a small town and you have never been and you get some gas. You begin exploring for a while. And before you know it,
You went from needing to get some gas to continue wherever it was you were going, and now you spend an hour doing something you never would have expected otherwise because you stopped to get gas. Yes, this is the reason I love immersion features like that. It's because they take you off the beaten path and they make things a lot more interesting. I don't think we're going to have a fuel system. If so, I hope it's toggleable. I mean, Starfield knocks it out of the park with the gameplay options. Talk crap all you want. Starfield does have some good options when it comes to gameplay options. And I love the way that mods are implemented with the gameplay options. That said, Grand Theft Auto, give us the tools, give us the freedom, give us all of the abilities to turn these things off or on to enjoy the game the way we want to enjoy it, because this is the most expensive gaming product, entertainment product, the Elvis of video games, the Elvis of the entertainment industry. Let us have the customization that we would like to have to enjoy this beautiful experience, this work of art that you've created. I'm so excited. I think the writing is going to be great. I think the graphics are going to be great. I think the gameplay is going to be great. I think it's going to be great. Like there's, I just sound like our president now talking about it. Like it's the best. It's the best ever. You know, I know a guy. So we'll see. And, it could turn out to be a big turd, but I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I think a lot of people are saying that are young and they're like teenagers, I think, or in their early 20s. And you get some life experience with stuff like this and how releases work and the vibe and everything. And you kind of start figuring out what's going to suck before it comes out. Like Cyberpunk. I kind of had a feeling it was going to suck when it came out. Boom. There's stuff like that where you just kind of know, you know what I mean? Every game release, I feel like I've been accurate with my gut on if it's going to be good or not. Red Dead Redemption 2 was like, oh, this is going to be a masterpiece when it comes out. Bam. I exceeded that, actually. I mean, it is a masterpiece, but I'm not saying like I'm God or anything when it comes to dictating, will the games be good or not? But maybe you're in good hands here because my gut has been right most of the times. And my gut is telling me that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to absolutely blow everyone away. And everyone who's got any sort of naysaying going on in my life, like, oh, I don't like this and that. And it's like, dude, well, if you look into it, you'll see that, like don't judge it just based off of this one thing you saw in the trailer. Like look deeper, consider what that means. You know what I'm talking about. Naysayers. And it's not like we have a, like a gaming ecosystem, market, gaming economy, whatever. My brain's fried. That really encourages trust and belief in these companies. If anything, it does the opposite. And I totally understand. But that just tells me you're someone who's young and not someone who's grown up at the games. Gaming used to be a lot more optimistic. I feel like the companies, they used to be a lot more experimental. It's different now. It's not the way it used to be. And it's going to continue going that way. I've got a very special guest with me today. And since this is the Dandy Andy experience, I guess I have to say the great, the powerful Sav over here. So what's up, Sav? How are you doing, man?
Oh, good, buddy. How are you?
I'm great. I'm doing good. It's kind of weird because normally I talk off the cuff and I'm really tired when I do these because I normally record them at like 3 a.m. and then I just put up some B-roll and like hide a lot of stuff of what I'm doing. But this is going to be a little different today. So today, guys, we're going to be kind of speculating a little bit. Imagine that. GTA 6 YouTubers speculating. Who knew we could do that?
That's what we love.
But we're going to be kind of looking at this game is going to, GTA 6, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to absolutely, for sure, change the trajectory of the games industry as a whole. Like nothing will ever be the same after this game releases. Now, you could be one of those people who are like, oh, the game's going to suck. It doesn't matter if the game does suck. It's so big at this point that it's going to have a major impact for better or worse, and most likely for the better. And I know there's a lot of like rage bait and stuff out there, like what is that? Like Andy Pants Gaming, whatever, talk about it's gonna be woke, and then he uses like the International Women's Day photo or whatever, but that guy's a notorious grifter and that's what he does and that's his thing. Don't buy into that because that guy also has another channel where he does the opposite grift. So like literally
playing both sides of the aisle.
Yeah. And then there's the whole video of him like crying at church and stuff like them and them trying to get him to stop doing it. So don't listen to that. Listen to us. Let me just say that. I think I'm a little biased.
Yeah.
But anyways, sorry, I'm a little out of my element today, guys. But I'm so used to yapping solo. I'm not used to sharing. So let me start sharing.
All good, dude.
First off, Sav has created an incredible website, and I'm a little dumb with Discord, and I've been pretty bad about plugging it, and I may have plugged the wrong website in a previous video. So Sav, tell us the website, what its name, what it does. Tell us all about this website.
Yeah, so I've gotten together with a few other people, and we've put together something called Six Hub. Originally started off as savgames.com. Now you can find it at www.sixhub or VIHub. HQ.com. So I can give you the link. You can put it in the description or whatever. But yeah, so the whole idea was to create something that sort of contains all the information that we're always talking about, right? Like the patents and the technology and the mapping project and all that stuff. And it just kind of kept growing and growing and growing. And now it's gotten to the point where, we've got a creator page where, you and several other creators have all, decided to jump in and participate in growing this website and turning it into something even bigger. And we've got some really big plans, like long-term for this thing too. So when the game actually drops, obviously people aren't going to really care about, the patent technology and all that anymore, right? So the plan at that point is to transition this thing over into a community site. And we're actually starting to work on that right now. So what that'll look like eventually is like, if you are, kind of a loner and you're looking for a group to play with or something like that, you'll be able to go to Six Hub and you'll be able to scroll through like the huge laundry list of like people that are looking to expand their player groups. And you can find exactly what you're looking for. So you'll be able to like filter it by, I'm playing specifically UGC content, or I'm playing specifically RP content, or I'm just doing the vanilla experience online, or I'm on PlayStation, or I'm on Xbox, or I'm on PC, or our group is really chill and we just kind of like hang out and smoke or whatever. Or, my group is like, we're really grinding, heists and stuff like that. So you'll be able to kind of like find like the perfect group for you. Which is really cool. And we're also going to do a lot of like community events. We're planning some giveaways. We're going to be doing all kinds of stuff with other creators as far as collaborations. And, when the game comes out, the idea being that this will be like the ultimate place to go to consume GTA 6 content outside of like YouTube. And we'll have like, clips of the week where you can upload and submit your funny clip or your awesome clip or whatever. And then we'll have like moderators or admins like review it, and then if it gets posted, obviously, it'll be on like the front page of the site and all kinds of stuff. We're gonna have eventually, when the UGC marketplace rolls out, we're kind of kicking around the idea of having our own collection of like UGC creators that we sort of like promote and all that stuff too. So it's gonna be huge. It's really cool already, but it's gonna be even bigger. So we got a lot of cool stuff planned.
Wow, man, that's incredible. And it sounds like when I started off, I was talking about how this is going to be like, bigger than Elvis basically for the video game world. So it's really cool to see that you're going to be kind of capitalizing on that and then making like a central hub where everyone could kind of come together. And, I had that problem when I played Grand Theft Auto Online. I had a buddy I started with, and then he dropped off, and then, we went from needing like a third to needing a fourth to like there being no one. So that's a really cool idea. Mm-hmm. I think especially because the role play community, as we know, with like Rockstar buying up like, what was it? CF.x.re or something like
CFX,
that.
CFX.re. Yeah.
And then No Pixel 5 and all that kind of stuff. Like there's a bunch of role play kind of stuff brewing. And I think after looking at Red Dead Redemption 2, especially starting back with Grand Theft Auto 4, even as far back as San Andreas, like they were starting to put kind of like a lot of role play elements in there and kind of drip feed them in. And I know there was a video I watched forever ago about San Andreas and how it was going to be like so much more than it is. And I mean, they had like the dating and all sorts of crazy stuff in there. But it was supposed to have even more, as we know, the infamous hot coffee mod, which was just going to be part of like a day in the life kind of stuff. So I say all that to say that it seems like Rockstar's kind of end game has always been to really immerse their players in their world completely. So that's going to be really interesting to see how they do it online. And I think you offering this website is especially going to make that, even better for players. It's going to provide a lot of value for players who want to come in, find their community, and actually have a place to do it instead of just like running around online, having some guy pop in from China and like blowing you up with action figures and destroying your account because you got a bunch of XP and money. So I don't know. Really cool idea. That's really neat. So what kind of got you wanting to start something like that?
Well, so the original idea was a little bit of a selfish one. I mean, like I spent a lot of time putting research together and finding like all the patents and doing all that stuff. And I'm like, man, it'd be really cool if we had like a central location where I could send people if they want to like check this stuff out. So the website kind of started for that. And then like we came up with the idea for the frame analyzer tool, which is really cool. You can like, click on any piece of media, whether it's like a screenshot or one of the little clips from the website or even the trailers.
Crazy, man.
Yeah. And like, you can like really zoom in. You don't lose quality. It's like you can go frame by frame and really like pick out individual things that, are harder to see just watching it on YouTube. So that feature kind of came along, and then the forum kind of came along, and, everybody keeps putting in ideas and all this stuff. And, so it's kind of, it originally it was going to be like like an extra for like my members on my YouTube channel. And then it got to the point where I'm like, okay, well, this is bigger than me. This is like a community thing. And I think people really like this. So let's make it a community thing. So it kind of grew into that. But, I really like the idea of like connecting people and connecting, like viewers to other viewers, and eventually like giving you, access to other people that you want to play with, and also connecting viewers to creators and creators to creators. So like, I don't know, I just like kind of bridging that gap. That's why I did the roundtable, so this stuff is just fun for me, and I like sort of trying to grow the community in the best way that I can. So it's just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of sprouted from that, really.
I think it's smart too, because, they always say don't put all your eggs in one basket. And I think it's no secret to, the people we make that watch our videos that like we would love to do this full time, and we've been using like kind of the momentum of Grand Theft Auto 6 to share our passion and everything like that. I know there's sometimes you get some people, it's kind of hard to filter out the clickbait, especially that's kind of what I got into making Grand Theft Auto 6 videos, which is funny because I have that stupid space video like, oh, we're going to space, Grand Theft Auto 6. But, I was having fun. I was kind of seeing, what I could do. I was trying to see like, could I take a topic and then make it make sense? But so that was kind of an experiment. But it's interesting because, I'm kind of curious to see where we all land, Grand Theft Auto 6 creators and stuff after this, because a lot of us, like I didn't start off doing Grand Theft Auto 6 content. I was doing Hitman videos. Ready or Not. I think my first video is War of Rights. If any of you have played that game's crazy. But
that's a content gold mine, dude.
Yeah, literally. I'm just in a cornfield in it. But, I made that one Grand Theft Auto 6 video that took off. It's like, oh, there's a lot here. And I love Grand Theft Auto. It's right up there with Red Dead Redemption series in my heart, and then Metal Gear Solid. So, those are the big three for me. So it's been an incredible privilege to be able to share, the information that I find out online. Even if some of it isn't accurate, or maybe 95% accurate. But, it is what it is.
We do our best.
We do our best. But, sometimes we do get lumped in with the clickbait stuff, and it's okay and it's understandable, because really we're just excited community members. We're no different than anyone in the comments, and their speculation and them trying to find stuff out. So it's kind of been fun, but it's like, we're not authority figures of knowledge or anything like that. We're just y'all. Right. Like, we're just the community. We're just hanging out. And we're all getting pumped and excited for this game together. So I know you've kind of like done some stuff with Battlefield 6 and all that. Did I say that? It's Battlefield 6, right? Jeez, I just took my pill.
I have played a little bit of Battlefield 6, and I did make a video a while back talking about Battlefield 6 before it came out. So
after the release of Grand Theft Auto 6, do you see yourself just kind of like managing this community on this, from the website and kind of stuff? Or like, where do you see your content kind of going?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm 100% in on GTA 6 content, so much so that I've like unlisted or privated pretty much everything else on my channel to kind of help like narrow the focus to GTA 6. But I'm all in on this, and like, I have, as I mentioned, we want to grow the site into something really big down the road, and my big thing is like making it easier for creators to do collaborations. Like, we've had the GTA 6 creator Discord that a lot of us are in, not all of us, but a lot of us are in that. And it's definitely, shout out to GTA Infinity for putting that together. But it's made doing collaborations a lot easier. So I wanted to kind of double down on that and make it even easier, and even give us like a platform to like share specific collaborations. So one of the other things with the site is, down the road when people get together and do collaborations, we'll have like a collaboration page, essentially, so you can like go and see like, oh, this person collabed with this person, and here's the video. And it's like, it kind of goes out, and like, if you're looking to avoid the clickbait on YouTube and you don't know like what's true and what's not, like, I've tried to curate the list of creators on the website as people that are not clickbaiting and providing good information and all of that. So like, everybody on the website you can check out, and they've got good quality content. So but yeah, I mean, collaborations are huge for me. I love doing them. So I just wanted to kind of do something else that would make it a little bit easier for people to get more involved in collaborations and, you know, not shy away from them. So,
man, I want to be like you when I grow up because, dude, you've got this business mindset that like, I feel like I get sappy with my people a lot. And then I share, like, I just make music and I'm like, here, all right, I'm gone for a week. All right, now I'm traveling away from home for a while to go do some crazy nonsense. And then, I don't know. And it sucks too, because there's a bunch I wish I could share with people because, you know, to me, it's an outlet. But like, man, the way you approach it is like a business.
I will say, dude, like your authenticity, though, is like the shining star in the GTA 6 community. And I've spent time in your comment section, you know, because you've just like blown up. And so, you know, a lot of us are kind of looking around at different people and, you know, you always try and keep tabs on other creators to figure out like what they're doing well. And I will say like your community loves your authenticity. And I think that is like one of the awesome qualities about your channel is just you're raw, you're real, you're you. There's no BS. There's no high level, you know, like scripting, polished nonsense. You know, it's just like, it's real. And I think that's awesome. So much so that it actually inspired me to be a little bit more authentic with some of my edits and stuff and not like chop out, you know, all the little mistakes and stuff and just kind of let people have a slight, like a little bit closer of a peek behind the curtain, I guess.
Yeah, because exactly. I think that authenticity is so important because it's like I'd say this all the time and I would live stream if there's some things, there's a reason I can't, but eventually I would like to, but mainly it's scheduling and stuff like that. But it's like, basically it's just, there's a computer screen in the way of me and all these people. And like everyone in my community, I'm so thankful, so grateful to have y'all. And it's just like, if I had it my way, we wouldn't be online. We'd be in a big freaking room together and we'd all be like talking about Grand Theft Auto 6, nerding out and stuff. Cause it's like, I mean, life could be so mundane and boring, like getting stuck with your job, you know, and then all of a sudden like Aunt so-and-so has cancer and there's just, you know how life is. So it's just,
oh yeah, for sure.
So being able to rally behind something like this and just have a good time, I think that's what life's all about. You know, I forget who it was, but I was watching this thing. It's the guy, oh my God, I can't remember his name. He plays the ghoul in the Fallout TV show.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh my gosh, what's his name?
Kill us in the comments, guys, because how do we not?
He's also in the Righteous Gemstones.
Oh yeah,
and Hateful Eight, dude, and Justified, and gosh, what is his name? Yeah, I got it.
Goggins.
Walton Goggins. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Walton
Goggins.
Everyone in the comments can destroy us because I know he's a very popular figure. But I was watching this thing. I was sick one day and I was watching this like home tour and he points to these chairs and he's like, see, I like to not have a chair anywhere more than 5 steps from anywhere you go because sitting down and having a conversation.
Yeah, I've seen that same video.
Yeah. And he says that's what life's all about. And I totally agree. So like, that's really the whole point of this channel when I started. Which is funny because people don't know about all my other YouTube channels. I started Dandy Andy Plays, or just Dandy Andy now. And then I went and did a bunch of other stuff, like a horror channel and stuff like that. And I had like 8 good horror stories from like my life and people around me. And then I ran out of ideas. And then I was trying to like find them on Reddit and all that. And it was like, it just fell apart. So, you know, I did that. I did something that I actually turned into this podcast studio initially that was really cringy. And then, yeah, and then of course I got my music, but that's always there. Are We Live? You know, and it's funny because I posted this video recently, like with childhood memories and stuff like that, with everything that I got going on personally. I put it on my main channel, or like the Are We Live channel gets 2 views. I put it on the Dandy Andy channel, and then I get all this love. And it's just like, so this is where my people are at. This is where the audience is, and I'm so freaking grateful. I don't know. It's weird how this has happened.
I saw that video, and even like without a whole lot of context, like it was making me emotional for the 90s, dude. I was born in 91, and like seeing that old camcorder style footage and the music you had going, I'm like, dude, this thing's gonna make me cry. So props, dude.
Man, I was just in my feels one night and I just sat down with my synthesizer and just started playing around, and then it like became this interlude piece. And then I just kept seeing memories of the past. And so I just put it in there, and you know, things aren't really the same in my family anymore. So it's just, I don't know. I miss all those people because they're really not in my life anymore. So I don't know, really sucks.
Yeah.
But anyways, Grand Theft Auto 6. So let's, speaking of distracting ourselves from like crippling depression, let's talk about the future, man. The future, bro. So when Grand Theft Auto 6 drops, you know, I know something you always ask is, what's the first thing you're going to do? And I don't really even know, because like when I get the game, I think I'm just going to be locked in. Probably the first thing I'm going to do is be like disappointed or like scared that like, oh no, this feature that I talked so much about isn't in it. And now I'm going to look like a hack. It's funny because now it's like, because I've done this whole like creator's journey thing, when I play the game, I'm going to be viewing it through a completely different lens. But at the same time, I'm going to try and nerd out and be like the little fanboy that I always have been. But I do want to ask you, when this game comes out, bigger than Elvis. Sorry, there's cars outside the shack. There's this. It's the same freaking guy every time. I don't know if that came through the mic. But when this game comes out, what do you see? How do you see other like game publishers, companies like Bethesda, you know, who did Starfield? Obviously, it was Starfield. I've got a video actually coming out about Starfield and how good it can be with 250 plus mods. But what do you think companies like that, and even great companies like Larian, they blew it out of the water with Baldur's Gate 3. We got CD Projekt Red working on The Witcher 4. We've got the guys over at Pearl Abyss who just did, you know, Crimson Desert. So how do you see these companies reacting? How do you think this is going to impact the industry? What ripples do you think this is going to have in the gaming industry as a whole? And, well, I'll ask you a little bit about that later. But anyways, yeah. So just with all that, what do you think?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's going to be, a lot of people say like, oh, you know, GTA is going to kill all these other games and these other industries, and it's going to, you know, everything else is going to be terrible and all this stuff. You know, GTA has been like, Rockstar has been killing it for like 20 plus years. You know what I mean? Yeah. So they've been, every time they put out a game, they set a new bar, and like, you know, it is what it is. And, you know, it's like, they're kind of like the apple in the eye sort of thing. Like everybody wants to compare, you know, their game or this game or that game to a Rockstar game. But at the end of the day, it's Rockstar, and at the end of the day, they've been doing it for a long time, and there's still all these other studios that are doing just fine. And, you know, like Pearl Abyss is definitely one to watch here in the coming years with Crimson Desert. I didn't play Crimson Desert. It's not really my jam, but I heard a lot of good things about it. A lot of people are really enjoying it. Larian Studios, I know did a fantastic job with Baldur's Gate. I've used them as countless examples in previous videos I've made when I rant about the gaming industry. Bethesda is kind of in a weird spot right now. I've always loved Bethesda games. Starfield did not land the way that everybody kind of hoped it would land, and I'm sure with 250 plus mods, you can make that game into something really special.
Yeah,
but it's kind of lacking. But I think they'll be just fine as soon as Elder Scrolls 6 drops. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's kind of business as usual, you know, like Rockstar comes along, drops a big game. Everybody, you know, gives it their attention for a while, and then everything kind of goes back to the way it was. I think it'll make the industry better. Everybody, you know, kind of ups their game a little bit around Rockstar's stuff. But I don't think it's going to put anybody out of business besides like, you know, Mind's Eye.
Yeah. Oh man. And Leslie Benzies has been losing his freaking mind. He just can't cope with the fact that Mind's Eye didn't do well. It's everyone else's fault.
Nope.
So I think, you know, that Grand Theft Auto succeeded despite him, you know, in the past.
Yeah.
But you know, and I think the same thing of, I don't think necessarily it's going to put anyone out of business, because it's like, of course, every game company has their own, like you're going to pay. I know there's all this talk about how much money you're going to pay, but like say it is $80, it's still like a one-time purchase and you have the freaking game. So it's not like you're not going to have money for other games. And yeah, but what I do see changing is the landscape, because like you said, I feel like they've kind of become trendsetters in a way when it comes to what you can really do with gaming. Like you look at the stuff from Red Dead Redemption 2, I say it always, to this day, it looks like it was created with dark magic, because when you play the game, there's things that happen in it and you're like, what? Like that literally, you know, you're playing a game and it's like, no, you're not. You're playing Red Dead Redemption 2. And to this day, and it came out in 2018, which I can't believe it's already been, 8 years? Good Lord. So, man. So, and I mean, a lot of games nowadays can't even compete. So,
it's just the things that like Rockstar does, like the things that they think about, like their creative team. Like, for example, you know, when a grizzly bear is about to attack, if you just stand still, it'll like de-aggro, you know, just, which is like an IRL thing, you know? So it's like little things like that. And then the video I just did recently it was kind of like a tribute to Rockstar. I got a little sappy, but I was talking about, you know, kind of the attention to detail. And I used this clip of this guy driving a railroad spike in, building the railroad, and like you can see the nail going in like every time he hits it. It's just like, name another studio that's like hitting on those details like Rockstar is, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's insane. And I mean, everyone always brings up the horse testicles, but
yeah.
You know, but Bethesda, man, they are sleeping because, you know, Todd Howard used to always talk about like reaching out and touching the world, especially with like Skyrim. That was the big E3 thing. Like he said that, like reach out and touch the world. And it's like in the game,
16 times the detail.
Well, Fallout 76, 16 times the detail. But, and the thing is I think like he's genuine in what he truly wants with these games and has been since back, you know, with Oblivion. But now that they got bought by Xbox, I feel like Starfield needed like 5 more years in the oven and it could have been like a masterclass, impeccable game. Now they would have to remove Sarah Morgan. But no, I'm just kidding. But I think like also because like with these mods and stuff, and I know this is kind of like a tangent, but like I've got like a spaceship now. Everyone's got an assigned job. There's ranks. I've got like a crew of 100 people. I've got like 30 Marines in the landing bay. And then it's like they all are assigned to their own squad leader. So I've got like a platoon. And when we land on a planet, you know, I've got all these mods to where it turns everything into like a tactical war zone. You die in like one shot and there's strategy moving around this massive battlefield. It completely transforms the game into something that could have just been absolutely insane. And it just seems like so obvious, like all the tools were there, stuff like the fuel and stuff. So I don't know. So I really hope with like Elder Scrolls 6, they complete their game and like see their vision all the way through, because Rockstar, man, every game they have, we know they'll push it back, and then work their workers till like almost the grave and just complete mental psychosis and everything to make sure they deliver a absolute polished work of art. And if this game doesn't
there's a fresh complaint about it.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Yeah. There's somebody was posting on Glassdoor apparently here recently about the working conditions at Rockstar over in India. They're like, you know, it's been great working here in the past year. It's been awesome working on all these projects, but like the last 3 weeks have been miserable. I don't know if it's real. It could be totally fake, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if it was real.
No, and I'm going to be honest. I think the one studio that would get the most abuse is Rockstar India. They have the most people too. I think 1,000 employees. And, you know, I'm not sure how like the company culture changes from office to office, you know, where you're at with different, you know, cultures and everything like that. But I imagine, you know, it could get pretty intense over there with grind and burnout and stuff like that.
100%.
But, you know, hats off to all of you guys who are working on it. I'm curious to know if like anyone who actually makes these games listens to any of us yap and speculate about their games.
I'm sure they do. I mean, I kind of look at it like, you know, we're making videos and we're curious to see what people say in the comments about our stuff. You know, it's the same thing for them. You know, they're working hard on this project, so they're curious to see what people are saying about it. And they probably laugh at all the stuff that we're getting wrong when we speculate, but
exactly. Like, oh no, that's not it at all. Well, if any of them are listening, I just want to say like, dude, thank you. Like, thank you for your service because I know it's freaking brutal. It's got to be brutal to work doing all that. So like, really, you guys are the Oompa Loompas in Willy Wonka's factory, and you guys blow us away with like the magic you create. So like, really, I can't believe it. Like, I don't think they get enough credit because, or you know,
no, they don't.
It's just, you know, is what it is. But man, it's just nuts. Like I remember with Grand Theft Auto Vice City, or maybe it was San Andreas, where the hands were stuck together. And I had a guy who was a friend of my buddy who passed away. He was his uncle, actually. And he worked on Metal Gear Solid 2. And he was talking about like, oh, one day you're going to be able to drive and the palm trees aren't going to just pop up in the distance and the fingers are going to be separated. And I was trying to wrap my mind around that. And I was like, there's no way that's ever going to be possible. And now it's like, think about how immersive this is. And you know, and I keep coming back to Bethesda because Red Dead Redemption 2 showed me like, oh, we don't need Skyrim anymore. Just go up into the mountains. Like, and then you've got Skyrim. Because when Todd Howard talks about reaching out and touching it, the thing that I've noticed that's really lacking in Bethesda games that Rockstar does extremely well is your ability to actually reach out and touch things. Like in Skyrim, if you pick something up, it just disappears in front of your eyes and it's in your inventory. And then you deal with everything through menus. And Starfield is very notorious with menus. But then you have, in Red Dead Redemption 2, for example, you go into a store, like a general store, all the items are actually laid out on the shelf. You go up and you pick up a can of beans, rotate it, look at it, put it back down, go purchase it. Cigar, you know, and then you could smoke, you could interact with all these little objects in the world.
And I think that games that go this open world direction, unless you're going like full like Ghost of Tsushima, that kind of thing, and you're going to like be one of these games that like, we're going to put you in this world. This is a period piece. You're going to be in this time period. We need more of that level of interaction, even if it's a completely, fantasy setting. And I say period piece, even though Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be a modern game, but in 20 years, it is going to be a period piece. You look at Grand Theft Auto 4, and right now it is a period piece and a perfect reflection of the times that we were living in around then. A bunch of the scare after 9/11 and everything. And then like, it starts off with that, with the bridges being closed with terrorism, the gun bans, the way the phones are, the way people talk and interact and their thoughts and concerns. It's really interesting to go back in that game and see and be like, oh yeah, that was what life was like then. So especially...
That's a good point.
Well, it's interesting now too, because you got all these kids coming in, and it's like you guys could go and experience a different time. And I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
Yeah, no, it's true, and that's a great point. And I've joked around and said that like if the world ends and somebody like a historian is trying to figure out exactly what was the downfall of America, they'll just be able to boot up GTA 6 and see our culture and be like, oh yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
So,
and I think the only other game that gets close to scratching, like to really like laying that point home, perhaps with a little bit less humor, a little less tongue in cheek, but still with the the same cynical humor, would be Cyberpunk 2077, which with mods, again, every game I play, of course, comes with mods. My buddies always make fun of me for that, but you can basically turn that into Grand Theft Auto: The Future, which is insane. So even though it's a completely different game with like skill trees and stuff, it'd be really interesting to see like a skill tree in Grand Theft Auto 6. At the very least, yeah, but it'd be cool. But at the very least, what I'm hoping for is like, there's this thing where everyone's talking about who you're going to play as most. And I always thought that was interesting because I think we are going to see more RPG stuff, like to where there's skills and all that kind of stuff based off the working out stuff we've seen, the fighting stuff, all that kind of stuff. But here's the thing. In Grand Theft Auto 5, the biggest criticism was with 3 different protagonists, you never really felt like you were playing as like one protagonist for longer. There was a lack of connection that people had. Especially if you didn't like, maybe one of them because they were a little bit more colorful or a little bit more one-dimensional in certain ways to complement each other because they all had to work together in some sort of unity. Now, I applaud Rockstar. It's no secret Grand Theft Auto 5 is my least favorite, and I applaud Rockstar for experimenting and trying this. But this time, they have innovated because, this has been reported somewhere. I can't pull the source out of my butt, but Jason and Lucia are individual protagonists, but they're not. They are really one protagonist split between 2 separate people. And we're going to be playing as them a lot. Basically in tandem doing nearly everything together, like when it comes to everything. And I think that this time around, people are very big on a third protagonist, but I think they're losing sight of the fact that no, you're playing as one protagonist split between 2 people. And that's why they have all of these things. You go look at the leaks, telling like Lucia, go here, and then Jason, go here. That you're basically going to be ping-ponging back and forth between them in encounters. There's going to be probably a bunch of crazy date night kind of stuff or just funny couples things that happen around to win our hearts for the inevitable soul-crushing ending. So, or maybe there'll be a happy ending. But I just think it's interesting that, have you played Army of Two?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of how I see it going with that. What do you think? Do you think I'm right about that, or how do you see it going with the character split this time? And how do you think it'll be different than Grand Theft Auto 5?
Well, so I don't know. Were you referring to the game roll leak a while back where he was talking about how you'll be able to play one or the other or both? Is that what you were talking?
And not even specifically the game roll leak, but just that has been brought up in previous videos. But really, just my observation from the leaks that may or may not be available to see on Vimeo. Just put that out there.
Yeah. So obviously, at this point, it's a pretty safe bet that Jason and Lucia are, the only playable protagonists. I mean, they could add more down the road, I suppose, or there could be a third hidden somewhere. But I think they kind of, like you said, they kind of maybe learned their lesson from GTA 5. Adding a third, it kind of takes away from the other 2. And, I like the idea of them being in a relationship and being a couple because it's sort of, makes you feel responsible for the other one. And I've kind of equated this to like the Last of Us games, where like you feel genuinely responsible for Ellie when you're playing as Joel, and you feel genuinely responsible for Joel when you're playing as Ellie. And, you know, having that dynamic, you know, you feel like a sense of protection, I guess, for the other person. And so I don't know. I feel like it'll add more grit, more depth, more of an emotional layer to the storyline, which I think Grand Theft Auto desperately needs. You know, they did that with Red Dead Redemption 2, and they added that, you know, it was grittier, darker, more, you know, realistic and less punchy, I guess. But yeah, I love the idea of them going that direction with the story and sort of leaving the world to be like the fun, parody filled, you know, whatever. Like, you know, when you're in the story, like there can be funny moments, but like I hope it's got this like heaviness to it. But when you're outside of the story and you're just exploring, you know, doing side quests or whatever, that's when the world can get a little more campy and fun. You know, I don't know. That's kind of what I'm hoping for anyway. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And then, you know, with Red Dead Redemption 2, I feel like they really walked a perfect line with that on narrative weight and humor, because there's so much humor in Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a lot of laugh out loud moments, you know, like really. And I feel like 5, it was very loud, but also there was like this deep nihilistic undertone to it about everything being in the pursuit of money. And while I think that is great for an artistic intent, then it leaves you with this great existential dread when you play it and you're playing as these characters with that realization. It also comes across as hollow because you find yourself ultimately not being able to root for these people, well, to some extent. But, you know, you're like, what's the point? You know, Nico, everyone's always praising Grand Theft Auto 4. And that's because you got an underdog, comes to America. You have your humor with your cousin, pulling him in the hijinks. But you deal with very dark topics. But even that game still has, I think, a lot more like craziness and absurdity to it than Red Dead Redemption 2. And if they could just marry the two, like you're saying, oh man, I don't even know. And I think if they do marry the two, like with that Red Dead Redemption 2 approach with Grand Theft Auto, I really do think it will appease pretty much everyone. Of course, you're always going to have your naysayers.
I think so too.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree with you.
And the customization options too, you know, it's going to be off the charts. And I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say like you know, when I'm usually talking about Red Dead Redemption 2 and why they went the narrative direction that they did with it, you know, I've tried to explain this, like, you know, obviously you have like Grand Theft Auto, the world of Grand Theft Auto is like this modern world. You have cars and all these crazy things going on, all these advanced weapons and storylines and all this like chaos, right? But Red Dead Redemption 2 is set in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. And it's just like this sort of like old timey, everything moves a lot slower. There's not like all this chaos and commotion constantly happening everywhere you look. It's a lot of open areas and terrain. And, you know, they've got to have like really good narrative depth to a game like that, because outside of the story and the characters and all that stuff, it's kind of like a big open natural world with a couple cities dropped in, you know, or I don't even want to call them cities. Really, you got like one major city and the rest are just like small little townships or whatever. But it's just it's a big open natural environment. So there's less going on, which is why I feel like they really had to double down on that like narrative depth and, you know, like the quality of the story and have some really, really strong characters. But you're right. Like if they can marry those two styles for GTA 6 and they can give us that narrative depth of the story mode, but also present like this big chaotic world for us to explore. Whew, buddy, like that to me is going to be like the perfect combination.
Like the no life game. I'm never going outside again kind of game.
Yeah. Like why touch grass, you know?
Exactly. You could touch it in first person now. You can reach up, pick a can of beans up and then go like bend over and touch grass. You know, it's funny too, because I get all these comments and I'm sure you've seen it too of people asking, can we ride horses in Grand Theft Auto 6? People really want those horses back in Grand Theft Auto 6. Do you think we're going to be seeing horses?
Well, funny enough that you bring that up, I'm actually working on a video right now. I've been doing this series on my channel, shameless plug. I've been doing this series where I go like, you know, region to region, biome to biome. I did the Grass Rivers one. I did the oceans. I've done the oceans in the past, but I went a lot deeper on this one. And now I just went up to Mount Calaga and I just finished recording it. I'm kind of editing, working on some stuff now. But, you know, my theory in doing my research, like the upstate of Florida, like the northern border of Florida where the Mount Calaga region supposedly is, there's somewhere between like 300 and 500,000 horses up in that region. And they have like a really deep equestrian culture up there, and there's like somewhere in the neighborhood of like 12 to 13,000 horse ranches up there. So my theory is like, you know, they've already got and also too, like at the end of GTA 5, like there was a mission that they pulled. I don't know if you know this, but I just found out in doing research, but apparently there was a mission that involved Martin Madrazo and stealing a horse in GTA 5 that got pulled before the game was released. And you can see like, you know, horse stalls and stuff around the map. So, you know, and then there's the casino horse racing and like all that stuff. So there's little hints at like horses in GTA 5. And then you've got, you know, of course, Red Dead Redemption 2 in between them, where they really like fleshed out the horse mechanics. And I think they probably pulled that horse mission from 5 because of, you know, them not wanting to tip their hand at like the advancements or whatever that they had made for Red Dead Redemption 2. And also the argument, I guess, having horses in GTA would be like, well, that's a Red Dead Redemption thing. You know, like if you take the horses from Red Dead Redemption, you give them to GTA 5, you know, it makes Red Dead Redemption less special. And I don't really love that argument personally, because Red Dead Redemption is a period piece. It's less about horses and more about the world and the setting and, you know, that kind of thing. But I love the idea of having horses in GTA. Like the idea of like going hunting on horseback in the northern part of the state around Mount Calaga, or the RP elements you could get from that, like horseback rangers, you know, or like, you know, every girl out there wants to ride a horse on the beach. You know, you could do that.
Exactly.
So,
because we're in Florida and in Texas, we have these, you know, we have police on horseback. So that's something that's in Florida as well. So yeah, I don't
and that could be another law enforcement element too, is like, you know, cops on horseback in the streets.
Depending on
I don't know. They've already got the technology, right? It's all there. All they have to do is port it over. And if you look at the leaks from 2022 in the debug code, you can see stuff like there's one called horse avoidance, you know, which is the system that they created for GTA 6 or created for Red Dead Redemption 2, specifically with like keeping the horse from like running over the edge of a cliff or walking around a boulder without like clipping into it or stumbling on it, like that kind of stuff. So we can see that in the debug code. I don't know if that's just like, you know, leftover code from their Rage system that they have used for the framework for GTA 6, or if that was intentional. But it's also in there with other debug code like taming and flocking and that kind of stuff as it relates to animals. So I'm hoping that horses are in the game. I'm not willing to like plant my flag yet, but I hope they're in there.
Yeah, and I think they honestly will be, unless there's some weird reason they decide to pull them. Because Red Dead Redemption 2 did a phenomenal job. And people are always like, why are you always bringing up Red Dead Redemption 2? It's the most previous Rockstar title. Obviously, you know, they're pulling a lot from it. You play Grand Theft Auto 5, there's a lot from the first Red Dead Redemption that kind of went into that, like with the weapon wheel working the way it did and everything, being able to select between different weapons and all that. Or the weapon wheel in general, I believe, was originally from Red Dead Redemption. And then, you know, also when you play, so basically when you play this game, in Red Dead Redemption 2, how they simulated time passing was a change of scenery. How they simulated seasons was the new biomes that you were going to. And it created the feeling that you are literally traveling over a long, massive distance, and the seasons are changing as you go, even though they're all static, right?
Right. I
think that fits perfectly well in a game to where we know pretty much for certain that you're going to be on the run, at least for some part, if not the entire game. Especially, I mean, they say it right there in the trailers with Brian being like, they got your address, they got this, you know, and then the police, and then they storm the apartment, and Lucia and all them are jumping out and trying to escape. So we know you're going to be bouncing all over the map, and these regions, they've put so much emphasis on like, hey, Ambrosia, you know, the Grass Rivers, like these are very distinct, really cool places, very similar to how they did with Red Dead Redemption 2. So as you're moving across the map, I think that not only are we going to have like a different base of operations, be it like a motel or whatever, and then living out of your trunk is like your horse, but you're also going to have, like you said earlier, just like different things. Like maybe for a period of it, you are on horseback to go do X, Y, and Z. You know, and this is something that they did all the way back in San Andreas. The first time you are taken out of Los Santos and you wake up in the sticks, the whole game changes and the whole vibe changes. And nothing creates the sense of adventure like that change in location and where you're at, because it creates the feeling that time has passed It's create the feeling that, the weather around you is changing. And there's all this, now there's stuff with weather interacting with the environment and seasons. And maybe there's some sort of giant hurricane event in the game that's tied to the story. And as you're moving around this map, I think the difference this time, I'm saying all this to say that, is they're going to do all of that and more. When you move to these new locations, not only are you going to be there and it's going to be different and feel different, but I think that you're going to find the stuff that you do on a day-to-day basis within the game world is going to be radically different than the previous region that you were in. And it's going to absolutely make the depth of the game much greater, and also open up new gameplay elements as you come to these new regions. Now, there has been a big talk about, I get asked in the comments, Dandy Andy, how does it work with the businesses? Like, there's all this, it's Vice City, there's businesses in Vice City, there's businesses in Vice City stories. There have to be businesses in this game. How are they going to work when you're on the run? So I'm kind of curious, I've got my thoughts on how that'll kind of work. Maybe you set it up a little bit at the beginning, and like as you move places and you're making money, you can buy locations, and you kind of have to set up little businesses as you go to fund your, crime spree or whatever. But how do you kind of see that playing in the business aspect while simultaneously being on the run, Bonnie and Clyde style?
Well, so first of all, I mean, it's Grand Theft Auto, so it's not like, I don't think the vast majority of the businesses are going to be legitimate like businesses. It's probably going to be illegal activity that we're sort of using certain companies as a front. So like, the famous laundromat, icon that was spotted in the leaks, like that could be a good example of like a place where you go to launder your money, and, maybe you own it, maybe it's in somebody else's name and you use it. I don't know. But I don't know either that they're going to be on the run from, like the official law, like there could be, we don't really know the story yet. They could be on the run from like a corrupt group of cops, and maybe there's some type of deal that goes sideways between these corrupt cops and then the guys they're after, and then so like both groups of people are after them, so they're not necessarily fugitives, so to speak, but like maybe they're just running from these particular people, so they could still sort of have these businesses and it wouldn't necessarily affect the lore of the game. But that's a really good question. I don't really know that I have the answer to yet. And, I guess we're just kind of speculating anyway, but it's interesting to think about. And I can say for certain there's going to be some sort of businesses in the game. And one of the things that I'm really hoping for in particular is like a marina mechanic. If you've spent any time near like, a coastal town or something, marinas are like a huge part of that sort of social ecosystem. And to be able to like, let's say you could buy like a boat slip somewhere and store your boat there, and like maybe it's a houseboat, maybe it's a speedboat, maybe it's a sailboat, whatever, it doesn't matter. But like if they scale that upwards and to the point where you can like buy the whole marina, and then you own the bait shop there and the restaurant and like all these other things, it could be like a front for other activities or side missions or characters that they could introduce and all that too. So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see what direction that they head as far as like the businesses and how we can interact with them in the game. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a firm stance on that one way or the other. I know that it'll be done well, whatever they decide to do, because Rockstar always knocks it out of the park. I think so it's kind of a safe answer.
Is about, well, like what you said too about like how you don't think it'll be the law enforcement, but like some fugitive cops. I am in that line of thinking as well. Because it gives you that running away from the cops feel, while also doing what they did in Grand Theft Auto 4, where you're being hunted by criminals and moving across the city, with Dimitri chasing you down. And it also opens it up to where you can walk outside without cops immediately being like, hey, it's you, that would kind of turn it into a dramatically different game, wouldn't it?
It's manhunt at that point.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I completely agree. I think that is more in line with what we're going to see, especially because I don't know, something about that cop, this body armor and glasses, he just looks crooked. So I don't know.
Yeah, something's going on with that guy.
So I'm also curious to see, how do you think Raul is going to fit into all this?
I think he's probably more of like a mid to late game character personally. I think Brian is going to be like the central figure for like mission giver, protagonist support, eventually maybe antagonist towards the middle or end of the game, depending on how that relationship dynamic goes. But Raul to me strikes me as like a mid to late game. Like, you know, you're starting to do heists where you're making a lot more money, and, you know, he seems like he's got a lot of resources in some of the screenshots. I mean, he's on a really nice boat, and then he's in this like sort of like hacker den looking thing. You know, so I can't remember what it says on the website actually, as far as I'm going to go to 6Hub. No.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
And go over here because I have the creators. I have the actual people on here. So for Raul, it says.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say it's much less painless to navigate your website than it is Rockstar's official website right now. I'm just saying, guys.
Let's go.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So what were we going to say?
Yeah. So it says, for Raul, life is full of surprises, my friend. I think we'd all be wise to remember that. That's his quote. And then it says, experience counts. Raul is a seasoned bank robber, confident, charming, and cunning, always hunting talent, willing to take the risks that bring the biggest rewards. His recklessness raises the stakes every score. Sooner or later, the crew doubles down or walks. So, you know, he's just like, to me, and then the little video that comes with it, you know, you can see Jason, Lucia, and Raul, you know, outside in a firefight with the cops, you know, so, and they look pretty decked out in gear. Yeah. So I think he's going to be more like mid to late game, definitely like heist oriented. You know, there may be, he may be like a more involved Lester, you know, like the guy that sets up the heist, but also joins you on them or something. I don't know. We'll see, but he's an interesting character for sure.
Yeah. I think all these characters they're shown front and center are kind of like how they did it with 4, how they set it up to where it's like, these are the people that you're going to be doing your missions for in different areas as the game progresses. So like, you know, Booby Ike's going to have his little area. And then who else we got? Is it Draquan? We got him as well.
Yeah. Draquan. Yeah. Draquan Priest and Brian Heater, Real Dimes.
Yeah. Real Dimes. Yeah. And we'll kind of be like the modern Love Fist, I'm assuming, in this game. Given that music has changed, you know, so, but also we know that Love Fist exists in this world. So I'm curious if we're going to see them on like some crappy reunion tour and they're all hungover and old and falling over each other.
How awesome would that be?
Dude, it would, especially if you have to deliver them again and they got the same voice actors and stuff or whatever. I don't know. It would just be such a good time. One of my favorite missions in Vice City is having to drive them around and the crazy fan puts a bomb on their tour bus. Or I think that's what it is. Their bus or it's their car or something, and they're like, "Drive faster, mate! I've pissed myself," you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Love Fist was great, you know. And then also in Vice City Stories having Phil Collins, and you know, we know we're gonna have celebrities showing up in this. Like, there's this talk, we know T-Pain is going to be involved, or at least he's not necessarily involved, but he was told to be not really mess with the the CFX. .re because he does have some involvement.
The RP stuff.
Yeah. And then there is also, you know, they did put Dr. Dre in Grand Theft Auto 5. And then we got, there's this talk of Drake being a big thing in Grand Theft Auto 6. So what do you think about that? What do you think they're doing with this music with like Drake and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, so what I'll say is, you know, GTA has always been like big on like the current culture, and, you know, music is a huge part of culture. And especially in this part of the country, in Miami, you have it's like a melting pot of several different cultures. You have the Bohemian culture, you have Cuban culture, Latina culture, Black American culture. You've got all kinds of different things going on down there. And, you know, the hip hop world is going to be a big part of that. And we also saw like in the leaks, or not in the leaks, I'm just so used to saying that, dude. Recently there was, well, I guess it was kind of a leak. The thing about them recording up in the Georgia area, recording like ambient sounds and things. I can't remember what that source was from, but yeah, so I think they're probably spending a good amount of time in like nightclubs and things like that, trying to get like trying to nail the feel of nightlife in Miami, because it's so big down there and it's so prevalent, and having the right music to fit that scene is going to be huge, and it sort of opens the door for more participation from different artists that want to come in and be a part of the project, and nobody's going to say no to Rockstar when you call, you know what I mean? Right. So it really, they can kind of get whoever they want, and clearly they've got the budget to do it. I mean, you know, this game is costing what the Burj Khalifa cost to build. So
exactly. And then I think there's going to be some sort of music streaming element, of course. I don't know how you couldn't have like some version of Spotify, especially with how prevalent social media seems to be in this game. What I'm curious about, and what I'm hoping doesn't happen, But what we might see in like Grand Theft Auto Online, the next rendition of it, is to where you have these artists that come in, maybe they release an album. And, you kind of almost have this metaverse kind of thing where it's like maybe you pay for their music through the platform and like go to like some sort of special Grand Theft Auto event around their music. I'm hoping to see, I don't know, if the community's for it, whatever. But I kind of like the idea of like, once I've paid for the game, I have it. And then like, the content that comes later, like I've given y'all that initial investment, which I think is also why there's been talk in the past, through various leaks, rumors, and all that of the game costing upwards of $80 to $100. Maybe they think, we would have to nickel and dime you later for this content in order for it to justify the cost of creating it. Maybe a bigger upfront base cost, like a flat cost, would be better. Of course, consumers are going to have major pushback when they hear anything like that because it's alarming. Also, Rockstar is the trendsetters. They are the trendsetters, and there are a lot of bad actors out there who, when they create games, they're just going to be like, well, Rockstar did it, we can charge $100, and then their game is nowhere near up to stuff, stuff like that. So I'm this seems like they have gone so big, and it's kind of an experiment that we're seeing here. And Rockstar has always been revolutionary in how they experiment with games, but now it seems like this online space, after the birth of Grand Theft Auto Online from 5 and it growing into something they never really, I don't think, intended for it to become. So where it feels a little clunky when you play it, like the way features work, that's not seamless. It feels, duct tape and bubble gum. And I think they do an excellent job creating it, making it feel as polished as it possibly could under the circumstances, but things feel very disconnected in that world. But now we know, with them laying the groundwork for this next version of Grand Theft Auto Online, things are going to be a lot more connected. So, and they have this, almost experimental spirit, if you will, going into this next rendition of Grand Theft Auto Online. So for me personally, what I kind of see moving into this next rendition of Grand Theft Auto Online is kind of like what Mark Zuckerberg was trying to do with the metaverse. I mean, hopefully we're not meeting with our bosses in Grand Theft Auto Online, but
God, no.
Hey, get in the car, stupid. We're going to go do a robbery. And then I need to figure out where you're at on those TPS reports or whatever. But, but it's like,
Office reference.
Yeah, there you go.
Office Space. Sorry.
Yeah. Office Space. But I don't know, man, I'm kind of in awe when the more I look, the deeper I look, it's easy for people to watch these videos and be like, oh, this is bullshit. This is crap. And it's like, dude, do you know how much work went into making this? Like all the weird little places we go and we look to find this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's out there and you just have to connect the dots. And there's something really in the air that hasn't really quite surfaced yet, that isn't quite to the public, I'd say public knowledge yet. There's something brewing there, like a big beast that is Grand Theft Auto Online's next rendition. And I am very curious to see how it plays out, but I think it's going to be bigger than anything we've ever seen before. But I'm curious to know what your opinions are on this next version of Grand Theft Auto Online. What do you think is going to be different? What do you think we're going to see that we haven't already seen? And how do you think, I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to answer this, but how do you think it's going to work?
Well, so for one, and you mentioned it earlier, it's being built from the ground up intentionally, right? So as a lot of people already know, maybe some people don't, GTA 5 Online was sort of like an afterthought. It was like oh, this would be a cool thing to add. We're 12 months out from release. Let's go ahead and make a multiplayer feature. And they just sort of like threw it in the game. GTA 6 Online has had the last 12 or 13 years to sort of, come to fruition. And it's their cash cow. Like GTA Online is their cash cow. So they're looking at this like, how do we go even bigger than we did with GTA Online? And I think optimization is one. Obviously, like nobody wants to sit in these long loading screens. And there's patents out there that sort of, allude to that. But also like the creator economy and all that stuff too. Like, and I'm a big, UGC guy. I talk about it all the time, probably drives my community nuts how much I talk about UGC. But I think it's like the next big thing. I really do. And you look at companies like Roblox and Fortnite and, like all these sort of games, and even Minecraft, and how they've brought like creators in to create UGC content and sort of like give them the tools and create the landscape for them to build whatever experience they want. it sort of takes the Rockstar creative team a little bit out of the picture if they want to like dial it back and say, okay, well, instead of us investing all this money and resource into creating this DLC content, let's let the community tell us what they want, and then we'll just like spend all of our time giving them more tools to create the content that they want, and then we'll take a slice from it. So instead of it costing them money, they're profiting from it, and they don't have to do the work.
And I think that's something they've seen from Bethesda, you know, like with their Creation Club. And for anyone unaware, UGC user generated content.
Sorry.
Right, so anyway, no, you're good.
Talked about it.
I know you talk about UGC a lot, but it's big. It's going to be huge for this game. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Please continue.
No, you're good. And Bethesda is a good example of like how not to handle it too, because you know, they basically just took stuff that was already free and then slapped a price tag on it, made it impossible for you to get around it. But it also, you know, I don't know that the tools were there and it wasn't done properly. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned across different, you know, developers and how they've sort of handled these things. But, you know, I think UGC and Roleplay are going to be really, really big. It's going to be huge as far as, you know, not only like players getting to create the experiences they want, but people actually like making money and creating careers out of it. So much so that we're talking about ways to try and capitalize on it and incorporate it into the website at Six Hub. So I think that's going to be really cool. I think the vanilla experience is going to be plenty fun for anybody that doesn't want to dive deep into user-generated content or roleplay, but it's the evolution of the online experience. When everybody sort of caps out what the vanilla online experience has to offer, you're going to have another pool that you can dive deep into if you want more content. And I think that's kind of the direction that we're headed.
And I would say your website, things like that. I mean, your website, I think is going to be a huge pillar in the community moving forward. I really, the more I look into this, the more I read it. I know I'm not always on Discord, but very rarely, but I'm trying to get better. Especially now that I'm back and the trial's wrapping up and everything. But, you know, with stuff like your website, I think that it suggests that there's something bigger than, you know, meets the eye with this release. I think it's a signal, a symptom, a very positive symptom of the fact that the landscape of how video games operate are going to change. We know it. We feel it in the air. We're like the animals and the critters in the forest, and there's an earthquake, and we're starting to freak out. You know, when this game launches, I think that we are going to see things, you know, with UGC, the user-generated content, lots of that. But I also think we're going to see a bunch of new locations added. And I kind of think that it is going to be, you know, people are like, oh, you're crazy. Liberty City, you know how expensive it would be to add, how much manpower? I'm like, yeah, do you know the company who makes this game? Exactly. It's like, there has always been from the get-go, from like Grand Theft Auto 3, maybe even Grand Theft Auto 2, and Grand Theft Auto 1 when you could go to all the cities. You know, it's like, people want to fly to all these different cities. San Andreas, that's why they had the 3, you know? I do think that
I've got a theory on this actually.
Okay. And all right. So I want to hear this theory because I've got one too. So in fact, let's just get into it. So what's your theory on this?
So my theory is that is the case. I've been saying for a while now that, and I could be totally wrong about this, but I've been saying for a while, there's a decent chance that, you know, the map that we get, Leonida, is not actually an island. I think that there's a decent chance that it is connected to a larger landmass, and that's the main reason that Rockstar is shying away from showing us anything as it relates to the northern part of the map. I mean, literally nothing. We know nothing about it. And I think that's, you know, probably because, I don't want to say probably, but there's a decent chance that it's because, you know, Florida is connected to the southeastern United States at that northern sort of peninsula. And there is plenty of different ways that they could sort of do that, and they've done it before. Grand Theft Auto 3 was connected to a larger landmass via a tunnel, so it's not out of the question. Obviously, Red Dead Redemption 2, Red Dead Redemption 1, they were both connected. The argument against that is, you know, obviously in Red Dead Redemption, there's not planes and helicopters and all this stuff, and, you know, you can't get past the mountains on horse or on foot. I mean, aside from glitching out of the map. But, you know, if they did go that direction and their plan was to sort of like slowly grow the map after launch, which according to the 2022 Bloomberg report is the plan. I mean, Jason Schreier was interviewing some sources close to the Rockstar project back in 2022, and they said, you know, that's where the whole Project Americas thing came from. And that was confirmed true because when the leaks happened in 2022, then everybody could see, oh yeah, Project America's is slapped over all over everything. So obviously that was true. So, if that's true, then, maybe they are planning to expand the game post-launch like they said.
And Jason Schreier
that included new missions and cities. Yeah, he did. And so that included new missions and cities. And so to me, it's like, okay, well, if that's the plan, let's go back to 2012 where Leslie Benzies was in an interview and said that, they've always wanted to create a large map with multiple different cities where you could fly to and from this city or that city and experience your favorite locations. And that was sort of the plan. And in that same interview, he talked about recreating Vice City. So it's like, you put all these things together and it's like, okay, well, that makes really good sense. But how would they accomplish that? Because for the last however long we've been working with islands. And my thought was, if you look at the Mount Calaga artwork on the website, you'll see that there's a sign that, let me look here. So there's a sign for the artwork and the sign says fire danger low today, preventing wildfires is up to you. Now, I may be tinfoil hat, like crazy speculative right now.
Oh,
but
no,
like,
the wildfire.
Why make...
Yeah.
Like why make that like the key art for that location unless there's, something deeper to that. And we can see in the Ambrosia screenshots, you've got fields on fire from them burning the sugar fields, burning the leaves off in between crops. So we know the fire spreading mechanic from Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to be in the game. They already said back when they were developing Red Dead Redemption 2 that, they have the ability to burn down a whole forest if they wanted to. The problem was that it would just drastically change the landscape and, it would affect the lore of the game. But my theory is, like, if it is really a peninsula and it's connected to a larger landmass, if they have a sort of wildfire emergency to the northern part of the map,
right,
that it prevents players from going past that, they could then slowly kind of add on to the map, and then they could move that line backwards and say, okay, well, we cleared up the fire. Now you can go visit Gloriana and whatever like the Atlanta version of Gloriana would be. And then, or the Atlanta version of Leonida or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Go up and visit like the bigger cities or whatever they decide to add on, or like a Savannah, Georgia, or a New Orleans or something like that. And then they could just like slowly add to that. And it's like when you spend $2-3 billion on a game, to me, it makes more sense to not turn around and do that again in 10 years, but to create a platform where you can then expand your world, and with as good as this game looks, dude, I feel like personally that everything will hold up 15 years from now. Exactly. Like how much better can graphics get? I know that they probably said that back in like 2002, but but you get what I'm saying. Well, so that's my theory anyway.
Even in like 2001, when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, everyone was always trashing the graphics, and they're like, but you can do X, Y, and Z, because, you had Metal Gear Solid 2 at the same time, and that game was beautiful. So,
right.
The fact that it's open world and that you could do that, insane. And I completely agree. This is also my thought, we will have a wildfire buffer to the north. And as, and I think it will be pulled back and we will have new locations revealed. I think it only makes sense. Now, whether that means more content for Jason and Lucia or just online, I don't know. I imagine if they do anything single player, what if we even get new characters you can play as you move to the north? And I'm saying, this is why I made this video a while back about how like this game is going to be the death of Rockstar as we know it, is because this is going to be something Rockstar has never done before. We've never seen them do something like this. So you might not need a Grand Theft Auto 7, because within the framework of Grand Theft Auto 6, you could have an entirely new plot line in a whole new city. And and this is something I was going to bring up earlier, and I said, I'll bring it up later. And I think this is a good time to bring it up, is now we have these new AI technologies, and they're getting a lot of backlash right now. But I think in time, in 5 years, maybe not even, with stuff like NVIDIA DLSS, with the whole AI stuff, and creators are able to fine tune it and stuff and put it over it, I think, love it or hate it, I think that that's going to become something that can continually bring games up to snuff. And maybe not even that technology specifically, but I'm saying that there's going to be AI technologies that can take what is already there and expand on it, and bring it up to snuff without all the manpower and stuff so that they can focus on expansion, stories, and plot rather than just making the visual fidelity a little bit better. And we know that they aren't a stranger to this because they did this with Grove Street Games as an experiment, I think, for bringing the older games up. And I think that really was an experiment to see how people would respond to that, because it was kind of weird to bring those games in to the HD stuff. Like they didn't really even need it, especially because they look like cartoons and stuff. So I don't know. I think that what we get, we're going to be sitting on it until we're in our 40s or 50s,
especially me.
Yeah. So that's just how it's going to be. And there's going to be a generation.
I don't know how old you are, but I think I'm a little closer to the 40 or 50 range.
Okay. I think I'm a little younger, but but not too much younger. But yeah, I mean, dude, it's crazy because you think like Grand Theft Auto 5, there were people who were born maybe like 4 or 5 years before it. And then like they're playing Grand Theft Auto Online right now and it's still Grand Theft Auto 5. And like, in 2001, we had Grand Theft Auto 3. 2002, we had Vice City. 2004, we had San Andreas. 2008, we had Grand Theft Auto 4. And then what was it, 2012 or 2013, we had Grand Theft Auto 5. And then we had the 4 or 5 different versions of that. So, and then in between all that, we had Vice City stories, Liberty City stories, episodes from Liberty City, just a Grand Theft Auto Advance, Chinatown Wars. We've had all of this Grand Theft Auto content. Ballad of Gay Tony, right?
Lost and Damned.
So we had all that content. And you have these kids and they've grown up with only this and everything else is old and dumb. So it's just like, I think that is going to be what we see. There's going to be a generation that just grows up with Grand Theft Auto 6 and that's going to be the game. And people talk about Grand Theft Auto 7. I'm like, man, it's going to be great for your grandchildren. They're going to love it. Because, where do we go after that? I think that they're going to probably try a new IP after this because Red Dead Redemption's kind of tied up. They could do a third one, but I think the most obvious choice of what to do with Red Dead Redemption 3, a lot of people are like, no, that's lame. And then you have other people who are like, oh, I want a prequel. And people are like, oh, that's lame. And I think they've kind of tied up the story very nicely with Red Dead Redemption. And so,
they said the same thing about Red Dead Redemption 2 being a prequel to Red Dead Redemption 1. And they said the same people said it was lame and those same people love it. So
that's true. And it's funny. I consider them the same exact game. Like really, because you can just start and finish it. And something they freaking like, I think that they originally were going to do this because New Austin was there. And I was like, oh, snap. Mm-hmm. I think eventually they're going to add on to it and and we play as John Marston at the end. We're going to seamlessly go into 1 and they're going to recreate 1. I think that groundwork was there especially because they were building Mexico and everything. And then Rockstar being Rockstar, they had to scale it back. And then they were going to make it one complete package. But why do that when you can triple and double dip on, multiple titles? Makes more sense for the company. But I do think that you're right about this wildfire thing. To anyone who's not familiar with it, you can go on the internet yourself. You can see all these pictures of these wildfires, and not only that, but you could go and I've got my channel Bible right next to me, and in it it's about like what is in the north that we don't know about, and it's like there's nothing. I ain't got anything for you guys. There's nothing I can find, and there's a lot of speculation on our channels, but we do have to start somewhere. We have to find someone said this or in the leaks it showed this. There's some concrete thing we have to start with, and there's virtually nothing for the north of the map.
Well, I like to call it grounded speculation, because it's not like we're just out here just like making random guesses, like the speculation that we like to do is rooted in like 1, what Rockstar has done in the past, 2, what do we have evidence of, and 3, what's technically possible.
Right.
So, that I think it's grounded. I don't think it's an outlandish theory. I think it's entirely possible. And fun fact, like literally right now, as we're having this conversation, if you Google it, like the entire northern state of Florida and southern Georgia border is on fire right now. And there's like something like 55,000 acres that are burning literally as we speak, with like smoke covering 700,000 square miles of, air. So it's like, it's not only is it like technically possible in the game, it would be a good way to keep us out of the area, but it's like lore friendly and realistic, and it's going on right now. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I just, maybe I'm crazy, but I can totally see them doing that.
And, I will say when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, I was very skeptical. I wasn't sure I was going to like Arthur. And then it completely blew me away and surpassed my wildest expectations. And so I trust in Rockstar to do the same again, especially with a bigger budget and then some. And I think it's time for the gaming industry to change, to start to, make more money for Rockstar, because this is a huge investment that they're going to have to recoup. And stuff like user-generated content, map expansions in the future, bringing back old assets. They could bring back Liberty City, update it, upscale it. There's a bunch of AI technology now. I know it's not popular, but, of course, have a bunch of man hours on it. And eventually we could be taking a trip to Liberty City for a whole new thing as separate characters, so, or just in online. And maybe online becomes the ultimate crime MMO like the previous GTA already is. And I think it's funny.
Here's a fun.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Finish what you're saying.
I was going to finish the point by saying there's a bunch of people out there that, there's this subreddit I follow, and I think it's really funny. And it's like, stuff never happens. And it's like, no, it didn't. That didn't happen. And I feel like, people, they don't understand. It's like, no. Like, I know the gaming industry has been in kind of a lackluster place recently for some games. I mean, but then you have games like Baldur's Gate 3. Sorry, tangent. But what I'm saying is, it's okay to be excited for the biggest gaming studio ever to potentially do the biggest thing you've ever seen in video games ever, because that's what they want to do. They dress to impress. So I'll say that. All right. What were you going to say?
Yeah. No. That I agree completely. I was, oh gosh, where was I? I had it right there, and then it's gone. I can't remember. UGC, it'll come back to me.
Well, we were talking about UGC map expansion, the future of Rockstar games, how Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to look in the future, how Grand Theft Auto 7 will be delayed forever, because this will be the new place you're staying.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. So I was going to ask you, a good thought exercise is what would you rather have, another standalone Grand Theft Auto experience 10, 12 years from now, or would you rather have a Liberty City expansion in 5 years? You know what I mean? Me personally, I'm good with the expansion. I think that they're developing this on, the new Rage 9, whatever. It's going to hold up great. It's going to look great 10 years from now. I don't need them to go and create a whole nother standalone game that takes them 10, 12 years to make. Go ahead and start building the Liberty City expansion, and then give us some meaningful characters. They could do it the same way that they did the original Grand Theft Auto 4 with the Ballad of Gay Tony and the Lost and Damned. Give us a significant add-on. And I think that was one of the main grievances that Dan had, which is why one of the reasons that he left is how they handled he wanted to keep doing those, I think, or maybe it was the other way around. I know that he either was strongly for those expansions from GTA 4 or strongly against. I can't remember exactly, but I know it was a point of contention between him and Sam. But yeah, I mean, they could totally do that. Just give us Liberty City, give us hell, you can recreate Los Santos if you want, and let us fly over there or whatever.
Let it look like the moon,
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And then even add San Fierro, Las Venturas, bring it all in. And because that's been the ultimate goal for fans since the 3D era started with, with all these concept maps. I remember back in 2006, 2005, looking at all these images online of people drawing up the project, not Project Americas, but the Grand Theft Auto 6, or not Grand Theft Auto 6, the Grand Theft Auto fully complete America map, and all the maps are connected together. Rockstar knows this is something the community's always wanted. And I feel like they are, they're very sneaky. They're cunning. They look at what other studios are doing, and then they are like, this would suit our game in this way. We're going to change it in this way. This is how that would work. With stuff like how they saw probably Bethesda doing their Creation Club stuff, and they're like, oh, they're dumb to do it this way. We could do it this way, and it would make 10 times more sense. I feel like they're a lot smarter when knowing what we, the consumers, want. And then, this map expansion thing, I think, would be an excellent idea. They know people will exist in Grand Theft Auto Online forever. They're still in it right now. And then it's as time, they abandoned Red Dead Redemption 2's online for a reason. And then they could start working on a whole new IP as their team expands. They build that out. There was talk of a medieval game. I think it got canceled. There was Agent that got canceled. But I think
I'd rather see a pirate game. I'd rather see them do a pirate game because they'd do it proper.
Yeah. Oh my God.
We wouldn't get this Skull and Bones nonsense. It'd be a good game.
Can you imagine some sort of pirate game from Rockstar to where you're online, taking over each other's ships and stuff?
That'd be amazing.
You could give them anything, and they could make it work. I'm so bummed the medieval thing didn't turn out, because one of my favorite video game ideas is what if you're a time traveler who goes back. You have like maybe like an M4, 4 mags. That's it. And that's all you get for the entire game. If you run out of ammo, you're out. So you use it sparingly and you have to use melee weapons. And then like you have to go through it. Now, like, I'm not sure that's what Rockstar was planning to do or anything. And there's now Kingbreakers, which I don't know if that game's ever coming out, but that's exactly what I'm looking for. Basically Dynasty Warriors with modern weapons in a medieval setting. But
yeah,
I'm curious to see what IP, they do next. Like, what's the next game you think they're going to do? Do you think we're going to see a Bully 2? I don't think we're going to see another Manhunt. I just don't. So what do you think?
I think if they're going to revisit an old IP, it's likely going to be something like LA Noire. If they're going to go back, we could see like an LA Noire, like more 70s, like 1970s aesthetic. I think that could be really cool. It's still like pre-CCTV cameras, like the whole detective like movie genre like was big in the 60s and 70s. Like they could totally do something like that and sort of just like kick the ball down the road from the 1940s and 50s, which is, where the original LA Noire took place. So I would like to see something like that personally. I don't know that I would put that in front of something like a Red Dead Redemption 3. I am a huge Red Dead Redemption fan. Yep. So I would be totally fine if they just hop back and forth between those two games and never did anything else. Like I'd be totally fine with that because I love both games so much. But if they were to introduce like a new IP, I really love the idea of like a pirate game. I think it would have to be open world. It would have to be narrative driven. You would have to have a sense of sort of freedom and exploration. I'm trying to figure out like what era or, culture could they sort of capitalize on that they know would be successful, that they know people would really enjoy. And the medieval game, I think, would do okay. I think the problem with medieval games is it's so hard to do well and make it fun for a vast majority of people because, some people might say the medieval genre is kind of boring, because it's like, you got some armor and right, exactly. But I think going with something like, like pirates, you got some flintlock pistols, you've got some firepower, you've got, the idea of the open oceans that you can explore. I mean, dude, I just think Rockstar would just absolutely destroy even Black Flag if they decided to do that. And there's a huge market for pirate games. And we can
with the
clearly see that.
Doing for Black Flag. I mean, have you seen the people freaking out about that? It's a great game. And I think Pirates is probably the best next direction for them. For me, I'm personally especially after visiting Saint Denis in Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm a huge sucker for like, I think they could take us into the Prohibition era, and I would really like that. Now, I know it's not very popular, but I was like, you know what? If you're going to do a third Red Dead Redemption, and you probably already know that this is going to go, you got Jack, Prohibition era, let's go, and you got the very last remnants of the West there because they were there.
In the beginning of the Mafia?
Yeah. I mean, we got a hint of that.
Like imagine Rockstar doing a Mafia game, dude.
Yeah, with Angelo Bronte or whatever. So, you go into the third one, you got Jack Marston working for the Mafia. Please, for the love of God, I would love it. I don't know why people hate it so much.
I don't know either.
There's a lot to do there. And I think it's because like, oh, well, you get rid of the Wild West. And I'm like, y'all, Red Dead Redemption 1 took place in 1910. Like you could go 10 years in the future and, have a great game and see what Jack Marston's up to. Especially, I think it's cool because they have all these Easter eggs of books written by him in Grand Theft Auto 5. So, and we know that he was wanting to be an author. He loved to read, aspire. So it'd be really interesting. Maybe give it a happy ending. Maybe he gets out of the life. Maybe he becomes that author.
Just give him a new voice actor and a slightly better character model.
Move, you damn nag. Yeah. Yeah, I know. He wasn't very, he was, growing pains, right? Wasn't he like 18 or 19? So
he was in his awkward phase of life.
where daddy's clothes didn't fit on him quite well, but
Yeah.
I mean, he put a bullet in Edgar Ross, so, he did it.
That's true.
But I'm super excited for the future of Rockstar Games and just seeing everything they do. And as someone who is a huge Bethesda fanboy, I'm really hoping that, I know their business structure and everything has put games in development hell, and I thought Xbox was going to be an amazing acquisition for them, but I think it's actually gone quite the opposite, because what they do now is they look at all these people who are signed up with their creation club, and they're like, oh, we don't need a lot of people. We just need a strong core base who plays Fallout 76 and spends money in the creation workshop thing, which sucks, because man, if they could just get the juice back, I think that could be something. But maybe they're going the way of the dodo. Elder Scrolls 6.
Well, I think Bethesda, I think they got too big too fast, and Todd Howard took less of a creative role and more of like a business management role.
Exactly,
and that's a problem. Like Bethesda's like lifeblood is Todd Howard's creative direction, and the further he gets away from that, the more the games are going to suffer for it. So, all memes about Todd Howard aside, like the man is a genius. I mean, let's be real. So. I think that if he got more involved and they moved away from this, and people are going to hate me for saying this, but like, let's get away from Fallout for a little bit. Like we've done good on Fallout. We got all the Fallout games, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, the new show and all that stuff. And I get that they really love their Fallout, but like, we really need to dive deep into Elder Scrolls and, give us like the next best Skyrim game, or like take us somewhere new even, give us like what Starfield was supposed to be, so I don't know. I feel like I said, if Todd Howard gets more involved in the creative process, I think they'll be okay. And I think they're going to be okay anyway. They're not Ubisoft. Ubisoft is probably going the way of the dodo.
Yeah. Yes.
I think this Black Flag is like a desperate, cling to life. They're reaching up from the grave and
like, please hold on. Now with 50% less map markers. Dude, it's insane. But I don't know what the hell was wrong with them. It's like they got lazy. It's like you can't get lazy. Rockstar never got lazy. They've always been innovative. Yeah. And I feel like Bethesda's been innovative. They just haven't had the inner workings to pull it off. I think Starfield was a very grand, crazy. Like they worked with another team to get the gunplay right, and they did a good job with the gunplay. But it was too ambitious for the team. And you're right. The further that Todd moves away from the creative direction, the more the games suffer. And and I think they're kind of doing like a soft letdown with Starfield. And they're like, hey, this isn't Starfield 2.0. We got your free lanes update. Now we're going to give you, we'll give it updates. We don't want to piss anyone off because we've had a lot of bad press. So we're going to just kind of do a soft taper down. We've got our core audience who likes it. We're going to make our money off that. And then please, for the love of God, Elder Scrolls 6 has got to deliver. And I think, it's not going to be crazy if E3 is gone. Damn. But at their whatever convention that they're at where they introduced the game, how like they whipped out base building in Fallout 4 and it was huge. I think what we're going to see for the next Elder Scrolls 2, and I know we're talking Grand Theft Auto, but I can't help it, is pitched battles. I think that's going to be the thing he ends it on, is Todd being like, in this time, you can take up arms against things, and there's going to be like big battles and stuff like that. I think that there's always a toy. That's what I'll say. There's always a new toy that Todd introduces in these new titles that make us like, what? And in Starfield, that was shipbuilding. Which is in itself, I've spent hundreds of hours doing. It is so much fun. And then you start playing the game, and then you're like, the writing is lackluster. You're like, damn it. So
I didn't hate Starfield. Like when Starfield came out, I was one of those people that was like, I don't get why everybody's like slamming on this game. It's a good game. I enjoyed it. And I think I took like 2 days off of work, and my wife happened to be out of town at the time. So I had the whole house to myself. I literally like lived at my desk and just sat there and just played that game from start to finish all the way through in like 2 or 3 days. I was alone during that
time, and I didn't beat it, but I put 100 hours into it. And I tell Willow this. I call the game space capitalism, because every time I play it, I'm like, okay, I'm going to play the story, but first I got to set up a business. And with my mods, I have like this fuel business that funds my giant M-class ship with everyone who's got assignments and stuff. And there's a bar, and I could sit down and talk. It's so immersive. And then I'm wheezing over here. And then I go and I play the quest line for something, and I'm like, oh man, this just isn't quite written the way I'd want it to be. But then, and then I don't know though. There's some good stuff in there. Also, I feel like there was just people weren't able to find the good content. But I think that.
What about a Starfield Online? What do you think?
Starfield
like
76.
Instead of like Starfield 2, you just do like Starfield Online. You fix the complaints about the travel between planets and solar systems and all that stuff, and then you allow players to like play in groups of up to like 8 per ship or something.
That would be incredible.
I think
You basically have was it Sea of Thieves, but in space.
Yeah.
But they'd be going up against some pretty big competition, and it's even kind of a niche audience. I've realized for the space stuff, which kind of is surprising. I feel like with space people like their Space Marines and shooting, and they like their grimdark Warhammer 40K, all that kind of stuff. But the second you start doing spaceships and all that, unless it's Star Wars, people kind of fizzle out. So. Something else like Star Wars Outlaws.
That's easy fix. Just give us lightsabers and Starfield.
Exactly.
Problem solved.
and then people, and there's such good lore there. And I know this is not a Starfield episode. Damn it, but I've just been playing it a lot lately. So I told the fan base I was going to be beating Grand Theft Auto 5. So I have it on the ROG Ally X, and I've been going through it. I got to the part that I always get to where I just get bored. Which is like the second or third heist. And then I'm like, okay, let's go do something else. And then I've just been playing Starfield. So, but I don't know.
Well, you're invested. You probably have 300 gigs worth of mods installed on that thing.
Dude, it's insane. New Vegas too, man. Just out there. I don't know. It sucks too, because I'm like, these games, if they had the Rockstar treatment, and they get the Rockstar, you get a janky Rockstar treatment if you add 300 mods and the game doesn't crash and everything works great. You get something that is truly incredible, and it's like you can feel Todd Howard's voice in your ears whispering, "It just works," because it does when it just works. But frankly, I think it's time to give Fallout away, which he's not going to do. But I think it's time to give it to Larian. Bring it back.
It makes too much money for them to walk away from, which is why they're not going to
do it. But
I wish they would.
Dude, if Larian got their hands on Fallout and you got your OG Fallout 1 and 2 experience all over again, but with them handling it, it would just be absolutely insane. Maybe we'll get some weird game in the future where Grand Theft Auto is handed to Larian and it's a turn-based strategy game or something like that. And it's like,
oh my God.
Just kidding. But I don't know, man. It's
Don't wish that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
No, right. But it's crazy to see, all these new up-and-comers. It's very inspiring to me. I know there's a lot of nihilism right now around the video game industry, but I'm like, y'all, if you're a teenager, if you're in your early 20s, there was a time where, the Spider-Man 1 movie game was the banger, where Agent Under Fire, 007 Agent Under Fire was the banger. These games were much simpler. And for guys like us who've grown up with this kind of stuff, who've grown up starting with Nintendo and seeing it go from where it is to where it is now, there's a lot of slop out there, but y'all, there's so many gems. Have y'all played Firewatch? It's a freaking...
I have, yeah.
Dude, it's a work of art. Games now are becoming art. They always have been, but now they're really exploring that realm. Games like the Stanley Parable. Have you tried that?
No, I haven't. Dude, I don't know what that one is.
You should live stream the Stanley Parable with your base and see. And you're gonna have a good time. It's hysterical. Okay. You're never gonna beat it. It takes 10 years to actually beat the game.
Really?
An actual 10 years. If you want all the achievements. So because one achievement is not playing the game for 10 years and then booting it back up. So
oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy like that. But go check that out. But I say all this and I get on this tangent with all these other games to say that I feel like at the center of all this, the core, is Rockstar Games moving the industry forward. We've got, stuff like NVIDIA and stuff on the outside, working on graphic stuff. And I know there's pushback with the NVIDIA DLSS, and I defended it as best as I could in my video that nobody watched. But as we move forward, we're going to see a whole new generation of games. We're at the end point. This chapter is closing. And we've kind of, Sav and I know, we've gone, and if you're our age, you know this too, or even older. There's been seasons of how games feel and what they do. I think you very much remember what the Zoomers call the piss filter. There's that whole part of games where things were gritty and they were going for realism and everything was a cover shooter. Then we went to, everything had to be an open world game. And, then that's when Ubisoft...
Then the Battle Royale phase.
Yeah, then the Battle Royale
phase. The Extraction Shooter phase.
And now in the Extraction Shooter phase. And then through all of this too, through this, there's also been this massive indie renaissance with all of these beautiful, wonderful games. So to all those people out there that are saying AAA games are currently slop, go and check out all the indie games. I'm telling y'all, there's some of the best experiences you're ever going to have. The Forest, I think initially was an indie game. I think Firewatch, games like that.
Sons of the Forest is really good.
Sons of the Forest is a good time. Not, in my opinion, not as good as the first, but it's still great. It's still a good time, especially with friends. Subnautica. Good God, Subnautica is incredible.
Well, we got the Subnautica 2 coming out here in a few days, don't we?
Do we? Is it a few days?
Yeah, I think so. I think the 12th.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I think we're going to
be
doing Subnautica stuff. I don't know. But here, let me see. Do we have Subnautica 2 coming out soon?
I'm looking it up on Steam. Subnautica 2 on wish list, May 14th.
No way.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
There's been a lot of negativity in my life, but now a bunch of positivity. So I just want to tell all y'all, if I go missing and I leave y'all again, it's Subnautica 2. No, I'm just kidding. But this, more than ever, we've kind of hit a point where we have this huge indie renaissance of games. We're starting to see games get much more cinematic and honed in and really hit those graphical fidelity elements. And it feels like that there's kind of a ceiling to where maybe we can't get past that because we're doing too much. Games take so much longer to make. And now we have this new thing of AI, which, love it or hate it, is going to play a huge role in games in the future, making development cycles faster. People are going to lose their jobs. New jobs are going to be created as well. But also kicking all of this off is a game like Grand Theft Auto 6 and something that will have staying power and exist as an ecosystem, as an MMO and a massive single player experience like nothing you've ever seen before. It's going to be Grand Theft Auto World of Warcraft. And I'm curious to see how that affects other games who try to copy this model, because imagining Ubisoft trying to copy something like this, that game design philosophy is laughable.
It won't work.
It wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And I'm curious how Bethesda is going to do stuff like that. I'm curious how CD Projekt Red is. I think they're going to be very much improving on their cinematic gameplay and stuff moving forward. But we're entering the next phase.
I think Rockstar is pretty safe where they're at. I don't think anybody I can't think of a single studio that I feel like, man, if you gave them either the resources or the money, that they could do it. You know what I mean? Like, Rockstar is kind of alone in that. Like, they have the team and they have the resources and they have the money to create this. I can't think of anybody else that could do that. Unless they had all of the above, and there isn't anybody that can spend $2-3 billion making a game. Like, there's just not, no. Other than Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive. So I don't know. I think they're pretty safe in that. They've been safe in that for a long time. Rockstar's not worried about anybody else. That's why they don't talk to us.
Exactly.
That's why they don't say anything.
Everyone's like, "Oh, it's gonna be
like you'll buy it when it comes out."
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be woke. It's gonna be dumb. I'm buying a PS5 for it. I bought Matthew one first. Which I'm sorry it couldn't have been a PS5 Pro, bro, but I'm saving. So, and to all my channel memberships, you guys, the money that you guys spent, I know I lost a couple of y'all when I went silent, and that's totally fine. And I think I said it was $5, but it was set to $7, so sorry about that. But I'm going to be using that money to get a PS5 Pro, get the capture card. I got the capture card, and I'm going to be using that to capture footage. And I am going to buy the PC version. I'm going to buy the enhanced double deluxe plus version. I'm just going to do it because even a game like Grand Theft Auto 5, which I wasn't a huge fan of, I knew that there's great content there and I wanted so desperately to get into it. And I think the best experience I've had is currently on my ROG Ally X with the legacy version with all of the mods that add all of the things I've complained about. I mean, I'm running about 50 mods right now with Grand Theft Auto 5 and they work and nothing breaks. And it's pretty crazy that that's happening. It makes the shooting insane and too realistic. But all that to say, what I mean by this chapter's ending is you're going to see games not necessarily take 10 years to release anymore because they're going to release, open up, and you're going to have a world that constantly has things expanded on it. You're not going to be thinking about the next IP. It'll still be developed, but you're going to be so invested with all the content going on. And guys, the backlogs that all of you have now are so much bigger than they've ever been before. Like, let's be real. I still got Assassin's Creed Origins to play from like years ago. I haven't touched it. I bought it maybe whenever it came out. Still on the backlog. I'm sure you have the same Sav. I'm a sucker when the sales come up on Steam.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, I have games that I've bought on Steam with every intention of playing and just haven't gotten around to yet. And if you don't have a backlog now, just wait till, December, January. I promise you will. you know, because you're going to be so wrapped up in GTA, you're not going to play anything else for probably 6 months to a year. And then you're going to have like a whole host of games you can go back and play with.
Something I do is, and I think everyone should kind of do this, is take all those games, take every game you haven't played in your Steam library and put them in a playlist called New Experiences. That's what I do. That way, it sounds sexy. And every time you open up Steam, you're like, ooh, New Experiences, free. I never bought it. It's just here. And I find myself playing a bunch of older games. And, you know, treat it like books. I read a lot of, well, I read books. I don't read a lot. I read maybe like 10 or 15 a year. But like when I'm reading a book,
it's more than me.
Well, I used to be like, no matter what, I have to get through this book. I don't like this book. I have to get through it. I don't do that anymore. Now I'm like, if I don't like it, DNF, do not finish, and just get rid of it. It's okay. And do the same with games. Have fun. Let's stop this nihilism. I know that gaming companies have constantly let us down, but y'all, it's been like the same few gaming companies, not gonna lie, like EA, you know, mainly. So I'm saying, like, look at all these indie devs and everything. Have fun. Look at all that kind of stuff in your anticipation for Grand Theft Auto 6. And for anyone who's like cautious about it, I just think, I know you must be young, because if you're an older guy like us, which I hate to say we're older, but it is what it is.
It's the truth, brother.
If there's any game company that you can pre-order from and fanboy about, it's Rockstar. Like, there's really, I honestly understand being apprehensive of any other company except for Rockstar, because they're going to deliver. They're going to deliver the goods, whether you like the game or not. It's going to be a magnum opus of gaming and something that people are going to be learning from for years. So you know, I know we've been going kind of long. Normally what I like to do when I finish the podcast episodes is I move into the questions section and I answer people's questions, but it ends up taking like 40 minutes to an hour. So, you know, I'm probably going to save the questions unless that's something you'd be interested in doing. And maybe if
that's up to you, man.
Okay. Well, tell you what, how about we just answer a few?
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
And then would you be interested in coming back on? Because that's something we could do.
For sure, dude. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Why don't we just start a podcast? We do this weekly.
If it's my schedule. It just depends. But yeah, I mean, I've got Discord set to actually open now, so I can respond to GTA Infinity and Bav, because they're incredible guys who wait 2 months for me to respond because I'm a prick. But you know, I'm trying to be on there more, be more active, especially with this new website, which you guys, seriously, please go check out Sav's website. And Sav, while I'm pulling up these questions, man, go ahead and tell them what that link is again.
Yeah, so it's www.6hubhq.com, and it's less my website, more of a community side thing. Like originally it started out as like, you know, kind of like an extension of my community, but it's gone way past that now. So like it's open to everybody. It's for all of us creators, all of us gamers, all of us GTA fanboys out there, fangirls. So, you know, it's for everybody, and it's got a lot of cool stuff on it right now. I mean, you can go and check out the frame analyzer tool. I highly recommend that. That is such a cool feature. But if you want to jump into the forum and get more active in that, you're welcome to as well. And we're going to be rolling out more stuff soon. So we finally just kind of got it to the point where we felt comfortable putting out the 2.0 version. So that's where we're at, but we are already working on 2.1. We've already got plans for 2.2 and 2.3. So like, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be coming. So this site will continuously evolve over the next 7 months and beyond. So, but yeah, it's www.6hubhq.com.
Awesome. Okay. Well, let's close with 3 questions and tell you what. Now I know these questions are directed at me, but Sav's going to be answering them, because I feel like Sav is a little bit more equipped to be answering this kind of stuff.
I don't know about that.
Let's see. So this comes from, I always mispronounce everyone's names. Hain Aaron 32946. Question, kind of 2 actually, but do you think our online character will be mute again? Or how would you feel if we did get voices for online? And do you hope they keep the car control in the air? I'm not certain what he means by that, but let's start with that mute protagonist.
Oh, I know. Yeah. So he's talking about like the midair control of the vehicle, like instead of, right. Just like reacting to, instead of physics, you know, just like the arcadey sort of, you know, land the car on all 4 tires after driving off of a mountain kind of thing. But yeah, so starting off with the first, you said it was Hain? Hain?
Yes.
What's the name?
HAIN AARON 32946.
Okay. So those are both fantastic questions. And I've talked about the this specific issue as far as like the characters, our online characters being mute. That is like one of my biggest complaints about online. It is so annoying. Like, you know, you get into a mission or whatever, and you got Lester who talks way too much, by the way. And then you have your characters that walk in, they're all just like kind of like nodding and doing this sort of like, yeah, you know, stuff. That it's just, that's obnoxious to me. I understand why they did it that way.
Very obnoxious.
But I mean, game. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've got the resources. And if there was a single argument to be made for AI anything in GTA 6, it would be to like give us some AI generated voices. Like they could sort of curate it and make sure that it was following a script. But like, you know, that's a way to get around hiring like a ton of different voice actors. I feel like the AI voice is good enough now, especially with Rockstar's resources, to give us some voices, give our characters some voices. You know,
well, look what Saints Row 2 did.
Some dude. Yeah. Well, what did Saints Row 2 do?
You could choose your voice, female or male. I think there was like 3 types, and then you could choose the pitch.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about like AI for a second. I'm like, did I miss something?
No.
But no, like you could have a guy like sitting in a back office somewhere, and his whole job is just like writing the lines for the AI generated voice system. And then like, it would be easy enough just to like, you could choose like maybe 6 different male voices and 6 different female voices, and then give us like, I don't know, like 30 degrees worth of pitch control up or down for each one. And then you could have like a really sort of like unique feel for your character. And you could even maybe do accents, you know, give us, I know Bav would want his to be an Aussie, and you've got a lot of European UK guys that would, you know, want to have like accents too. So, I mean, I think that would be easy enough to do. I think they should, even if they don't involve AI in that whatsoever. I think our online characters need to have some kind of voice, even if it's just like a grunt. You know what I mean? Like, they should not be mute. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Because I understand people, you know, they might have been looking also at the backlash from Fallout 4 coming out, and people are like, oh no, a voice protagonist, it ruins it. But the problem is you're stuck with a very vanilla voice. If you have any sort of a player agency, any sort of control in choosing what your voice sounds like, then it feels like yours, and you're okay with it. And not only that, but you connect with your character more. And I hope,
100%.
I do think we're going to have mid-air control with our cars again, but I hope not.
Oh yeah. So to give you my 2 cents on that, like, I think a little bit of mid-air control is okay. But I don't think we should be able to do barrel rolls, you know, off of a 20-foot jump.
Or when a car flips, being able to just flip it back over, you know, just from.
And I even made the argument, like, if they wanted to go more immersive with the car physics like that, like if your car flips over, there could be a mechanic where instead of your car just like burning up and exploding because it flips over, maybe you have to get out of the car, and there's a button where you could walk up to the car and like it rocks it back and forth and then pushes the car back over. You know, like that's doable, I think. You know, or they could come up with some sort of way around that other than just like slowly rolling the car back over.
Maybe it's tied to your strength position, your strength stat, you know, from working out.
That's now we're cooking. That's a good idea.
That would be fun.
Yeah, it would give you a reason to work on something like that and go work out so you can flip your car back over. You know,
imagine you're in a shootout and you got tracers and stuff going over your head, and you're like, oh, pushing the car, and Lucy's like, come on, Jason, come on. And it's all just happening organically in the game. And you feel like you just played a movie. So yeah.
She's covering you while you flip the car back over. Let's go, dude. I'm all about it.
All right. So second question, we've got Not Carter 1. Question: do you think we will have pets like dogs or cats that we can buy and follow us, and even follow commands and be able to take care of throughout the game?
Were we talking story mode or online?
I guess
he's talking about story mode.
Let's think both. What do you think?
Okay. So story mode, I think they're probably going, we could see the snake in Jason's house, which I think is a rainbow boa, if I'm correct. I could be wrong about that. It could be some made up thing that they put in the game, but it looks like a rainbow boa. But as far as like dogs and cats and stuff like that, I can see them doing something like that in online. I have a hard time seeing them do that for single player unless the dog just kind of came with you everywhere. You know, because with them being on the run, it's kind of hard to, you know, like have a dog in tow or something. I don't know. But if they are going to do that, I could totally see them putting that in the game. Like it'd be easy enough. Like we had Chop in GTA 5, you know, we can clearly see a Chihuahua walking down the beach. You know, there's definitely like dogs and cats and stuff in this game. But I think if they do it, if we're allowed to have pets, it'd probably be an online, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think so too. And if there is any sort of pet, isn't there a bird in the trailers?
There's an iguana.
Oh, an iguana. Sorry.
There's an iguana that's walking around that's got like outfits on and stuff.
Oh, no. I mean, in Jason and Lucy's apartment. I'm tripping. Was there not a bird in a cage? What?
Well, you might be. I don't think there's a bird in a cage, but I think there are pelicans or seagulls on the deck. Like in that one shot of the trailer with the PlayStation sitting on the table, there's some seagulls walking around. Oh,
that's
deck.
what I'm.
I didn't see a bird.
Yeah, no.
Maybe.
That's what I'm thinking of. But what I'm trying to say is if there is any sort of pets, I imagine they'll keep it low key like a bird, and it'll be like in the plot, and it'll be like an interactable object. You can go up and be like, press this to feed your bird, something like that. Yeah. I'm hoping we get options to do like in Grand Theft Auto Online. I hope we can get in the shower and actually shower, like in Cyberpunk and all that. Just small little immersive things. But like in Red Dead Redemption 2, you could get dirty. You had to bathe. Loved it. It'd be cool to take a shower. And, you're a couple, maybe taking a shower together, just saying. It happens.
Jiggle physics.
The jiggle physics come into work. Oh, man. I mean, really, the sky's the limit with what we could expect to see. I think that we're going to get a bunch of funny couple shenanigans and stuff like that, too. I'm saying this as I'm also...
Like, where do you want to eat? I don't know.
I can't wait for that. I cannot wait for that. If anyone's been in a long-term relationship, you know that is the ultimate question is what would you like to eat for dinner? And I don't know, what would you like? How about this? No. All right, so here, and I've got one eye on Sav and I've got the other on these questions. So let me see. Maybe we'll end it with a couple. So Noah Mitchell, H9I, I think. Question, do you think there will be more controls and buttons for driving and shooting?
More controls and buttons for driving and shooting?
Basically, I think there will just be more things that you can do within the vehicle when it comes to interacting with it, controlling it, shooting out of it, stuff like that. Just more in-depth stuff.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we can see in the leaked footage that the developer is moving certain parts of the car around, like the steering wheel up and down and in and out, the seat sliding forward and backward and leaning backward, and then you got the sun visor and all these things. Now, I personally think that's not, I don't think we'll have control over those things. I think that's more either for them like setting these cars up so they all feel a little bit different. Or it could be a scenario where, for example, if you're playing as Jason and you steal a car from a little old lady, maybe she's sitting like way forward in that seat. And then like he gets in it and slides the seat back. I mean, one little thing like that, like really adds to the immersion. Or if like, you're playing in first person mode and you like turn down a street and all of a sudden the sun's blasting you in the eyes, maybe Jason just reaches up automatically and pulls that sun visor down, like, I don't know. They could integrate things like that. Outside of that, like car controls, like I think the trunk is going to play a bigger role in GTA 6 than it has in previous games. So I would expect them to give us like trunk storage and the option to like open the trunk, maybe roll down the windows so we don't have to bust the window out to shoot out of it.
Right, like before you roll down the window.
Yeah, and like a seatbelt function that you have in like the Rampage, mod. For GTA 5, like, you can, for those of you that don't know, if you're playing GTA 5 with mods on, there's with like the Rampage menu or whatever, I don't know what it is. It may be the Rampage menu, but you can enable a seatbelt. So like when you hit a tree or something, you don't go flying out through the front windshield of the car. So I expect little things like that. I think that would be really cool personally.
Yeah, I think that there is going to be a bunch of like little more immersive features, especially after looking at the leaks and just seeing how much more modular the actual systems of the car are. I think, there's at the very least, I think there's going to be a lot more when it comes to destruction and things modularly, is that a word? Falling apart and everything like that. So all in all, I would say that, yeah, you're going to have a bunch more immersion and stuff like that. And your car is going to be your horse. It's looking like with the trunk and everything. So there's going to be, a bunch of crazy stuff that you can do with your vehicle, I would imagine. Little immersive things. Rockstar knows that it's fun to touch stuff. And 5 even, you could sit down, smoke, drink, watch TV. The way they did it made it feel very immersive. And then in online, they added the shower stuff. They know it's fun to exist in the world in between things because it gives contrast between, the highs and the lows. RDR2 did it perfectly. You had your, chill time, you had your fun times, Lenny, and then all of a sudden you're in a massive shootout and it feels like it has huge narrative weight. because it's not happening 24/7, and the people feel so real in the world to where it feels like, damn, that was a person I just shot. Which I love stuff like that. So let's see. We have, what is this? Unknown Hybrid 4496. Attention, Andy, you have so many comments. Haha, I just don't want to get lost in them. Just letting you know, check your email I sent you to. This includes a bunch of undiscussed confirmed. Okay, I'll check that out, bro. I'm sorry. I thought we were going into a question. A bunch of people are asking me how I'm doing because of the trial.
Check your email.
Yeah, dude, I'm bad about checking everything. I go into like sad boy mode and I hide from everyone. So I'm sorry, guys. A bunch of people are giving me recommendations on how to sleep without NyQuil, like melatonin, and I'm hearting it. And people keep asking. My band is Are We Alive? So you can check that out on Spotify. I put that sappy song on there if y'all want to go listen to it.
Write that down. I want to check you out after this.
Oh, there's a bunch of metal and a bunch of screaming, so be prepared for that.
That's all right. Yeah, I like all kinds of music, man.
Good Lord. I love all of you. Thank you so much for all of your comments. I really wish, let's see. They're NyQuil for sleep, blah, blah, blah. Being accused of using AI. What's next? You get a lot of that. You get.
Oh yeah, dude.
Especially
it's better now than it was before I put my face on camera. But yeah, I used to get that all.
I think people are being cartoonist. That's a new thing. You guys are discriminating against me being a cartoon. So you assume that I'm fake. You know how many times I've been asked if my voice is real? And then also when I talk, they're like, "Oh, there's telltale signs in the way you speak." And stuff like that. Like something else.
I think people are just paranoid of AI these days. So like everything that they're even the least bit suspicious about is AI all of a sudden.
Something that gets me in trouble is
then of course the trolls.
And the trolls. But I say it suggests a lot and people hate that for some reason. But I'm sorry. I'll also say, a bunch. But yeah, whoever's working.
It does suggest,
Oh yeah. And it does suggest that there's people working right now, and I hope you guys are doing okay. And I know that we kind of hit a lull here because we're trying to wrap it up, but we're trying to look for your questions. The problem is I can't Control F on my damn phone. Maybe one of you guys could tell me how to do that. Okay, we have one more. This is from HCLXXSYCO. Okay, this is a big one. Question.
Oh, yeah, HCL Psycho. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. So question, in my opinion, if I flip a car, I should have to either call a tow truck or if I'm strong enough... Here we go. You should be able to get help from bystanders, push it back over because, let's see, because the made for a 5-year-old GTA 5 hold to the side and magically your car just rolled back. That he's saying that those things suck. There's a massive comment here. And geez, it looks like you're sharing a lot of stuff. I'm sorry about your mom, man. But congratulations at the same time for her getting clear of breast cancer. Hang in there, man. I know life's tough. But yeah, geez, I'm going to heart this because I feel like I need to revisit this. I hope you're doing okay, man. Sav knows you, and now I know you.
Yep, I know Psycho.
Well, dude, we hope that there's a strength stat tied to car flipping, so we'll just end it there. But God bless you and your mother. I hope everything's okay with you. And, Sav and I'm not going to speak what's going on, but we got stuff like that going on in our lives with people we know and love, health issues and stuff like that. And it is what it is. And I hope each and every one of you survive to see Grand Theft Auto 6 because none of us get out of this place alive. No one. So, but, at least we're all here together for this time and it's going to be a good time. So hang in there, take care of each other.
We can have fun in the meantime.
And I think, Sav, man, I got to get you back on here more because this is a blast and I'll come on your thing and stuff like that. I'm more active now. I promise I'll get on Discord. I'll stop hiding from you after I'm done playing my 500-hour playthrough of Starfield. But anything you want to add before we close?
No, man. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. You're doing great things for the community, which is why I wanted to get you on the community side. So thank you for being a part of that. Thank you for participating. And anybody that's watching right now, go check out 6hubhq.com. It's awesome. It's going to get more awesome. And we're going to do more collaborations and stuff. And it'll all be on there too. So,
well, a lot of people listen while they're working. That's like a big thing with this podcast. So you got anything you want to tell them about getting through their shift?
No, just keep your head down and finish your shift and then get home. Then you can do whatever the hell you want to do.
Yeah. And then watch more of our videos.
Yeah, yep.
While playing Grand Theft Auto. If you are still here, bravo. Like, holy crap, you won.
Jesus, man. Like that. Wow. What did you do today? Let me know down in the comments. That's the end of this massive, super Grand Theft Auto 6 video. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching this whole thing. I have put so much work this past year into creating this content, and I'm super pumped for the game, and I'm super pumped for the future of this channel, and I cannot thank you enough for watching this whole thing. Because I don't know, Willow says that I tango with the tism. I don't know what that means, but I like lists. I like putting things together and collecting them and stuff like that. So putting like the ultimate curated list of my videos together and stuff like that is very rewarding to me and very rewarding to share with you. So if you made it this far, I'm hugging you right now, okay? The virtual hug. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing okay. Take care of yourself. If it was daytime, it's probably nighttime now. If it was nighttime, it's probably daytime now. Whichever time it is, have a great rest of your day, night, week, year, whatever. Thank you so much. Much love and peace.